Chapter 250. The Confrontation of a Nascent Soul. After watching Fifth Een depart, Bailan once again conveyed a message to the esteemed Chonglu Jinren. Fifth Een has gone to the vicinity of the Falling Star Plains in search of Long Outyen. You need only to follow her, and I assure you that within 2 months, you shall uncover Long Outyen's whereabouts. Moments later, Chonglu Jinren responded to the message. How dare you presume that I have been unable to locate Long Outyen after all this time? By my calculations, even if you have found him, you have likely lost track of him again. Otherwise, with your character, you would have boasted to me by now. Chonglu Jinren was momentarily taken aback, and after a pause, he let out a soft huff. Previously, I heard from the young disciple, Nen, that the young master possesses considerable skills in divination. Have you truly mastered her esteemed techniques after only a few days of following her? I'm exceptionally gifted. While the true abilities of the true monarch Sui Yun are indeed remarkable, they are limited to foretelling destinies and fates or discerning the karmic ties between individuals. Bai Lan's divination skills were inherited from a certain reclusive elder, suitable for reading the fortunes of mortals, but rather ineffective when applied to cultivators. Yet, one must not underestimate the enchanting ties between Fifth Een and Long Outyen. Very well, I shall trust your word this once. As an elder at the core formation stage, your methods are unparalleled. Once you locate Long Outyen, regardless of whether you uncover Li Fan's whereabouts, do not deal him a lethal blow. Attempt to capture him alive, for he harbors secrets that the sect master requires. As long as one does not deal a fatal blow to Long Outyen, the protection mechanism of the Child of Destiny shall not be triggered. Understood, understood. The transmission was severed, and Chonglu Jinren cast a glance at the sullen-faced Jifeng before swiftly grabbing him. Do not stand there foolishly. Come with me. I have reason that this individual must be near the Falling Star Plains, and this time, I guarantee you will find Long Outyen. Jifeng sighed. Elder, we just passed through the Falling Star Plains 2 days ago. Ah, indeed. Jifeng's expression was one of resignation. Absolutely true. No matter. Let's investigate further. One sought to find his disciple, while the other aimed to fulfill a sect mission. Both shared the goal of locating Long Outyen. Jifeng, adhering to the principle of respecting his elders, followed Chonglu Jinren's instincts throughout their journey. Unexpectedly, after traveling with his esteemed uncle for over half a month, he had yet to catch even a glimpse of Long Outyen. Instead, during their travels, they were sidetracked by Chonglu Jinren's sudden whim to exterminate demons, resulting in their joint effort to vanquish an unknown mid-core formation demon cultivator. Throughout their journey, they encountered various high-ranking demon cultivators, choosing to pass them by with closed eyes, avoiding conflict whenever possible. Yet, upon encountering that mid-core formation demon, they insisted on slaying him, clearly harboring a personal vendetta. They even enlisted Jifeng as a decoy to draw fire. Rest assured and follow me, dear disciple. This time, there will be no mistakes. Chonglu Jinren spoke without a hint of superfluous words, gesturing grandly as he enveloped Jifeng in a swift motion. And in an instant, they transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the Falling Star Plains. Meanwhile, Bailan had already sought out the 3 mining locations as instructed by Ling Xiaojinren. Nearly a month had passed, and the confrontation was nearing its conclusion, with several mining sites under the control of the 4 major sects. Among them, the 4 richest sites had already fallen into the hands of the Void Stone. When Bailan arrived at the final medium-sized mining site, only one injured core formation cultivator from the Hawan sect remained, desperately resisting the onslaught of elders Ling Xiao and Qin Ruch. Just as Bailan was about to find a corner to observe, a resounding voice imbued with pressure echoed above her. The presence of a nascent soul cultivator. How audacious! You dare to lay hands on the members of the Hawan sect, courting death. Suddenly, a finger extended from the sky, dark clouds gathering as winds tore through the air. With a single pointed gesture, it forced everyone back. The oppressive aura of a nascent soul cultivator was truly formidable, sending shivers through the assembled cultivators, who gazed skyward in alarm. Ling Xiaojinren and Elder Qin were pushed back several meters by that finger, both deploying all their hidden techniques to withstand the blow. Aside from the 2 surviving core formation cultivators, many Foundation establishment cultivators had already perished on the spot, suffering heavy casualties. True Monarch Yunyang personally descended upon the scene, shielding the red-clad female core formation cultivator within the mine. Bailan initially intended to reload her last save, yet inexplicably, just before that finger descended, a shield of spiritual energy tinged with a hint of demonic aura arose around her, absorbing all the pressure. The onlookers stood in solemnity, as if facing a formidable adversary, fully prepared to flee. However, attempting to escape before a nascent soul cultivator was no trivial matter. Ling Xiaojinren and Qin Rouge exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement. Umph. True monarch Yin stood with hands clasped behind his back, observing that his initial strike had failed to annihilate his opponents. He scoffed coldly, preparing to launch another attack to eliminate the two before him, when another thunderous voice suddenly emerged. Old Ghost Yin, it has been quite some time since we last met, and it seems your temper has only grown fiercer. Have you taken to bullying the younger generation in the core formation stage? The woman's voice, though faint and unseen, inexplicably tightened the hearts of those present. From the once overcast sky emerged a swirling mass of demonic energy crackling with lightning. Bailan closed her eyes. It was her, this familiar voice, this recognizable thunder, this well-known demonic aura. It must be the true monarch Suiyun. Could it be that she has already slain Misty Concealment? Since she has arrived, I shall observe for a moment, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. Otherwise, I would have to revert to my previous state and summon Huan Shuzi for assistance. In the distance, the real man Ling Xiao and Qin Rouge wiped the sweat from their brows, feeling that their lives were hanging by a thread. Yin is a Yuanying stage demon cultivator, and now another Yuanying has appeared, an adversary who is also a demon cultivator. Faced with a Yuanying, the chances of escape are already slim, and now they may as well await their demise. The master of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion? To my knowledge, I am not featured on your assassination list. So what is your intention, esteemed sir? The brow of true monarch Yin furrowed, and without hesitation, he conjured a talisman in his hand. Previously, it was Ling Xiao and Qin Rouge who faced Yin with trepidation, and now it is true monarch Yin who confronts true monarch Suiyun with equal alarm. Yin is at the initial stage of Yuanying, whereas Suiyun is a practitioner at the late stage of Yuanying. The disparity in strength between the two parties is too great. Yin has already prepared for flight. I merely happened to pass by and noticed that the younger generation of my family was being bullied, so I came to take a look. Bailan's heart tightened. In truth, she was rather reluctant to reveal her identity as a demonic daughter at the Yuanying stage. Younger generation in your family? Apart from the two of us present, are there any other demon cultivators here? Yin inquired, perplexed. This query not only puzzled Yin but also left real man Ling Xiao and Qin Rouge in a state of confusion. Who could the younger generation of the master of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion be? Could there be someone from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion within the Harmony cult? Or perhaps someone from their own Qingyuan sect? In an instant, the gazes of the two core formation cultivators fell upon Bailan. Among those present, the Foundation Establishment cultivators had suffered heavy casualties, with the survivors gravely injured and unable to rise. Yet she, Bailan, remained untouched, her demeanor pristine and her aura steady, not a hair out of place. It is undeniable that someone must have shielded her from harm. In that fleeting moment when the truth dawned upon the crowd, Bailan instantaneously reverted to her previous state, returning to the moment when Yin appeared and true monarch Suiyun cast a protective shield around her. In the instant when everyone was struggling to defend themselves, Bailan subtly lay down, dousing herself with a prepared blood pack, closing her eyes to feign death. The sound of her light laughter reached the ears of the assembly, causing Bailan's eyelashes to quiver as she continued her charade. There was no need for speculation. She was simply mocking them. Chapter 251. The Greatest Loss of the Qingyuan Sect. The figure of the true monarch Suiyun emerged slowly from the thunderclouds, appearing as a silhouette enveloped in a black robe from a distance. The presence of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator made everyone avert their gaze in trepidation. Yin felt a weight in his heart. He was uncertain of Siyun's intentions for appearing here. Who exactly was her junior? Did the Qingyuan sect harbor some connection with the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion? Although he had failed to eliminate the two Golden Core cultivators he intended to kill, he had nonetheless extinguished a multitude of insignificant Foundation establishment ants. After pondering for a considerable time, Yin flicked his sleeve and spoke slowly. Enough. With the Pavilion Master present today, I shall spare you. You too may return and inform the young one Xinghe that when the righteous and demonic factions clash, I shall undoubtedly raise the Qingyuan sect to the ground. Bailan was at a loss for words. Why was true monarch Yin directing such fierce threats solely at the Qingyuan sect? Firstly, it was because Wang Suzi had appeared during the 5-sect joint competition, thwarting his ambitions, which incensed him. Secondly, Bai Ling, who had originated from the Qingyuan sect, was cruelly stripped of her meridians and foundational cultivation by the sect's elder. leading to her expulsion and immense suffering, which pained him deeply. Thirdly, of course, there was Bai Ling's beloved, the true man Xingxian, who also hailed from the Qingyuan sect, and his jealousy simmered beneath the surface. After finishing his words, Yunyang offered a slight bow to Sui Yun and turned to depart. The area around the mine returned to silence, with everyone's gaze fixed upon the still figure of true monarch Sui Yun in the sky. "Are you still comfortable lying there?" Sui Yun's voice echoed in their ears. Bai Lan remained sprawled on the ground, unmoving. "I am indeed a practitioner of the demonic path. Today, for your sake, I spared 2 righteous golden core cultivators. Do you have nothing to say?" True monarch Sui Yun had not made a move. It was evident that Yunyang was simply afraid of provoking her and receiving a blast of her purple cloud true fire, which was why he had hastily retreated. Bai Lan had merely displayed a talisman, not expending a single coin, yet had gained a significant favor. Meanwhile, Sui Yun had saved Bai Lan with nothing more than a light laugh, without even revealing her face, yet Bai Lan had unwittingly received 3 substantial favors. "Thank you, my adoptive mother. When I rise in the future, I shall repay you well. I will save your life in return," Bai Lan silently conveyed, still lying on the ground, soundly asleep. In that secret realm, true monarch Sui Yun chuckled lightly once more, then raised her hand, producing 3 tokens that flew towards the true man Ling Xiao and Qin Rouge. The 2 were initially startled, but upon probing with their spiritual senses and realizing they bore no threat, they breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, it is not an attack. I stumbled upon a secret realm a few days ago, which seems to harbor items for advancing to the divine transformation stage. Quite interesting. You 2 shall return and deliver this token to your sect's Huanqiu, along with Taoists Wuyin and Fuguang." Ling Xiao and Qin Rouge exchanged glances, their apprehensions slightly alleviated. "Rest assured, Senior, we will convey your message." Sui Yun departed like the wind, as though she had merely come to deliver an invitation. It was then that Bai Lan slowly rose from the ground, wiping the blood from her lips, and couldn't he help but smile. Perhaps true monarch Sui Yun, unable to locate the whereabouts of true man Wuyin, had grown weary and used the allure of a secret realm to bait him into seeking her out, even going so far as to involve the other 2 elders of the Qingyuan sect. "You are still alive?" In the next moment, Bai Lan was lifted from the ground by the swiftly approaching Qin Rouge and placed upon a flying vessel. The Foundation establishment cultivators had perished instantly due to Yunyang's initial strike, and those who survived were somewhat capable or had notable backgrounds. The remaining cultivators of the Qingyuan sect dared not linger, hastily boarding the vessel to escape the mining area, heading back towards the Qingyuan sect for fear that true monarch Yunyang might return to annihilate them. Upon their return to the Qingyuan sect, they were summoned by the sect leader to the Grand Hall of the Zhengdao Peak. Upon entering, they noted that cultivators from the other 3 sects were also present. Among them was Bai Lan's acquaintance, the true man Hegui of the Jinchi sect, the Yinlazi of the Xiaoyao sect, and the Jingyan of the Lihua sect. The assembly was embroiled in a heated argument regarding the mining rights of the Hahuan sect, but the dispute was not over ownership or resource allocation. Instead, they were united in their condemnation of the Hahuan sect, as the Golden Core cultivators had fought valiantly for the mine only to discover it was empty. The shock of this revelation was akin to a failed breakthrough. The most furious among them was true man Hegui, who had nearly lost his life due to this debacle. The major resources, including the large and medium mines, had been nearly exhausted, leaving only small spiritual veins that were hardly worth the effort. Seated at the head of the table, true man Xinghe remained unaware of the situation, his expression grave as he nodded in agreement. Upon seeing Bai Lan, Hegui reined in his anger and smiled broadly. "Little friend, what a coincidence that we meet again." Of course, they were in Qingyuan's sect, where she naturally belonged. Bai Lan returned the greeting. After exchanging pleasantries with Bai Lan, Hegui turned to the others, and his expression darkened once more. "The Hahuan sect is truly insidious. They must have employed some vile means, as the majority of our spiritual stone mines have been depleted, causing us to lose many elite disciples for naught." The old man was furious, his beard bristling. "This is utterly deplorable. Could it be that someone leaked the news? Upon our return, we must thoroughly investigate this matter." The Golden Core cultivators, having failed to secure the spiritual veins they sought, began to grumble about the Hahuan sect. Observing the uniform expressions of anger among the elders of the 4 sects, Qin Rouge raised an eyebrow and exchanged a glance with the newly arrived true man Ling Xiao. In an instant, their expressions transformed. "Alas, this is indeed a significant loss," Qin Rouge sighed softly, nodding. True man Ling Xiao also nodded. Indeed. The 3 medium spiritual veins allocated to the Qingyuan sect, could it be that? He glanced at Hegui. Hegui turned his gaze to Qin Rouge, who sighed in silence but nodded in acknowledgement. Although the 3 spiritual veins obtained by the Qingyuan sect were only medium in size, they had remained intact and untainted by Bai Lan's influence. Why, then, had the other 4 sects suffered such misfortune, while the Qingyuan sect remained unscathed? How curious indeed. True friend Ling Xiao, true friend Qin, have you both sustained injuries? He gaze shifted, noticing the injuries on their robes, his expression one of surprise. They had merely lost spiritual veins, yet upon examining the wounds upon the 2 from the Qingyuan sect, it became evident that they had not only lost veins, but had also encountered Yunyang. Chapter 252, Fishing. Master, while vying for the last mining vein, we encountered the old demon Yunyang, and we nearly suffered total annihilation. Fortunately, we were saved by a nascent soul powerhouse who appeared just in time. True man Xing has suddenly sat upright. A nascent soul powerhouse? Who was that? It is the current head of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. We could not ascertain her precise cultivation level, but judging by Yunyang's cautious demeanor towards her, she must be at least mid-stage nascent soul, if not late stage. True man Ling Xiao pondered before speaking. Bailan remained silent, her head bowed. There is no need for speculation. She is indeed a genuine late-stage nascent soul cultivator, actively searching for breakthrough pills to reach the divine transformation stage. She has instructed us to convey a message to Huanshu, Wuyin, and Fuguang, inviting them to explore a secret realm for opportunities to advance to the divine transformation stage. This is the token. With that, true man Ling Xiao produced 3 tokens from his storage pouch and handed them to Qinghe. A heavy silence enveloped the assembly. The prospect of a breakthrough opportunity to the divine transformation stage was exceedingly tempting. Even those whose cultivation had yet to reach nascent soul could not resist the urge to investigate further. However, it is only the highly accomplished Yuanying stage cultivators who dare to accept the personal invitation from the master of the Tianji Pavilion. The Tianji Pavilion has always refrained from meddling in the affairs of the righteous and demonic factions, focusing solely on amassing spirit stones. Today, however, they have performed an act of kindness. As the real person, Higuei stroked his beard and shook his head. It remains unclear whether this invitation extends to the Yuanying cultivators of various major powers or is exclusively for the 3 ancestors of the Qingyuan sect. As for matters concerning Yuanying cultivators, we dare not inquire further. Could it be that the pavilion master, in pursuit of a bounty for a murder, is casting bait to lure someone in? Ha ha ha. The real person Xingyan laughed heartily, seemingly jesting. Yet, Bailan felt a flicker of unease. This last remark, made in jest, might indeed hold a grain of truth. A gathering of Jedon elders and the upper echelons of the sect convened to briefly discuss the impending conflict between the righteous and demonic factions, concluding with a sharp reprimand directed at the Hahuan sect. With the war looming, the Hahuan sect has unexpectedly turned traitor, placing the righteous side at a significant disadvantage. Bailan suddenly recalled a seed previously sown. If all went according to plan, 2 Yuanying stage cultivators from the second-tier sect Xianxia sect, located far to the south in Wuyan continent, would soon make their appearance. The Hahuan sect would delve into the demonic path during this righteous-demonic conflict, and shortly thereafter, the Xianxia sect would rise to take the Hahuan sect's place among the 5 major sects, relying solely on the sudden emergence of these 2 Yuanying cultivators. One is the sect leader, Xianxiadrama, and the other is the Grand Elder, Xianxiadrama. She had once saved a woman named Ning Yan, who had been treated as a furnace cauldron while scavenging for treasures among the evil Xia gang. With Xianxiadrama's breakthrough to the Yuanying stage, her only disciple, Ningyan, naturally saw her status rise commensurately. Upon returning to her cave dwelling on Tongming Peak, Bailan retrieved Ning Yan's communication talisman from her storage bag. Smiling as she spoke, Ning Yan, congratulations. I trust that Master has successfully broken through to the Yuanying stage. Bai Dao Yu, how did you know? Ning Yan replied, her voice tinged with astonishment. Xianxia and Yunxia's breakthroughs occurred within a secret realm, accompanied by celestial phenomena, yet the outside world remained oblivious. Only the senior members of Xianxia sect were privy to this news, and Bailan had never even visited the Xianxia sect. How could she be aware of such confidential matters? Bailan chuckled lightly. I possess profound divination skills, as you are aware, otherwise. How else could I have led you to join the Xianxia sect in the first place? And no, you truly are remarkable, Ning Yan marveled. Though her heart harbored an additional layer of wariness towards Bailan, this woman was far too formidable, her actions meticulous and flawless. Ning Yan had once vowed, under the influence of her heart's demon, never to act against Bailan. Yet now, even the primary technique she practiced, the ice transformation technique, was firmly grasped in Bailan's hands. Ning Yan could scarcely fathom how she would escape if Bailan were her enemy. Fortunately, she had been compelled to relinquish the option of enmity and could only consider Bailan as an ally. With your exceptional ice-water spirit root talent, once you join the Xianxia sect, you should receive the sect's utmost nurturing. By now, your cultivation must have reached at least the mid-stage of qi refinement, yes? Ning Yan nodded. You guessed correctly, By Dao Yu. My current cultivation is at the 6th layer of qi refinement, just one step away from breaking into the late stage. She still vividly recalled the reason she had been led to join Xianxia sect. The Xianxia Dao Run and Yunxia Jinjun were, after all, a pair of sister cultivators. The legendary dragon Ao Tian is widely known for his affinity for sister pairs. The Lu family S. Lu Mingwei and Lu Xingming are a set of noble sisters. In the Tiandu city, the Lan family S. Lan Jinyu and Lan Jinyao are another set of family sisters. The Qingxia sects Qingxia and Yunxia Jinjun are likewise a pair of sect sisters. Thus, these two are precisely the sister pair that Dragon Ao Tian encountered after reaching the Jedon stage. Moreover, they have already attained the Yuanying stage. And it is imperative that action be taken soon to curtail their association with Dragon Ao Tian, lest, at some future romantic rendezvous, Qingxia Jinjun chance upon the fleeing Dragon Ao Tian suddenly feel an affection for him and take him as her personal disciple, transforming the narrative from a sisterly bond to a tale of a beautiful master falling in love with her disciple. Not every Yuanying Jinjun is as forthcoming as the ancestor Han Su or the adoptive mother Sui Yun, who would readily present themselves. Most resemble the aloof Yun Yang and Wu Yin, figures that lower-tier cultivators cannot easily approach. At this juncture, Ning Yan's role becomes pivotal. By saving her personal disciple's life, a debt of gratitude would naturally be incurred. The second layer of the ice transformation technique is already prepared. Why don't we arrange a time to meet? Bailan proposed, her tone lighthearted. Ning Yan's eyes brightened. I thought this technique would only be given to me once I reached the great perfection of qi refinement. Receiving it earlier allows you to comprehend it sooner, Bailan replied. Ning Yan paused for a moment, feeling somewhat touched. Just so happens that I intend to explore a secret realm and require an ice spirit root cultivator to accompany me. If you are willing, we might journey together? Ning Yan quickly retracted her momentary sentiment, instinctively aware. If there were no ulterior motives, why would Bailan suddenly send her a communication talisman? If there were no ulterior motives, why would she unexpectedly offer the second layer of the technique ahead of schedule? There won't be any danger, will there? Ning Yan inquired cautiously. Danger? She is the danger, Bailan responded. If Ning Yan does not find herself in peril, how would Bailan rescue her and draw out Qingxia Jinjun? Yinner, there's no need to be anxious. I have already broken through to the foundation establishment stage and possess formidable strength. Moreover, you are the personal disciple of a Yuanying stage cultivator, well equipped with means to preserve your life. It's merely a visit to a secret realm. There will be no danger, so rest assured. Ning Yan remained cautious. And the secret realm you mentioned? Is it perhaps a site of former cultivators? Indeed, the secret realm is located in the Senga Gorge. It is said to be a sect's relic, a hidden secret revealed to me by one of my elders. One merely needs to breach the restrictions before the main hall to select from several opportunities, including some heavenly grade divine abilities. Bailan's description of the secret realm was no mere fabrication. It was indeed a real place, once disclosed to her by a certain elder, her temporary master. Xiling Zhenren. The heavenly grade spear technique, the 9 turns of the wandering spear, was acquired from that very secret realm. Having failed to find the coveted library within the Tianji Pavilion to reap a considerable profit, Bailan felt quite disappointed. Now that her cultivation had surpassed the foundation establishment stage, it was only natural to explore the secret realm that once yielded heavenly grade spear techniques. Heavenly grade divine abilities. Is that for real? Believe it if you will, or dismiss it if you will. I choose to believe. The two agreed to meet at an inn in Songyuan City. Bailan, too, needed to visit the market to sell the countless useless materials and low-grade pills and talismans she had accumulated over the days, converting them all into spirit stones. However, before Bailan could reach Songyuan City, an angry voice rang out behind her. Bailan, you have deceived me terribly. It was the voice of Fifth Yin. Bailan's brow furrowed, her heart racing. She saved her progress in place and turned around. Fifth Yin appeared with a slightly tattered robe, evidently having just endured a battle. Her eyes were bloodshot, her expression frenzied. Fifth Daoyu, have you perhaps found Dragon Ao Tian? Bailan spoke slowly, her tone calm and unhurried, even taking the liberty to erect a sound barrier. She had never underestimated the bond between Dragon Ao Tian and his harem. Thus, the bugs on Fifth Yin were not merely the work of Bailan. You possess the art of disguise. The Dragon Ao Tian I encountered at Tianji Pavilion was you in disguise. Fifth Yin trembled as she spoke. Ao Tian has never left Wuyun continent. He swore a heart demon vow to me to prove his innocence. Everything is a fabrication of your lies. Bailan listened with a detached demeanor. She never harbored the illusion that such a flimsy ruse could endure for a lifetime. The performances she had previously enacted merely served to earn Fifth Yin's trust, securing a vow of inner demons and fulfilling the necessary conditions for consuming the cursed insect. Fifth Yin was now consumed by rage. Long Ao Tian had not betrayed her. Yet, under a veil of deception, she had struck him down with lethal intent, leaving him grievously wounded. Were it not for the desperate circumstances in which Ao Tian, on the brink of death, had sworn an oath of demons declaring he had never left Wuyun continent, she would have delivered the fatal blow. In her moment of vulnerability, the woman before her had seized the opportunity to bind her with an oath of enmity against Long Ao Tian for all eternity. Infuriating, Bailan remained silent. And as Fifth Yin's furious inquiries erupted, she deftly employed her elusive footwork to appear before her. Anger dulled the senses, and Fifth Yin found her reflexes notably sluggish. Bailan smiled sweetly as she raised her palm, unleashing her consciousness just as Fifth Yin attempted to retaliate, forcibly drawing her into the Void Stone. As Bailan's mastery over the Void Stone deepened, the operational scope expanded correspondingly. Those whose consciousness fell beneath her dominion could be compelled into the Void Stone, a method of dragging enemies to their demise, though regrettably ineffective against high-level cultivators. Where's this? Where have you taken me? Fifth Yin's voice quivered with panic. Observing Fifth Yin's alarmed expression and wary posture, Bailan stepped closer, her tone laced with mirth. Though you have lost Long Ao Tian, you still have me. I could easily become your new friend. What do you intend to do? Fifth Yin's eyes darted with suspicion as she retreated, only to turn and find a familiar face. Li Sun Xian gazed at her with a complex expression. A cultivator who had once conspired with Long Ao Tian. No, with Bailan. To kill her. Fifth Yin remembered Li Sun Xian's visage all too well. Though she could not fathom why the latter had suddenly transformed into a ghostly figure, nor why her cultivation had plummeted to the pinnacle of qi refinement. The unexpected teleportation to a strange locale and the encounter with a specter set her heart racing. Upon seeing Fifth Yin, Li Sun Xian closed her eyes momentarily. She had repeatedly analyzed the reasons for her previous failures and had gleaned numerous secrets about Bailan from Gongsun Lian. Yet she never anticipated that even the emergence of Fifth Yin was part of Bailan's elaborate scheme. She was not merely a tool for assassination. Bailan was genuinely a ruthless individual. Should there come a day when she cast aside her last vestige of morality and, devoid of restraint, began to abduct cultivators for her own gain, it would spell disaster. Li Sun Xian's gaze drifted toward the four spiritual veins in the distance. And she couldn't help but sigh. She possessed the foundation for solidly advancing her cultivation and had no need for such nefarious methods. I bear you no grudge. Nor do I possess any alluring opportunities that would entice you. Why do you pursue me with such fervor? Fifth Yin's heart raced, her hand gripping a dagger. Cold sweat threatening to soak her back. Bailan's actions were driven by the fear that once Fifth Yin became deeply involved with Long Ao Tian, she would seek to eliminate her. In the future, as a nascent soul assassin from the Tiangong Pavilion, should Fifth Yin rise to the heights of Ji Yunjinjun, who could withstand her? Everything I have done is to draw you to my side. I merely wish to possess you. I have never harbored intentions of harming you. What is so admirable about Long Ao Tian? Surrounded by beautiful women, his heart is as prickly as a durian, and yet you remain so fixated on him? Bailan's brow furrowed in confusion. Fifth Yin felt a tightness in her chest, her mind swirling in turmoil, unable to counter Bailan's assertions. Ultimately managing only 3 words. You deceive me. Bailan merely smiled faintly, acknowledging the undeniable truth of her words. You have always deceived me. You have never been the righteous figure you pretended to be. Your methods are more sinister than those of the demonic path. Fifth Yin's voice trembled. Bailan raised an eyebrow, gathering a swirl of spiritual energy in her palm, inhaling it thoughtfully before questioning. Demonic path? I possess not a trace of demonic energy. Do I? Fifth Yin gritted her teeth, brandishing her dagger and lunging at Bailan. Yet Bailan remained resolute, holding a purple cursed insect, her expression a cheerful facade that sent chills down Fifth Yin's spine. The dagger failed to pierce Bailan's heart, but suddenly, Fifth Yin felt a sharp pain in her chest, her body freezing in place, the dagger rendered motionless in her grip. Slowly raising her gaze, she beheld the writhing purple insect in Bailan's hand. The aura of this cursed insect bore an uncanny resemblance to the peculiar bug that had recently manifested within her. When did this happen? When did it start? Fifth Yin's voice was weak. Bailan smiled softly, stepping closer and gently raising Fifth Yin. Why bother asking such questions that will only unsettle your resolve? Chapter 253. Tell me Long Ao Tian's whereabouts. Fifth Yin's heart ached, cold sweat trickling from her brow. Yet she was ensnared by the cursed insect, unable to move an inch. Li Sun Xian's heart-eating insect was exceedingly tyrannical, despite a cultivator's robust soul and physique. This insect could infiltrate the meridians, gradually gnawing away at the soul, truly a fearsome poison. Casting her eyes over Fifth Yin's storage pouch, Bailan smiled lightly as she removed it from her waist, weighing it in her hand. How ironic that during their previous encounter at the Tiangong Pavilion, she had generously spared 5th Yin's storage pouch. Yet here it was, having returned to her possession after days of wandering. As if it were drawn to her more than Bai Ling was to Qing Xian. With such affection, she could hardly be blamed for seizing it. You are a person devoted to cultivation, yearning for strength. Rather than clinging to your feelings for Long Ao Tian, I believe you would prioritize your own path of advancement. Bai Lan circled 5th Yin, her voice resonating like a siren's call in 5th Yin's ears. 5th Yin's heart tightened. She was furious that Bai Lan had tricked her into swearing an oath that severed her ties with Long Ao Tian. Yet she feared more the potential for this to give rise to inner demons. If she could not release her feelings for Long Ao Tian, she risked becoming ensnared by her own heart's darkness, jeopardizing her chances of ever reaching the nascent soul stage. The only way to dispel the negative effects of the oath was to sever her emotional ties and devote herself wholly to her cultivation. Now, surrender a fragment of your soul to me, and I shall rid you of the cursed insect. What do you say? 5th Yin's eyes were filled with defiance. The bond between the cursed insect and her soul was akin to wearing handcuffs and leg irons. The sole difference was that the insect was not an absolute means of control. Should Long Ao Tian intervene, perhaps by virtue of his destiny as the chosen one, there might be a way to break this curse. However, relinquishing a piece of her soul would mean her life and death would rest entirely in Bai Lan's hands. 5th Yin refused to remain passive. She struggled to summon her spiritual energy, attempting to annihilate the insect within her, but each effort proved futile. Li Sunxian shook her head slightly. Do not waste your strength. With your foundation establishment cultivation, attempting to dispel the curse is a fruitless endeavor. At least she has left you a corporeal form, has she not? The hidden implications of this statement sent a chill through 5th Yin. The last time she had seen Li Sunxian, she was a formidable golden core cultivator. Yet, in just a month's time, her cultivation had plummeted to the qi refinement stage, reduced to a ghostly figure. What did it mean to have been left with a corporeal form? Was this current state a consequence of Bai Lan's machinations? Yet, at that time, she had only been at the qi refinement stage herself. Even if you truly possess the means to dispel the curse, if I do not permit it, you cannot escape this realm. Bai Lan suddenly smiled. Perhaps this is not so bad. You could remain here with me, day in and day out. No, that is out of the question. The 5th Yin was startled by Bai Lan's thoughts and resolutely refused. Bai Lan raised an eyebrow, shaking her head slightly in disappointment. What a pity. It seems you have chosen to surrender a fragment of your soul. The 5th Yin appeared reluctant to make any choice at all. The system floated over with a hint of interest. Just agree to her. Heaven knows, this wretched place is indeed filled with spirits and phantoms, and now, remarkably, a living person has entered. The artifact spirit wholeheartedly concurred. Indeed, the words of the cannon fodder true monarch are quite accurate. Since you wish to choose nothing, I shall choose for you. The 5th Yin's heart tightened as she met Bai Lan's gaze, swallowing hard at the fear that she might utter something shocking. I do not wish for this cursed creature to completely erode your soul, but should you continue to be so obstinate, I would not mind allowing it to entirely consume you, subsequently controlling your body to slay your beloved Ao Tian. The 5th Yin's head jerked up, her perception of Bai Lan shattering into fragments. All the notions of the righteous disciple, the chivalrous heart, and the mission to eradicate evil were mere facades. The threatening words she spoke were unmistakably those of a demonic cultivator. Your beloved Ao Tian has already entangled himself with more than 7 or 8 female cultivators before you. Why cling to him so desperately? Let go, the system added. However, Bai Lan's prior actions had thoroughly wounded the 5th Yin's heart, leaving her unable to trust Bai Lan or any words spoken by those around her. Yet, regardless of belief or disbelief, she had no choice now. I agree to your terms, the 5th Yin spoke solemnly. Bai Lan smiled, patting the 5th Yin's shoulder. Well done, those who recognize the times are indeed wise. We need talents like you here. Gritting her teeth, the 5th Yin extracted a fragment of her consciousness and handed it to Bai Lan. Her expression resembled that of a virtuous woman coerced by a scoundrel. Ah, you are truly a heinous villain. Li Xianxian stepped forward, patting the 5th Yin's shoulder as a form of consolation. This gesture startled the 5th Yin. Do not be alarmed. We are both victims of fate. Our experiences mirror one another's. Now that we share the same space, how could I possibly harm you? Li Xianxian said with a smile. Bai Lan nodded in agreement. It seemed that over a few days, Li Xianxian had gradually transformed from her gloomy self to a more cheerful demeanor. If I recall correctly, you were once a golden core cultivator, were you not? The 5th Yin spoke in a low voice. Those who walk by the riverbank inevitably get their shoes wet. The 5th Yin closed her eyes. How could someone of the golden core stage be so easily deceived by her? When Xianxian was forced by me. Her expression while hiding in the ring must have been quite amusing. What a shame I missed it. Humph, here I am trying to enlighten a newcomer. And you dare to mock me? Li Xuanxian's expression darkened, and she transformed into a wisp of black smoke, heading toward the spiritual fields in the distant mountains. Clearly unwilling to continue conversing with Bailan. Ha ha ha. Do not mind her. Come and plant seeds with me, Xuanxian. We have yet to begin work today. The system exclaimed, throwing its arms wide and laughing as it chased after Li Xuanxian. Bailan turned her gaze back to the fifth Yin, her expression earnest. For your sake, I will not kill Long Aotian, but now, you must reveal his location to me. The fifth Yin gritted her teeth. What do you intend to do with him? Why, to collect some fresh dragon blood, of course, and to harvest a few storage bags. To see if his grandfather has awakened yet. In chapter 254, the fifth Yin was astonished for a century. I intend to do nothing. Simply to witness his disheveled state, and to inform him that from now on, you are no longer his. Seeing the fifth Yin silent for so long, Bailan leisurely revealed her palm, gently squeezing the fragment of the fifth Yin's consciousness. The silence spoke volumes, her actions a glaring threat. I injured him severely. Later, once the misunderstanding was resolved, I concealed him from the approaching Master Chonglu, hiding him within a cave in the 10,000 mountains, setting up a defensive array, and leaving a third-grade golden armored lion spirit beast to protect him. You truly care for him, leaving behind such treasures for his protection, Bailan chuckled, patting the fifth Yin's shoulder. The fifth Yin turned away, speechless. Bailan's consciousness shifted, and in an instant, she drew the fifth Yin through the void stone. Lifting her chin and speaking coolly, lead the way. The fifth Yin took a deep breath, her expression sorrowful, yet she diligently followed Bailan's lead. Do not be so distressed. In the future, I will treat you well. The fifth Yin trailed closely beside Bailan, still bearing a mournful demeanor. Did you not long to enter the Tianji Pavilion? After a year, I guarantee you will enter without breaking a sweat. The fifth Yin suddenly turned to Bailan, pondering for a moment before exclaiming in astonishment, since you impersonated Long Aotian in Kanwu continent. Then it was also you who swept through over 130 Qi refinement cultivators during the Tianji Grand Competition, ultimately slaying a Foundation Establishment demon cultivator? If so, it made sense. With such astonishing talent, she would surely be valued highly by the Tianji Pavilion, gaining a position, if she wielded power. It would be easy to bring someone into the pavilion in the future. Moreover, having already surrendered a fragment of her soul to her, the fifth Yin would inevitably become a loyal subordinate, unable to betray her. The fifth Yin closed her eyes, reflecting on her past naivety, believing Bailan to be a harmless and kind-hearted individual, even worrying about her simplicity, truly foolish of her. As long as you can forget Long Aotian, not only will I facilitate your entry into the Tianji Pavilion, but I can also provide you with a Qi-gathering pill essential for your future Foundation establishment. Bailan continued to weave her enticing promises. The fifth Yin's eyes brightened, tempted by the allure, and she clenched her fists, refraining from voicing any rebuttal. Clearly, the fifth Yin was not like Shui Er, who would proclaim at this moment, the bond between my brother Aotian and me cannot be shaken by mere wealth. Shui Er was indifferent to cultivation. Her sole desire was to elope with Long Aotian and live in seclusion, becoming a pair of immortal lovers. Yet the fifth Yin was different. She had the potential to cultivate to the god transformation stage, indicating her resolute path. She loved Long Aotian, but she would not forsake her cultivation journey for him. Thus, the fifth Yin closed her eyes. I am so sorry, Aotian. She offers far too much. Long Aotian was hidden within the 10,000 mountains, so close to Bailan, it was paramount to first seize his storage bag. With this in mind, Bailan communicated to Ning Yin to rest temporarily in Songyuan City, then set off with the fifth Yin towards the depths of the 10,000 mountains on their flying swords. Several hours later, standing atop the flying sword, Bailan pointed toward a cave below, where the golden armored lion lingered outside. It seems Long Aotian has not yet departed. The spirit beast and formation you left behind are still intact. Previously, she had regarded him as an enemy and had not held back during their confrontation. As a result, he was gravely injured and would require months of recuperation. The fifth Yin pressed her lips together, regret evident in her expression. Well done, Bailan cackled, clearly pleased. Due to Bailan, Long Aotian has yet to establish his foundation, having reached the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage, merely a step away from foundation establishment. One can imagine he has prepared quite a number of foundation establishment pills in anticipation of this moment. As he flew towards the cave, the golden armored lion stationed outside detected the unfamiliar aura approaching, instantly becoming agitated and roaring loudly, ready to pounce on Bailan. Roar! Fifth Yin followed closely, taking a few steps forward to stroke the lion's majestic head, gently saying, "Be quiet, she is one of us." The lion's fur gradually settled, letting out a howl toward Bailan before lying back down. Once pursued by the golden armored lion during her Qi refining days, Bailon now found a sense of familiarity upon encountering the third-tier golden-armored lion in her newly attained foundation establishment stage. Such a delightful creature. Does it have a name? Bailon stepped closer, affectionately stroking the fur around the lion's neck. Fifth Een smirked slightly. It doesn't. Then how about I give it a name? Suit yourself. Such a majestic lion. From now on, you shall be called Sangbiao. The lion howled again in response. In stark contrast to Bailon, who was happily playing with the lion, Fifth Yin's mood was heavy. Without waiting for Bailon to urge her, she swiftly formed a hand sign to activate the defensive array before them. Suddenly, faint whispers and the delicate laughter of a woman emanated from within the cave, causing Fifth Yin's eyes to widen in shock. Bailon raised an eyebrow, unfazed, and stepped further into the cave's depths. Before her were three enormous, fluffy white tails swaying back and forth. Sensing the sudden presence of two cultivators behind her, the white fox woman, momentarily taken aback, adjusted her clothing and turned to face them. Fifth Een, aghast, looked incredulously at Long Ao Tian behind the white fox. You? Xianxia, let me explain. I was gravely injured and needed to borrow Aziz's power to recover. Fifth Een took a deep breath, her resolve stabilizing significantly in an instant. There is no need for further explanations. I shall not listen to your justifications anymore, for she is now mine. Bailon chuckled softly, stepping out from behind Fifth Een, her gaze drifting toward the white fox beside Long Ao Tian, lost in contemplation. Bailon, is it you? Long Ao Tian exclaimed, astonished, and in an instant, he summoned three shield-shaped defensive artifacts from his storage bag, his demeanor turning vigilant, defenses at the ready. Why do you fear her so? She is merely a first-layer human cultivator at Foundation establishment. The white fox frowned, her wide sleeves swaying as she sneered. How dare two mere human Foundation cultivators come to disrupt the affairs between me and brother Ao Tian? Truly audacious. To transform into human form, a beast must at least reach the nascent soul stage. Yet this white fox evidently possessed only Foundation establishment cultivation and was merely in a half-human, half-fox state. System. Does Long Ao Tian have a shape-shifting fox in his harem? The system promptly replied, there is one named Ziyu. Her mother is an 8th-tier fox queen, and her father is a 7th-tier demon fox. She hails from one of the wealthiest backgrounds in the demon clan. Chapter 255, of course. Good deeds must be done using one's own face. Bailon's expression flickered as she instantaneously accessed her previous records, rewinding to the moment before entering the cave. She grasped Fifth Yin's arm just as she was about to activate the array's restrictions, whispering, do not act recklessly. Fifth Een looked at Bailon in confusion. The defensive array you set up is a 4th-tier formation, capable of blocking most late Foundation cultivators from entering. Similarly, if this defensive array were altered into a trapping formation, it would naturally ensnare a late Foundation cultivator as well. Fifth Een nodded initially, then, as if realizing something, suddenly raised her eyes, scanning the interior with her consciousness. Her expression shifted dramatically. That white fox's cultivation was at the peak of the 4th tier, comparable to a mid-Foundation human cultivator, especially since she stood beside a chosen one who could grant her luck buffs. Bailon and Fifth Een, both recently at the Foundation stage, were evidently at a disadvantage in direct confrontation against her. Hand over the array diagram and the restriction talisman to me. Bailon extended her hand. Fifth Een hesitated for a moment before softly replying, they're in my storage bag. Then there is no issue. Bailon retrieved Fifth Yin's storage bag from the void stone and began to study it meticulously. She had previously altered a defensive array into a trapping formation. Back when she was still at the Qi refining stage, she had collected dozens of storage bags while dispatching He Mian, the villainous leader of Bai Ling's palace. To modify the array's function, one must thoroughly comprehend an array diagram. According to the conventions of the cultivation world, grasping an array diagram in its entirety would typically require several days of studying the runes and their operational logic. However, Bailon had the ability to rewind time. After an hour had passed, Long Ao Tian and the white fox had long since noticed something amiss. Yet, Bailon could simply revert back to an hour ago, occasionally testing the effects on the spot. Once she fully understood the array diagram in her hand, Bailon rewound to the moment she first obtained the diagram. Thus, in Fifth Yin's eyes, Bailon merely glanced at the diagram before she could begin manipulating the array's flags and discs. Fifth Yin widened her eyes, watching as Bailon summoned several array flags from her own storage bag, replacing the original flags of the array, swiftly inscribing new runes upon the array disc. Who? As the array outside the cave hummed, both individuals inside immediately sensed an anomaly. 15 quickly called out, Ao Tian. It's me. No need to panic. The familiar voice caused Long Ao Tian to slightly relax his vigilance. Xianxia? Long Ao Tian paused for a moment before raising his hand to stop the white fox from rushing out. No need to fear. Xianxia is one of us. He assumed it was merely the sound of 15 activating the array's restrictions, given that she had set it up herself. However, in the next instant, thick red and green vines erupted from the ground, coiling upwards, and a semicircular barrier arose, firmly trapping Long Aotian and the white fox within the array. The white fox, with her foundation stage cultivation, immediately sensed something was amiss the moment the array shifted, her expression darkening. Long Aotian's smile also faded abruptly. The originally gentle Emu defensive array had transformed into a constricting vine formation, while the fourth-tier defensive array provided reassurance during their tasks. The emergence of the fourth-tier trapping array abruptly extinguished the enthusiasm for their mutual cultivation. Long Aotian, it has been a long time. I wonder how your master has been lately? Bailan's voice, tinged with amusement, resonated from outside the cave. Long Aotian's veins bulged, trembling with anger. Why had his esteemed master fallen into slumber? Wasn't it all due to Bailan's meddling? In the past, with his master present, Bailan would have hesitated to deal him a lethal blow, avoiding a disastrous outcome. Now, with his master asleep, facing Bailan again, Long Aotian had lost his greatest shield. He instantly contemplated fleeing, yet the trapping array had already risen, and Bailan had anticipated his intentions. Humph. I thought it was someone formidable, but it's merely 2 foundation stage minions daring to disrupt my plans. The white fox, Ziyu, snorted coldly, preparing to leap forward to shatter the array, only to be halted by Long Aotian. This individual is not to be underestimated. He shook his head. He had painful experiences with such situations. Once upon a time, while confined in Qin Yuan Sect's Reflection Cliff, he had been accompanied by the enchanting ghost cultivator, Gongsun Lian. At that moment, Gongsun Lian's cultivation surpassed that of Bailan, and he had believed that with Gongsun Lian's intervention, the woman Bailan would be thoroughly vanquished. However, to his astonishment, after a brief exchange of glances and hushed whispers, his Lianer became Bailan's Lianer, and she even sought to turn against him. Now, the white fox at his side also possessed a cultivation level superior to Bailan's, yet he hesitated to allow Ziyu to confront Bailan alone. He feared that with but a few words, Bailan would transform his Ziyu into her own. Yet, the singular difference between today and the time at the Cliff of Reflection was the presence of a graceful figure, 15. He was oblivious to what Bailan had done to cause 15 to betray him once more. However, if he could turn 15 into his own, they could potentially overpower Bailan 2 against 1. Long Aotian cast his gaze upon 15, standing behind Bailan, and spoke in a low voice, Sisterine, why do you stand behind Bailan? Do you not know that she is my mortal enemy? 15 closed her eyes, a sense of helplessness washing over her. Yet, when her eyes fell upon Ziyu beside Long Aotian, a flicker of anger ignited within her. For Long Aotian's sake, she had dared to venture alone to assassinate Bailan, nearly losing her life in the process. And here he was, flourishing amidst the defensive array she had set up, stepping forward and patting 15's shoulder. Bailan scanned the storage pouch at Long Aotian's waist before glancing at Ziyu beside him. The striking young woman bore an expression of indignation, her beastly ears taut with fury, while 3 fluffy fox tails stood erect, vigilantly observing Bailan. Host, according to my calculations, it is unwise to kill her outright. Should Ziyu's life be threatened, it will inevitably invoke the wrath of her 8th-tier mother to hunt you down. Bailan nodded slightly. She had no intention of delivering a lethal blow to the little fox before her, for within the Fox clan lay the opportunity that Long Aotian had obtained. Otherwise, Ziyu would not dare to present herself before Bailan, using her visage to perform acts of benevolence. Long Aotian's fortuity, along with the bonds he forged with the Fox clan, stemmed from this very princess of the Fox tribe. With the backing of an 8th-tier Fox king and a 7th-tier Fox father, Ziyu was indeed the legitimate heir to the next ruler of the Fox clan. The Fox clan possessed a dual cultivation secret art known as the xianxiaaudiobooks absorbing yang technique, a veritable dual cultivation method applicable to all races, be it demons, humans, spirits, or fiends, suitable for all ages. The essence of this technique allowed for rapid cultivation growth through dual cultivation. The current Fox King had ascended to 8th-tier cultivation, akin to the late stage of human Yuan-ing, within a mere 500 years, thanks to this art. However, the technique bore a limitation during the cultivation process. It would exchange the female's primordial yin with the male's primordial yang, complementing each other to facilitate growth. The sole drawback was that until reaching the 7th tier, the exchanged primordial yin could not be reclaimed. For the Fox clan, the primordial yin was of utmost importance, a critical requirement for their primary cultivation methods. Thus, prior to breaking through to the 7th tier, once a cultivation partner was chosen, it could not be changed for a considerable duration. One had to persist in dual cultivation with that partner until reaching the 7th tier, equivalent to the human Yuan-ing stage, before they could part ways. It was precisely because of this that the Fox King had kept the technique hidden for so long, hoping to find a suitable and easily manageable cultivation partner for Xiu. However, it is well known that the secrets known to the previous generation are often withheld from the younger ones. Coincidentally, Xiu remained ignorant of this matter. She had long coveted this technique, and, upon successfully pilfering the Fox clan's secret dual cultivation method from her self-indulgent father, she could hardly contain her excitement to escape the clan and seek a partner to test it upon. Her choice just so happened to fall upon Long Outyin. This endeavor solidified that until Xiu broke through to the 7th tier, she would be bound to dual cultivate with Long Outyin. The Fox King nearly crushed Long Outyin for this transgression. Yet, had Xiu not practiced this technique, given her innate talent, it might take her a millennium to reach the 7th tier, rendering her incapable of significant achievements. After much deliberation, the Fox King refrained from killing Long Outyin, instead deciding to imprison him within the Fox clan for Xiu's future cultivation, planning to eliminate him once she reached the 7th tier. However, Long Outyin was indeed Long Outyin, the child of destiny, a seductive demon. Ultimately, through repeated dual cultivation and interactions, he captivated Xiu, leading her to fall in love with him. In the end, it was Xiu who voluntarily released Long Outyin, which incited the Fox King's wrath, and he began to dispatch foxes worldwide to hunt him down. In a frenzy, the Fox King sent forth his kin to pursue Long Outyin, while Xiu covertly leaked information to aid him, focusing on creating a minor breach in their defenses. From the known conditions, it can be inferred that Xiu fell for Long Outyin through their numerous dual cultivation sessions and prolonged companionship. Thus, it can be deduced that she is a fox who enjoys dual cultivation and is somewhat slow to warm up. Therefore, her current feelings for Long Outyin are not yet deeply rooted. She merely disapproves of a stranger intruding upon her territory with bold proclamations, viewing Long Outyin as a delectable prize awaiting her enjoyment, which led to her desire to protect him from Bai Lan's lethal intentions. Just as Bai Lan was about to convey her thoughts telepathically, she was interrupted by Xiu's furious voice. "Once I break this array, it will be your demise." She was exerting herself to find a way to dismantle the formation. However, given Xiu's vigilant demeanor and the disdainful arrogance on her face as she glanced at Bai Lan, a confrontation seemed inevitable. Only by establishing dominance and power could one gain the upper hand in negotiations. Bai Lan smiled faintly, turning to 5th Yin. "In this battle, you need not intervene. Keep a close watch on Long Outyin and ensure he does not escape amidst the chaos." Receiving the command, 5th Yin nodded and stepped back, silently preparing to observe the battle. Previously, when Bai Lan had slain a foundation-building opponent using her Qi refinement body, she had relied on the Thunder Fire Pearl from the Lihua sect rather than her own strength. Her skills depended on evasion, while damage was dealt through brute force. This time, however, it marked Bai Lan's first direct confrontation since advancing to the foundation-building stage. Leaping into the air, she approached with a mindset of testing her skills, first casting several second-tier talismans. In the next instant, Xiu's 3 foxtails shimmered with blue light, swiftly erecting a protective shield around herself and Long Outyin. Observing this, Xiu snorted coldly. What audacity for a mere human cultivator who has just entered the foundation-building stage to act so arrogantly. Truly believing that this 4th-tier minor formation can contain me, Bai Lan remained silent, wielding her soul-piercing spear to pierce through the trapping formation before manipulating her magical artifact with her consciousness to pursue Xiu, forcing her to dart around within the array. With a flick of her wrist, she shook the bewitching bell, its chime rising to enthrall the mind. Attempting such trivial tricks before a fox, how naive. Xiu's eyes flashed with blue light, her consciousness striking out to dispel the illusion of the bewitching bell in an instant. Bai Lan's expression remained unperturbed, seeing the bell ineffective. She stored it within her void stone and summoned a fiery red fan-shaped artifact. With a vigorous flap, the wind fanned the flames, igniting the ground in a blaze. With heat permeating the air, this fan had been acquired from the storage pouch of Wang Tianba, whom she had slain on the Demon Yin Island during her foundation-building phase. Alongside the fan, there was also a massive crimson sword she had once wielded with great proficiency. How foolish to play with fire before one of the water attribute. Xiu dodged the soul-piercing spear while raising her hand to unleash several water spheres, beginning to extinguish the flames. Bai Lan's expression remained serene as she tested the fan's power before retracting it, shifting her focus to the crimson greatsword. With a low stance, she charged down, the blade ablaze, aiming directly at Xiu. Enveloped in a water-blue protective shield, Xiu fell into silence. Bai Lan's demeanor suggested she was not engaged in a life-and-death duel, but rather assessing the capabilities of her magical artifacts. Each item summoned was met with a couple of trial strikes, followed by her shifting expressions of either delight or discontent before she stowed them away again. Observers 15 and Long Ao Tian wore expressions of astonishment, while Ziyu's anger intensified, though her initial sharpness dulled, replaced by a more grave demeanor. Throughout the skirmish, Bailan had tested no fewer than dozens of magical implements, each varying in strength and nature, a motley collection whose origins remained a mystery. Ziyu, with her profound background and penchant for showcasing her lineage as the daughter of the Fox King, understood that cultivators with notable heritage typically possessed an abundance of magical artifacts. Could it be that this woman was a scion of some nascent soul powerhouse? Ziyu furrowed her brow, diverting her spiritual energy to break the formation while simultaneously evading Bailan's haphazard assaults. Ziyu found her energy depleting at an alarming rate. Ziyu, you wouldn't want the Fox King to discover that you sneaked out, would you? Bailan's voice resonated in her mind. Observing the flustered and disheveled Ziyu before her, Ziyu's expression stiffened in shock. How do you know? Almost revealing her true identity. She quickly caught herself and retorted coldly. How do you know I am a fox? Chapter 257. You are of the Fox clan? You are not a fox. He is the fox, Bailan remarked, her gaze leisurely shifting toward the figure behind Ziyu, Long Ao Tian, who was desperately attempting to break free with a talisman in hand. Upon noticing Bailan's gaze, Long Ao Tian's expression tightened. Ziyu scoffed. He is merely a stinky human brat. Bailan glanced at 15, recalling a time when she too had referred to Long Ao Tian in such a manner. But now the name had evolved from stinky brat to Ao Tian. 15 also subtly averted her gaze. The Fox clan's unique cultivation technique. The profound absorbing yang skill rivaled celestial-level methods. However, those below the nascent soul stage faced inherent drawbacks when attempting to cultivate it. Bailan slowly articulated the method's limitations. Ziyu, though familiar with the technique, lacked knowledge of its specific drawbacks. Nevertheless, she understood its core principles. Aligning closely with Bailan's explanation, her expression grew stern. Who exactly are you, and how do you know the flaws of my Fox clan's technique? A flash of blue light appeared in Ziyu's palm, and in an instant, a needle-like spiritual energy shot into the sky, a clear signal for assistance. If all went as expected, the Fox King or an elder would soon arrive. Yet Bailan remained unperturbed, pausing momentarily before donning a stealth robe and transforming her presence. Entering combat mode, she swiftly maneuvered behind Ziyu, brandishing a spear aimed directly at her vulnerable points. Surrender the knowledge of the Fox clan's techniques embedded in your mind, and I may spare your life, Bailan threatened, her tone chilling as she pressed her fiery palm towards Ziyu's neck. Ziyu, having been bombarded by Bailan's relentless magical artifacts, was nearly drained of her spiritual energy. Recognizing that Bailan bore no intent to kill, she momentarily relaxed her guard, only to be startled when Bailan closed in unexpectedly. Eyes wide and fur bristling, Ziyu faltered, uncertain why Bailan, who had been negotiating moments ago, suddenly sought her demise. She stammered, "What do you want? You are a human cultivator, not a beast. What use would the Fox clan's techniques be to you?" 3-2. The spear tip gradually pierced her flesh, blood beating forth. Ziyu trembled, her pupils flashing with a blue glow. The Fox clan's allure technique evidently surpassed the simplistic illusions of the Hehuan sect, as Bailan found herself momentarily entranced. Before her, Ziyu, with her beastly ears and tail, radiated an alluring spiritual energy akin to a substantial piece of high-grade spirit stone. Would embracing her for an entire night lead to a leap of 3 minor realms? Be careful. It's an allure technique. Fifth Yin's voice abruptly pierced through Bailan's reverie. Instantly regaining her senses, Bailan hastily tossed a clarity pill into her mouth, her vision sharpening considerably. The fox's allure technique. Terrifying indeed. Observing Ziyu attempting to pry apart her spear to cast a spell and ambush her, Bailan acted decisively, delivering a palm strike. A fiery red lotus cloud palm erupted, flames soaring as Ziyu was severely injured, nearly revealing her true form, suffering burns across her back and coughing up blood. "If you cannot comprehend words, do not blame me for my ruthlessness," Bailan remarked coolly, raising her palm to press against Ziyu's forehead as her consciousness stirred. Soul-searching. Though the soul-searching technique was nefarious, it was a method governed by spiritual will. Bailan had obtained this technique from the sinister He-Mian of the Evil Fiend gang. She had previously studied various bizarre techniques employed by wicked cultivators, recognizing the significance of mastering such secret arts. However, this technique bore many limitations. For instance, if interrupted during the process, the practitioner would suffer severe repercussions. Should the subject realize they were being soul-searched, they might self-destruct, resulting in dire consequences. Yet Bailan could read the archive, especially given Ziyu's earlier naivete. Bailan completed her soul search before the fox even comprehended her actions. Every memory of Ziyu, from her inception to now, including all inheritances from the Fox clan and her own legacy, fell into Bai Lan's grasp. As a princess of the Fox clan, aside from the uniquely restricted profound absorbing yang technique, Xiu primarily practiced the heavenly level 9 lives returning technique. With all her abilities being of high-tier earthly grade and numerous life-preserving measures, truly a privileged offspring of the demon race. Upon acquiring the memory inheritance of the Fox clan princess and sensing the imminent approach of a 7th-tier beast's oppressive aura accompanied by furious howls, Bai Lan smiled faintly. She had anticipated that injuring Xiu would attract danger and had remained prepared for the soul search. Time rewound a few moments prior. As Bai Lan articulated the flaws of the dual cultivation technique, Xiu's voice echoed once more in her mind. Who are you? And how do you know the shortcomings of my Fox clan's techniques? Bai Lan sighed softly, her expression momentarily sorrowful, and communicated through thought, to be candid. I too am of the Fox clan. Xiu was taken aback, sniffing the air as she circled Bai Lan, scrutinizing her scent. You are clearly a human cultivator, Xiu asserted after a prolonged examination, her tone resolute. This revelation left not only Xiu dumbfounded, but also 15, who stood nearby, equally astonished. Bai Lan, unaware of the exchange with the fox, observed as Xiu approached, sniffing around her. Their relationship had shifted from one of hostility to a more curious interaction. Bai Lan, why not eliminate this fox? Do you intend to keep her as a spirit pet? 15 inquired, her brow furrowed. Bai Lan shook her head slightly. This white fox possesses a significant background. She cannot be killed, nor can she be tamed as a spirit pet. Moreover, I require her assistance to access the Fox clan and retrieve certain items. Should the Fox King learn that Xiu has entered into a soul contract with a human, it would not bind her to me. In a rather drastic measure for the future of the Fox clan, she was prepared to eliminate Xiu without hesitation. She had nurtured Xiu as her successor, yet the heir to the Fox clan could never be a mere spiritual pet of a human cultivator. Unless the human was a formidable god transformation stage practitioner, one whom the Fox King could not contend with. It was abundantly clear that Bai Lan did not fit this description. Although she was perplexed by Bai Lan's true intentions, 15 had an unsettling premonition as she observed Bai Lan's expression suddenly cloud with sorrow. It seemed this woman was about to embark on another deceitful charade. Bai Lan shook her head slightly, her voice grave. I am of the Fox clan. The technique you just employed was to summon the nearby elders of the Fox clan, was it not? Very well, lead me to see him. The inherent enmity between demon beasts and humans was palpable, and here stood Bai Lan, a mere foundation establishment practitioner, boldly asserting her desire to meet an elder. Xiu's expression flickered, a hint of peculiarity creeping into her demeanor. Chapter 258. Once again, the aura of a 7th-tier demon beast surged forth. The oppressive force of an early nascent soul practitioner descended in an instant. In the distance, a shadow of a snow fox became vaguely visible, leaving a trail of frost in its wake. As it approached with alarming speed, the snow fox gradually transformed into the form of a young man. Your Highness the Princess, are these 3 human cultivators seeking to harm you? A voice tinged with ire emerged, as this fox appeared poised to strike down Bai Lan, 15, and Long Outyin with a single blow. Xiu, sensing the urgency of the situation, quickly raised her hand to intervene. Wait, third elder. This individual claims to belong to the Fox clan, yet I detect no trace of a demon beast's essence upon her. It is exceedingly strange. Take a look. The young man known as the third elder raised an eyebrow, turning his gaze towards Bai Lan. After a sweep of his consciousness, he sneered coldly. Clearly, she is but a human. Why does she masquerade as a demon beast? Bai Lan remained silent, merely presenting 3 jade slips. It was evident that she could not impersonate the clan's ancestors, for she had not encountered the spirit of a Fox clan ancestor. Relying solely on her scant and superficial memories of her lineage, she could not feign anything substantial. Nevertheless, it sufficed as long as she could convince them of her former identity as a member of the Fox clan, now transformed into a human. This would grant her ample opportunities to seize fortunes within the clan. Please understand, Elder, I truly am a member of the Fox clan, but I met with a tragic fate hundreds of years ago at the hands of human cultivators. This individual was cruel beyond measure, flaying my flesh, extracting my demon core, and ultimately tearing my soul from my body, sealing it within a magical artifact, erasing most of my memories, rendering me into a spirit of the artifact. Bai Lan spoke slowly, her expression grave. Her words rang with an unsettling authenticity. The third elder had already scanned the contents of the jade slips, and his demeanor shifted from mockery to seriousness. The 3 volumes of techniques Bai Lan had handed him were exclusive to those of the purest bloodlines within the Fox clan, inherited from birth. This was a legacy embedded within their very essence that others could not possibly know. However, these 3 slips alone could not substantiate Bai Lan's claims. If these jade slips were merely stumbled upon by you months ago, when that human cultivator was hunted down and gravely injured, falling to the foundation establishment stage. At the brink of death, I seized her body through a special secret method. Bylon lowered her head, raising her hands, her expression complex. Regrettably, my original self has perished. The third elder furrowed his brow. The secret method of a demon beast seizing a cultivator's body? I have never heard of such a thing. Bylon feigned surprise. Is this not a secret technique of the Fox clan, elder? You are unaware of it. During their telepathic exchange, they had not concealed their conversation from Xiu. Thus Bylon's words fell upon her ears. Are humans truly this terrifying? Flaying the skin of foxes, extracting their demon cores, and even their souls? Xiu swallowed hard, suddenly clutching herself tightly. Moreover, human cultivators will strike you down with their great red lotus fire cloud palm. Then employ soul-searching techniques to steal your cultivation methods. Once you fall into their hands, you will lose your fox rights and be mercilessly drained as a resource for their cultivation. In perilous situations, she has repeatedly cast me, this spirit, into harm's way to shield herself. Bylon's voice seethed with fury. Xiu's expression was one of profound complexity. Not a single human cultivator is trustworthy. Earlier, I heard the elder refer to you as a princess. If you are indeed a princess of the Fox clan, why are you so insistent on cultivating alongside a human cultivator? Bylon retorted sharply. Her countenance was not that of an aggressor seeking conflict, but rather that of a righteous fox, having stumbled upon a Fox clan maiden deceived and now striving to rescue her. The third elder, initially discerning the veracity of Bylon's claims, was suddenly taken aback by Xiu's words. Xiu, what did you say? You wish to engage in dual cultivation with a human cultivator? Who is that person? The third elder lost his composure, seizing Xiu's arm with an expression of fury. Has your primal Yin already? Though Xiu felt a pang of alarm, she forcefully shook off the third elder's grasp, her brow furrowed. What I wish to do is none of your concern. Do you not understand? If you cultivate the profound Yin-absorbing Yang technique, once your strength reaches the 7th tier, you will be unable to reclaim your primal Yin. You will be bound to dual cultivate with that person for hundreds of years. Xiu was taken aback. What? Having been sheltered within her clan and never encountering outsiders, Xiu possessed a rather haughty disposition. She had never laid eyes on a human cultivator, thus maintaining a degree of skepticism towards the words of her kin. Now, having escaped the confines of the Fox clan and ventured into freedom, she had chosen a lower tier, easily manipulated human cultivator to approach and observe. But who was Long Outyin? Xiu had only been in his company for half a day, and they were already at the juncture of dual cultivation. If Xiu truly engaged in dual cultivation with him, would she not become another Shuer? Fortunately, Bylon's earlier words had already frightened this naive little fox. Flaying skin, extracting tendons, tearing souls. Xiu inexplicably shuddered, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards Long Outyin, who was still struggling to break free from the array below. Just then, she caught sight of Long Outyin casting a chilling glare at Bylon, one that seemed to convey a desire to devour her whole. Xiu shivered once more. I thought you were a villain seeking to claim my human furnace, yet it seems you have come to rescue me. Xiu took a deep breath. Bylon sighed softly. Though I have lost most of my memories, I still remember my identity. When my kin are in peril, how can I stand idly by? Xiu pressed her lips together, her expression akin to that of a child who had erred, feeling somewhat at a loss. Thank goodness you arrived in time. If my primal Yin had truly been taken by that human lad, the Fox King would surely be enraged and punish me. The third elder regarded Bylon, his demeanor softening considerably. With such profound knowledge of Fox clan affairs, she certainly did not resemble a human cultivator masquerading as a Fox clan member seeking to steal their techniques. Bylon shook her head. As a fellow member of the Fox clan, it is merely my duty. In the next moment, the third elder's furious gaze swept towards the other two human cultivators present. The oppressive aura of the nascent soul stage was palpable. In an instant, Long Outyin was driven to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. This is the very human cultivator who sought to seize Xiu's primal Yin. Bylon pointed accusingly at Long Outyin. The third elder, now consumed by rage, radiated an even colder aura as he slowly approached Long Outyin. Long Outyin struggled to rise, fists clenched tightly. Again. He was oblivious to the details of their earlier telepathic conversation, but he was all too familiar with this sensation. Bylon had a knack for transforming foes into allies, turning his people into hers. Just this morning, Fifth Yin had been willing to risk her life for him. Yet by afternoon, she had betrayed him to become her own. And now Xiu was following suit. As the third elder prepared to strike, Bylon instinctively glanced up at the sky, bracing herself for an impending ordeal. No thunderbolts descended from above, but in the distance, several powerful auras were rapidly approaching, racing towards the third elder of the Fox clan. As Bylon turned her head slightly, Her eyes widened in alarm upon recognizing the figures of the approaching trio. The figures approaching were none other than the venerable ancestors Han Su and Wu Yin, accompanied by an unknown female cultivator at the nascent soul stage. Each wielded their respective magical artifacts, seemingly engaged in a relentless pursuit of the Fox clan's third elder. Upon sensing the imminent approach of these three formidable nascent soul practitioners, the elder narrowed his eyes, his expression turning grave. In this dire moment, he could no longer afford to concern himself with Long Aotian. Chapter 259. So this is the true nature of Long Aotian. The battle between the nascent soul cultivators was on the verge of erupting, their speed of evasion so swift that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Bailon, while hiding within a protective golden bell and setting up a spirit-gathering array, cautiously peered out to observe the unfolding conflict. Fights among Qi refining stage practitioners often devolved into exchanges of fireballs or water arrows, but battles between nascent soul cultivators were truly cataclysmic, creating chaos that sent low-level birds and beasts within hundreds of meters of the 10,000 great mountains fleeing for their lives, terrified of collateral damage. When the details of the combat became unclear, Bailon rewound time to scrutinize the fray among the nascent soul practitioners. The venerable Han Su, who had previously claimed to be unskilled in combat, wielded dual blades with remarkable ferocity, forcing the third elder to nearly transform into a snow fox in order to evade his strikes. Wu Yin, appearing to flit about busily among the three, was in fact merely evading responsibility, occasionally launching beams of light that barely registered as harmful. The mid-nascent soul female cultivator brandished an ancient zither, her single-handed pluck unleashing sound blades that soared skyward with overwhelming force. Thanks to Bailan's foresight in securing the Qing Yuan sect's disciple token at her waist, the three nascent soul cultivators, wary of the presence of their own sect's inner disciples below, ascended into the air, consciously moderating their power to avoid affecting the ground, even erecting several layers of protective barriers. The third elder, mindful of his kin, also restrained his strength to avoid collateral damage. Observing this situation, Long Aotian was about to make a swift escape under the pretense of diverting Bailan's attention when he was suddenly intercepted by the vigilant fifth Yin. Sister Yin, are you truly colluding with that woman against me? Long Aotian inquired, narrowing his eyes in a cold, calculating manner as he retreated. With a resigned sigh, fifth Yin replied, I find myself without a choice. Despite expressing her grievances, her actions were anything but gentle, even without a storage bag. With all her magical artifacts and spirit stones seized by Bailon, a foundation establishment cultivator faced against a Qi refining practitioner would naturally dominate the conflict. Yet, neither side sought to deliver a fatal blow, leading to a stalemate. I do not wish to kill you. If you relinquish your storage bag and all your possessions, I shall allow you to leave, fifth Yin murmured softly. Long Aotian clenched his storage bag tightly, his expression one of indignation, nearly shattering his resolve. Should you remain here, you will inevitably be subjected to her humiliation. It would be wise to recognize the situation and depart promptly, fifth Yin advised coldly. Noticing Long Aotian's silence, she added, she suspects you possess more than one storage bag. You need not hide it, present it all. If you refuse, do you intend to kill me? Long Aotian retorted icily. Fifth Yin closed her eyes briefly and surprisingly nodded in agreement. Once you depart, I shall leave your shell behind, transforming it into a puppet to accompany me daily. What madness! What has that woman said to you to make you so utterly devoted? Long Aotian stepped back, suddenly spreading his arms wide as a pair of black wings unfolded from his back. These immense wings bore crimson patterns that strikingly resembled those Bailon had observed on the Demon Palace's young master, Lan Ning, within the cave. This was a genuine manifestation of demonic cultivation techniques, and given that it had been cultivated by the Demon Palace's young master, it was likely a high-level technique from that sinister sect. It seemed Long Aotian had indeed gained much during this period of being left to his own devices. In the moment his wings unfurled, Long Aotian found his escape route. Leaping into the air and flapping his wings with a speed rivaling that of a foundation establishment cultivator, swiftly covering 100 meters, leaving fifth Yin momentarily stunned. Lacking a flying sword, and with only a few wind talisman at her disposal, all confiscated by Bailon, she realized it was too late to pursue him. Confident in his escape, Long Aotian glanced back with a crooked smile, forgetting that Bailon was a woman adept at multitasking. She could focus intently on the battle while simultaneously sending a fragment of her consciousness to observe the confrontation between him and fifth Yin. Noticing that Long Aotian had already fled, Bailon remained unhurried, leisurely assessing his direction of escape, which led toward the southern exit of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Long Aotian's sense of direction was impeccable. This route led directly to Tsang Yuan City, and if he managed to slip into the city seamlessly, he could vanish without a trace by utilizing a teleportation array. This path was indeed the optimal choice to elude her. Nodding slightly, Bailan rewound time once more, donning her spirit concealment robe and positioning herself strategically in the trajectory of Long Aotian's flight. Just as he began to flap his wings, a massive crimson sword descended from the sky, striking him with such force that it left him dazed and disoriented. I have told you countless times to simply present your storage bag. It would save you a great deal of suffering. I am not a villain who relishes in violence, Bailan said as she approached him, wielding the great sword with confidence. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Long Aotian, she stepped upon his black wing, bending down to examine it closely. To her astonishment, the black wings were directly affixed to Long Aotian's back. Within the demonic arts, numerous body-refining techniques could utilize the skin, bones, wings, and blood of demonic beasts to aid in cultivation, thereby granting the practitioner the abilities of these beasts. However, it was evident that these wings provided substantial benefits to Long Aotian. Without uttering a word, Bailan raised her great sword and brought it crashing down, resulting in a violent eruption of blood and anguished cries. She severed his wings with brutal precision. The excruciating pain and backlash from losing his wings caused Long Aotian to spew blood, his complexion turning pale as he neared unconsciousness. Even if these wings could regenerate, the loss he suffered today would undoubtedly leave him significantly weakened for some time. From within his storage bag, Bailan produced 4 jade vials, and in the midst of Long Aotian's astonishment, she slashed open his palm. Please convey my regards to my master when he awakens from his slumber. You and I shall have the opportunity to spar before him, she stated coldly. Long Aotian clenched his fist, inadvertently encouraging the flow of blood. He had initially hoped to extract a drop of Bailan's blood to utilize a secret technique to locate her family, yet while he failed to find her relatives, she had effectively claimed 4 vials of his blood. Oh, by the way, what have you done to my sex-brotherly fan? His soul lamp has yet to extinguish, so he must still be alive. Where is he now? Bailan suddenly recalled the favored disciple of the long-lost real man Chong Lu. Long Aotian, unable to flee and unwilling to engage with Bailan, turned his head away in silence. In truth, I am quite skilled in the art of soul-searching. Should you refuse to comply, I would not mind employing that technique, Bailan stated. Long Aotian's pupils constricted, and he quickly replied. I cast him into the Wind Gorge, where, in desperation, he resorted to cultivating demonic techniques. He has since become a demon cultivator. Bailan's expression grew complex. Fifth Yin's eyes widened in shock. You could commit such an atrocity? After a series of events, she began to understand that neither Bailan nor Long Aotian were paragons of virtue. The only difference between them was that Bailan offered her a grand vision, while Long Aotian merely spoke of his own future rise to power without any notion of aiding her ascent. Did you not also join forces with this woman to conspire against me? Long Aotian scoffed. Fifth Yin's expression was one of agony. I am bound by circumstance. But what about you? Is it all for that piece of soul-nourishing wood? What does it matter? If Bailan has promised you some heavenly materials, precious pills, or rare treasures, how else could you follow her so devotedly? The two exchanged words, yet found themselves at a loss. Bailan observed the scene before her, astonished and shaking her head in disbelief. It is quite rare to see such a tragic love story unfold in Long Aotian's narrative, she mused, a true rarity indeed. Chapter 260. The Infinite Prospects of Entering the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. Upon deeper reflection, it seems that Li Fan is indeed the true pawn in this game. The forces of righteousness and evil have always been at odds. The righteous path can hardly accommodate the demonic one, and vice versa, as the latter tends to eliminate the former on sight. In the past, Xiaotian was also a disciple of the righteous path. But after unfortunately succumbing to the allure of demonic cultivation, he dared not return to face his sect and kin, for fear of being purged. One wonders how the esteemed Longluo Jinren would react upon learning this. Fortunately, that old man is not a paragon of righteousness. He often frequents the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, where the lines between good and evil blur. It is unlikely that he would resort to eliminating a disciple who has turned to darkness. Not returning to Qing Yuan's sect may be a blessing in disguise, as it opens the door to the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. Joining the pavilion and becoming a trusted confidant of the young pavilion master could lead to boundless opportunities, provided that Li Fan can endure until Longluo Jinren comes to his rescue in the Wind Gorge. Bailan furrowed her brows in contemplation. How much spiritual stone could this news yield upon her return? After filling 4 large jade vials with dragon blood and deftly seizing the 3 storage bags from the waist and arms of her captive, she finally released him. I shall spare your life. You may leave. The complexity of the emotions in Fifth Yin's eyes was palpable. Despite Bailan's ruthless actions, She had refrained from delivering a fatal blow to Long Ao Tian. Her earlier words within the void stone echoed true for her sake. She would not take Long Ao Tian's life. With a wave of her hand, Bai Lan allowed Long Ao Tian to depart, shifting her gaze towards the distant battlefield where the nascent soul practitioners clashed. What commands the deepest respect for Long Ao Tian is his indomitable spirit. Despite repeated setbacks at Bai Lan's hands, he still possesses the strength to rise. The battle of nascent souls in the distance was drawing to a close. The third elder, having exhausted himself, was holding off 3 nascent soul adversaries with the strength of a mere fox. He raised his hand to conjure several streams of green poison mist, momentarily staving off the pursuit, yet hesitated as he turned to look at Ziyu. Taking Ziyu along would drastically reduce the odds of escape. If he fled alone, his chances would double, albeit with a high likelihood of facing the wrath of the Fox King. Ziyu, discerning the hesitation in the third elder's eyes, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Her predicament was perilous. Long Ao Tian was not a benevolent figure. He was currently being held captive by 15 and was preoccupied with his own survival. The third elder was the instigator of the 3 nascent soul enemies and seemed reluctant to rescue her. Bai Lan perceived the plight of the 7th-tier fox demon and Ziyu and reached out with a reassuring thought transmission. Third elder, you may focus on diverting those 3 nascent soul practitioners. My identity as a cultivator of the righteous path assures me that I can safely escort Princess Ziyu back to the fox tribe. After a moment's hesitation, the third elder acquiesced. Wu Yin was in the early stage of nascent soul, while Han Su and the unnamed female cultivator were at the mid-stage. 3 against 1 favored the opponents, and he must flee swiftly. Bringing along a princess would complicate matters, and he had not even considered Bai Lan, a false kin. The 3 streams of green poison mist were shattered by the 3 nascent soul practitioners in unison, and their figures swiftly approached Bai Lan. Locking eyes with Ziyu, Bai Lan raised her spear, pressing it against the princess's neck, and called out to the hovering Han Su, old ancestor. You may pursue that nascent soul fox demon without worry. I shall deal with this foundation-building fox demon. Oh, what a coincidence! The old man exclaimed before becoming singularly focused, as if driven mad by the prospect of seizing some rare treasure from the fox elder. Whether it was mere illusion or not, Bai Lan felt as though the mid-stage female cultivator had cast a fleeting glance in her direction after she had completed her dual-sided espionage. The look was brief, yet it stirred Bai Lan's instincts. It was peculiar for a powerful being, so engrossed in hunting foxes, to be distracted by a mere foundation-building ant. Having cultivated the formless skill, her spiritual sense surpassed that of ordinary foundation-building cultivators, making it difficult for typical nascent souls to discern her communications. Yet, if this individual practiced some form of soul-based technique, then her previous utterances would certainly have been exposed. The failure to eliminate her as a potential threat likely indicated that the practitioner had scanned her multiple times and confirmed her as a genuine human cultivator. Though this formidable being appeared composed, she likely did not possess the chattiness of Han Su. It was unclear how she had deceived the 7th-tier fox into perceiving her as kin, but the Fox King would not be so easily deceived. If she were to survive her return from the fox tribe, she would need to procure several high-quality demon luring herbs. The higher the quality, the better. Payment in spiritual stones, of course. The female cultivator's voice, now distant, still echoed in Bai Lan's ears. Do include a few for this old man as well. I have no spiritual stones. Han Su's voice followed closely behind. The 2 nascent souls had struck a bargain, leaving only Wu Yin behind. Such blatant discrimination from mid-stage nascent souls against their early-stage counterparts. The demon luring herb, while of little value for medicine or alchemy, was exceedingly rare and emitted a scent that irresistibly attracted beasts. For these creatures, it could alleviate their mating cycles, enhance focus, and promote cultivation, becoming a delectable treat. Its effects were akin to catnip for felines. The higher the quality, the more favored it became among high-tier demonic beasts. Weaker cultivators would shy away from it, fearing the lurking beasts it might attract, while stronger practitioners used it as bait to lure and slay them. Due to its extreme scarcity and lack of mass cultivation potential, it was not highly priced in the market, often only appearing sporadically in various shops and markets within the cultivation world. One must ponder the extent of desperation for high-tier beast materials to spend spiritual stones on demon-luring herbs. Turning her gaze to the visibly anxious Ziyu, Bai Lan smiled and lowered her spear, speaking gently. Fear not, princess. While the third elder may not protect you, I shall. I will escort you back to your kin. Very well, Ziyu nodded. Having just witnessed a fierce battle among nascent soul practitioners, 15 nearly stumbled at Bai Lan's words. Those words were strikingly familiar. Echoing Bai Lan's previous actions. Long Ao Tian has harmed you. I shall save you. Long Ao Tian walks the path of evil. Yet I am of the righteous path. Do you wish to slay Long Aotion? I shall join you. Chapter 261. She must be of the Fox Demon clan. Xiu sensed several nascent soul practitioners gradually departing, and upon noticing Bailan lowering her spear, her previously bristled demeanor began to relax. Bailan observed that during times of alertness and crisis, Xiu's striking three tails would instantly flare up. Conversely, as the threat receded and her anxiety eased, her tails would gradually lower and then sway gently, much like a human exhaling in relief. Xiu's emotions were tumultuous. She had believed that after breaking through to the pinnacle of the fourth tier, she would be invincible within the 10,000 great mountains. Yet, she was astonished to find that even a mere foundation-building cultivator was beyond her capability to conquer. Moreover, this outing had subjected her to a series of dangers, and the overwhelming pressure from those nascent soul practitioners had nearly caused her to faint on the spot. Why did you not kill that Long Aotion earlier? Xiu suddenly recalled her earlier thoughts and inquired. She had anticipated Bailan would eliminate him without hesitation, yet was taken aback by her mercy. He still holds potential value. Standing behind Bailan, the fifth yin's expression shifted, and he bowed his head in silence. Bailan noticed the change in his demeanor, a smile gracing her lips as she turned her gaze towards him. I shall personally escort the princess back to the Fox clan. You are to make a trip to the Cyanxiauan city, to the Wind Listening Inn, and seek out a female cultivator named Ningyan. Wait for me there at the location marked on this map. Having transmitted her instructions, Bailan handed a map and a storage bag to the fifth yin, who was now firmly under her influence. It was imperative to secure Ningyan and her master, the esteemed Xianxiajanjun, as they had to proceed swiftly. Upon seeing the storage bag, the fifth yin's eyes lit up, and he nodded with a smile. I understand. Observing the retreating figure of the fifth yin, Bailan fell into a moment of silence, resting her forehead in resignation. Oh no, she has become an arrogant dragon, accompanied by two haughty concubines. She was about to delve into a quest with them. Furthermore, she still needed to escort one of those proud concubines back home. Glancing at the departing figure of the fifth yin, Xiu's expression remained one of confusion. What is your relationship with that human? She seems to know you are a beast. Yet she has been assisting you all this time. Is it acceptable that she has learned the Fox clan's secrets? Excellent. Xiu has completely come to believe that Bailan is of the Fox clan and is beginning to view matters from her perspective. No worries. That human cultivator has already signed a soul contract with me. Her life and death are now in my hands. She cannot betray me, and I need to leverage the power of cultivators to infiltrate the human realm. Xiu nodded in understanding. I see. After hearing Bailan's words, a wave of guilt washed over Xiu. As a member of the Fox clan, she had been preoccupied with seeking pleasure and indulging in dual cultivation, neglecting her own cultivation. Meanwhile, Bailan had endured so much. Even after losing her fox form and becoming a cultivator, she still tirelessly worked towards the advancement of the Fox clan. Do you remember your identity within the Fox clan before you lost your memory? Xiu asked softly. Bailan shook her head. Xiu sighed quietly, her eyes revealing a deep sympathy. It is certain you wouldn't remember. Any inquiry would reveal the damage to your soul and the memory loss. The identity you once held was fabricated, and discussing it further would inevitably expose you. The Fox clan resides far beyond the 10,000 great mountains. Within the Fully Valley of the Qiyun mountain range, it is shrouded by numerous formations and prohibitions, accessible only by the secret techniques of the Fox clan. Through the soul-searching technique, Bailan acquired all of Xiu's memories, and now not only did she know the location of the Fox clan, but she was also well-versed in the internal forbidden areas and the means to enter them. Additionally, she gleaned a wealth of information from the memories acquired. Within Xiu's lineage of the Fox clan, there existed those with the celestial fox bloodline. A pure celestial fox, upon reaching the divine transformation stage, could even attain the legendary 9 tails. The celestial fox bloodline is inherently noble, and the technique 9 deaths and rebirth contained within is a celestial great skill. A supreme divine ability among the demon race, holding great potential for ascension. Despite such immense potential, the Fox clan had gradually fallen into decline over the centuries, now boasting merely 1 8th tier Fox king and 2 7th tier elders. The third elder Bailan had previously encountered was one of them, possessing the celestial fox bloodline, which clarified the motives behind the 3 Yuanian cultivators pursuing her. Only through shared interests could friendly relations be established. Once within the Fox clan's territory, the Fox king might discern her unusual identity, thus she needed to prepare in advance. The sole benefit that could entice the Fox king was the method to advance to the 9th tier. The Fox king, an 8th tier beast, was a 500-year-old fox, while Yuanian cultivators have a lifespan of 1,000 years. Thus, she had at least 500 years remaining. Ascending from 8th to 9th tier within her lifetime would be akin to a Yuanian cultivator seeking the divine transformation, a prospect that would surely captivate the Fox King. After several days of travel, Bailan not only frequently intervened to rescue Xiu from malevolent cultivators, but also devised a strategy for dealing with the Fox King. Days later, when Bailan and Xiu entered Fuli Valley, she instantly sensed several demonic auras converging upon her, akin to a sheep entering a den of wolves, drawing the fox's covetous gazes. Hundreds of low-tier demon foxes lingered in the valley, mingled with several third- and fourth-tier beasts, and higher-tier beasts were undoubtedly present. Only upon reaching the Yuanying stage could demon beasts gain intelligence and become shape-shifting entities, which explained the multitude of furry foxes in the area, all of whom appeared ready to attack her. Though the method Xiu employed to take her current form remained a mystery, it was evident that her appearance was an anomaly among the Fox clan. The reason was likely her status as a concubine of the arrogant dragon. After all, the destined child had no proclivity for human-animal interactions. Facing the horde of foxes, all of whom seemed intent on devouring her as a human cultivator, Bailan felt no fear, her demeanor serene as if she had returned home. While her expression was calm as still water, her mind was already prepared for any contingency. Xiu, however, was deceived by Bailan's composure, believing she truly felt no fear, which made her trust Bailan's earlier words even more. Would a typical first-tier foundation cultivator remain so calm in such a situation? Absolutely not. She must be of the demon fox lineage. Chapter 262. From now on, let the Fox King give the orders. Xiu, why have you brought a human cultivator back? A voice, imbued with authority and echoing resonance, emanated from within the valley. The pressure of the 8th-tier demon beast enveloped the low-tier foxes present, causing them to tremble and bow their heads in submission. Bailan too felt the weight of this pressure, as it was directed towards her, causing her expression to falter slightly. Mother, the situation is complex, to put it simply. She was once part of the demon fox clan, but due to a twist of fate, she has taken on a human form, thus preserving her life. Oh. In the next instant, a fiery red figure appeared before Bailan, its pupils flashing with crimson light, sending a chill through her heart and compelling her to avert her gaze. An overwhelming sense of oppression and hostility hung in the air, unlike conversations with Yuanying cultivators. This being harbored the intent to extinguish her life at the slightest provocation. The pressure from the 8th-tier demon beast was akin to that of a late-stage Yuanying cultivator, mercilessly bearing down upon her. Bailan could only rely on her formless skill to maintain her consciousness, preparing to activate it in a moment of crisis. While it ensured that her awareness remained intact, she found herself unable to utter a single word. Are you of the celestial fox lineage? Why do you reek of a cultivator's aura? The Fox King spoke dully, regarding Bailan with an expression reminiscent of a parent witnessing their daughter return with an unsavory companion, barely containing their wrath. It did not seem like an inquiry. Rather, the tone suggested that Bailan could meet her demise upon completion of her response. Having traveled together for several days, Xiu had grown quite familiar with Bailan. Remembering the favor Bailan had done for the foxes, she rushed forward, tugging at the Fox King's sleeve and spilling the details in a torrent. Mother, here's what happened. Seeing Xiu's unusually earnest confession, the Fox King interjected, it appears you have taken quite a liking to her. Well, not exactly, haha, Xiu stammered, hesitant to say more. The Fox King's expression remained unchanged, but she gradually released her oppressive aura, turning to Xiu. We shall discuss your matters later. Go and cultivate beneath the spirit tree. From now on, I will assign 2 6th-tier demon foxes to protect you closely. Without my permission, you are not to leave Fuli Valley until your cultivation reaches the 5th tier. Xiu wanted to argue further, but the Fox King said nothing more. Sweeping Bailan up by her collar and leading her deeper into the valley, Xiu vividly recounted the tale concocted by Bailan to the Fox King. Whether the Fox King believed Bailan or not remained uncertain, yet he did not immediately annihilate her, which suggested a modicum of credence. However, that belief was likely tenuous at best. Bailan found herself ensnared by the Fox King within a secluded chamber, its walls formidable and seemingly imbued with an array of formations akin to an altar. At that moment, the Fox King made no immediate move but fixated his gaze upon Bailan, his hostility unwavering. What evidence can you provide to substantiate your identity? The Fox King inquired coolly. I vaguely recall that I was tasked by the previous Fox King to seek the whereabouts of the soul-rearing wood, ostensibly for. Bailan stammered, feigning a sudden headache, her expression momentarily pained. The Fox King furrowed his brow. For what purpose? For the nurturing of the ancestral spirit, Bailan struggled to articulate. As if a memory had stirred within her, she began to speak slowly, her tone reminiscent of recollection, though in truth, she was fabricating a narrative. Within the Fox clan, there existed the harem of Long Out Yin, and naturally, there was also the harem of Bailing. Although that harem was merely a fragmentary spirit, harmless in nature, it nonetheless conferred significant benefits upon Bailing. Long Outyan's harem could largely be categorized into those who slept or did not sleep, while Bailing's harem was divided into those who loved, did not love, or had once loved. For instance, figures like Lu Qingxiao, Tian Shi, and Yang Laoma were devoid of love, yet Bailing would remark, "You are a good person." Conversely, the residual spirit of the ancestral fox clan, adrift in the boundless seas, was indeed cherished by Bailing. This spirit was strikingly handsome, akin to a celestial being, particularly appealing to Bailing due to its frigid temperament, despite its essence still being that of a fox, imbued with an innate charm. Moreover, this spirit had a remarkable lineage. It belonged to a ninth-tier ancestral spirit of the fox clan, comparable to a human cultivator at the transformation stage. Thousands of years ago, it had perished during a tribulation, its soul fragment lost within the boundless oceans, vanishing from sight. Although this remnant of the ancestral soul had largely lost its memories, even a mere tenth of the essence of a ninth-tier ancestor was immensely valuable. Its utility was nearly equivalent to that of the elder of the transformation stage dwelling within Long Outyan, albeit Bailing would require reaching the core formation stage to access it. The previous Fox King had ventured personally into the boundless seas to retrieve the ancestral soul, but tragically fell during the endeavor. Yet the soul-rearing wood is exceedingly rare. I dedicated decades of my life to finally uncovering its trace at an auction, only to be outmaneuvered by a human cultivator who seized it first. I intended to retaliate. But this individual proved exceedingly cunning. Though appearing to be a mere core formation cultivator, he was, in fact, a concealed nascent soul stage practitioner. And I was unfortunate enough to be captured by him, Bylon recounted, her countenance growing more sorrowful and indignant. A saying among humans rings true, better to be shattered jade than to be whole pottery. I refused to become a mere pet to a cultivator, and in my despair, I contemplated self-destruction, only to have my very soul forcibly wrenched from me and sealed within a vessel. Humans are truly despicable. A flicker of murderous intent passed through the Fox King's eyes. Even though he was unfamiliar with Bylon, hearing of her plight ignited a spark of anger within him. Yet I have not forgotten the task entrusted to me by the former Fox King. The soul-rearing wood is of utmost importance and must not be overlooked. With this thought, he quelled his resentment, enduring humiliation and hardship, and lay low. The Fox King appeared somewhat moved. As Bylon spoke, her eyes glimmered with unshed tears. Ultimately, there shall come a day when I find my opportunity. In the moment of that man's injury, I escaped from his clutches. Upon considering this, the Fox King subtly nodded. If the former Fox King were to recover the ancestral soul, it would indeed necessitate the use of a soul-rearing wood for nurturing, thus rendering the former Fox King's prior directive to seek it entirely reasonable. Consequently, Bylon's fabricated excuse was exquisitely flawless. Indeed, the Fox King narrowed his eyes, his mood gradually settling, and his hostility began to dissipate. Fox King, I have failed the previous Fox King's entrustment. Not only did I fail to locate the soul-rearing wood, but I also lost my physical form and my identity as a fox. I am filled with regret, Bylon lamented, her face a canvas of remorse. Do not speak so. Human cultivators are cunning. You ventured forth alone as a fox in search of treasure, a perilous endeavor indeed. The fact that you have returned alive is already a stroke of fortune. The Fox King gently shook his head. Bylon's expression softened with gratitude. Indeed, human cultivators are truly devious. Moreover, although you have lost your fox form, you have acquired a human body, and even one belonging to a disciple of the esteemed Qingyuan sect, one of the 5 great sections. It would be effortless for you to infiltrate human society, and if managed wisely, you may prove to be of great use in the future. A hint of mirth flashed in the Fox King's eyes as he patted Bylon's shoulder, seemingly fully accepting her. Indeed, by merely expending some soul-searching energy, one could infiltrate the Fox clan. If executed properly, the future holds boundless possibilities. Bylon's expression flickered, and she promptly pledged her loyalty. I shall serve at the Fox King's behest. Having become the Fox King's confidant, she would gain the opportunity to enter the Fox clan's forbidden grounds, thus allowing her to seize Long Outyan's chances. Chapter 263. No one understands the tribulations better than the ancestral Fox clan. But before you leave this chamber, you must first relinquish a fragment of your consciousness, the Fox King stated with a smile. Bylon let out a soft sigh. She had anticipated this. You cunning Fox King. Those of your kind who enjoy collecting fragments of souls are never to be trusted. Her status as a fox was of little consequence to the Fox King. What mattered was her unwavering assurance and capability to ensure that this enigmatic being would not incite any turmoil within the Fox clan, which is why he retracted his pressure and hostility. At this moment, compelling her to surrender a fragment of her consciousness and sign a soul contract revealed the Fox King's true intentions. Once she relinquished a fragment of her soul, Whether she was truly a fox would become irrelevant, as she would be wholly at his mercy, transforming into a pivotal pawn within his machinations amongst human cultivators. If she were to place herself in the Fox King's position, capturing a fragment of Bylon's consciousness, a soul of a Foundation establishment cultivator, while also holding sway over 4 or 5 other souls and 4 spiritual veins, it would be a dream come true. In her life, she had always excelled at capturing souls to manipulate others. Today, she would not fulfill the Fox King's desires. I understand that the Fox King harbors doubts about my intentions, hence the need for this request, Bylon began slowly. The Fox King continued to regard her with an amused expression. But what if I were to assert that I possess the means to retrieve the long-lost 9th-tier ancestral soul for the Fox clan? The Fox King's eyes suddenly narrowed. The former Fox King was an 8th-tier beast. Even he fell in the boundless seas. What confidence do you possess? An 80% certainty. My current body is that of a disciple of a nascent soul elder among human cultivators, and I have hope of leveraging their power to bring back the ancestral spirit. Bylon declared with conviction. She calculated her odds of locating that ancient fox spirit to be 100%, as she could effectively reset her progress. As long as she meticulously explored the boundless seas, her chances of acquiring the remnant soul would be assured. Especially since that remnant soul belonged to Bailing's harem, a 9th-tier beast soul, she was determined to seize the opportunity. In this way, she would not only gain a fortuitous chance, but also bestow a favor upon the Fox clan, an endeavor yielding mutual benefit. If you grant me a fragment of your consciousness, I, too, can command you to seek out the ancestral soul. This does not serve as a valid reason for refusal. The Fox King stated matter-of-factly. Bylon took a slight step back, summoning the spiritual energy within her. A look of defiance etched upon her face, as if prepared to self-destruct. I have spent decades regaining my freedom from human cultivators. How could I willingly submit to another's control? Better to be shattered jade than to be whole pottery. If you insist upon this, I would rather perish here and now. If she insisted on such terms, she would not hesitate to reset her progress and contract the Fox King's daughter as a spirit pet. She bore no contract with Ziyu, for she understood that the Fox King would never appoint a fox spirit bound by human contract as his successor. Thus, Ziyu's status as a princess of the Fox clan was rendered meaningless. However, should the Fox King insist on claiming her soul, she would not hesitate to take drastic measures. The Void Stone was in dire need of some fluffy creatures. Even if you are of the Fox clan, such words are exceedingly audacious. You are meant to obey my command. Upon witnessing Bylon's refusal to submit, the Fox King's authority was challenged. A flicker of rage ignited in her eyes. And in the next moment, an overwhelming pressure bore down upon Bylon. Yet, Bylon remained undaunted, her eyes reflecting a determination to face death. As she activated her wuxiang technique to resist the mental force, preparing for self-destruction. Faced with an 8th-tier beast, she found herself without any means to fight back. Resorting to the desperate measure of preparing to flee, the Fox King, taken aback, had assumed Bylon would be utterly subdued by her might, rendered incapable of resistance, and left at her mercy. After all, under the pressure of an 8th-tier beast, a Foundation establishment cultivator would typically be immobilized, their consciousness blurred, unable to even grasp their own fate. Yet, to her astonishment, Bylon still retained the awareness to manipulate her spiritual energy. Could it be that she was truly reborn? Her soul stronger than that of an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator? Your words do not reflect that of a fox, but rather of a righteous cultivator. The Fox King remarked with a light chuckle. Bylon gritted her teeth and retorted, "Why do you insult me, Fox King? How could I ever be a righteous cultivator?" The two remained locked in a tense standoff, but the Fox King gradually lessened her oppressive aura. A glimmer of triumph sparkled in Bylon's eyes. She had wagered correctly. The fragment of the 9th-tier fox ancestor's lingering soul was of great importance to the Fox King. Significant enough that she allowed a mere ant of a junior to negotiate terms before her. For it was from the once 9th-tier beast of the Fox clan that she could seek the opportunity to advance. Thus, Bylon could not afford to perish just yet. In that case, you shall vow a heart demon oath, pledging to return the ancestor's spirit to the Fox clan. Or else you shall face the wrath of the heavenly tribulation, entering a realm of eternal damnation. Without hesitation, Bylon established the heart demon oath. Her decisiveness oddly reassuring the Fox King. It seems you truly possess some confidence. The Fox King slowly turned, abruptly extending her hand to implant a spiritual mark within Bylon's body. Bylon nearly faltered. This was merely a locator mark, hardly a cause for concern. The Fox King reassured her, "I shall not fail in my mission. You have narrowly escaped death. Do refrain from speaking of self-destruction in the future. I am your Fox King. How could I bring harm to you?" The Fox King's demeanor softened, no longer bearing the anger she had shown moments before. "Indeed, the Fox King speaks wisely," Bylon nodded, harboring not a shred of belief. After her words, the Fox King presented her with a fluffy, fiery red fox tail. This item is a token of the Fox clan. Wear it, and the lower-tier fox spirits shall harbor no hostility towards you. Thank you, Fox King. Bylon accepted the fox tail, sensing a faint aura of a higher-tier beast emanating from it. She could not shake the feeling that the essence of the tail bore a slight resemblance to that of the Fox King herself. Seeing the confusion on Bylon's face, the Fox King explained, "This item is a remnant from when I ascended to the 7th tier, a relic from my tribulation. The Heavenly Fox clan's unique technique, 9 deaths and rebirth, is tailored specifically for our kind. During the tribulation, I sacrificed several tails to withstand the lightning, and upon successfully advancing, I would regenerate the lost tails. Our strength is enhanced with each tail lost and reborn. Upon reaching the 9th tier and mastering 9 deaths and rebirth to its utmost limit, the Heavenly Fox's tails will possess true resurrection capability. 1 tail equates to 1 life. Such an extraordinary ability. However, it seems that one of your ancestors was indeed rather inept, failing to ascend even after 9 deaths, ultimately meeting their demise. It is no wonder the Fox King seeks to reclaim the ancestor. A 9th tier fox spirit trained in 9 deaths and rebirth would possess 9 lives, akin to a counterfeit chosen one. Truly, no one understands the tribulation better than the ancestors of the Fox clan." Bylon squeezed the fox tail in her hand, noting its softness and pleasant texture. This was not merely trivial. It was material from a 7th tier beast, surely worth a considerable number of spirit stones. It would serve splendidly for crafting. Upon catching the Fox King's gaze, Bylon swiftly retracted her thoughts. Should a nascent soul cultivator don this red tail, the Fox clan would likely assume she had slain their king and was flaunting the trophy, leading to an immediate confrontation. However, if a mere Foundation establishment cultivator wore the tail, they would not believe her capable of any harm against the Fox King. They would merely think her connected to the Fox King and refrain from acting rashly. Chapter 264, The Ancient Evergreen Tree. Once outside the Fox King's dwelling, Bylon breathed a sigh of relief. An 8th tier beast was indeed terrifying. Within the cave, she had kept a strand of her consciousness ready to revert at any moment. Interacting with the Fox King felt akin to conversing with a ticking time bomb, fraught with the anxiety that a single misstep could lead to annihilation. Upon re-entering the Phaley Valley, as her gaze swept over the lower-tier fox spirits baring their teeth at her, Bylon decisively hung the red fox tail at her waist and took several steps forward. Indeed, once the red fox tail was affixed, its aura and pressure radiated, causing the fox spirits in the valley to instantly retract their snarls, gazing at Bylon with uncertainty. After saving her progress, Bylon smiled slightly and, guided by the memories of Xiu in her mind, began to meander throughout the valley, arriving at a new map location. She knew she must explore every corner to uncover any hidden opportunities. After thoroughly examining one area, she reverted her progress, marking numerous rare spirit herbs, including the enticing herbs reserved by the 2 ancestors, on her simple map. Having collected everything according to her planned route, she finally set her sights on the ancient evergreen tree located at the very center of Phaley Valley. Previously, the Fox King had instructed Xiu to cultivate beneath the ancient tree, indicating it as the desired location for her training. The ancient evergreen tree was a peculiar entity within the realm of cultivation. While its wood held little intrinsic value, it was a unique spirit-gathering timber. It had cultivated a spiritual vein from within, and this ancient tree, having thrived for millennia, had given rise to a substantial spiritual vein beneath Phaley Valley. Upon finding Xiu, Bylon discovered she had not diligently practiced as instructed by the Fox King, but had instead transformed into a snow-white 3-tailed fox, playfully engaging in a game of chase with the creatures of the valley. Sensing Bylon's presence, the sprinting white fox swiftly reverted to human form, stretching languidly, and coughed lightly. "Ahem, you have interrupted this royal princess's training in agility. What sort of agility training involves running after other foxes?" Bylon quipped. "Wait, your mother actually bestowed upon you the token of the Fox clan," Xiu exclaimed upon noticing the red fox tail at Bylon's waist, her surprise evident. "I thought she would have devoured you outright." Bylon nodded. "It was a close call. It seems you truly are of the Fox clan. Otherwise, my mother would not have shown you any mercy. She has a strong aversion to human cultivators." "That is absolutely true. Your mother nearly took action. Unfortunately, wealth stirs the fox's heart. She is desperately eager to advance." Xiu circled Bylon, her expression one of astonishment. "So, will you be remaining in Phaley Valley from now on? Yet your corporeal form belongs to a human cultivator, and thus you cannot employ the cultivation methods of our Fox clan. What a pity. The Fox King has assigned me a different task, so I must take my leave." "A task? What task?" the curious purple jade inquired, her ears twitching in anticipation. Bylon cleared her throat. "Would you like to know?" Purple Jade nodded eagerly. Let us strike a bargain. If you can devise a way to extract a small segment of the root of this ancient evergreen tree for me, I shall divulge the details of my mission. After all, the Fox King had not instructed her to keep it a secret. Purple Jade's ears perked up, but she instantly recoiled. No, absolutely not. This tree is the spiritual eye of the spiritual vein. If I were to excavate it, my mother would surely chastise me. Very well then, Balan sighed. Shaking her head ruefully, this matter concerns the future prosperity of our Fox clan, a secret meant solely for the Fox King and myself. What a shame. Purple Jade leaned closer, curiosity rekindled. What do you need that tree root for? Even if you extract it, it might not survive. This ancient tree only begins to gather spiritual energy after a millennium of growth. A 100-year-old specimen is merely an aesthetically pleasing tree. Based on the concentration of spiritual energy within the 4 spiritual veins of her void stone, this tree could grow into a millennia-old tree within 300 to 400 years. The realm of cultivation is filled with countless opportunities. She possesses numerous methods to hasten its growth. Just a small section the thickness of my finger will suffice. As a tree that has stood for 10,000 years, taking a small piece will hardly affect it. After a moment of contemplation, Purple Jade grinned mischievously. Then stay in the valley for 3 more days. My mother enters seclusion for a few days each month, and 3 days hence will coincide with her seclusion. I can secretly extract a small section then. Excellent, princess. Your generosity is commendable. Balan smiled in agreement. Giving her a small piece of the tree root equates to acquiring an entire ancient evergreen tree, a substantial profit. The Fox King has tasked me with venturing to the boundless sea to seek the soul of a 9th-tier ancestor who perished beneath a lightning tribulation thousands of years ago. Should I successfully retrieve the ancestor, the Fox King may break through the 9th-tier bottleneck. The reason the 5 great sects hold such prominence is that each has, at some point, been home to a transformation stage cultivator. However, most transformation stage cultivators are indifferent to worldly affairs, solely devoted to seeking the path of ascension, and rarely intervene in mundane matters. As such, whether these powerful beings are alive or dead remains a mystery to nearly everyone. If our celestial Fox clan were to produce a 9th-tier Fox spirit, it would be a boon for us, allowing us to bask in the comforts of prosperity once more. Akin to 1,000 years ago. Yet, do you truly have confidence in retrieving the ancestor? The boundless sea is fraught with danger. It is said that even 8th-tier beasts struggle to survive there. Many Yuan-ing cultivators from the human realm frequent that place to hunt beasts, which is quite alarming for a fox. The boundless sea is a gathering place for high-tier beasts and cultivators alike, and it is likely to harbor great treasures. However, Bailan's current cultivation level is insufficient to snatch treasures from the hands of Yuan-ing cultivators. She dismissed thoughts of treasures. For the odds of successfully pilfering something from a Yuan-ing cultivator are negligible, almost zero. In the face of absolute power, even the most strategic plans would be futile. Her sole objective in the boundless sea is to obtain the spirit of the Fox clan's ancestor. Even if she were to reach the core formation stage, she would need to find a competent Yuan-ing cultivator to accompany her for safety. Sighing, she confessed, I lack certainty, but if I do not take action, how can the Fox King acknowledge me as one of our clan? Reluctantly, I must take this risk. Only by succeeding can I prove my identity. Balan lowered her gaze, her expression melancholic, her tone laced with a sense of fatalism. Purple Jade furrowed her brow, letting out a soft sigh. I have no power to sway my mother's decisions. Fear not, princess. You need not concern yourself with my affairs. I would not ask you to bear such a burden. You have saved my life. I cannot allow you to sacrifice yourself in vain. Purple Jade shook her head, her expression suddenly brightening. I have it. The classic saving grace gift exchange is upon us. Bailan's heart leapt with joy. Purple Jade truly was the Fox King's little treasure. Let us cultivate together using the yin-yang absorption technique. In doing so, my mother would surely be reluctant to let you perish. Thus, not only can you save your life, but you may also remain in this beautiful valley. Bailan's expression dimmed as her expectations waned. She should not have harbored hopes for this fox. After all, I had already acted to save her once on the road. Is it possible that the reason this technique's name contains both yin and yang is that it requires the fusion of both energies? You and I only possess yin energy, lacking the yang. Bailan spoke softly. Purple Jade scratched her head, feeling defeated. That is a valid point. Princess, you should focus on practicing your movement techniques. I shall take my leave and return for the tree root in 3 days. Bailan waved her hand and turned to depart. Wait, take this with you. It may yet save your life in a critical moment. Purple Jade exclaimed as she suddenly handed Bailan a formation plate. Bailan turned back, astonished as she beheld the formation plate in Purple Jade's hands. A small teleportation formation? She had long coveted this formation, having studied the broken version she acquired from Long Outyin for quite some time. Thus, upon seeing the complete formation plate, She recognized it instantly. Purple Jade nodded. Indeed. When you ensnared me and that boy in your cunning trap, he panicked upon hearing your voice and immediately produced this formation plate, claiming that infusing it with spiritual energy would activate it, allowing us to escape swiftly. How ridiculous. I am hardly a monster. Bailan accepted the formation plate, probing it with her spiritual sense for a brief examination. This small teleportation formation was a 5th-tier formation plate, one that cultivators in the Qi refinement stage could not activate. It consumed thousands of spirit stones for transportation and could only teleport a distance of nearly 1,000 meters. 1,000 spirit stones were neither too much nor too little for Bailan. Using it a few hundred times in a crisis would pose no issue. However, for Long Outyin, who had been robbed multiple times, it was indeed a substantial fortune. Long Outyin had likely considered that he had a foundation establishment cultivator like Purple Jade by his side when he temporarily entrusted her with the formation plate, hoping to save some spirit stones through her assistance. Little did he know that his Purple Jade would turn the tables and become Bailan's ally. Why didn't you use this formation to escape back then? With such a valuable item, why did you remain trapped and take a beating? Purple Jade scrunched her nose in annoyance. Humph. That Long Outyin kept insisting that your movement techniques were extraordinary, bizarre, and overwhelmingly powerful. I was infuriated and wanted to confront you directly. When I found myself unable to defeat you, why did I not run away? I grew more and more incensed. After all, I am a dignified 4th-tier fox spirit. How could I possibly be bested by a mere first-layer foundation establishment cultivator? As she recalled this, Purple Jade's expression transformed into one of indignation. I shall train diligently for a few more months and challenge you again. Bailan remained silent. In any case, this formation plate is indeed a valuable asset. With it, you can rest easy against ordinary core formation cultivators and 5th or 6th-tier beasts. But when faced with a Yuaning cultivator, you must rely on your wits. That is true. While this small teleportation formation may offer a chance of escape against core formation cultivators, against Yuaning cultivators, it is merely the difference between a mouse and a cat. Otherwise, when we were besieged by 3 Yuan-ing ancestors in the 10,000 Great Mountains, Purple Jade would have utilized the teleportation formation to flee rather than remain paralyzed with fear. Yuaning cultivators can cover 1,000 miles in an instant. This small teleportation formation is utterly useless against them. For foundation establishment cultivators, however, this formation plate is a priceless treasure. If Long Outyin were to learn that Purple Jade ultimately gifted this teleportation formation to Bailan, he would surely be infuriated. Princess, your generosity is commendable. I shall graciously accept this formation plate. Bailan smiled brightly as she accepted the formation plate, her spirits lifted. After organizing the spoils of the past few days, it seemed that Long Outyin had fared quite well during his brief respite from Bailan's shadow. Within the storage pouch lies over 10,000 spirit stones, along with an abundance of demonic cultivation techniques and rare heavenly materials. Among these, the Tome of Heavenly Grade Demonic Techniques holds the highest value. The wings that sprouted from Long Outyin's back were forged from this very technique. By integrating the wings of avian demonic beasts with heavenly materials through a specialized refining process, and subsequently merging them with unique body refinement methods, one can transform the wings of these beasts into their own. The black wing used by Long Outyin appears to belong to a 3rd-tier demonic beast, the Venomclaw Eagle, which contains a trace of lightning essence, a result of the amalgamation of his own dragon blood and the lightning power. However, now that this pair of wings has fallen into Bailan's hands, they have instantaneously transformed from a tool for Long Outyin's escape into merely a 3rd-tier beast material in Bailan's possession. Understanding Long Outyin's character, Bailan surmises that after encountering this setback and failing to locate her entire family, he is well aware that he can no longer remain in Wuyun continent. Long Outyin has reached the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage, and it is certain that he will seek a foundation establishment pill to break through to the foundation establishment stage and find a way to leave Wuyun continent thereafter. Naturally, the foundation establishment pill cannot simply allow him to achieve his breakthrough smoothly. The gift she intends to bestow upon Bai Ling is a mixed low-tier demonic technique with considerable side effects. As for Long Outyin, a toxic foundation establishment pill would not be out of the question. After all, Long Outyin's grandfather is still in slumber, unable to discern the nature of the toxic pill for him. Upon contemplating this, Bai Lan's excitement surged, and she began to delve into the properties of the foundation establishment pill's formula and the toxic pill's formula. After residing in the Fox clan's Woolly Valley for 3 days, news of the 3rd Elder's death in battle spread, inciting the Fox King's wrath. 3 nascent soul cultivators besieged a 7th-tier demonic beast, and the outcome was already predetermined. Had the 3rd Elder insisted on fleeing with Ziyu, Bailan might have sought a way to utilize the save load technique to rescue him, given her concern for Ziyu. Alas, The path has narrowed. As expected, on the eve of the Fox King's sequester, she's summoned by Lan once more. Are you aware that within the Qingyuan sect resides a guardian spirit beast, whose bloodline traces back to the ancient divine beast Xuanwu? Its power has reached the 8th tier, mere steps away from the 9th. Chapter 266, Subverting the Xuanwu? Lan nodded, recalling that Han Shuzi had mentioned it before. The Xuanwu did not fall into the hands of human cultivators from its inception. Rather, it was later bound by a contract with a nascent soul cultivator of the Qingyuan sect through serendipity. However, as far as I know, that nascent soul cultivator has perished. The spirit beast, proud by nature, would hardly consent to forge a new contract with humans after the dissolution of the previous one, the Fox King scoffed. So, the Fox King's intention is for me to subvert the Xuanwu? Lan arched an eyebrow. The esteemed divine beast would not willingly remain subservient to humans. The Xuanwu's continued presence within the Qingyuan sect must be attributed to deeper reasons, and with the impending clash between righteous and demonic forces, should it choose to assist, the beast clan might derive great benefit, dealing a significant blow to human cultivators. Your scheme is quite clever, in the midst of the righteous demonic conflict, taking advantage of the absence of the sect's core power and several nascent soul ancestors to coordinate with the Xuanwu from within. In this realm of cultivation, although demonic beasts possess a strong reproductive capacity and are numerous, their slow growth and the lack of intelligence among beasts below the 7th tier render them relatively weak. The last collective beast tide occurred over 10,000 years ago in ancient times. As human cultivators have gradually grown stronger, beast tides have become a relic of the past. After all, 1st and 2nd tier demonic beasts are akin to walking spirit herbs to human cultivators, mere resources for cultivation. Cultivators can ascend to immortality, and so too can demonic beasts. Thus, the animosity between the two races fundamentally stems from the struggle for resources. However, the majority of demonic beasts lack intelligence. High-tier beasts like the Fox King, who consider their kin, are exceedingly rare. Many high-tier beasts are indifferent to the survival of their kin and focus solely on their own cultivation. Should the Xuanwu agree to collaborate with me, not only would the Fox clan's substantial resources be at its disposal, but an additional millennium's worth of cold essence would also be granted. The Fox King made his proposition clear. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to persuade the Xuanwu elder, Lan assured him, promising to inform the sect's ancestors to keep a watchful eye on that great turtle to prevent any disturbances. After 3 days in the Fox clan, Lan acquired a 7th tier fox tail, a small teleportation array, and the root of an ancient evergreen tree, alongside unearthing numerous rare spirit herbs. Both the spirit herbs and the ancient evergreen were entrusted to the artifact spirit, planted at the center of 4 spiritual veins to facilitate their rapid growth. The Fox King's task, of course, was of little consequence to her. Thus, as soon as Lan exited Woolly Valley, she promptly cast it from her mind and headed straight for the secret realm where 5th Yin and Ning Yin awaited. Ning Yin, have you and fellow Taoist 5th arrived? Lan inquired through a voice transmission. How fortunate that Taoist remembers us. I thought you had become so enraptured in the Fox Den that you had forgotten us. Ning Yin responded with a hint of grievance in her tone. She had been eagerly anticipating the 2nd level of the ice transformation technique and had expected to meet Lan upon arriving in Songyuan City, only to be surprised that Lan had neglected her entirely. Upon questioning 5th Yin, she learned that Lan had been consorting with some Fox clan princess in the Fox Den. Lan had leisurely spent 3 days amidst the myriad of foxes in Woolly Valley, while the two had been waiting at the entrance of the secret realm for her. Alas, I exerted tremendous effort to escape from that Fox Den. Do not mock me further, Lan replied. Ning Yin and 5th Yin exchanged glances. You were injured? Even with Lan's exceptional talent, infiltrating a demonic beast's lair alone at the Foundation establishment stage was no trivial feat. The Fox King is no pushover. My spiritual sense was injured by her, Lan admitted weakly. What shall we do? They asked in unison. Lan forced a smile. It is nothing serious. Merely a spiritual sense injury. My body is unharmed. You have waited for 3 days. It would be remiss to keep you waiting any longer. I shall join you shortly. As Ning Yin and 5th Yin gazed at the severed communication talisman before them, a moment of silence ensued. After Lan had traveled several tens of thousands of meters away from Woolly Valley, 2 figures suddenly approached from either side. One was Han Shuzi, while the other was the mid-nascent soul female cultivator who had previously placed an order for the demonic lure grass. Esteemed ancestors, what a coincidence, haha. Lan chuckled awkwardly, suspecting that the two had been lying in wait for her outside the valley. Ha ha ha, I knew you would surely emerge alive. My millennium ice fungus has found its way. Han Shuzi exclaimed, his demeanor triumphant, his eyes gleaming with mirth as he gestured toward the female cultivator beside him. Do not think of evasion. Hand over the spirit herbs. Humph. The mid-nascent soul female cultivator expressionlessly tossed a jade box into Han Shuzi's hands. Clearly, the two had made some wager regarding Bailan's ability to exit the Fox clan safely, and it was evident that the female cultivator had bet on her demise. Only to lose to Han Shuzi. Bailan also handed over a storage pouch filled with demonic lure grass to the two. Very good, indeed, all 10-year-old demonic lure grass. The mid-nascent soul cultivator remarked with satisfaction before presenting Bailan with another storage pouch. Observing the familiarity between the two, Bailan speculated that this female cultivator must be another nascent soul elder of the Qingyuan sect, Fuguang. However, returning to the matter at hand, what is the situation within the Fox clan? Does the Woolly Valley have a mountain protecting array? How many 8th-tier Fox demons are there, and what is their strength? Han Shuzi inquired, stroking his beard as he looked at Bailan. The mid-nascent soul female cultivator shook her head. Even if it were just the Fox King alone, on her territory, we would not stand a chance. She has been at the 8th tier for several hundred years. Her strength comparable to that of a late nascent soul cultivator. Ah, we are both mid-nascent soul cultivators. Even if we cannot defeat her, can we not flee? Han Shuzi expressed eagerness to engage. Indeed, it is impossible to contend with the Fox clan, which boasts 2 8th-tier Fox spirits, and has set up multiple formidable mountain protection formations outside the valley, continuously empowered by the ancient verdant trees within. It is a veritable fortress, difficult to breach. After all, during the time when the 9th-tier Fox spirit patriarch was still alive, the Fox clan was once a thriving entity. Bailan fell silent for a moment, then handed several sheets of blueprints directly to Han Shuzi. Upon receiving the documents, Han Shuzi first cast a cursory glance, then was momentarily taken aback. The blueprints meticulously illustrated the terrain of the Fully Valley, as well as the focal points of the 3 mountain protection formations, detailing the number and strength of the Fox spirits with utmost clarity. Most importantly, it even depicted the distribution of spiritual herbs within the valley. Currently, the Fox clan is left with only 2 8th-tier demon beasts, the Fox King and the clan's Grand Elder. While the periphery of Fully Valley is fortified by 3 protective formations set by the former 9th-tier patriarch, making it exceedingly difficult for even a nascent soul cultivator to conquer. Then it is settled. We shall obediently seek out high-tier demon beasts using the alluring demon grass, Han Shuzi decisively concluded. The female cultivator nodded in agreement. The 2 ancestors of Qingyuan sect seemed intent on hunting high-tier demon beasts. With such a plethora of high-tier materials at hand, the only probable purpose could be the crafting of array discs or magical artifacts. Could it be that this substantial collection of demon beast materials is a preparation for an impending war between righteous and demonic forces? Forget it. She should refrain from prying into the affairs of the nascent soul ancestors. By the way, my disciple learned from the Fox King that she seems to be attempting to win over the divine beast Xuanwu from the back mountain of Qingyuan sect to serve as an internal ally, profiting amidst the conflict between righteous and demonic forces. Han Shuzi raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at the female nascent soul cultivator. A hint of mockery in his eyes. The female cultivator remained composed, giving a slight nod. Rest assured, even without the soul contract, the Xuanwu will not turn its back on Qingyuan sect. Han Shuzi also nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Xuanwu has lost its soul contract? Bailan was quite eager to forge another, but alas, she was certain she could not contend with an 8th-tier divine beast. Chapter 267. Is she such a kind-hearted person? Seeing the 2 nascent soul ancestors deliberating on where to hunt the next high-tier demon beast, Bailan intended to make her exit. Slow down. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Han Shuzi abruptly pulled Bailan back. Do tell the ancestors how you infiltrated Fully Valley. How did the Fox King not simply sweat you dead? I and Fu Guang are still waiting for you to use that talisman to deceive her. Indeed, that old fox has quite the temper. I merely took 2 of her tails while she was undergoing her tribulation, and she chased me halfway across the Qiyun mountain range. Han Shuzi lamented. Han Shuzi had been anticipating Bailan to utilize the talisman he provided for her protection, waiting for that mid-nascent soul strike encapsulated within the talisman to explode in Fully Valley, at which point they would rush in and wreak havoc, simultaneously harvesting a trove of high-tier demon beast materials. Yet, surprisingly, Bailan had remained inside for 3 days, emerging unscathed. She did not flee in panic, nor did she rush about chaotically. Rather, she leisurely flew on her sword, even taking the time to communicate and jest with others along the way. She had thoroughly acquainted herself with the ins and outs of Fully Valley, familiar as though she had returned home. Your daughter has affections for me. Claiming she wishes to live and die for me, Bailan's expression flickered as she began to respond erratically. Han Shuzi's beard trembled with laughter. You ha-ha. Fu Guang, the true monarch, laughed uncontrollably, pointing at Bailan, rendered speechless. Han Shuzi's expression suddenly brightened. Could it be that you have acquired some supreme charm technique? For how else could a mere cultivator enchant the foxes within the fox den? While she possessed no supreme charm technique, she did know a bit of Fox Clan enchantments. Han Shuzi raised a hand, suddenly producing 5 6th-tier demon cores of varying attributes, their brilliance shimmering, the ferocious spiritual power unique to demon beasts raging within. The 6th-tier demon cores were roughly equivalent to the late stage of human core formation. These 5 cores represented the 5 elemental attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. If obtained, Bylon could certainly set up a 6th-tier spirit gathering formation. If there truly exists a charm technique capable of enchanting the Fox King, I shall exchange these demon cores with you. Han Shuzi, well aware of Bylon's temperament, directly presented the demon cores, attempting to capture her interest. Bylon's eyes indeed sparkled, yet it did not reach a value worthy of exchanging for celestial-grade techniques, especially since her current magical techniques were predominantly suited for demonic cultivators. She could only shake her head with a sigh. Alas, ancestor, that charm technique to enchant the Fox King must at least be a celestial-grade technique. As a mere foundation-building cultivator, I have yet to even glimpse a terrestrial-grade technique. Han Shuzi instantly retracted the demon cores, while Bylon's eyes darted, completely fixating on the 5 demon cores. Little deceiver, you have not spoken a single truth. You should take your leave. Han Shuzi waved his hand, unable to bear looking at Bylon any longer. Very well, ancestor, do carry on with your affairs. With that, Bylon summoned her Qingzhu sword, stepping upon it and swiftly vanishing from sight. Sangu Stream was located at the edge of the demonic faction's territory, perpetually shrouded in sinister winds. With thunderous winds and owls lurking about, without foundation-building prowess, an entry would surely spell death. 5th Yin's strength was commendable, and Bylon returned her storage bag, wherein 5th Yin had already regained her peak combat capacity. With her protection, Ning Yan would undoubtedly remain safe. Extending her consciousness, Bylon encircled herself with the Xuanwu treasure to shield against the sinister winds of the ancient gorge, beginning her search for the 2 figures. She saved you yet bound you to a vow of heart demons, ensuring you would never associate with Long Outyin and Bailing. 5th Yin's astonished voice reached Bylon, who halted momentarily, concealed her form, and suppressed her presence to eavesdrop. Ning Yan nodded, her tone laden with resignation. Indeed, I do not know Long Outyin and Bailing. I have never even heard their names. I do not understand why Daoist Bai would do such a thing. She saved my life. How could I associate with her enemies? Long Outyin, Bailing. 5th Yin fell silent. While she was unfamiliar with Bailing, she was all too well acquainted with Long Outyin. Noticing the change in 5th Yin's expression, Ning Yan's demeanor flickered as she began to inquire. Could it be that Senior 5th is acquainted with these 2? Who are they? And what grievances do they have with Bylon? 5th Yin closed her eyes, and as she remained silent for a long time, Ning Yan coughed lightly. I have overstepped. Please forgive me, Senior. Observing 5th Yin's unusual expression, Ning Yan felt deep confusion. When she mentioned Bylon, her demeanor did not resemble that of speaking of a friend. Rather, her expression was a complex blend of emotions, reminiscent of her initial encounter with Bylon. Wait a moment. Could it be that this 5th Yin's cultivation technique was also bestowed by Bylon, or merely the first layer of it? She saved you, yet did not have you sign any soul contract or the like. 5th Yin suddenly inquired with curiosity. Ning Yan's expression flickered. 5th Yin's question might stem from her having been bound by a soul contract. Yet, after a moment of silent contemplation, Ning Yan shook her head. None of that. Though she had not signed any contracts, the technique she cultivated was indeed given by Bylon, albeit only the first layer. She and Bylon were already tied together by fate. Especially in following Bylon, she had also made quite a few peculiar heart demon vows. 5th Yin regarded her with suspicion. Surely not. Could she truly be such a kind-hearted person? In the shadows, Bylon stroked her chin, clearing her throat softly before revealing herself. Ladies, why do you speak ill of me behind my back? Chapter 268, A Fortuitous Encounter with Acquaintances. If these 2 continued their conversation, all her secrets would be unearthed. Fortunately, she had always acted with caution. Those who had been abducted into her harem had, to varying extents, been bound by Bylon's soul contracts, heart demon vows, and restrictions on their techniques. Even if they were to discover any secrets they should not know, they would be unable to betray Bylon. For instance, 5th Yin was an excellent example. Esteemed ladies, I apologize for the wait, Bylon greeted with a slight smile. Your spiritual consciousness has suffered damage. How is your recovery now? Ning Yan inquired, shaking her head as she assessed Bylon's condition. Bylon smiled gently. No need for concern. I merely require your assistance in the forthcoming exploration of the secret realm. 5th Yin, having been deceived by Bylon in the past, was naturally more skeptical than Ning Yan. The notion of spiritual consciousness being impaired was hard to believe. If Bylon had indeed been affected, she would have sought a place to heal long ago. Bailan was not the type to venture into perilous territory while nursing an injury. What is the relationship between Ning Yin and Long Ao Tian? Fifth Yin could not resist sending a message to inquire. Bailan smiled. There is no connection. Then why did you compel her to swear that kind of heart devil oath? Fifth Yin questioned, puzzled as to why Bailan would be so wary of Long Ao Tian, who was inferior in strength. Because Long Ao Tian has cultivated a beguiling mental technique. Should he desire, with a mere flick of his hand, he could make countless beautiful women fall in love with him. Fifth Yin responded incredulously. Is it truly that extraordinary? Take you, for example. You saved Long Ao Tian's life once, met him but a single time, and instantly fell for him. I did not, Fifth Yin retorted decisively. You did not? Then why did you resort to a method that shortens your lifespan to erase the soul mark left by a Yuan Ing stage cultivator, aiding his escape, saving him multiple times, and even engaging in mutual cultivation? Bailan clicked her tongue in surprise, to fall so deeply for someone after just one meeting. This lad is indeed remarkable. Fifth Yin, astonished, asked, how do you know such details? It's calculated, Bailan replied casually. Friend Bai, Senior Fifth Yin and I have searched for quite some time, yet all we see around us are rocks. There is no entrance to a secret realm, nor any anomalies in spiritual energy. Where exactly is the location you speak of? Ning Yin, noticing the prolonged silence between the two, finally spoke up. Bailan remained silent, merely saving her progress, then soared into the air, gesturing to conjure a soil projectile and directed it toward the surrounding rocks within a 100-meter radius. She understood that the secret realm must lie nearby, though its exact location was obscured by a barrier that severed spiritual consciousness, rendering it exceedingly elusive to detect. Thus, she resorted to her old method, the process of elimination. After an hour of methodically striking the surrounding rocks with soil projectiles, the secret realm still did not reveal itself, though Bailan's internal spiritual energy had significantly dwindled. From afar, Fifth Yin and Ning Yin observed her with complex expressions. What is she doing? Fifth Yin inquired, looking toward Bailan. I cannot discern. Fifth Yin shook her head. Her methods are consistently peculiar. Could it be that she is searching for the entrance to the secret realm? Ning Yin speculated, finding the logic sound. Such a method of searching for a secret realm was unheard of. Only Bailan could undertake such an endeavor. Bailan continued with her expression unchanged, raising her hand to cast another soil projectile until, with the final strike, the rock shattered, and a barrier of spiritual energy slowly emerged, revealing a narrow gap in the array. Upon closer inspection, one could see a corner of a 6th-tier array flag concealed within the stone. This gap was clearly not created by Bailan. The fissure was elongated and bore the essence of a core formation cultivator, likely made by the whip of Xiling Junren, who had previously explored the secret realm. This was originally a fortuitous opportunity prepared by Xiling Junren for her future disciples, and with meticulous foresight, she had provided Bailan with directions she had traversed, making the array exceedingly accessible. Bailan smirked and instantly reverted to her prior state, restoring her depleted spiritual energy to its original fullness. Facing the puzzled expressions of the two women, Bailan pointed into the distance. The secret realm lies concealed within those distant rocks. It is a 6th-tier defensive formation. 6th tier? Surely you jest. Ning Yin gasped, stepping back slowly. 15 sighed. Perhaps we should return to cultivate properly, let alone exploring the secret realm. Even this 6th-tier defensive array is beyond the capabilities of the three of us. We must at least reach the core formation stage before we can consider investigating. Senior Fifth's words ring true. Ning Yin thought of fleeing, valuing her life. A 6th-tier defensive array could hinder even ordinary core formation stage cultivators, with just 2 foundation establishment cultivators and 1 Shi refinement practitioner. Attempting to breach this array was nothing short of a delusion. However, a corner of this array has already been breached. We can simply enter through there, Bailan added. Ning Yin retracted her retreating steps. Why didn't you say so earlier? The three of them slipped through the slender opening created by Xiling Junren, revealing a long, dark tunnel. The tunnel was bottomless, and Bailan led the way, prepared to save her progress once again. Yet, before they could exit the tunnel, distant voices reached their ears. Brother Chio, where's this place? Why is it so dark? After a moment, a young man's voice replied, Ling, there is no need to fear. Stay close to me. Bailan paused, her expression stiffening. She knew this secret realm was nestled within the demonic domain. But could it truly be so coincidental? To encounter the Chosen One and a staff member on a business trip at such a moment? Chapter 269, Chaotic Battle. Fifth Yin and Ning Yin exchanged glances, halting their steps in concert with Bailan. Xiao Tian had already broken through to the foundation establishment stage, while Bai Ling's aura remained that of an ordinary person. Hee, Linger, why do you cling to this lowly fellow with such low cultivation? Another voice, tinged with malice and jealousy, echoed, causing Bailan to frown. Xiao Tan was a mere facade in the harem, and this voice likely belonged to Bai Ling's true paramour. Moreover, to the three hiding in the shadows, I have already sensed your presence. Why not reveal yourselves for a chat? The ominous voice spoke again, resonating with a unique power. Bai Lan narrowed her eyes. Her spiritual consciousness surpassed that of ordinary foundation establishment cultivators, and having practiced the art of concealing her aura. If she were to hide deliberately, a typical mid-foundation establishment cultivator would not be able to detect her. Yet, this individual's apparent cultivation was merely at the third layer of foundation establishment, suggesting either a formidable technique of spiritual consciousness or concealed prowess. From his preceding cackling laughter, it was evident that the individuals before her were all demonic cultivators. You are truly perceptive, my friend, Bai Lan remarked with a smile. With her identity exposed, Bai Lan remained unfazed, shattering the rocky barrier that lay before her and stepping into view. Fellow cultivators, are you also here to explore the secret realm? What a coincidence. Bai Lan inclined her body in a courteous gesture, smiling. It was indeed a rarity to hear a righteous cultivator refer to demonic cultivators as fellow cultivators. The demonic cultivator who had spoken earlier sneered. According to convention, righteous and demonic cultivators were at odds. Upon encountering each other, they would typically engage in battle immediately. However, since Xiao Tian was aligned with Bai Lan, he refrained from attacking outright. The demonic cultivator also hesitated, his gaze toward Bai Lan's group tinged with a hint of mockery. That look was akin to a well-fed cat observing a mouse scurrying about in desperate attempts to escape, filled with amusement. As a fellow Foundation establishment cultivator, this individual's demeanor showed he regarded Bai Lan's group with utter disdain. Bai Lan concluded that he must be concealing his true cultivation level, yet she was unsure of the extent of his original powers. If he were at the Yuaning stage, she could simply revert to her previous save and retreat. If he were at the core formation stage, she would need to devise a plan to utilize others as a weapon against him. Upon seeing Bai Lan, Bai Ling's complexion paled, and she promptly hid behind Xiao Tian. Meanwhile, Ning Yan's expression flickered with confusion upon recognizing Bai Ling. Bai Lan had once donned Bai Ling's visage to eliminate numerous demonic cultivators within the evil gang. She had rationalized this act, asserting that Bai Ling was her mortal enemy. However, she now found herself bewildered by the fact that this woman had seemingly regressed to the status of a mere mortal. Furthermore, what was the situation with Xiao Tian? Was he not an ally of Bai Daoyu? Why did he now stand beside Bai Ling? Could it be that he had betrayed Bai Daoyu? The circumstances appeared rather dire. Gently tugging at the sleeve of 15, Ning Yan communicated with her telepathically as the two women positioned themselves behind Bai Lan, engaging in a hushed exchange. After elucidating the nature of the relationship between Bai Ling and Bai Lan, Ning Yan proceeded to outline Xiao Tian's treachery, and both women cast hostile glances toward him. Yet, upon catching sight of Bai Lan, Xiao Tian's expression brightened momentarily, and he attempted to speak, only to be silenced by Bai Lan's mental intrusion. With a playful smile directed at Xiao Tian, Bai Lan conveyed through thought, "Continue the charade. Do not reveal your identity." Xiao Tian retracted the words he was about to utter. Bai Lan's gaze drifted to Bai Ling, and with a melodramatic tone, she began her act. Bai Ling, dear junior sister, what a coincidence it is to meet you again. Bai Ling trembled at the mirth reflected in Bai Lan's eyes, clutching Xiao Tian's sleeve. Brother Xiao, she is my arch-nemesis, come to kill me. Xiao Tian's expression shifted through various emotions, ultimately settling into a frigid, detached demeanor as he regarded Bai Lan. Dare you lay a finger on Lingyu? Do not blame me for being unkind, he declared coldly. Bai Lan chuckled and shook her head. Do you truly believe that you alone can thwart the three of us? It is not just one, but two, interjected a hidden demonic cultivator, stepping forth to shield Bai Ling. This individual was strikingly handsome, clad in elaborate purple garments, a long crown adorning his head, his visage brooding. The moment Bai Lan mentioned Bai Ling, the playful expression on his face morphed into a shadowy, protective glare. It was evident he was a member of Bai Ling's demonic harem. Bai Lan's expression darkened momentarily before she spoke in a low tone. Is a mere mortal truly worthy of such protection from two foundation-building cultivators? The demonic cultivator scoffed, his gaze softening as he turned toward Bai Ling. She is mine. If she is to die, it shall be by my hands alone, not another's. Bai Lan remarked. How reminiscent. A certain cultivator from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, the Golden Core cultivator Guang Wei, had once accepted a contract to assassinate Bai Ling, only to ultimately fall in love with her. Similarly, a Golden Core cultivator from the Qin Yuan sect had asserted, my own disciple, I shall personally handle the matter. None other are qualified. Though his words rang with righteous indignation, he had never acted upon them. Those in opposition to Bai Ling, who proclaimed intentions to kill her, were to be regarded with skepticism. Claims of personally dealing with her were mere pretexts. Since this is the case, Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The demonic cultivator sneered. You seek death. As the tension escalated, Bai Lan's gaze flickered toward the nearby demonic cultivator, her eyes flashing with cold determination. Suddenly, she conjured several fireballs that soared forth, accompanied by a thunderfire pearl. The onlookers gasped, expecting a facade of pretense, yet Bai Lan's audacity incited conflict. Xiao Tian instinctively positioned himself before Bai Ling, but noticed the two women accompanying Bai Lan regarding him with animosity. Labeled a traitor. Xiao Tian felt a surge of despair, but continued to shield Bai Ling. Bai Lan had not called for a halt. The performance must continue unabated. At that moment, Bai Lan soared into the air, hurling the thunderfire pearl at the demonic cultivator. This pearl, embodying the full force of a golden core cultivator's attack, was the last of three. However, its release was not intended to eliminate the foe, but rather to gauge his prowess. To her astonishment, this mere foundation-building cultivator wielded such a potent artifact. Alas, you cannot kill me. It is best you accept your demise. As the thunder and fire intertwined, the aura emanating from the demonic cultivator surged, effortlessly dissipating the pearl's energy with a single hand, revealing his true nature as a mid-golden core expert. Bai Lan's expression hardened. Indeed, he had concealed his strength. Who might you be? Even in death, allow me the mercy of a swift end, she uttered gravely. The demonic cultivator chuckled darkly. I am Luan Yin of the corpse refining sect. It was confirmed. He was undoubtedly part of Bai Ling's harem. As Luan Yin prepared to strike, Bai Lan promptly rewound the events. This time, rather than exposing his identity, she feigned cordiality, bowing slightly. Why would I ever harm junior sister Bai Ling? You jest. While her exterior was all smiles, she discreetly sent a message to Qing Xianzhen, informing him that his beloved disciple was currently in Sangujian. She had previously seized Bai Ling's storage bag, which contained Qing Xianzhen's communication talismans. Inciting a conflict between Qing Xianzhen and Luan Yin would present an excellent opportunity. The clash of two golden core cultivators would not only diminish Luan Yin's strength, but could also leave Qing Xianzhen severely injured, allowing her to profit from the chaos. Chapter 270, 1 Million Spiritual Stones. How did you come to possess Lingner's communication talisman? In the Void Stone, Qing Xianzhen's enraged voice erupted from the talisman. The system, pinching its nose, mimicked Luan Yin's tone with a sinister edge. Hee. Your Lingner is now in my possession. If you wish to rescue her, bring 1 million spiritual stones as ransom. Remember, come alone, should I detect any tales behind you. I shall not hesitate to enjoy your precious disciple. How dare you? Release Lingner at once, or I shall make you wish you were never born. Qing Xianzhen nearly shouted. Master, master, save me. Li Xuanxian cried out, his voice cracking. Quick, cut off the talisman. If you speak too much, you'll expose yourself. The artifact's spirit urged, pointing. Qing Xianzhen attempted to say more, but the communication talisman was abruptly severed. Xuanxian, your performance is far too exaggerated. Bai Ling does not speak in such a manner, the system critiqued. Li Xuanxian glanced at the system. It matters not. If the Qing Xianzhen you speak of truly loves Bai Ling, he would risk everything for her. Even if he senses something amiss, he cannot afford to hesitate. That makes sense. He would willingly fall into her trap, for he cannot bear the risk of miscalculating or of Lingner being harmed. Otherwise, he would never forgive himself. The system lamented. Li Xuanxian's expression brimmed with disdain. So what is the master planning? To collect another couple of golden core souls? The artifact's spirit inquired, puzzled. The system shook its finger. Unlikely. She does not simply collect any souls. Oh. Letting two golden core cultivators battle to the death while she reaps the benefits is indeed a clever strategy. However, the disparity between golden core and foundation establishment cultivators is immense. Even a severely injured golden core cultivator could easily withstand a mere foundation establishment cultivator's attacks. Li Xuanxian sighed. She was well aware that she could not contend with a golden core, but she possessed talismans. What talismans? Li Xuanxian asked, taken aback. Talismans that contain the full force of a nascent soul cultivator's attack. One strike could easily obliterate two opponents. Li Xuanxian remained silent for a considerable time before finally closing her eyes. Reflecting once more, had she driven Bai Lan to desperation back then? Without waiting for reinforcements to arrive before taking action, would Bai Lan have unleashed upon her that talisman imbued with the full might of a Yuanian cultivator? At that moment, she feared she would not even be able to preserve her lingering soul. At this very moment within the Qingyuan sect, the exceedingly enraged Qing Xianzhen was on the verge of bursting forth, only to realize he was currently in solitary reflection on the cliff of contemplation. Go report to the sect leader. Whatever the demand, I shall comply. Just grant me 3 days of freedom. Just 3 days, and I shall return to continue my punishment. Qing Xianzhen declared vehemently. The disciple stationed at the cave entrance, who had been dozing off, was suddenly jolted awake by this outburst. Uncle Master, please don't act impulsively. I shall go at once. He nearly believed that Qing Xianxiadrama was about to charge out from within the cave. After all, Qing Xianxiadrama was now recognized as the revered elder who disdainfully disregarded the sect's regulations. Meanwhile, the group that had just entered the secret realm had tentatively reached a ceasefire agreement. Luan Yin's current demeanor resembled that of a cat toying with a mouse. He had not turned against the gathered Foundation establishment cultivators, but intended to lead them all into the secret realm together. The secret realm was fraught with peril. For a Jedon demon cultivator, should any danger arise ahead, would not the Foundation establishment cultivators serve as the perfect shields and meat shields? Junior sister Bai Ling, after your departure, your master and senior brothers have missed you greatly while on the cliff of contemplation. Bai Lan spoke languidly. Hiding behind Xiaotian, Bai Ling's fists slowly clenched. When I visited him on the cliff of contemplation, Qing Xianxiadrama explicitly told me he would purge his sect, except for you, the traitor consorting with the demonic path. This statement was directed at Luan Yin. Indeed, upon hearing that Qing Xianxiadrama intended to eliminate Bai Ling, Luan Yin's expression turned cold. No, that cannot be. How could my master ever kill me? Ning Yin discerned Bai Lan's intent and nodded in agreement. How could it not be? Qing Xianxiadrama is reputed to be the foremost among the Jedon cultivators of the Qingyuan sect, devoted to his path. His words are most likely not false. Even if Qing Xianxiadrama is reluctant to kill you, he cannot defy the sect's orders. If the Wuyin Jinjuan learns that his disciple has strayed into the demonic path, he will certainly command Qing Xianxiadrama to execute you. The Wuyin Jinjuan was the master of both Qing Xian and Qing Xianxiadrama, his name resonating profoundly within the righteous path. He was once renowned for single-handedly annihilating the Gongsun family of the demonic path, earning a reputation as synonymous with the extermination of demons and protection of the righteous. Yet what the group did not know was the exact methods employed by Wuyin to annihilate the Gongsun family. Master Ancestor. Bai Ling's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she coldly interjected, this matter has nothing to do with you. Alas, I merely wish to forewarn you. The Jedon cultivator possesses formidable power, and we, as Foundation establishment cultivators, who among us has the ability to contend with him? Moreover, you, a mere mortal, are frail. A stomp from him could easily spell your demise. A flicker of panic crossed Bai Ling's eyes, and Luan Yin too fell into contemplation. Witnessing this, Bai Lan secretly smiled. Choosing not to elaborate further, instead communicating with Xiaotian. This place is rather unsafe. How did you and Bai Ling manage to enter? We were evading the pursuit of the demonic palace's entourage when we inadvertently fell into this place. Bai Lan closed her eyes. The secret realm she had painstakingly discovered. And yet Bai Ling had stumbled into it while fleeing? Throughout her escape, she had encountered myriad dangers posed by monstrous beasts, yet had never encountered any secret realm. Chapter 271, Plastic Allies. This Luan Yin is a Jedon cultivator, an elder of the corpse refining sect. Are you aware of this? Bai Lan inhaled deeply, transmitting her words once more. Xiaotian's expression suddenly turned icy, his voice trembling slightly, and this time, it was not feigned. Though I am unaware of his exact cultivation level, I am well aware of his identity. For months, I have been gathering intelligence on the demonic path, and have confirmed that the corpse refining sect is indeed the demonic force that annihilated the Lingyin sect back in the day. I am all too familiar with the methods employed by the demon cultivators of the corpse refining sect. Do you wish to kill him? Yes, but I am unable to. Hence I was contemplating how to escape. Xiaotian replied earnestly. Indeed, a subordinate who values his life. I am reassured, Bai Lan responded with a smile. Fear not. Today, your friend Bai shall eradicate this demon and uphold the righteous path. Xiaotian was elated, nearly unable to contain his sickly demeanor, as he transmitted, really? What must I do? Keep a firm watch over Bai Ling. Protect her, and ensure her life is not endangered, Bai Lan replied with a gentle smile. Xiaotian was momentarily taken aback. Huh? Protect her? Endure, hold on, and remember to safeguard Bai Ling, controlling her. Otherwise, my plan will come to naught. When Jedon cultivators engage in battle, the commotion is earth-shattering. At such times, Bai Ling, being a mere mortal, could easily be caught in the crossfire. When the destined child faces a life-threatening situation, the circumstances will inevitably change, and a certain formidable figure may emerge to disrupt the situation. Such upheaval would not be conducive to your plans against Qing Xianxiadrama. Understood. Xiaotian nodded, resolutely reaffirming his resolve as he tightened his grip on Bai Ling's wrist. Feeling Xiaotian's actions, a smile involuntarily blossomed on Bai Ling's face, which she quickly masked again. As Xiling Jinren had mentioned, this secret realm indeed resembled a sect's remnants. The vastness of this secret realm exceeded everyone's imagination. Outside lay the abandoned dwellings of low-ranking disciples, while within were the cave abodes of inner disciples. Though this place had been forsaken, the traces and scales suggested it was a large sect's ruins. The group searched several abandoned residences of inner disciples, but found no traces of significance. The beds and cushions within crumbled to dust upon contact. Apart from these simple furnishings, not a single spiritual herb or stone was found, let alone any shadow of a jade slip. Bailon had already learned from Xianxiaaudiobooks that the greatest opportunity within this place lay within the distant sect's grand hall, requiring them to undergo trials set by the powerful beings of this location, after which they could choose one opportunity from three. However, Bailon knew that she would keep this to herself, leisurely exploring with the group to buy time, awaiting Xianxiaaudiobooks' arrival. She occasionally prodded Bai Ling and Luan Yin's hearts, disrupting Luan Yin's path of enlightenment, hindering their advance toward the Grand Hall. Should Luan Yin and Bai Ling reach the Grand Hall directly, she could not guarantee that Luan Yin would not suddenly seize some supreme legacy through Bai Ling's destiny, dramatically increasing his strength and potentially turning the tables on Xianxiaaudiobooks. Bai Ling could also very likely receive an opportunity to repair her spiritual roots within the Grand Hall's inheritance. If that were to happen, the outcome would not be the mutually destructive scenario Bailon had envisioned. The scale of this sect was indeed comparable to the 5 great sects. Yet the 5 great sects of Wuyun continent had stood for millennia in the cultivation world. Could this be a sect's power from even earlier? Indeed, Fifth Yin pondered aloud. Luan Yin chuckled derisively. Such presumptuousness! How dare you assert that this is the legacy of the righteous sect, rather than the demonic path? The demonic palace has also stood for millennia in the Wuyun continent, and with their miserly nature, they would never permit such a large-scale demonic force to emerge. Once discovered, it would be swiftly annihilated. Your demonic sects have yet to develop to such an extent. Bailon began to speak slowly. In Wuyun continent, the demonic path is dominated by the demonic palace, with nearly all demonic forces falling under its jurisdiction. From the god transformation stages Chiwe Old Ancestor to over a dozen Yuaniing demon cultivators, instilling fear among all demons. Should any small force within the demonic path begin to grow, with 2 Yuaniing cultivators emerging, signaling a potential challenge to the demonic palace, they would swiftly intervene to recruit them. Should they refuse, they would be directly exterminated, quashing any signs of uprising in the cradle. Luan Yin let out a cold snort, his gaze fixed on Bailon. The ways of the demon palace, and yet you, a cultivator of the righteous path, seem to understand them better than I, a practitioner of the demonic arts. Just as the crowd continued their discussion, several shadowy entities, grayish-blue and exuding dark mist, suddenly swooped down from an unknown origin, shrieking as they lunged toward the onlookers. "Ah, what are those things?" Bai Ling exclaimed, startled. Being merely a mortal, she was gripped by fear at that moment. "Do not fear, Linger. I shall protect you. Stay behind me," Qiu Tian said in a low voice. "Brother Qiu, you must be careful. I do not wish for you to be harmed on my account again. It matters not. Being injured for your sake is a pleasure I willingly accept," Qiu Tian replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Luan Yin gazed coldly at the close-knit pair, his eyes almost piercing enough to kill Qiu Tian on the spot. Yet restrained by Bai Ling's presence, he could only huff in disdain. The words "a pleasure I willingly accept" sent shivers down Bai Lan's spine. Having witnessed Qiu Tian's past demeanor, Ning Yan wore an equally incredulous expression. Has Qiu Tian not betrayed Bailon, but rather been possessed by another? The group's attention was once again drawn to the sudden crisis at hand. These formless souls, emanating a chilling aura, were not to be subdued by ordinary means. Bailon exchanged a glance with 15, both reflecting a shared perplexity. Having participated in the Heavenly Mechanism Grand Competition, they recognized that these 4 or 5 grayish entities, shrouded in black mist, clearly belonged to the same species as the specters of Demon Ean Island, and their power exceeded the Foundation establishment stage. Everyone retreat. Allow that demonic cultivator to handle these creatures alone. Follow me to the distant peak. A spectacle is about to unfold. Bailon suddenly communicated telepathically to Qiu Tian, 15, and Ning Yan. Timing was fortuitous. During Bailan's delay, the ever-keen Xianxiaaudiobooks, who had been anxiously awaiting his disciple, was nearing their location. The ensuing drama promised to be captivating. Fighting alongside unreliable allies to vanquish the specters was utterly impossible. Naturally, it was prudent to find a suitable vantage point to observe as Bai Ling's harem ignited, leading to a mixed confrontation between Luan Yin and Xianxian. The 3, despite their confusion regarding Bai Lan's intentions, nodded in agreement. "Let us act together." Just as Luan Yin turned to address his fellow unreliable allies, he discovered they had all fled, abandoning him amidst the throng of specters. "You all." Not only did the 3 righteous female cultivators escape, but even Qiu Tian. a fellow practitioner of the demonic arts, abandoned him alongside the righteous cultivators. Luan Yin had always been the one to betray his allies, yet today, he found himself betrayed. For a brief moment, he fell silent, before erupting into a fit of manic laughter. Just as he contemplated revealing his true cultivation level to instill a shock in his forsaking allies, a booming, reverberating voice echoed from afar. Luan Yin, surrender, Ling, and I shall spare your life. At that moment, Luan Yin's mind was a whirlwind of questions. Upon recognizing the newcomer as the white-clad xianxiadrama, Bai Ling's eyes glistened with tears. Master? Luan Yin's fury flared, his cultivation level surging from the third stage of foundation establishment to mid-core formation in an instant. As he soared into the air, demonic energy swirling in his palm. What? Hand Ling over to you, only to let you kill her? Bai Lan chuckled softly. Luan Yin truly believed her earlier words that Xianxian had come to slay Bai Ling. I would never harm Linger. Do not slander me. Xianxiadrama was taken aback. He had come to rescue Linger, not to harm her. Luan Yin coldly retorted, you righteous cultivators are all hypocritical, speaking not a word of truth. If I were to believe your deceitful words, I would cease to be a demonic cultivator. In the next moment, Luan Yin charged forward, enveloping Xianxian in a shroud of demonic energy, engaging him in combat. Chapter 272, Who's Linger? Both at the mid-core formation stage and esteemed elders of their respective sects. The only difference was that Xianxiadrama had a nascent soul master. As the most cherished disciple of Mist Hidden, Xianxian possessed numerous magical artifacts, and his strength was evidently superior to Luan Yin's. The ice-blue longsword in his hand was a top-grade treasure, his jade hairpin served as a top-grade defensive artifact, and even the robe he wore was a high-quality Taoist garment. Moreover, the charm at his waist, crafted from the rare purple thunderwood, was a powerful talisman against malevolent entities, rendering him impervious to spectral attacks. Luan Yin's exhaustion in battle was unclear to Bai Lan, but she truly coveted Qinshuan's impressive armament. Unfortunately, even if she were to kill Qinshuan, the items he bore could not be used publicly, lest she be accused of murdering a fellow sect elder. Once Qinshuan was dead, these treasures could be stored away, and when Bai Ling rose to prominence, she could utilize Qinshuan's relics to extract a substantial sum of spirit stones from her. Bai Ling would undoubtedly desire her master's final possessions, and perhaps she would even use the spirit stones from the hands of the specters to purchase Qinshuan's relics, reclaiming them later. Just imagining Bai Ling's expression at that moment made the prospect all the more intriguing. Luan Yin, true to his name, wielded methods far more sinister than Qinshuan's. The feint of his finger was merely a fundamental tactic. Most importantly, Luan Yin was an elder of the corpse refining sect. With a mere flick of his hand, he summoned 2 initial core formation corpse puppets, their imposing presence striking fear. Though these puppets lacked sentience and required a master to control them, their formidable physical resilience was enough to give Qinshuan a headache. It appeared as though it was a 3-against-1 scenario, with Luan Yin exhibiting overwhelming strength. Yet, often, the more dominant opponent reveals glaring weaknesses. Bai Lan possessed the sect's manuscript on corpse manipulation. Thus, she understood that the quickest way to counter these puppets was to sever the connection between them and their master using spiritual awareness. However, it was evident that Qinshuan lacked any spirit-based techniques. He was merely flailing his sword, relying solely on brute force and the support of his techniques and sword arts. I am Linger's master. How could I wish to kill her? How unreasonable you demonic cultivators are! Release Linger at once. Xianxiadrama shouted in anger. Bai Lan, captivated by the unfolding events, raised an eyebrow. What did it mean to begin negotiating mid-battle? Did he find Luan Yin too formidable to continue? Humph, Luan Yin sneered. Do not the righteous cultivators pride themselves on exterminating demons and upholding justice? If so, why not settle this matter here today? Whoever prevails claims Linger as their own. What say you? Humph, you shall not take Ling. Qinshuan, enraged, swung his longsword once more, re-engaging Luan Yin in combat. No, please, do not fight any longer. Bai Ling cried out, her body immobilized by Qiu Tian's binding technique, leaving her only able to shout in despair. Master, Senior Luan, why are you fighting? Why? Bai Ling was torn, caught between an old love and a new affection. Qinshuan and Luan Yin had both succumbed to madness in their battle. Indifferent to Bai Ling's heartbreaking pleas. That scoundrel Qiu, keep an eye on Linger. Do not let that woman exploit any opportunity. After I deal with this opponent, there will be ample rewards for you. Luan Yin transmitted a message to his fellow demonic cultivator, Qiu Tian. Furthermore, he secretly promised Qiu Tian various other benefits, such as earth-level techniques and thousands of spirit stones. His only request was for Qiu Tian to protect Bai Ling during his duel with Qinshuan. Qiu Tian nodded in agreement. And the next moment, seizing the opportunity while Luan Yin was preoccupied with defending against Qinshuan's assault, he whispered to Bai Ling, Linga, why must you suffer so? In truth, both of them have come to kill you. Bai Ling was taken aback. The esteemed Xianxiadrama has traveled thousands of miles to eliminate you, seeking to cleanse the sect. While Elder Luan Yin of the corpse refining sect has his sights set on your physical form, intending to transform you into a puppet. Xiao Tian's tone was grave. How? How could this be? My master wishes to kill me, and even Elder Luan intends to do the same? Bai Ling murmured, her gaze drifting towards the distant battlefield, where she had never witnessed Xianxiadrama unleash such a brutal onslaught. But fret not, I shall protect you at all costs, Xiao Tian declared. His eyes filled with profound affection. Bai Ling suddenly lifted her gaze, locking onto Xiao Tian's eyes, rendered speechless. Xiao Tian, equally unwavering, held her gaze without blinking. It is far easier to embellish a masterpiece than to provide aid in times of need. Forsaken by all, expelled from her sect, and subjected to disdain in the name of the demonic path, Bai Ling found solace only in Xiao Tian, who had never once overstepped his bounds. Even when she was under the influence of an aphrodisiac, he remained as virtuous as a gentleman. Indeed, as he had professed, it was her essence he valued, not her allure. At this moment, Bai Ling's defenses were at their most fragile. Every movement of Xiao Tian struck at the very core of her wounded heart. Brother Xiao, please take me away, Bai Ling choked out. Very well, I shall take you away. Leaving was indeed preferable, had Bai Ling remained and witnessed the entirety of the confrontation. She would undoubtedly realize that it was Xianxiadrama who had dealt her demise, while it was inconsequential for Bai Ling to harbor more resentment towards herself. There was a lingering fear that she might inadvertently divulge this matter. After all, she was the righteous leader among the younger generation of the Qingyuan sect, and her reputation must not falter. As Bai Ling departed, Bai Lan's mind echoed with her words, Brother Xiao, please take me away, silently rubbing her arms. Bai Lan pulled Fifth Yin with her left hand and Ning Yin with her right, retreating a few steps before quietly transmitting her thoughts. The two golden core cultivators were evenly matched. Without a prolonged battle, it was unlikely a victor would emerge. What then? Ning Yin inquired. Shall we strike from the shadows to expedite their duel? Fifth Yin suggested. That notion resonates with me, Bai Lan smiled, patting Fifth Yin's shoulder, and then handed him a formation chess piece. Fifth Yin accepted the piece and nodded. What are your plans? Chapter 273. You have a talisman too? Bai Lan had acquired numerous formations from the storage bags she seized earlier, including an apparently useless third-tier formation, the Fire Gathering Array. This formation consisted of 3 flags. Once deployed, the fire's spiritual energy within a radius of several miles would surge rapidly, turning the area into a hellish inferno, engulfing everything in flames. For Foundation Establishment cultivators, particularly those with golden spiritual roots, the Fire Gathering Array would indeed hinder their combat abilities, serving as a negative buff that reduced their defenses. However, for Golden Core cultivators, the power of mundane fire was nearly null. Their robust bodies rendered them immune to fire and water, even when faced with overwhelming flames. It merely generated a wave of heat for them, lacking any real offensive capability. Ning Yin and Fifth Yin evidently recognized this, casting puzzled glances at Bai Lan. No need for further inquiry, just proceed. Bai Lan reassured them with a pat on their shoulders, offering no further explanation. While mundane fire had no effect on Golden Core cultivators, Bai Lan was different. She possessed a unique spiritual fire, the Zixiao, true fire, personally imparted to her by the esteemed Jun Yunyun. Although her cultivation was currently limited to the Foundation Establishment stage, significantly weakening the Zixiao, true fire's potency. Her intention was not to unleash it upon the two, but rather to apply it as a poison, allowing it to cling to them. After all, the Zixiao true fire was not only scorching, but also highly adhesive. Once it touched someone, it would spread uncontrollably across their body. Unless one immediately sat down to meditate and control the fire's spread, neglecting it would result in their incineration. Should she also add a few wind attribute talismans to the formation, a slight breeze would amplify the Zixiao true fire's ferocity, ensuring it would reach them. At that moment, as the two engaged in a fierce battle, they would hardly have the opportunity to sit and meditate. They would undoubtedly unleash their ultimate techniques, seeking to swiftly conclude the fight and tend to their injuries. In such a scenario, Bai Lan could take advantage of their mutual exhaustion to ambush them with her talismans. As she planted the formation chess piece, Bai Lan grasped the formation disc, gradually channeling her spiritual energy into it. At the instant the formation took shape, she infused a strand of Zixiao true fire into the sea of flames. Xianxiadrama cast a cold glance her way. Recognizing Bai Lan as the disciple who had repeatedly opposed Linger, her actions had sealed her fate. The two combatants, both Golden Core cultivators, possessed heightened awareness and soon became aware of Bai Lan's subtle maneuvers. Yet, what threat could a mere Foundation Establishment cultivator, a third-tier formation, and a trio of insignificant ants possibly pose? Amidst the fierce battle, 3 formation flags suddenly rose from a distant hill, igniting the fire-gathering array, and within moments, a raging inferno engulfed the surroundings. Humph, a mere third-tier formation is but childish play. Do not expend your effort, little girl. Once I have dealt with this old dog of the righteous path, I shall come for your life. Luan sneered, transforming his hand into a claw and charging towards Xianxian. How dare you speak so brazenly? This demonic rogue has grown too bold. Xianxian, incensed by the insult, retaliated with even greater ferocity. Having battled for an extended period, both were committed to vanquishing one another, employing their most formidable techniques and abilities. Their spiritual energy now nearly depleted. As their reserves dwindled, ranged techniques gradually gave way to close-quarters combat. Engrossed in their duel, neither Luan nor Xianxian paid any heed to the fire-gathering array Bai Lan had set in place. However, in the next instant, a faint crackling sound of thunder emerged from the blazing orange flames, as a hint of purple fire began to consume the orange flames. Upon the Xiao True Fire's entry into the inferno, the once dominant mundane fire was tinged with purple. In mere moments, the two found themselves amidst a sea of flames, and an unexpected gust of wind swept through, causing several streaks of Xiao True Fire to cling to their bodies, spreading at an alarming rate. Though Bai Lan's cultivation was modest, the Xiao True Fire did not extinguish them with the ease of Jun Yunyun's prowess. Thus, after the flames took hold, while the two were startled, they did not exhibit any signs of pain, clearly shielded by their protective spiritual energy. Wait, is that the Xiao True Fire? Luan exclaimed. Taken aback, he abandoned Xianxian in his fear and turned to scan the entrance of the secret realm, probing with his spiritual sense but finding no trace of the cloaked woman. Xianxian recognized the fire as well, his surprise nearly matching Luan Yin's. As he too searched for Jun Yunyun. No, it cannot be the master of the Tiangong Pavilion. Wait, how do you possess the Xiao True Fire? Xingxuan's gaze shifted back to the Foundation establishment ant before him, just in time to catch sight of Bai Lan extinguishing the purple flames at her fingertips. Humph, Xianxian, do you not recognize me? Bai Lan slowly rose, a smile reminiscent of an ancient ancestor gracing her lips, standing tall with an air of nonchalance. Xingxuan's pupils constricted, his heart nearly missing a beat. While many in the cultivation world reached the early stages of the nascent soul, those in the later stages were few and far between. The master of the Tiangong Pavilion was among them, a figure even his master would hesitate to provoke. It was precisely at the moment when the revered Xianxian was momentarily lost in thought that the cunning Luan seized the opportunity to unleash a full-force strike upon Xingxuan's back, causing him to violently expel a mouthful of old blood. From a distance, atop the mountain, Bai Lan observed with satisfaction, finding delight in the efficiency of the demonic conflict. The Xiao True Fire wielded by the esteemed Jun of the Shunyun sect was immensely powerful, capable of slaying ordinary individuals upon contact. Thus, for a protracted period, the name of the Xiao True Fire had been intrinsically linked with that of the master of the Tianji Pavilion. After all, only the higher echelons of the pavilion were privy to the fact that the master had adopted a righteous daughter. Others remained oblivious to this information. Adopting the classic stance of a Yuanying ancestor, with hands clasped behind his back while reciting the profound words of a powerful being, Xianxian inadvertently mistook her for the master of the Tianji Pavilion who had suppressed her cultivation. The battle between Xianxian and Luan ensued once more, without them first addressing Bai Lan, for they could not ascertain her true identity. What if she genuinely was the master who had lowered her cultivation? Both were apprehensive that an indiscriminate confrontation might result in being obliterated by a late-stage Yuanying practitioner. Thus, even though Bai Lan had just played a trick on them, none dared to act rashly against her. Should they gamble correctly, they could annihilate a nascent Foundation establishment junior. Yet, should they err, it would be tantamount to courting death. There was no remedy for regret, and neither dared to take that risk at this moment. Even in this dire situation, Luan Yin's combat prowess surpassed that of Xianxian by a considerable margin. He had previously seized the moment of Xingxuan's distraction to launch a surprise attack from behind. Gaining the upper hand, the Xiao True Fire had indeed become a tool for Bai Lan to expedite the resolution of their confrontation. The True Fire had already engulfed both combatants, appearing from afar as two figures ablaze. This fire, though seemingly harmless at present, could become catastrophic if they did not meditate and recuperate soon. The Xiao True Fire, imbued with a hint of lightning tribulation's power, could devour all, and Bai Lan's cultivation level merely influenced the speed at which it consumed. The higher her cultivation, the greater the power. In a critical moment of near death, Xianxian retrieved a talisman from his storage pouch, his expression resolute as he faced the onlookers. Bai Lan's pupils constricted, her mind racing back. The talisman Xianxian had produced bore power comparable to that of the one bestowed upon her by Han Shuzi, representing a full-force strike from a Yuanying practitioner. Bai Lan's demeanor turned cold. How cunning of you, Xianxian, to disregard the principles of combat. At such close proximity, detonation of that talisman would undeniably lead to her demise. Instantly reverting to the moment before the fire-gathering array was set up, Bai Lan contemplated briefly before conveying a message to Luan Yin. Xianxian possesses a talisman granted by the misty hidden true monarch, containing the full force of an early Yuanying practitioner. If you continue to dally, driving him to desperation to unleash that talisman in a mutual demise, your linger shall be mine. A flicker of astonishment crossed Luan Yin's eyes as he was momentarily rattled by the mention of the Yuanying stage. His hand with the poisoned claw hesitated. Swiftly shifting from offense to defense, his mind now clouded with doubt regarding the fight. How do you know this, and why do you choose to warn me? What is your intention? Luan Yin inquired coldly. While fending off Qingxuan's sword strikes, he subtly communicated with Bai Lan. Qingxian is my mortal enemy. If you can successfully slay him, it would also be beneficial for me. Bai Lan's words were undeniably truthful, yet she only disclosed half the truth to Luan Yin. Qingxian was her adversary, as was Luan Yin, whom she intended to eliminate. Luan Yin remained silent for an extended period after hearing her words. He did not trust the words of righteous cultivators, but when it came to danger, he always preferred to err on the side of caution. Luan Yin was adept at using corpse puppets and poisoned claws, typically preferring to exhaust his opponent with puppets before unleashing his own toxic strikes. The longer the battle continued, the more toxins would accumulate unknowingly within his adversary. Initially, Luan Yin intended to poison Qingxian slowly. After all, in a confrontation between Zhedan practitioners, none would reveal their trump cards until the final moment. However, Bai Lan had inadvertently disclosed Qingxuan's trump card to Luan Yin, a full-force strike from a Yuanying practitioner. Not only would a mid-stage Zhedan practitioner be unable to withstand it, but even a perfected Zhedan practitioner would falter. Now wary, Luan Yin had no choice but to alter his strategy. The optimal way to tackle a problem was to pass it on to the opponent, as was the case now. Bai Lan need not exhaust herself devising a plan to eliminate Qingxian, for Luan Yin was far more troubled. Consumed with thoughts on how to deliver a fatal blow to Qingxian, Luan Yin possessed his own trump card, a secret technique that could temporarily elevate his cultivation. However, the cost was a sacrifice of 30 years of lifespan, allowing his realm to soar to the perfected late stage of Zhedan, an effect that would last the duration of a stick of incense. Noticing Luan Yin's prolonged silence, Bai Lan offered a faint smile. What a pity. It seems you lack the capability to eliminate Qingxian in a single strike. As a fellow mid-stage Zhedan practitioner, you indeed fall short of him. I had overestimated you. Humph. Are you attempting to provoke me? Luan Yin retorted coldly. After all, you do not possess a Yuanying master. I have my methods to restrain Qingxian, Bai Lan replied nonchalantly. Luan Yin raised an eyebrow, scoffing. A foundation establishment practitioner restraining a Zhedan? How amusing, little one. Do try to restrain him. I would like to see what you can do. The disparity in realms between foundation establishment and Zhedan was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Of course, I hope Senior Luan will act decisively and refrain from using those poisoned claws and tactics that prolong the battle. You must deliver a lethal blow. Previously, when Bai Lan unleashed the Xiao True Fire to disrupt the situation, Luan Yin's surprise attack had indeed gravely injured Qingxian, but failed to secure a decisive kill, granting Qingxian the time to summon his talisman. The classic trope of a villain inflicting harm without delivering a fatal blow, leaving their opponent with half a life to retaliate, was precisely what afforded Qingxian the opportunity to turn the tables. Little one, are you commanding me? Luan Yin's gaze turned icier, for Bai Lan's tone was exceedingly disrespectful, not befitting a foundation establishment practitioner addressing a Zhedan expert. You may also choose to withdraw, returning Linger to Qingxian, and gamble on whether he would execute Bai Ling, his rebellious disciple, to cleanse his sect. The visage of Bai Ling flashed through Luan Yin's mind, a fleeting warmth illuminating his eyes as he gritted his teeth. He decided to indulge this insolent righteous ant for a moment, temporarily aligning with her. Once the time was ripe, he would first eliminate Qingxian, who sought to kill Ling, and then, while the effects of his secret technique lingered, he would deal with Bai Lan, that audacious ant, and finally eliminate his rival, Xiao Tian, along with the two bothersome low-tier female cultivators. Thus, Linger would be his alone. The treasures and opportunities within this secret realm would also belong to him. Humph. Then let us strike together, Luan Yin proclaimed through thought transmission before suddenly soaring into the air, forming hand seals and chanting incantations. In an instant, Luan Yin was enveloped in a cocoon of blood, the inner demonic energy swirling ominously, as if he was concocting a formidable spell. Such is the method of the wicked. Xian scoffed disdainfully, his sword vibrating in his hand as he began to strike at the blood cocoon. Upon witnessing this, Bailan once again employed the same strategy, transmitting her thoughts to Fifth Yin and Ning Yen, urging the three of them to insert the formation flags and establish the fire-gathering array. You two must swiftly depart towards the distant hall. Regardless of the sounds you may hear, do not look back, but continue to run forward. Bailan instructed Fifth Yin and Ning Yen. Fifth Yin's heart skipped a beat. Wait, you cannot possibly intend for Bailan to confront two golden core cultivators alone. This woman would never embody the sentiment of if I do not descend into hell, who will? Is she truly willing to sacrifice herself to assist her fellow disciple, Master Xian, in vanquishing this fiend? Do you believe this? Bailan smiled serenely. Farewell. With that, Fifth Yin seized the still affected Ning Yen, whose expression was a mix of concern and hesitation, and they fled with great haste. At that moment, Fifth Yin had lost all faith in Bailan's nonsensical claims. Bailan chuckled softly, utilizing the cover of mundane flames to blend a wisp of xianxiao, true fire, into the sea of flames, while also donning a piece of black cloth over her form. Chapter 275, The Gift of Misty Hidden. Master Xian had been wholly focused on dismantling the blood cocoon, regarding Bailan with disdain and paying no heed to her subtle movements. However, in the next moment, he was utterly disturbed by the overwhelming expanse of violet flames before him. Could this be xianxiao true fire, imbued with the power of the thunder tribulation? Xian's expression shifted dramatically. His gaze swept around, finally landing on the figure of the woman in the black robe outside the fire-gathering array, causing his heart to momentarily stutter. No one knew the true identity of the master of the heavenly secret pavilion. Yet xianxiao true fire was renowned in the realm of cultivation as a spirit fire of considerable repute. It was a unique creation of the heavenly secret pavilion's leader, possessing an unparalleled anti-counterfeiting mark. Once this fire appeared, it unmistakably signaled the handiwork of the pavilion's master. Although the woman before him was merely at the first level of the foundation establishment stage, her black robe, the aura of a nascent soul powerhouse, and the vast expanse of xianxiao true fire were sufficient to disarray Xian's composure. In the next instant, the blood cocoon behind him erupted with a deafening roar, releasing a mist of blood and demonic energy, and Luan Yin's aura surged explosively, his cultivation level skyrocketing from mid-golden core to late golden core within a heartbeat. Xian turned sharply, but it was already too late. Luan Yin concentrated all his demonic energy in his arms and delivered a devastating punch that pierced through Xian's corporeal form. Xian coughed up a mouthful of blood, instinctively placing a hand on his storage bag at his waist, only to be met with another decisive blow from Luan Yin, extinguishing his life completely. Who dares to slay my disciple? The moment Xian's physical form dissipated, the furious roar of Misty Hidden echoed forth. The nascent soul cultivator possessed formidable spiritual awareness. He had set a restriction within Xian's consciousness, thus sensing the moment Xian's soul disintegrated, his most valued and promising disciple had perished. Even if I must traverse to the ends of the earth, I shall hunt down the one who killed my disciple. I will have their remains shattered into 1,000 pieces. Misty Hidden's thunderous rage gradually faded. Luan Yin's heart raced, his complexion paling. Yet, even in the face of enmity with a nascent soul cultivator, he had no regrets about his actions today. Everything was for Ling Er. Simultaneously, Bai Ling, who had just exited the secret realm, felt her heart turn to ashes upon hearing a few words from Qiutian. Overwhelmed with sorrow, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her heart, coughed up blood, and fainted on the spot. Qiutian was momentarily stunned, first laying Bai Ling down, then rubbing his delicate face that had been taut with tension for the mission, before finally sending a thought to Bailan. Taoist Bai Ling has inexplicably coughed up blood and fainted. It is quite strange. What should we do next? Save her or eliminate her? For this is the bond between the Chosen One and his harem. With such a deep connection, Xian must not be reborn to rekindle anything with Bai Ling. Else I shall have to kill her once more. Pay her no mind. Simply discard her near the abyss of 10,000 ghosts. You have worked hard during this time. Take a few months to rest and meditate. It is time for Bai Ling and He Gui to cultivate their relationship. If these two do not fall in love swiftly, how shall I threaten the demonic path when the righteous and the demonic clash? Understood. Qiutian, struck dumb by the sudden holiday, found himself more invigorated as he lifted Bai Ling concealed in the shadows. Bai Lan smiled faintly. With Xian gone, it was her turn to take action. Just moments ago intimidated by Misty Hidden, Luan Yin, filled with indignation, turned to see Bai Lan standing calmly in the distance. A mere foundation establishment cultivator dares to be so audacious? I will extinguish you, he declared coldly. The pressure of his golden core cultivation radiating as he advanced slowly towards Bai Lan, his demonic energy swirling around him. "Oh, you truly are the epitome of a demonic cultivator, dismantling the bridge after crossing it. Your speed is something I can only envy," Bailon retorted, her mind aching as she spoke through gritted teeth. In Luan Yin's astonished gaze, Bailon summoned a water-blue talisman with a single hand, and in the next moment, she slipped into the void stone. "Wait, you also possess one." Luan Yin was taken aback, his expression one of shock. He instantly attempted to flee. But the recent battle had drained too much of his spiritual power. It was too late. She had been prepared all along, biding her time as an ant observing the tigers until the final moment to reveal that talisman. A full-force strike from a mid-nascent soul cultivator could devastate the heavens. The moment the talisman exploded, a blue sword energy tore through the air with the might to sweep away all adversaries. In the next instant, not only did Luan Yin meet his demise, but several mountaintops surrounding the secret realm were also leveled by that singular sword energy. Luan Yin's voice gradually faded into the ether, leaving behind 2 storage bags and a few damaged high-grade magical artifacts undisturbed on the ground. In the distance, Fifth Yin and Ning Yin, standing on their flying swords, were astonished by the magnitude of the explosion, their hearts racing. Could it be that a nascent soul cultivator has arrived? If the newcomer is Qing Xian's master, Bailon is doomed. If the newcomer is Luan Yin's ally, Bailon may also meet her end. 3, 2, 1. Yes, they should be utterly dead. The system within the void stone was dutifully counting down. And after a minute, it spoke in a low voice. Bailon nodded in agreement, extending her spiritual awareness to survey the surroundings. Quickly spotting the 2 enticing storage bags on the ground. One belonged to Master Qing Xian, and the other to Luan Yin. "Whom have you ensnared this time?" Li Xuanxian inquired, standing behind Bailon and the system, perplexed. Bailon shook her head, speaking solemnly. "My fellow disciple, Master Qing Xian, tragically perished at the hands of a demonic cultivator. My heart is heavy. I did not hesitate to expend the talisman gifted by our ancestor, using myself as bait to painstakingly eliminate that fiend." Li Xuanxian's eyes widened instantly. "You killed another golden core cultivator?" "To be precise, it was 2. The system silently added, discreetly lighting candles for both individuals. "It was not I who killed them. I did nothing." Qing Xian was struck by Luan Yin, and Luan Yin was vanquished by the talisman. "Without Huan Shuzi's talisman, I would not have been able to confront even a late Foundation establishment cultivator." Bailon waved her hand, then turned to exit the void stone, collecting the spoils of war along with her. Storage bags belonging to golden core cultivators typically bore restrictions. As this thought flickered through Li Xuanxian's mind, he beheld Bailan's spiritual awareness subtly shift, coalescing into a blade that struck towards the 2 storage bags. Soul severing. A celestial-grade spiritual technique capable of severing spiritual marks and dismantling the restrictions of storage bags was a skill she frequently employed during her past endeavors in the black market. This technique was something she had previously traded to Bailon. With resolute determination, Bailon swiftly delved into Qing Xian's storage bag, extracting the talisman of the utmost value, one that had long occupied her thoughts. This talisman, bestowed upon his disciple by the revered Misty Hidden True Monarch, encapsulated the full might of a nascent soul cultivator's strike. Initially, she had resigned herself to the notion that after expending Han Shuzi's talisman, future encounters with core formation cultivators would compel her to take a circuitous route. However, it now appeared that she might still have a fighting chance. Having sacrificed a talisman representing the full force of a mid-nascent soul attack, she had acquired one showcasing the might of an early nascent soul strike. She lauded the Misty Hidden True Monarch and wished for his swift ascent to the realm of bliss. In Chapter 276, You Are the Demon Path, Bailon meticulously laid out the pills, talismans, and magical artifacts collected from the storage bags of 2 core formation cultivators, along with her previous acquisitions from Kangwu continent. She found herself in possession of over 20 magical artifacts. The system encouraged her to exert herself further in slaying demons, suggesting that once she amassed a total of 49 artifacts, a treasure pavilion would be constructed within the void stone by the true monarch and the weapon spirit, which sounded splendid indeed. The system circled around the magical items on the ground, expressing its admiration. "Marvelous, simply marvelous," the weapon spirit chimed in gleefully. Despite the 2 individuals being utterly ignorant of the nuances of weaponry, such grandiose undertakings are unwise. They exhaust spirit and harm materials, Li Xuanxian interjected, halting the system's fanciful musings. "It is not about exhausting spirit. Rather, you simply wish to avoid overtime," the system retorted, rolling its eyes, though it had already begun to draft new construction plans in its mind. Bailon, too preoccupied to converse, was currently directing her consciousness over the array of weapons before her. Swords, sabers, whips, fans, hammers, axes, and even drums and flutes, The variety of magical artifacts within the cultivation realm was exceedingly diverse, each possessing its unique utility. As the ultimate antagonist, she naturally required the finest artifacts for her duels. After a moment of contemplation, she discarded many of the mediocre artifacts that were merely ostentatious and lacking substance, ultimately selecting 4 artifacts that truly captivated her: the soul-snatching dagger and the Xiao seal, both superior-grade treasures sourced from the Sex Treasury, held a pristine lineage and could be utilized without concern. However, the origins of the latter 2 artifacts were less than reputable. The Xianyuan Jade Rui, a superior-grade defensive artifact found within Xianxia's storage bag, boasted unparalleled sturdiness and, most importantly, could be adeptly manipulated, serving both defensive and offensive purposes. Its only drawback was its prohibition in specific scenarios, such as within the Qingyuan sect. The Jade Rui encompassed nearly all the functions of the Golden Bell Shield while rectifying many of its shortcomings, even though it consumed more spiritual energy than the Golden Bell. This flaw was but a minor blemish on its brilliance. Thus, upon acquiring the Jade Rui, Bailan swiftly cast aside the laborious Golden Bell Shield, relegating it to storage. The other artifact, known as the Twin Hammers, comprised 2 massive hammers weighing a combined 1,000 jin, long abandoned within the storage of Luanyin. This artifact possessed a power comparable to that of a colossal hammer, featuring no blades and consisting of 6 segments. Although the precise material from which it was crafted remained a mystery, it emanated an imposing aura, suggesting that in battle, one need only wield it to crush their foes. Due to its identification as a righteous artifact, it was ill-suited for demonic cultivators, leading Luanyin to keep it dormant for so long. Now that these hammers had fallen into Bailan's hands, it could be said that they had encountered a worthy master. With a storage bag overflowing with treasures from her master, the nascent soul cultivator Xianxian, which included arrays, talismans, materials from demon beasts, and various pills, all items used by core formation cultivators, Bailan had acquired 2 6th-tier array plates alone. The storage bag also contained numerous rare materials from the Misty, Hidden True Monarch and the Sectesh Treasury, especially the Millennium Old spiritual herbs, most of which were essential for concocting the Gathering Summit pill and the Morning Yuan pill, evidently prepared for the purpose of forming a nascent soul. Among her findings was a celestial-grade technique, the 9 Palaces sword art, passed down to her by the Misty Hidden True Monarch. Fortunately, she had acted swiftly. Had that old trickster succeeded in forming a nascent soul swordsman would have been far more challenging to eliminate. This bounty had intermittently benefited Bailan in her future core formation endeavors, allowing her to rediscover the joy of unboxing a storage bag. Her previous experience with Li Xuanxian's storage had been far less pleasurable, as he was a genuine wandering cultivator, impoverished to the extent that all his resources were devoted to his own cultivation. When Li Xuanxian and Luanyin's combined wealth paled in comparison to Xianxia's, it was particularly evident, especially considering Luanyin's reputation as a corpse-refining cultivator. The most striking aspect of his storage bag was its complete collection of corpses. The remains of cultivators he had killed, collected, or haphazardly assembled had been refined through various means, ultimately becoming puppets under his control. Among them were countless bodies from the Qi refining, foundation establishment, and core formation stages. The autumn figure Bailan had previously rescued had merely been an unfinished product. But these were complete, mindless husks, devoid of consciousness and awareness, with only a trace of spirit remaining for their master to manipulate. What left Bailan apprehensive was the fact that these puppets had not lost their allegiance upon Luanyin's demise. They remained under his control. Thus, the only plausible explanation was that Luanyin still lived. After a moment of silence, Bailan's gaze shifted to the pile of tainted relics left behind by Luanyin, eventually unearthing a wooden ring. This ring, crafted from one of the rare spiritual woods of the cultivation realm, the soul-nurturing wood, was the perfect abode for lingering souls, an exquisite bait for cultivators seeking to seize control. For reasons unknown, the moment Bailan laid eyes on the ring, Li Xuanxian popped into her mind. Li Xuanxian, feeling a sudden intuition, rubbed his nose and mused, "What are you looking at? Surely this doesn't conceal the spirit of a core formation cultivator?" As a ghost cultivator, she feared not possession. If only she could take a peek inside on Bailan's behalf. Before Li Xuanxian could offer her services, Bailan pressed her palm firmly, igniting violet flames that crackled with intensity, swiftly engulfing the wooden ring. In the next instant, a male's anguished scream erupted from within. "Ah, I will kill you. Stop, stop. You dare to do this." Bailan raised an eyebrow, her expression one of unyielding calm. Indeed, the ring contained a soul. Luanyin, like Li Xuanxian before him, had left behind a fragment of his soul, now residing within the wooden ring. Li Xuanxian, astonished, found flashes of past memories flashing before her eyes and sighed. Could it be that you possess a constitution that attracts lingering souls? Perhaps I was a ghost catcher in my previous life? Bailon chuckled while the violet flames continued to burn the wooden ring without pause. What do you intend to do with this individual? Will you convert him into a ghost cultivator? Or, this person is of the demonic path, proud and unyielding. Difficult to persuade. I shan't waste my breath. It would be best to incinerate him, eradicating the root of the issue once and for all. Li Xianxian felt a twitch at the corner of her eye. She had once espoused a similar rationale to herself, deceiving and manipulating. You truly are not a righteous cultivator. You are of the demonic path. Luanin stammered, voice trembling. In Chapter 277, Expanding the Team, Bailon scoffed. When you witnessed my possession of the Xiao true fire, you ought to have deduced who stands behind me. Why then pose such futile inquiries? You are indeed a member of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, a true demonic cultivator. How brazenly you disguise yourself as a righteous cultivator, your actions shrouded in deceit. Your words are so tightly woven. I imagine the flames are not yet to your liking. As Bailon spoke, the crackling thunder in her hand grew louder, and the soul nurturing wood gradually began to char and crumble. Luanin howled in impotent rage, yet as the wooden ring neared melting, he finally capitulated. His cold and ruthless demeanor now tinged with an undercurrent of flattery. Stop! Young friend, please hold on. Luanin shrieked in desperation. Is this what you call a junior friend? The victor and the vanquished. Now that I have been defeated by your hand, I shall willingly submit to you. Henceforth prepared to toil like a beast at your command. Young friend, quickly extinguish this flame. Faced with the threat of death, Luanin's tongue was ultimately softened by the Xiao true fire, and he began to discern the hierarchy between kings. Is this truly submission? Bailon shook her head with regret. I had hoped to test whether the Xiao true fire could incinerate a cultivator's divine soul, but alas, what a pity. Though the Xiao true fire has the power to consume all worldly things, it cannot extinguish the divine soul. However, should you truly burn this wooden ring to ashes, not only would you lose this fragment of soul-nurturing wood, but my very soul would also dissipate into the cosmos in an instant. A hint of trepidation lacing Luanin's tone. To survive in this residual soul form is already a tremendous fortune, and remaining in this world imposes considerable limitations. Thus he could not leave this wooden ring at all. He fervently hoped Bailon would succumb to curiosity and probe into the ring with her spiritual consciousness. At that moment, he could seize the opportunity to take over her body and live anew, thus avenging past humiliations. Yet, Bailon did not. Not only did she refrain, but she also rummaged through her storage bag repeatedly. Ultimately, she even uttered a heart-wrenching remark, lamenting that a mere segment of soul-nurturing wood was not something she had not encountered in larger quantities. If this endeavor could thoroughly eradicate you, what harm would it be to burn a ring? Bailon's nonchalant tone left Luanin momentarily speechless. Was soul-nurturing wood such a trivial matter? Had he known this earlier, he would have never opposed her. Li Xianxian shook his head slightly, as if through the charred wooden ring on the ground. He could see the defiance of his former self. I harbor no fondness for the disciples of the corpse-refining sect. Sparing your life today is merely due to your foundation-building cultivation and experience still holding some value. Bailon spoke with a detached tone. Luanin was infuriated. As a distinguished foundation-building cultivator, he had once been revered and flattered by countless lower-ranking disciples within the sect, and had never endured such indignation. A tiger fallen in the plains being bullied by dogs. Now he found himself reduced to a mere servant under the guidance of a foundation-building cultivator. Bailon concluded her words and turned to Li Xianxian. Teach him the Demon Thousand Illusions technique. Once he transforms into a ghost cultivator, he shall be at your disposal. Do not forget to have him pledge a heart demon oath and sign a soul contract with you to prevent any unforeseen changes. Li Xianxian, astonished, pointed to himself. Hand him over to me? You are the one I trust the most. Entrusting this person to you brings me peace of mind. Bailon smiled faintly, her voice imbued with profound trust. If one cannot lead a team, they can only toil until death. Should one take on every task personally and guide every soul, would it not be a waste of their cultivation? Alas, idleness begets idleness. Entrusting this person to me is perfectly fine. You need not worry. She was the least willing to labor, and now that someone was replacing her in the void stone, Li Xianxian naturally consented with pleasure. Luanin was left utterly speechless in his fury. He had thought that after his submission, as a foundation-building cultivator, he would become a significant aid to this mere foundation-building cultivator, and perhaps even manage to deceive her. Instead, he found himself treated like a mere outer sect servant, tossed aside as if he were a lowly disciple just entering the sect. This must be an illusion. It has to be an illusion. Meanwhile, outside the main hall of the Zhengdao Peak at Qingyuan sect, a foundation-building disciple flew in on a sword, his expression frantic, announcing loudly upon entering the hall, "Sect leader. It is dire. Master Qingxian has fallen. The soul lamp of Master Qingxian has extinguished." Master Qing has suddenly lifted his head, a momentary look of astonishment crossing his features, his hand trembling around the scripture, at a loss for words. Just a day prior, Qingxian had suddenly caused a commotion at the Repentance Cliff, insisting on venturing into the demonic realm to rescue his disciple. Qinghe had sensed that this journey would likely lead to misfortune. After all, Bai Ling was currently in the demonic realm. Would his foundation-building cultivation not equate to a death sentence? There was no possibility of dissuading him, and thus he had allowed him to go. Moreover, he had taken the opportunity to acquire the misty hidden true Lord-S scripture and the heavenly level technique, 9 Palaces sword art, from Qingxian by granting him an exception to violate sect rules to leave the Repentance Cliff. Yet, he had never anticipated that he would truly perish. Summon the elders from all peaks to discuss this matter. It is imperative to ascertain who is responsible, Qinghe declared, his expression unchanging, voice solemn, with a great battle imminent. The loss of a foundation-building elder within the sect is a matter of grave significance. In merely half a day, this news spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the sect in an instant. Shortly thereafter, a sparse gathering of foundation-building elders convened in the main hall of Zhengdao Peak, with others excusing themselves. The elders had gathered to discuss the Qingxian incident, and upon learning of a fellow elder's murder, the expressions on their faces reflected more anger than sorrow. Whether Qingxian lived or died was inconsequential. The crucial matter was who dared to lay hands on a member of the Qingyuan sect. Naturally, they first had to rule out disciples of the Qingyuan sect. Wasn't Master Qingxian at the Repentance Cliff? Wait, could it be that he had ventured out alone? Someone caught the implication. No, it was Master Qingxian who had received a message from the demonic cultivators. It was then that he learned of the danger facing the disciple named Bai Ling. I had intended to stop him, but I sensed he was on the verge of going mad, and thus I reluctantly allowed him to proceed. I never imagined that such a calamity would befall him at such a young age. Qinghe sighed and shook his head. Bai Ling. Wait, isn't Bai Ling the disciple who has turned to the demonic path? That person is no longer a disciple of our Qingyuan sect. What was Qingxian thinking? Qingxian has always been particularly fond of that direct disciple, having overlooked her violations of sect rules on multiple occasions. Now that the traitor has turned demonic, he still cannot let go. Is he not ill? Qin Rouge slowly sat up, her face filled with confusion, with a great battle imminent. Instead of preparing for it, he runs off to rescue a traitor from the demonic path? The demonic realm is heavily guarded at every turn. Is he going to save someone, or seeking his own death? Although the others felt this statement was somewhat inappropriate, it seemed quite reasonable, and they ultimately nodded in agreement. Normally, one would expect a foundation-building cultivator to have 1 or 2 close acquaintances within the sect to speak on their behalf, but regrettably, he had none. Now, with Master Qingxian being killed without cause, not a single person within the sect expressed sorrow at his passing, nor did anyone step forward to seek out the murderer. Instead, they seized the opportunity to discuss the ownership of Yuling Peak. Beneath Yuling Peak lies a small spiritual vein, and with Qingxuan's demise, he also had no foundation-building disciples under him. If Yuling Peak were to remain empty, it would be a tremendous waste. Chapter 278, Breaking Out of the Strange Mouth. The death of Qingxian concerned no one except for the misty hidden true lord and his disciple. Instead, the lack of Yuling Peak to divide the sect's resources led many who resented him to secretly celebrate. As for the investigation into the murderer, the sect leader dispatched his elite disciples, with Nancian Ji personally tasked with uncovering the clues. In truth, as soon as she left the sect, she headed in the opposite direction of where Qingxian had departed. Nancian Ji was well aware of Qinghe's long-standing grievances against Qingxian. Thus, sending her to investigate the cause of Qingxuan's death was a clear intention. Ostensibly to gather clues, it was, in fact, a chance for external training. Bailan had long anticipated this and had no need to worry that fellow sect cultivators would trace their way back to her. After all, among those who came to explore this secret realm, all who survived were Bailan's people. The 2 enemies had already been dealt with by her through the scheme of the 2 tigers competing for food. After a brief organization, Bailan swiftly exited the Void Stone and soared towards the direction of the secret realm's main hall. Along the way, she surveyed the scenery, increasingly feeling that this place was a treasure of feng shui. This secret realm was vast, comparable to the entire Qingyuan sect. Although the spiritual veins were depleted and the caves and houses were dilapidated, with the Void Stone having just acquired a labor force, Luan Yin was idly waiting. It would not hurt to have the system and the spirit of the artifact plan a reconstruction of the houses and caves here. Especially the corpse puppets stored in the bag from Luan Yin are truly exceptional materials for construction. Even though Luan Yin's cultivation would plummet to the Qi refinement stage after practicing the Yin Demon Thousand Illusion skill, rendering him unable to control corpse puppets above the foundation establishment stage, there are still over 20 corpse puppets at the Qi refinement stage, right? Each of these puppets is invaluable for labor. They must not be wasted. If I spend a few days transporting everything here into the Void Stone, it will certainly rival the scale of the 5 major sects once restored, and will surely become a remarkable spectacle in the future. As Bailan approached the Grand Hall on his sword, he suddenly furrowed his brow at the sight ahead. The speed of the flying sword decreased abruptly, and he paused in midair. From a distance, 3 elevated platforms rose outside the Grand Hall of this secret realm, each layer surrounded by a barrier, subtly indicating there were 3 layers of trials. The first layer had already been conquered by 2 individuals, and the barrier of the first layer had been lifted. Bailan extended his consciousness, only to discover that Ning Yin and the 5th Yin were still trapped on the outermost second platform, ensnared within a cloud of black mist. Surrounding them were several third-tier Yin ghosts, firmly entangling the two and preventing their escape. With 5th Yin strength, dealing with these low-intelligence Yin ghosts was hardly a challenge. However, with the Qi refinement stage Ning Yin by her side, managing both fronts proved to be quite strenuous. Bailan stroked his chin, not rushing to assist, but instead sat calmly atop his flying sword, meticulously observing the surroundings. Indeed, beneath the stone platform lay a rather concealed small fixed teleportation array. Connecting to another location within the secret realm, the Yin ghosts were emerging in a continuous stream from this formation. It was no wonder the two had yet to conquer the second trial. With the gate unsealed, the onslaught of Yin ghosts would be endless, multiplying with each encounter. Bailan, you have been sitting on that flying sword, watching for an entire incense stick's worth of time. Hurry and help, I can barely hold on. 5th Yin's voice rang out, laced with frustration at Bailan's apparent indifference. Did he find pleasure in watching others suffer? Exhausted, her words carried a tone of fatigue. Bailan, having not concealed his presence, was already sensed by 5th Yin amidst the black mist. Patience, patience, I am on my way. Bailan chuckled lightly, tossing the golden bell shield toward them, and then leaping to the base of the stone platform, arriving at the teleportation array. As Yin ghosts floated out from the array and noticed Bailan's approach, they all shrieked and lunged at her. Bailan had long since activated the formless technique, and at the moment the Yin ghosts drew near, she spun around, her eyes glowing with golden light that illuminated the area. In a flash of golden brilliance, several Yin ghosts were momentarily stunned by the radiance, their wails echoing in the air. Seizing the moment, Bailan wielded her twin maces, taking a deep breath to gather her strength for 3 seconds, then brought the maces crashing down onto the teleportation array. The moment the maces struck, a crack appeared at one corner of the formation, causing it to tremble and become unstable. What is the simplest way to swiftly navigate through the secret realm of the cultivation world? One of the most straightforward methods is to break the monster's exit directly. As one corner of the teleportation array shattered, its effectiveness waned, severing the passageway, and the Yin ghosts on the stone platform visibly decreased in number. Humph. Just as Bailan stowed away her twin maces, she heard a faint scoff emanating from an unknown source. The sound was weak, yet Bailan's keen senses caught it. There was something amiss. This sound was undoubtedly suspicious. Instantly alert, Bailan frowned and rewound her actions to the moment before she struck the formation. This time, she remained in motion while carefully listening for subtle sounds around her. Indeed, the instant she struck the formation, a cold scoff echoed from within the distant Grand Hall, seemingly tinged with displeasure. So, it appeared there were other living beings in this place besides them. What does that scoff signify? Could this person be the master of the formation? Bailan pondered silently as she sheathed her maces and instead grasped the jade rui as a precaution. After 5th Yin and Ning Yin joined forces to eliminate the remaining Yin ghosts, they were left panting heavily, collapsing onto the ground to catch their breath. Upon raising their eyes, they beheld Bailan, enveloped in golden light, soaring up from the base of the stone platform. White Taoist, you're still alive. How wonderful. You truly scared me. Ning Yin exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy lacing her voice, tinged with a hint of emotion. The previous crisis was inconsequential. Her Yuaning stage master had bestowed upon her a life-saving trump card. However, if Bailan had perished, her cultivation path would have been severed entirely. Do not fret. I am still among the living. Bailan reassured her with a gentle pat on Ning Yan's shoulder. Why have the surrounding Yin ghosts suddenly diminished? 5th Yin wiped the sweat from her forehead. Sister Yin, are you perhaps worried for my safety, which has caused your agitation? As long as we destroy the teleportation array at the base of this stone platform, severing the passage for these Yin ghosts, the second trial will pose no threat. 5th Yin paused, dismissing Bailan's peculiar remarks. Chapter 279, Transforming Beasts. Bailan had previously instructed the two to advance to the trial outside the Grand Hall, while she would join them shortly, urging them not to worry. Yet, considering the recent commotion, Luan Yin slaying Qing Xian, followed by a Yuan Ying level sword Qi sweeping across several peaks, and by Lan's prolonged absence, there was no denying the anxiety lurking in their hearts. If 15, with her foundation establishment stage cultivation, could not discern the location of the teleportation array at the base of the stone platform, it would be unfathomable, given the current circumstances. It seemed that passing through one stone platform would grant access to the Grand Hall. Bailan gazed toward the distant hall. Fortune was beckoning her. The 3 tiers of stone platforms corresponded to the 3 layers of barriers outside the hall, the moment the Yin ghosts on the second stone platform vanished. The second barrier also dissipated, leaving only the final barrier remaining. Sit in place and replenish your spiritual energy. I shall handle the third trial, Bailan declared, handing a bottle of replenishing elixirs to 15. 15 accepted the elixir, pausing for a moment before unhesitatingly passing it to Ning Yin beside her. Bailan's elixir was not to be consumed, a lesson learned through blood. Ning Yin took the vial, first glancing at 5 Yin's complex expression, then at Bailan's smiling face. The peculiar atmosphere between the two made her feel as if the vial was burning in her hands. While 5 Yin's expression resembled that of someone who had encountered poison. Consuming it seemed risky, yet not consuming it posed a dilemma. What? Do you fear I might have poisoned it? How could that be? Bai Daoist is not that kind of person. Ning Yin resolutely shook her head. 15, seated cross-legged, cast a sidelong glance at Ning Yin, her expression intricate. Ning Yin chuckled, saying, the elixir you provided, I shall treasure it well. It is merely to replenish spiritual energy, and I will not waste the elixir. 15 closed her eyes, mentally chastising herself for her past naivety, had she possessed even a fraction of Ning Yan's caution. Knowing not to consume the elixir offered by Bailan, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. After all, Ning Yin had emerged from a sinister cult, well aware of the treachery of the human heart. During their foray into the evil fiend gang, Ning Yin had learned of Bailan's association with Qiu Tian, who had usurped the body of the sinister He Mian, and had witnessed her exquisite acting skills and mastery of disguise. Ning Yin was acutely aware that Bailan was no ordinary adversary, thus she refrained from carelessly consuming the elixirs offered. Bailan nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. She saved her progress, and then leaped onto a distant stone platform. The moment she set foot on the platform, darkness enveloped her, and suddenly, numerous lights flickered into existence. Countless azure eyes illuminated the surroundings, their incessant blinking creating an overwhelming sea of blue pupils. Bailan was momentarily taken aback. Most of these entities were second-tier monsters, but the sheer quantity seemed excessive. A buzzing sound filled the air, accompanied by the flapping of countless unknown creatures' wings, causing the surrounding eyes to stir. In an instant, her consciousness was pierced by a sharp pain, prompting Bailan to furrow her brow. She had underestimated the third trial, which was not a physical assault, but rather an attack on the soul. Swiftly, she stored the Urui into the void stone and, with a flick of her wrist, unleashed a torrent of purple true flames towards the swarm. As the violet flames erupted, they incinerated a multitude of eyes, illuminating the area and revealing the true nature of the creatures surrounding her. To her astonishment, they were swarms of butterflies, nearly 1,000 in number. Predominantly second-tier 6-eyed ice butterflies, with a few shadows of third-tier ice butterflies flitting about. The 6-eyed ice butterfly was documented in the archives of the Qingyuan sect as an exceedingly rare beast, now believed to be extinct. Who would have thought they would exist here? Was this the fortune of Bailing? These ice butterflies did not possess 6 eyes. Rather, each wing bore 3 blue eyes on either side, their patterns resembling that of an eye. While their physical forms were exceedingly fragile, their psychic abilities were formidable, with the blue eyes on their wings capable of piercing attacks on a cultivator's consciousness. For cultivators lacking robust psychic strength, encountering a swarm of 6-eyed ice butterflies could only lead to inevitable demise. The rarity and near extinction of these creatures ignited Bailan's desire to collect them. Enduring the sharp pangs transmitted by her consciousness, she inhaled deeply and reignited the purple true flames in her hands. The second-tier ice butterflies were merely following the commands of the third-tier ice butterflies in their assault against her. Bailan understood the principle of capturing the leader first, and thus targeted the direction of the third-tier ice butterflies with her fireballs. Though the third-tier ice butterflies possessed a powerful psychic attack, their physical forms remained as fragile as parchment. In just a matter of moments, the ice butterflies that had once circled around her began to disperse, fleeing in all directions. As her consciousness gradually returned to a state of calm, Bailan seized the opportunity to capture several hundred juvenile second-tier ice butterflies into her spirit beast pouch. A familiar huff echoed through the air. As the last barrier shattered, a voice emerged from the distance, that of an elder. Little girl, first you smashed my teleportation array, and then you pilfered several hundred of my ice butterflies. Countless individuals have ventured into this secret realm for trials over the centuries. Yet you are the first to brazenly take and snatch in such a manner. The voice bore a hint of sarcasm. Bylon feigned surprise. My goodness. There are indeed living beings here. In the next instant, a figure materialized before her, prompting Bylon to instantly become alert and retrieve her Yurui, entering a defensive stance. The individual before her was an elderly man, not a spectral being, clad in coarse linen garments, with an ordinary countenance and an indifferent expression. The only peculiar feature was his completely bald head. Initially, Bylon assumed he was a monk, but upon closer inspection, something felt amiss. Upon that shiny head, faint patterns resembling those of a tortoise could be discerned. Unable to sense his aura or gauge his cultivation level, Bylon pondered what kind of cultivator would adorn their head with tortoiseshell designs. Wait, could this be a shape-shifting monster? A beast capable of assuming human form would at least be a 7th-tier creature. If it were merely the classic residual spirit of an elder in this secret realm, it would be understandable. Yet, how had a shape-shifting beast emerged? Bylon's instincts heightened as she prepared for an immediate withdrawal. I'm not human. So cease your incessant staring at my head. The elder squinted, scrutinizing Bylon. I have witnessed all your actions within this secret realm. In simpler terms, he was fully aware of Bylon's audacious act of slaying 2 core formation cultivators. Bylon teetered on the brink of withdrawal. Cunning human, though your cultivation is modest, your schemes run deep. Ahem, if I may be so bold. Do you have any familial connection to the Xuanwu? Bylon attempted to establish a rapport, hoping to glean the intentions of this creature through conversation. The elder's expression turned quizzical. Apart from myself, are there descendants of the Xuanwu in this realm? He continued. How fortuitous. There is indeed one in the back mountains of the Qingyuan sect, serving as our guardian spirit. Qingyuan sect? Is it the sect founded by Qing Yuanzi? The old tortoise pondered for a moment, his demeanor gradually softening. The history of the Qingyuan sect was ancient, tracing back several millennia, existing even in the distant past when the demon race was dominant over humanity. Throughout the years of its rise and fall, the sect had experienced both desperate escapes and periods of glory, now standing as one of the 5 premier sects in the region. This tortoise, upon speaking, revealed its connection to the founding patriarch of the Qingyuan sect, leading Bylon to deduce that this creature must be a 1,000-year-old divine tortoise. A 9th-tier monster with divine bloodline, which aligned with its tortoise nature. Though humans and demons were inherently at odds, this shape-shifting creature did not exude the same oppressive aura as the Fox King upon their first meeting, demonstrating a neutral stance instead. You actually know of my sect's founder, Qing Yuanzi. What a coincidence. It seems our paths have intertwined, Bylon mused, momentarily lost in thought before responding. Who said we are family? When Qing Yuanzi ascended and faced tribulation, I was invited to witness it, hence I recognize him. The old tortoise countered Bylon's attempt at closeness, then proceeded to explain. Bylon's expression remained hopeful. So, the founder truly succeeded in his ascension? If that were the case, she would dig through every inch of the earth to uncover Qing Yuanzi's hidden abode, seeking opportunities and wisdom, and discovering how he achieved his ascension. Alas, he failed. The old tortoise snorted dismissively. Ascension is an act against the heavens. Amidst the overwhelming pressure of the world, countless lightning tribulations descend upon one. Very few can endure. And even Qing Yuanzi succumbed after facing 99 tribulations, turning to ashes. Very well, Bylon silently shook her head. Yet another powerful being who had failed in the attempt to ascend. A divine transformation expert who fell at the final lightning tribulation, mere moments away from success. If Qing Yuanzi were still alive, he would surely be filled with remorse. Who is the most powerful cultivator in the Qingyuan sect today? Has there been any other divine transformation expert in the past 1,000 years? Are any of Qing Yuanzi's disciples still alive? The old tortoise suddenly turned its gaze to Bylon, his expression akin to that of an elder inquiring about an old friend's well-being. One of the unwritten rules of the cultivation world is that one should never speak the complete truth. A mixture of truth and falsehood is the best policy. Bylon remained uncertain about the true nature of this tortoise and could not divulge the secrets of her sect based solely on its words. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to maintain her innocence, shaking her head. Look at my cultivation level. I am merely at the foundation establishment stage. I have barely encountered any core formation elders, let alone the Yuanian ancestors. My knowledge is limited. So how could I possibly know such matters? You haven't even met a core formation elder. Yet you dare to devise such treacherous schemes against 2 core formation cultivators? The old tortoise narrowed its eyes, clearly skeptical of Bylon's claims. A cultivator of the foundation establishment stage would not merely stand by and watch when two golden core practitioners engage in a duel. They would have long fled to safety. For the residual forces from such a confrontation could grievously injure or even fatally harm a low-tier cultivator. Yet, Bailan remained undeterred. Not only was she equipped with treasures, but she also possessed an audacity that seemed to suggest she knew precisely where each of the two combatant strikes would land, effortlessly evading all attacks, as if strolling through a garden while observing a tiger fight. The younger generation had inadvertently made an enemy of that golden core demon cultivator, and in a desperate attempt, devised a strategy to eliminate this formidable threat in one fell swoop, allowing for peace of mind in future cultivation. Bailan sighed. With an enemy at the golden core stage, every day he lives is one more day I live in fear. Huh, cunning human cultivators. Do you truly believe I would take your word at face value? Nevertheless, considering her status as a junior of the Qingyuan sect, the elder felt compelled to offer a word of advice. Cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. If one does not advance, they inevitably fall back. Focus on your own path with unwavering dedication, and you may aspire to ascend. Should you divert your attention to those esoteric arts, you risk derailing your cultivation, ultimately leading to a premature end. The old turtle spoke these words with profound sentiment, clearly a being with many tales to tell. I shall remember your teachings, esteemed elder, Bailan replied, cupping her hands in respect. Yet, remembering and adhering to those words were two entirely different matters. She indeed had an affinity for exploring the unconventional paths within the realm of cultivation, alchemy, artifact forging, formation arrays, and talismans, all of which she studied diligently. She had also developed her own techniques for swindling, evading danger, and pilfering. However, the time she expended on these minor pursuits could all be regained through her ability to revert to previous save points. Thus, in a certain sense, aside from seeking opportunities, she dedicated all her time to cultivation, truly embodying the essence of striving towards the Tao, making the most of her time, rather than mere admonishments. Bailan looked forward to encountering something more substantial: opportunities, techniques, legacies, miraculous pills, rare treasures, and powerful talismans. The elder, possessing such profound cultivation, surely had more in mind than simply imparting a few words of wisdom. Bailan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The old turtle fell silent, his sharp eyes surveying Bailan intently. You are not the most suitable heir, yet the one who is no longer available. It appears you are fated to be without. Bailan furrowed her brow. Are you referring to Bai Ling? The old turtle's expression was laden with nostalgia. She possesses the divine phoenix bloodline, naturally aligned with the beast kin, and with her singular fire spiritual root, she holds the potential for ascension. She was indeed the most fitting candidate to inherit the legacy of the spirit tamer sect. Bailan fell momentarily silent, glancing at herself. She lacked both the protagonist's bloodline and physique. Her spiritual root was merely average, and her potential was difficult to gauge. Her strengths, powerful consciousness, numerous magical artifacts, and formidable combat skills were all cultivated through effort. Your longing for Bai Ling is in vain. She has departed, Bailan stated, gesturing to herself. While I may not possess the divine phoenix bloodline, I can acquire the blood of one effortlessly, and I too am endowed with a fire spiritual root, with aspirations for ascension. The old turtle's expression remained impassive, skepticism evident in his gaze. In my thousands of years, I have never witnessed a cultivator with 5 spiritual roots ascend. Can my ability to comprehend a celestial level technique within a day not serve as proof of my exceptional aptitude? Although Bailan felt the sting of his words, she understood well how to impress this type of NPC elder with her ability to revert to prior states. The old turtle raised an eyebrow. Even a once-in-a-millennium prodigy requires months to comprehend a celestial level technique. Bailan nodded. I am that once-in-a-millennium prodigy. The old turtle fell silent, having never encountered someone so audacious. Whether it be techniques of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, or even consciousness-related techniques, I can grasp them all within a day, Bailan proclaimed, her demeanor serious. Her confident assertions bore no trace of doubt, nor did they seem like mere bravado. The old turtle's expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness. Are you truly so confident? Mere words may not suffice to convince an elder like myself. You may test me now, and I shall commence the understanding of the technique. Is no preparation necessary? No need for calming elixirs or fruits to enhance comprehension. Bailan smiled, retrieving a meditation mat from her storage pouch. This single mat will suffice. In the realm of cultivation, even the most basic yellow-level techniques could be practiced upon acquisition, being simple and accessible. However, celestial-level techniques were an entirely different matter. Their content was profound and intricate, crafted by immensely powerful beings who had delved deeply into a particular path, far beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators, often laden with restrictions. Many cultivators of lesser comprehension required months or even years to grasp the basics, and even more time to refine their understanding. For cultivators, spending several years in seclusion to comprehend a technique was merely a blink of an eye, as their lifespans extended far beyond that of ordinary beings. Understanding a technique might take years, and advancing in mastery could require an additional span of years. For instance, the current Lord of the Demon Palace spent a century in seclusion to break through to the transformation of the divine realm, yet upon emerging, he would face a tribulation that could lead to his demise. During periods of seclusion, should a cultivator feel restless, they might occasionally practice alchemy or explore esoteric paths. Indeed, many high-level cultivators would spend decades in seclusion before emerging. Thus, for the old turtle, the notion of comprehending a celestial-level technique in a single day seemed utterly ridiculous. Yet for Bylon, the time spent learning techniques and acquiring supernatural abilities could all be regained through her ability to revert to previous states. Hence, her cultivation time effectively doubled compared to ordinary cultivators. By saving her progress, she could spend 3 months understanding a technique and then revert to 3 months prior, effectively saving that time. Seeing Bylon's unwavering determination sparked the old turtle's curiosity. Very well, I shall impart to you the Spirit Tamer Sect's legacy technique, the Yunyang Absolute Flame Technique. Should you manage to comprehend it within a single day, you may become the inheritor of the Spirit Tamer Sect. If you fail, I shall personally ensure that this boastful junior meets their end. How does that sound? With a saved state in mind, Bylon confidently nodded, agreed. It shall be as you say. The elder, seeing her resolve, refrained from further words and handed her a jade slip before turning to leave, disappearing without a trace as silently as he had arrived. Bylon glanced toward the distance, where 15 and Ning Yen remained oblivious to the elder's presence, continuing to meditate and restore their spiritual energy. So, the 9th-tier-old turtle not only arrived without a sound, but also possessed an illusionary presence? Bylon shook her head, and then looked down at the jade slip in her hand. The Yunyang Absolute Flame Technique, a celestial-level fire attribute technique, could significantly enhance the cultivation speed of those who practiced it, as well as greatly amplify the power of fire-related spells. In the later stages, it even provided a body refinement secret technique that utilized spiritual fire to temper the physical form. This technique was perfectly suited for Bylon, who possessed a singular fire spiritual root, the divine phoenix bloodline, and the essence of the deceased divine beast phoenix, all endowed with spiritual fire. Every benefit of this technique would undoubtedly serve Bylon, confirming its legacy was indeed meant for her. Settling into a meditative posture, Bylon probed her consciousness into the jade slip. The idea of comprehending a celestial-level technique within a day was something only the destined child about to face an NPC could boast about. She certainly could not achieve it. Thus, Bylon began to meticulously track her time, intently studying the Yunyang Absolute Flame Technique while instructing the system to commence timing, reminding her to save her progress every 3 hours. More than the technique itself, Bylon was particularly interested in the body refinement secret technique included within it. She had once attempted to refine her physical body using the purple sky true fire while taming it on the island of demonic shadows, subsequently practicing the nameless body refining technique obtained from the cliff of reflection. After merely a few hours of tempering with the spiritual fire, her progress in the technique surged from the 2nd layer to the 3rd layer, significantly enhancing the fortitude of her physical form. Just imagine, if she were to find herself in the frigid environment atop the cliff of reflection, employing this secret art with the assistance of the purple sky true fire. Wouldn't the effects of body refinement be magnified manifold in such an environment of ice and fire? Alas, both fated children have now departed from the sect, and it would be inappropriate to seek an opportunity to confront them, let alone to force her way into the cliff of reflection under the pretense of achieving merit for such a request. That would surely tarnish her reputation. On the stone platform, Bylon sat cross-legged, her eyes tightly shut, remaining utterly still. After undergoing over 300 resets, 3 months passed before she finally grasped the threshold of the 1st layer of this technique. This celestial tier fire-based technique was not particularly suited for Bylon, yet she devoted herself to its study for an extensive period. To acquire the legacy of a sect, there is invariably a price to pay. What difficulties could the spirit-taming sect possibly face now? The greatest challenge lies in the absence of any challenges, for the sect has already been destroyed. Bylon surmised that the requirement to obtain the complete legacy of the spirit-taming sect was to revive the sect and ensure its continuance. However, as it appeared, merely relying on this Yunyang Absolute Flame technique might not prove difficult for the reconstruction of the spirit-taming sect. This technique not only refines the body but also amplifies the damage of fire-based spells, enhancing defense, offense, and cultivation speed alike. Such a technique, achieving multiple benefits. Rightfully earns its classification as a celestial tier technique. With such a powerful technique at her disposal, Bailan need not exert excessive effort. She merely needed to send out a search for 100 or so mortals with fire spiritual roots who aspired to embark on the path of cultivation to practice this technique together. With the aid of the celestial tier technique and the reset mechanism, it would not be surprising if 10 among the 100 managed to reach the golden core stage. And surely one of those 10 would attain the nascent soul stage, as long as a single nascent soul cultivator emerged. The spirit taming sect would have established its foundation for the next century, with such a defying technique safeguarding the sect. One might wonder how the spirit taming sect ultimately met its demise. Could it be that a traitor like Wu Yin emerged in the sect following the failure of the ancestral elders' ascension? After confirming that the legacy of the spirit taming sect indeed held value worthy of her efforts, Bailan devoted herself even more earnestly to the practice of the technique. Upon successfully circulating the technique for the first time, a voice filled with mild astonishment emanated from above her head, belonging to the old turtle. "Oh, little girl, you truly managed to refine this celestial tier technique?" As Bailan opened her eyes, she met the astonished gaze of the old turtle. "No, this cannot be. Previously, I used my spiritual sight to observe you, and your aptitude was merely mediocre. How could you possibly refine a celestial tier technique in a single day? This defies logic." Chapter 281, Alliance. Seeing the old turtle still harboring doubts, Bailan wasted no time and sat down again, circulating the technique for a full cycle. Indeed, this was the first layer of the Yunyang absolute flame technique. The old turtle's expression gradually turned grave. Bailan spoke with confidence. "Do not speak of merely one celestial tier technique. Even if you were to provide me with another, I could comprehend it within a day." The old turtle raised a hand to halt Bailan's forthcoming words. "You can also practice the techniques of the demon race." The elder was jesting. That was indeed not feasible. However, Bailan would not mind acquiring a few volumes of celestial tier techniques from the demon race. Curiously, upon hearing that she could not cultivate their techniques, Bailan sensed a flicker of disappointment in the old turtle's gaze. "Could it be that I have been in seclusion for thousands of years, and the aptitude of your human cultivators has become so extraordinary? Or is it that the Bodhi fruit, which enhances comprehension, has become ubiquitous?" The old turtle paced around Bailan, still in shock. Bailan remarked, "At this rate, the human race will rise, and the demon race will decline. The future of the cultivation world may no longer hold a place for our kind." The old turtle's expression darkened. He would rather believe that the general aptitude of cultivators in the cultivation world had risen rather than accept that she was a prodigious talent. Decisively cutting off the old turtle's wild thoughts, Bailan spoke earnestly. She briefly outlined the current state of the cultivation world, the conflicts between humans and demons, and the major powers among the top factions. The old turtle's expression shifted several times before he finally spoke slowly after a long silence. "You are indeed exceptionally gifted. Among the human cultivators I have encountered, you are truly a rare gem. Indeed, entrusting the opportunities of the spirit taming sect to you is entirely justifiable. You possess the potential to transcend to the god transformation stage, and it would not be a loss to entrust the legacy of the spirit taming sect to you." The old turtle nodded. Upon witnessing Bailan's astonishing talent, the old turtle's demeanor softened instantly, casting aside any thoughts of Bailing. He eagerly bestowed upon Bailan a ring, several jade slips, and a token, with the sole requirement being that when she reached the nascent soul stage, she would work to revive the spirit taming sect and ensure the continuation of its legacy. This scene resembled that of a hurried individual eager to hand over their responsibilities upon resigning. "However, your spiritual root is rather lacking. It may be a long time before you reach the nascent soul stage." The old turtle frowned, suddenly recalling something, and handed Bailan a pill. "Since entering the secret realm, I have developed a certain interest in that girl named Bailing. However, I do not understand why her cultivation foundation was deliberately damaged. Unluckily, it was her ancestor who caused it." The old turtle initially believed that this girl would undoubtedly be the heir, and had previously spent some effort searching through the spirit taming sect's treasury for a solution. After a long search, he indeed found a 5-flower pill. As the old turtle spoke, he handed the 5-flower pill to Bailan. "This is indeed Bailing's opportunity." Bailan's eyes brightened as she accepted the pill, her expression suddenly radiant. "Thank you for bestowing the pill, esteemed elder." As she had anticipated, Bailing, who unexpectedly stumbled into this secret realm, would fortuitously avoid all dangers and ultimately obtain the 5-flower pill, which could restore her spiritual roots. The opportunities within this secret realm seemed to align perfectly with Bailing. Had she not intervened, Bailing would undoubtedly have succeeded in overcoming the 3-tier stone platform trial with the aid of Wan Yin, thereby inheriting the legacy of the spirit taming sect. Subsequently, the fallen destined daughter would embark on a path of revival. not only mending her spiritual roots, but also acquiring a celestial tier technique and winning the favor of the old turtle before her. Protagonists are often imbued with peculiar buffs that cause their interactions with NPCs to yield double or even triple the goodwill. Thus, the final outcome could potentially see the old turtle and Bai Ling becoming close friends, with the old turtle avenging Bai Ling's damaged spiritual roots by eliminating Han Shuzi on her behalf. Fortunately, although the opportunities of the spirit-taming sect did not perfectly align with Bai Lan, they could not possibly fall into Bai Ling's hands. Reflecting on the time when a certain destined daughter, heartbroken, grasped Qiu Tian's hand and pleaded, "Brother Qiu, take me away." She had not realized that this was a sect's ruins, likely abundant with opportunities. Bai Ling's thought process remained as reassuringly straightforward as ever. This pill, once consumed, will grant a spiritual root if none exists. If one possesses 5 spiritual roots, one will lose 1 to enhance cultivation speed. You may consider this at your discretion. The old turtle smiled. Bai Lan's previously bright eyes dimmed instantly. Lose a spiritual root? This must be a poison pill. To me, the 5-flower pill is nothing short of a poison. If she were to lose one of the supreme, chaotic 5 spiritual roots for which she had labored for 2 hours, would she not lose the balance of the 5 elements? She had originally wished to sample the flavor of this pill that could grant Bai Ling a new lease on life. Considering it now, it seems wiser to forego this endeavor. Offering the elixir to Li Xuanxian would be more prudent than consuming it myself. Thank you, esteemed elder. I shall return and partake of this potion. Gratitude was etched across Bai Lan's countenance. Upon returning, she would claim that her elixir had been seized by the malevolent He Gui, a cunning diversion to mislead those around her. Stowing the elixir within her storage pouch, Bai Lan turned her gaze once more to the venerable shape-shifting beast before her, inquiring about the elder's future intentions. Should this ancient turtle choose to remain here in seclusion, her plans to relocate would inevitably be delayed. However, if she were ever pursued, might this be a sanctuary to seek refuge? I have long secluded myself here, fulfilling the last wishes of a dear friend. Now that those wishes have been fulfilled, I can finally lay to rest old grievances. The old turtle remarked with a sense of nostalgia, his demeanor one of serene contentment. From this point forth, I shall roam the world in search of the path to ascension. A flicker of realization crossed Bai Lan's expression, seeking the path to ascension? Indeed, this creature was a 9th-tier demon beast. His willingness to remain for a millennium to aid those fated to cross his path suggested a profound bond with the former leader of the spirit-taming sect. Perhaps it would be wise to cultivate this connection further. Esteemed elder, your ties to the spirit-taming sect run deep. Should you depart now, would it not sever the threads of fate? If I were to successfully re-establish the spirit-taming sect in the future, might I invite you to serve as an elder guest? Bai Lan smiled, extending a respectful gesture, playing the card of sentiment. The old turtle furrowed his brow, contemplating the feasibility of her proposal. Should the spirit-taming sect flourish, I would ensure a yearly allocation of spirit stones to sustain the elder guests, Bai Lan added, now appealing to practical benefits. The old turtle suddenly cast a sidelong glance at Bai Lan. My young friend, you haven't inadvertently provoked any formidable enemies of the transformation or nascent soul stages, seeking to eliminate them through my assistance, have you? Chapter 282. Is this true? Though Bai Lan's intentions remained concealed, they had not escaped the elder's keen perception. While the position of elder guest might seem leisurely, it would undoubtedly require assistance in times of crisis. If Bai Lan ascended to the role of sect leader, her adversaries would inevitably become the enemies of the sect, and the elder guest would find himself acting as a guardian for a mere child. Though I am of the demon race, I seldom involve myself in your affairs or conflicts, nor am I interested in the resources you fight over. At the 9th-tier level, only the matters of ascension hold any allure, the elder stated. Esteemed elder, what do you mean by that? My current cultivation is merely at the foundation establishment stage. Without significant fortune, it would take me at least a century or a millennium to successfully establish the spirit-taming sect. How could I possibly orchestrate such a scheme? Bai Lan responded with righteous indignation. Her reasoning was sound, and the old turtle nodded in agreement. However, the opportunity one have to inherit the spirit-taming sect is entirely due to your benevolence. This chance is exceedingly rare, and I wish to forge a bond. Hoping to repay you in the future, Bai Lan expressed, her eyes shimmering with sincerity. The old turtle raised an eyebrow. Had he not witnessed Bai Lan's audacious feat of vanquishing 2 core formation cultivators, he might have been swayed by her words. So what is your intention? If you do not agree, I shall retract my offer, as it seems my words have not struck the right chord. Very well. I shall grant you the title of elder guest of the spirit-taming sect. The old turtle conceded, his acceptance swift and decisive. Bai Lan's expression brightened. Indeed, he was a creature of sentimentality, leveraging the name of the spirit-taming sect would establish a connection with this ancient turtle. Yet, she made her intentions clear. Once the sect was founded, unless faced with a catastrophic event, the elder would not intervene lightly. Rest assured, esteemed elder, unless faced with the annihilation of the sect, I would never disturb you. Despite the elder's warnings, he had still fallen into Bailan's trap. In truth, for a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage to establish a sect was a fanciful notion. Such fledgling powers could easily be extinguished by passing core formation demon cultivators. Even core formation cultivators, in striving to establish a sect, often lacked the necessary resources and connections. In the realm of cultivation, few could rival the wealth of those like Qin Xian, while many others, like Li Xuanxian, were impoverished and consumed their treasures for personal gain, leaving little room for establishing a sect. Thus, in the old turtle's eyes, Bailan would need to reach the nascent soul stage before she could hope to establish her own influence. This, perhaps, was why he had agreed so readily. Yet, fate had a different design, for Bailan was no ordinary contender. She possessed the resources of two protagonists. With her current assets, establishing even a third-rate sect would require little effort. The compendium of techniques and lore within the Void Stone, now enriched by the spirit-taming sect's legacy, had doubled in depth compared to the Qin Yuan sect. She had spiritual veins, abundant spirit stones, and a ready-made territory. Bailan had also gathered several foundation establishment cultivators under her command, and with the cooperation of Li Xuanxian and Luan Yin, she could easily recruit more in the mortal realm within a year. Ultimately, she needed only to recruit a core formation cultivator to serve as the nominal leader, establishing a presence for the sect. If executed properly, allies such as the Tianji Pavilion and the Jin family could readily align with the spirit-taming sect. This configuration was already sufficient to match, if not surpass, many third-rate sects in the cultivation world. Therefore, she could indeed rise to establish a sect within a year. Once the spirit-taming sect is established, I shall send someone to the far northern region to seek you out, esteemed elder. I would be honored by your presence at the inauguration. Agreed. Once the spirit-taming sect was established, she could leverage the elder's promise today to enlist this ninth-tier, shape-shifting beast, akin to a formidable figure of the transformation stage, as an elder guest of the sect. Should she encounter insurmountable foes in the future, she could swiftly establish the sect, drawing their ire. In such a case, she could summon the all-powerful ninth-tier elder turtle under the pretense of a crisis facing the spirit-taming sect. With the emergence of this ninth-tier demon beast, who could rival her? Next, she needed to fulfill the final objective of her journey, slipping into the Void Stone. Bailan searched diligently until she uncovered the transmission talisman of the old demon Yun Yang among the numerous talismans from Bailing's storage pouch. Xuanxian, I need help. Li Xuanxian's brow furrowed deeply. What are you up to now? Just inviting a fellow spirit to reminisce. With no other option, Li Xuanxian cleared his throat, and, as the talisman illuminated, he shouted, Help! Help! Ayang, save me! Listen carefully, you over there. Bailing is in my possession. Bring 100,000 spirit stones to the secret realm of Sangu Gorge to ransom her, or I shall take my revenge. With that, Bailan viciously crushed the transmission talisman, adopting the guise of a nefarious kidnapper, feigning ignorance of the identity of the person on the other end, her tone dripping with arrogance. On the other side, the true monarch Yun Yang was momentarily taken aback, then a surge of rage consumed him. How dare anyone abduct his people? They were courting death. Gritting his teeth, Yun Yang dismissed the beautiful maidens within the hall, and amidst the chaos, he fled from the Huan sect. After pausing briefly to assess the arrival time of the nascent soul cultivators, Bailan composed herself, donned Bailing's storage pouch to attract animosity, and swiftly exited the Void Stone, racing towards Di Wu and Ning Yan. Bailan, you've emerged. Daoist Bai. What is this? Di Wu and Ning Yan had been trapped on the second stone platform for a full 2 days. They could only observe Bailan seemingly conversing with an invisible figure, yet they found themselves unable to communicate with her, their probing consciousnesses repelled by a terrifying force. Reluctantly, they remained stationary, desperately seeking a way to break the impasse. Upon witnessing Bailan soaring towards them in what appeared to be a flight for her life, both were taken aback. Something has happened. I have just received word that the demonic patriarch Yun Yang is en route to this secret realm to avenge the murder of Luan Yin. In his wrath, we are likely to suffer the consequences. Let us flee this place. Bailan urged, her face etched with anxiety. Fifth Yin furrowed her brows, deep in contemplation. Meanwhile, Ning Yin gasped in shock. But, isn't Patriarch Yun Yang affiliated with the Huan sect? Even as a fellow demonic cultivator, what connection does he have with Luan Yin of the corpse refining sect? Fifth Yin shared her confusion. The Huan sect and the corpse refining sect were worlds apart. Are you unaware? That Yun Yang is a master of dual cultivation, a notorious figure who indulges in both men and women. Wan Yin, with his delicate and handsome features, complicates matters further. Now that Wan Yin has fallen, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance. The two women were initially stunned, then alarmed. Is that truly the case? Chapter 283, a critical moment of rescue. Ning Yin was taken aback by the mention of a Yuaning-level demonic cultivator. Her eyes darted, and she swiftly sent a message talisman to her master, the esteemed xianxia. Xianxia possessed a life-saving contingency for Ning Yin, but such a safeguard was only effective against Jiedan-level demonic cultivators. It would be insufficient against a Yuaning-level threat. In a bid to preserve her own life, Ning Yin hardly hesitated to contact her sole pillar of support. Bailan noticed Ning Yan's subtle action and silently commended her astuteness before speaking gravely, regardless of the truth. It is unwise to linger here. We must depart swiftly. All three nodded in agreement. Bailan then pulled Ning Yin onto her flying sword, propelling them at great speed towards the outskirts of the secret realm. 15 paused for a moment, but soon followed closely behind. Bailan, are you truly returning? 15 whispered telepathically to Bailan. Yunyang is arriving imminently. I will take care of Ning Yan. You should turn back and seek refuge in the main hall of the secret realm for a while. 15 was left bewildered. Huh? Once a disciple of the Hehuan sect, she still practiced its techniques. Now having defected, her presence before Yunyang could lead to unexpected complications. Therefore, she could not participate in this charade. I have already acquired the legacy of this secret realm. I possess the ability to control it. As long as you remain in this grand hall, you will be safe. 15 was initially shocked, then fell silent. She understood that if Bailan were to suddenly vanish from sight, the likelihood of encountering danger would be 1, while the chance of seizing an opportunity would be 99. Sensing 15 suddenly retreating, Ning Yan, already anxious, became more flustered. Why is fellow Taoist 5th retreating? Desperate times call for desperate measures. Do not worry about her. I will ensure your safety, Bailan whispered. Ning Yan was taken aback by Bailan's unwavering loyalty. 15, hearing this, nearly stumbled off her flying sword. After glaring at Bailan, she continued her flight towards the distant hall of the secret realm without looking back. It was I who brought you into this secret realm. Now that trouble has arisen, I must uphold my promise and ensure your safe passage out. Bailan handed Ning Yan a parasol-like magical artifact. Should you encounter a Yuaning-level demonic cultivator, this will at least afford you some means of resistance. Ning Yan's hands trembled as she accepted the parasol. By Taoist, what about you? Do not concern yourself with me. Bailan, moving at an incredible speed on her sword, wore a grave expression. Ning Yan's heart raced uncontrollably, and helplessly, she clutched Bailan's robe. Bailan's mind was intensely focused as she calculated the arrival times of Yunyang and Xianxia. A strike from a Yuanian cultivator could obliterate her before she even had the chance to react. Thus, she needed to anticipate Yunyang's attack or await the timely arrival of Xianxia. It is well known that cultivators typically display certain initiation gestures before launching an attack, lifting a foot, raising a hand, gesturing with a finger, waving a sleeve, or bending down. Even in the absence of movement, their gazes would sharpen, revealing a murderous intent, and the surrounding spiritual energy would shift in subtle ways. Bailan's skill in predicting an enemy's attack stemmed from her ability to observe their expressions and the minute changes in the surrounding energy, allowing her to gauge their attack trajectory. Thus, the moment the wind began to stir, Bailan sensed the sudden intensification of wind spiritual energy. It became clear that Yunyang was a practitioner of wind spiritual roots, an adept who favored speed. A tempest approached swiftly from afar, and before the figure of the Yuanian cultivator materialized, both women felt an overwhelming pressure that left them powerless to resist. Though Bailan felt a splitting headache, she managed to maintain her composure. Ning Yan, however, had already collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat. Who are you? Have you encountered the demonic cultivators who abducted Bailing? Yunyang spoke coldly. Ning Yan's meager cultivation faltered under the Yuanian pressure, and as she attempted to speak, she coughed up blood. Not going to speak? Heh, I possess 1,000 methods to make your lives a living hell. Yunyang's voice dripped with malice. Ning Yan's heart wept. If only he would lower his pressure and allow them to answer. Sensing this, Yunyang gradually eased his pressure, granting them a brief moment to respond. Bailan shielded Ning Yan behind her and spoke softly, esteemed true monarch. Bailing was taken by an elder of the corpse refining sect named Wan Yin. At such a critical juncture, it was imperative to conceal their spy, Qiu Tian. Wan Yin, where has that individual gone? What is your connection to him? Yunyang demanded. We do not know, Bailan replied, keeping her silence. Do not know? Yunyang's eyes narrowed, his gaze lingering on them for a prolonged moment. Suddenly, he caught sight of the storage bag at Bailan's waist, tainted with Bailing's aura, and his fury ignited. Wait, that! He had almost been swayed by Lan's words, but upon seeing the storage bag, Yun Yang's composure shattered. You two are lying. Speak. What is your connection to Luan Yin? He roared. Ning Yan sensed the dire situation and tremblingly summoned the parasol-like artifact and a defensive talisman Bai Lan had just given her. Indeed. Upon seeing the artifact commonly used by Bai Ling, Yun Yang's rage escalated further. What have you done to her? How despicable. In a fit of rage, Yun Yang raised his finger, poised to obliterate the two before him. Bai Lan's eyelids twitched as she activated her powers. With Yun Yang's furious finger poised to strike, she swiftly moved to stand in front of Ning Yan, summoning her jade talisman. Chapter 284. Are you Bai Lan? Bai Lan, quickly go, she exclaimed, her voice resonating with a resolute selflessness. In the very next instant, as the heavens darkened and the winds surged, a figure clad in green appeared before them. The esteemed Xianxiaaudiobooks swiftly conjured a spinning green lotus, first blocking Yun Yang's attack, and then spoke in a deep voice. You vile creature of the demonic path. Dare not harm my disciple. Yun Yang, momentarily taken aback, furrowed his brow and inquired, might I know your esteemed name, fellow cultivator? Xianxiaaudiobooks, having achieved the nascent soul stage, had chosen to keep her advancement discreet, first consolidating her cultivation before observing the situation in the shadows. As a former golden core cultivator, she was not of significant concern to Yun Yang, who remained unaware of the identity of the suddenly emerged nascent soul female cultivator. Fearing potential backing behind her, he refrained from making a hasty move. Bai Lan, witnessing this development, felt a sense of relief. Excellent. Xianxia had recognized her self-sacrificing act. This goodwill had been established, and a debt of gratitude was owed. Master, sob, you have finally arrived. Ning Yan's voice trembled as she collapsed to the ground, nearly exhausted. Xianxiaaudiobooks spoke solemnly. Do not fear, my dear, for your master is here. Observing that the situation had been deftly resolved, the old tortoise lurking in the shadows cast a meaningful glance at Bai Lan before slowly departing. I am known as Xianxia. I am unaware of what misdeeds my little disciple and her companion may have committed to provoke your unjust aggression. What audacity is this, to bully the weak? Xianxiaaudiobooks' voice was laced with fury. Yun Yang frowned. These two have colluded with demonic cultivators. But Jinjuan, are you not from the demonic path yourself? Bai Lan finally seized the opportunity to speak. Moreover, Ning Yan and I are here innocently exploring a secret realm. How could we be accused of colluding with the demonic sect when you strike, without cause the moment you arrive? Ning Yan, still trembling from the earlier attack, could hardly find her voice. Yet, she dared not acknowledge any collusion with demonic forces. Seeing Bai Lan speak out in opposition, she nodded vigorously in agreement. Seeing Ning Yan's affirmation, Xianxiaaudiobooks' anger intensified, her gaze toward Yun Yang brimming with combativeness. Both she and Yun Yang were at the early nascent soul stage, naturally having the strength to engage in battle. Is this truly the case? Yun Yang's fury escalated at being insulted by the mere foundation stage Bai Lan. Then why do you wear Ling Air's storage bag at your waist? This revelation incited his wrath further. Indeed, it seemed that while formidable figures could endure disrespect from the fated daughter, Bai Lan could not. White Ling and I were once of the same sect, sisters of the same father, but different mothers. After her spiritual roots were destroyed and she became an ordinary person, she entrusted her storage bag to me. If you do not believe me, Jinjuan, feel free to inquire with her. Bai Lan spoke unwaveringly, her eyes betraying no hint of trepidation. Yun Yang's hand trembled. The mention of Ling Air unsettled him. What if Ling Air truly knew this female cultivator before him? What if their bond was exceedingly close? Should he kill Bai Lan now? Would Ling Air not resent him in the future? Given her distaste for his affiliation with the demonic path, if he were to slay her sister, would she not harbor deep hatred for him? Yun Yang's anger began to dissipate. I previously informed Jinjuan that junior sister Bai Ling was taken by the corpse refining sex Luan Yin, and we had nothing to do with it. Yet you still recklessly sought to harm us without discerning right from wrong. What is your intention? Bai Lan's words were pointed. The actions of demonic cultivators were indeed capricious. It was commonplace for them to extinguish a few ants on a whim. Xianxiaaudiobooks was well aware of the nature of demonic practitioners. Hearing Bai Lan's words, her expression grew colder. To oppress small cultivators without backing, and in a fit of rage, kill them indiscriminately, such conduct was already despicable. Yet to have it directed at her disciple was intolerable. Had she not arrived in time, Ning Yan would surely have perished. She was her most cherished disciple. At this moment, a new enmity was forged between the dragon Ao Tian's harem and Bai Ling's. Yun Yang, consumed by thoughts of Ling Air, had no desire to linger with another nascent soul cultivator. With a cold snort, he turned away, uninterested in engaging with Bai Lan any further, and swiftly fled toward the direction of the corpse refining sect to seek out Bai Ling, concerned for Ning Yan. Xianxiaaudiobooks temporarily withdrew her magical artifact, and turned her attention to the two. Although Bailan had not suffered physical assault from Yunyang, she had endured the oppressive aura of a nascent soul cultivator multiple times. Both of their souls had sustained some injuries, particularly Ningyan, who had been shaken to the point of near unconsciousness. Xianxiaaudiobooks first retrieved 2 bottles of soul-nourishing pills, handing them to the two before commanding Ningyan to sit in meditation after consuming the elixir to stabilize her condition. Master, Ningyan still wishes to say something. Silence. Xianxiaaudiobooks' voice was icy, yet a stream of water's spiritual energy flowed continuously into Ningyan's body. Ningyan recoiled slightly. Young friend, judging by your attire, you must be an inner disciple of the Qingyuan sect. During the healing process, Xianxiaaudiobooks shared a fragment of her consciousness with Bailan. Bailan respectfully clasped her hands. I am a junior disciple of Qingyuan sect, Bailan. Bailan, are you not the one who recently claimed victory in the 5-Sects Alliance competition? Xianxiaaudiobooks raised an eyebrow. Her ambition was to replace the Harmony sect and become one of the 5 major sects of Wuyan continent, and she had been discreetly gathering intelligence on the other 4 sections. While foundation stage disciples typically did not warrant her attention, Bailan's achievements were notably peculiar. Compared to the mundane foundation stage competition, Bailan's conduct in the 5-Sects Alliance had left a lasting impression on Xianxiaaudiobooks. Indeed, that is correct. Xianxiaaudiobooks paused. Having initially intended to expend some spirit stones to acquire a mid-grade magical artifact in exchange for Ningyan's favor. However, given the circumstances, you have suffered severe soul injuries in your efforts to save Ningyan. This debt of gratitude shall be repaid by me. Speak, what is it that you desire? Bailan took a moment to gather her thoughts before replying. I am merely a friend of Ningyan, and it is natural to share in her trials. Had it not been for Xinjuan's intervention, we would both have perished on the spot. How could I possibly demand anything in return? At that moment, she embodied the righteous and selfless essence of a true cultivator. You did not know that I would arrive, yet you still stood in front of Ningyan. Such camaraderie is exceedingly rare in the realm of cultivation. Xianxiaaudiobooks sighed softly. No, I truly did know when you would arrive. It was precisely at that moment that I positioned myself before Ningyan. Had you not come, she would have perished the instant Yunyang raised his hand. Ningyan regarded Bailan with a complex expression. Very well. Your soul has also been gravely wounded by Yunyang's pressure. It is unwise to linger here. The demonic realm is fraught with danger. Let us return together to Xianxia sect for recuperation, and we shall discuss matters further. All is as the esteemed elder wishes. Chapter 285. Cheng Tianfeng. The Xianxia sect is situated within a secluded valley in the eastern part of Wuyan continent, protected by a formidable 7-tiered mountain protection array. Its terrain is hidden, easy to defend yet difficult to attack. The valley itself is vast, with what appears to be a medium-sized spiritual vein below. The closer one approaches the inner sect at the valley's center, the more concentrated the spiritual energy becomes. While the outer sect disciples reside in areas where the spiritual energy is comparatively sparse. Thanks to Xianxiaaudiobooks, Bailan and Ningyan were able to traverse directly to the inner sect via her lotus. Occasionally, they encountered inner sect disciples soaring through the air on swords, who bowed respectfully to Xianxiaaudiobooks. The esteemed disciple Ningyan, as the headmaster's eldest disciple, was well known, while Bailan, as a newcomer, attracted considerable attention. My young friend, Yenner bears grievous wounds, and I must attend to her healing. There exists a spiritual spring in the rear mountains of the Xianxia sect, where the waters are imbued with a rich essence of heaven and earth. Not only does it enhance one's cultivation, but it also possesses remarkable healing properties. You may journey there to mend your injuries. At this moment, the esteemed Xianxia true monarch is deeply concerned for Yenner's condition and is eager to escort her to safety. Bailan naturally acquiesced with a respectful gesture. It certainly appears to be a suitable locale for seclusion and cultivation. Previously, although Yunyang had not yet taken action, merely the pressure of his divine soul had rendered Yenner nearly lifeless. If she is to recover, it will require considerable effort. Most areas within the realm of cultivation resemble the wilderness of a game map, teeming with demonic beasts and rogue cultivators. With a stroke of fortune, one might even encounter rare spiritual herbs or medicines. After all, treasures of heaven and earth grow naturally and can be freely harvested by cultivators. However, within the confines of the Xianxia sect, the situation is markedly different. One cannot access the library, nor can one pluck herbs from the spiritual herb garden. And within the valley, there is scarcely a trace of useful resources. The sole advantage is that this place serves as a neutral ground to evade pursuers. Bailan, aware that it would be unwise to scavenge for herbs and opportunities within an unfamiliar sect, chose to follow the guidance of the Xianxia true monarch and proceeded towards the spiritual spring in the rear mountains. Halfway there, The communication talisman embedded in the void stone began to glow. Upon inspection, the message was from Gongsun Lian. Bailan promptly established a soundproof barrier before retrieving it. Would you prefer to hear the good news or the bad news first? Gongsun Lian's playful voice resonated from the other side. I surmise that the good news is your successful infiltration into the demon palace, to obtain the legacy left behind by the failed tribulation of the Qiyue old demon. Bailan had to ensure that allies were present within the demon palace for future advantage. Gongsun Lian was a crucial piece in Bailan's strategic maneuvering. Clearly, the pace of this chess piece's advancement exceeded her expectations. She had effortlessly secured a position as an attendant to the old demon. As a former core formation cultivator, Gongsun Lian's progress was as natural as the act of eating and drinking, devoid of any bottlenecks. Coupled with the countless opportunities Bailan had provided her in the demonic path, her cultivation soared. Once a fellow practitioner at the Qi gathering stage, Xiao Tian now remained merely at the first layer of foundation establishment. Surprisingly, you possess such insight into my circumstances. Indeed, I recently broke through to the fourth layer of foundation establishment and have successfully infiltrated the demon palace. I have worked hard to earn a position as a tea-serving maid beside the Higuei old demon. Oh, a tea-serving maid? TSK. I, the rightful master, have yet to sample the tea you brew. Gongsun Lian disregarded Bailan's peculiar remarks and recounted her recent observations with astonishment. The bad news is that a woman named Bai Ling has somehow enchanted the Higuei old demon, who now favors her greatly. It was a sunny day when the old demon actually carried her in from outside. It's quite perplexing. I never expected a nascent soul cultivator would take an interest in a mere mortal. Bailan chuckled lightly. Now you comprehend her exceptional nature, do you not? Indeed. It is terrifying. Gongsun Lian nodded emphatically. What of their recent interactions? To what stage have they progressed? Gongsun Lian's tone was laced with curiosity. The Higuei old demon exerts an intricate control over his strength. It is well known that a nascent soul cultivator possesses immense power. A mere finger could crush a mortal. Yet, Bai Ling remains alive and unscathed in his presence, which is truly remarkable. The bond between a mere mortal and a formidable nascent soul cultivator appears bizarre from the perspective of other practitioners. However, when it occurs with a child of destiny, it becomes less astonishing. Bailan suddenly recalled an old flame of Bai Ling. What was Lan Ning's reaction? Oh, him? He has been confined by the Higuei old demon for a year and is currently in seclusion. He is inconsequential. Speak plainly and tell me. What kind of physique does Bai Ling possess? Or has she cultivated some special method of bewitching the heart? Gongsun Lian's voice was urgent. Why? Do you wish to practice the art of bewitchment yourself? Indeed, if I could master such techniques, I might compel you to return my fragment of soul, and thereafter, I would be free. Gongsun Lian still longed for the freedom she had never attained. Ah, so you merely wish to escape from my grasp rather than seek revenge. How touching. Bailan detected a hint of vexation beneath Gongsun Lian's laughter. I spare your life because I recognize that I lack the ability to defeat you. Huh. Ordinary techniques can only momentarily cast illusions, briefly ensnaring the mind. I possess no such methods capable of bewitching a nascent soul cultivator to that extent. You need only understand that Bai Ling's physique is extraordinary, easily captivating powerful and prominent men, compelling them to live and die for her. What an enviable physique. Were it not for my current plight as a ghostly cultivator, I would seize it for my own use. Gongsun Lian scoffed. Such matters are best left to contemplation. Furthermore, if you encounter insurmountable foes within the demon palace, consider instigating a conflict between them and Bai Ling. She will assist you in resolving the situation. Gongsun Lian scoffed. How can she possibly resolve anything? Will she simply run up and weep until they relent? In her eyes, Bai Ling was merely a plaything of the Higuei, destined to be discarded within days, devoid of any status. Yet, unbeknownst to her, following the death of the Qiyue old ancestor at the hands of a god transformation cultivator, Higuei would ascend to take his place as the new demon lord, and Bai Ling would become the demon lord's consort, albeit reluctantly. Nevertheless, her heart remained tethered to her esteemed master. It seems you have yet to fully grasp the depths of Bai Ling's capabilities. In a few days, you will come to understand her true prowess. Bailan chuckled ominously, sensing a surge of spiritual energy approaching. Bailan swiftly severed the communication talisman and concealed herself in the shadows. Shower, you are my betrothed. Our engagement has been established. The 3 foundation establishment pills that the Li family sought have already been delivered by my Qing family. Yet here you are, entwined with that impoverished lad named Long Outyin, showing me no regard. The voice of the young man was laced with anger. The woman named Shower replied coldly, the engagement was arranged by my parents. It has nothing to do with me. I have never harbored affection for you. Do not pursue me any longer. And do not act in ways that might cause Outyin to misunderstand. What is so special about Long Outyin? His cultivation is merely at the peak of the qi gathering stage, while I stand at the same level. Xiao fell silent, as did Bailan. She nearly forgot that Long Outyin was currently being pursued by assassins from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Those on the run often sought refuge in the homes of others to remain undetected, which meant that Long Outyin had infiltrated the Xianxia sect. Fortunately, she had foreseen this and had secured the trust of the Xianxia true monarch before he could come into contact with her. Humph, so you refuse to yield, do you? The young man's voice grew increasingly frigid. Let me reveal the truth. My father recently emerged from seclusion, having successfully broken through to the core formation stage. Considering this, my Chung family now boasts 2 core formation cultivators. What of your Li family? Your father is over 400 years old, nearing the end of his lifespan. How will you contend with my Chung family then? Xiao's expression shifted dramatically. If you would agree to marry me, it would unite our 2 families. And my Chung family would surely look out for the Li family. But if you refuse, do not blame my Chung family for being ruthless. We may ally with other families to jointly swallow your Li family. Xiao's countenance paled, yet she maintained the composure befitting a member of Long Outyin's harem, declaring her unwavering love for him, regardless of the upheavals of the world. She spoke with a voice laced with fury. Chung Tianfeng, no matter what you say or do, you shall never succeed in tearing apart the bond between me and my beloved Outyin. The woman known as Xiao felt a twinge of anxiety in her heart. After hearing Chung Tianfeng's words, her tone weakened considerably, yet her love for Long Outyin remained steadfast, and she resolutely rejected Chung Tianfeng's advances. Chung Tianfeng's expression grew even colder upon hearing her words. Of course, I have no qualms about first eliminating the Li family before welcoming you into my home. Is this marriage truly unavoidable? Xiao was teetering on the brink of despair. Yes, regardless of the circumstances, I shall marry you. Chung Tianfeng replied with unwavering determination. Bailan took a moment to ponder. In that brief instant, she envisioned various potential outcomes. She was certain that if the Li family were to coerce Xiao into marrying Chung Tianfeng, Long Outyin would undoubtedly make a dramatic entrance on the wedding day, snatching Xiao away in front of the crowd, stunning everyone, and humiliating Chung Tianfeng. Conversely, if the Li family did not pressure Xiao into the marriage and chose to stand their ground against the Chung family, Long Outyin would surely align himself with the Li family, revealing his trump card and becoming their honored guest in the fight against the Chung family. In such a scenario, the Chung family would likely face ruin. In essence, those who align with the will of destiny shall thrive, while those who oppose it shall perish. Seeing Chung Tianfeng's obstinacy, Xiao preferred not to engage further. She uttered a few harsh words and turned to leave. Bailan's eyes brightened at this moment. She donned her invisibility robe to conceal her presence and used her system to equip herself with a voice modulation device before pursuing Xiao. Xiao, do you wish to be with Long Outyin forever? Do you seek to escape your current predicament? Do you wish to rid yourself of Chung Tianfeng? Do you desire to protect the Li family? Bailan's voice, imbued with a hint of allure and an echoing quality, suddenly resonated in Xiao's ears. Startled, Xiao nearly collapsed in shock. Trembling, she reached out with her spiritual sense to search for the source of the voice, but found no trace of Bailan. Who are you, and how do you know about my relationship with Outyin? Xiao asked, her voice quivering as she scanned her surroundings warily. I am the matchmaker, and I take great pleasure in weaving the threads of love, preferring to see lovers united in harmony. Xiao's brow furrowed, clearly unconvinced. This is a foundation establishment pill. If Long Outyin consumes it, he will undoubtedly succeed in breaking through to the great perfection of the qi refining stage and ascend to the foundation establishment stage. At that point, your family will certainly approve of your union with him, and Chung Tianfeng will be powerless to intervene. As soon as Bailan's words fell, a pill bottle materialized before Xiao, exuding a faint medicinal aroma. A foundation establishment pill. Xiao gasped, her initial shock giving way to elation. To a qi refining practitioner, such an item was indeed priceless. Who are you, and why would you gift such a precious pill to Outyin? Xiao asked, bewildered. Because I am benevolent, Bailan replied. What is your relationship with Outyin? Xiao inquired, her expression still one of suspicion. As I mentioned, I am the matchmaker. Why do you continue to question me? Do you not wish to be with your Outyin? Xiao grasped the pill bottle, yet cautiously opened it to examine its contents, using her spiritual sense to scan it thoroughly, but ultimately found nothing amiss. After all, even the fifth Een could not discern any issues with the pill Bailan had offered. As a qi refining practitioner, Xiao was even less likely to detect any anomalies. In her eyes, this was merely an ordinary foundation establishment pill. Just as she was about to ask more questions, Bailan's voice vanished without a trace, leaving no echo behind. Having successfully distracted Xiao, Bailan retraced her steps and found Chung Tianfeng, who was angrily striking the wall while clutching a marriage certificate. If your ultimate goal is to marry Xiao, Why not focus your attention on the root cause of your separation from her? Since Xiao holds affection for Long Outyin, why not consider eliminating him? Bailan's voice, tinged with allure and echoing resonance, suddenly rang out from the air. Cheng Tianfeng's eyes lit up momentarily, but he quickly grew wary of the mysterious voice. Who are you? Why do you speak from the shadows, concealing your identity? What are your intentions? Cheng Tianfeng rose, weapon in hand. This is a Foundation establishment pill infused with heavy yin energy. Although its exterior may appear ordinary, once a practitioner uses it to establish their foundation, they will suffer indescribable side effects, Bailan stated, raising her hand to present the pill bottle to Cheng Tianfeng. He regarded the suddenly appearing bottle with a furrowed brow. Stepping back cautiously, his expression guarded. What do you mean by this? Fool. Of course, I mean for you to devise a plan to have Long Outyin consume it. Do you intend to eat it yourself? Bailan was exasperated by the two of them. Cheng Tianfeng scoffed coldly. Eliminating Long Outyin? Is poison truly necessary? I could easily accomplish that with a few servants. His confident tone bore a sense of foolish arrogance, as if he had never faced defeat. Let us make a wager. If you can eliminate Long Outyin, I shall grant you 30,000 spirit stones. If you fail, you shall present your family's ancestral technique to me. What say you? Bailan proposed suddenly. 30,000 spirit stones would be a substantial fortune for someone like Cheng Tianfeng, whose family only had a few Foundation establishment practitioners. Cheng Tianfeng's expression brightened for a moment, but he quickly masked his delight, responding with haughty bravado. What is there to fear? Just be prepared to produce those 30,000 spirit stones. It is simple. We shall both take the heart demon oath for a duration of 3 days. If you manage to kill Long Outyin within that time, I, Bailan, shall deliver the 30,000 spirit stones to you. However, if Long Outyin is still alive after 3 days, you shall be obligated to present your family's ancestral technique to me. Should you violate this oath, the heart demon shall ensnare you, and you will make no further progress in your cultivation throughout this lifetime. Cheng Tianfeng frowned slightly, clearly hesitant about the heart demon oath. Yet, upon reflection, as the young master of the Cheng family, he could easily crush Long Outyin, a mere qi refining practitioner, with just a few of his family's Foundation establishment relatives. Was this not an excellent opportunity to earn 30,000 spirit stones effortlessly? What? Do you perhaps lack the ability to kill Long Outyin? Huh. It seems you, Cheng Tianfeng, are not as formidable as you claim. No wonder even your fiancé has been snatched away by Long Outyin. Bailan teased. Cheng Tianfeng, enraged, retorted, how dare he compete with me for a woman? Bailan merely smiled in silence. Very well, I accept your challenge. Cheng Tianfeng raised his hand to swear. I, Cheng Tianfeng, vow to eliminate Long Outyin within 3 days. Should Long Outyin remain alive, I shall present my family's ancestral technique to you. Should I breach this oath, the heart demon shall ensnare me, and I shall make no further advancement in my cultivation. Excellent. Then it is settled. Now, it is your turn. Swear your oath, Cheng Tianfeng commanded, raising his chin. Silence enveloped the air. Where are you? Speak. The silence persisted. At that moment, Cheng Tianfeng realized he had been tricked. If he succeeded in killing Long Outyin, all would be well. However, if he failed, he would be forced to hand over his family's ancestral technique. You deceiver. Do not let me see your face again, or you will pay dearly. Having been rejected by Xiao and then mocked by another, Cheng Tianfeng's mood plummeted to the depths of despair. With a fierce expression, he struck the nearby stone wall with his fist, gritting his teeth as he muttered, Long Outyin, await your demise. Meanwhile, Bailan had already entered the back mountain of the Xianxia sect, making her way toward the rich source of water's spiritual energy. Indeed, she soon spotted a crystalline spiritual spring ahead. This spiritual spring could be considered a treasure of heaven and earth to some extent. Bailan possessed it within her spatial bracelet, and as a qi refining practitioner, it was the source of her rapid advancement while simultaneously indulging in romantic pursuits within the harem. If only I could remove half of it and place it into the void stone. Alas, the Xianxia sect has not yet been extinguished. This is not a secret realm's ruin, and one must refrain from indiscriminately taking things. Host, judging by your expression, you wouldn't be contemplating absconding with this spiritual spring water, would you? The system spoke in a dismal tone. Bailan crouched down, her hand dipping into the water, gently sensing the spiritual energy contained within, and then smiled, saying, how could that be? I would never dare to act mischievously under the watchful gaze of a nascent soul cultivator. If I were to deplete this spring water now, the gratitude owed for saving a disciple would plummet to an icy low. Observing the richness of the spiritual energy in this water, it was evident that it could not have originated from a mid-grade spiritual vein. A golden glimmer flashed in Bailan's eyes as her consciousness probed deeper into the spring. And indeed, at the depths, she discovered several ancient spiritual crystal stones. Various ores in the cultivation world gradually evolve into indestructible spiritual minds over the passage of time. Infused with spiritual energy, ancient spiritual crystals are excellent materials for refining high-grade magical artifacts. System. What do you think would happen if I disguised myself as Long Ao and stealthily retrieved a few ancient crystals from the bottom of this spring? Would the Xianxia true monarch still harbor affection for him? Bylon suddenly transmitted her voice. The system shook its head. Indeed. I suspect their relationship would transform into a delightful rivalry, and the theft of the crystals might even serve as the catalyst for their acquaintance. Bylon closed her eyes briefly. Then let us adhere to the original plan, masquerading as Long Outyin to pursue Ningyan. I refuse to believe that the Xianxia true monarch would fall for someone who entices her own disciple and distracts him from his cultivation. The system stroked its chin, realizing that this strategy was indeed viable. It then lowered its head and began typing furiously on the keyboard, ultimately compiling dozens of suggestions. It advised the host to impersonate Long Outyin, feigning threats against Ning Yin to steal the ancient crystals from the spring's depths, predicting that the Xianxia true monarch's fondness for Long Outyin would be at 50. Subsequently, the plan suggested continuing the ruse, threatening Ning Yin to divulge the sect's secret techniques. With an anticipated increase of 80 in the Xianxia true monarch's anger towards Long Outyin. Finally, it proposed revealing to the Xianxia true monarch that the evil cultivator who abducted Ning Yin as a furnace was none other than Long Outyin, and that Ning Yin's recent actions were coerced by him, predicting a relationship of enmity between the Xianxia true monarch and Long Outyin. This plan is feasible. Bylon's eyes sparkled. Most importantly, it presented an opportunity to procure the Xianxia sect's secret techniques. Whether she practiced them or not was secondary. She was more interested in researching the creative principles behind those advanced techniques. Although this plan was usable, it posed significant risks to the host. Is the host confident in successfully escaping in the guise of Long Outyin without revealing her identity under the scrutiny of the Xianxia true monarch? One must trust in the host's ability to evade capture and the swiftness of her reading. With the small teleportation array gifted by Xiu and the Void Stone at her disposal, the chances of escape were substantial. Besides, the real Long Outyin was not far from the Xianxia sect. Bylon smiled faintly, retracting her probing consciousness from the bottom of the spring, no longer regarding the ancient crystals. Host, someone has suddenly appeared behind you. The system exclaimed in alarm, swiftly retreating into the Void Stone. Bylon's hand froze. The system's escape had become increasingly adept. Was it someone her consciousness could not detect? Could it be a nascent soul cultivator? The Xianxia sect has 2 nascent soul cultivators. Could the individual behind her be one of Long Outyin's sisters from his harem, the one who advanced to nascent soul alongside Xianxia, the Xianxia true monarch? Those are ancient crystals, you know. Just one is worth several thousand spirit stones. Since you've seen them, wouldn't you want to take a few? A voice laced with amusement emanated from behind. Bylon's expression shifted from surprise to flustered urgency as she swiftly turned to bow. I was unaware of your presence, esteemed elder, and I apologize for the intrusion. One must adhere to the principle that a gentleman should acquire wealth through proper means. It was indeed the esteemed Xianxia who guided me here to heal, and I would not dare to take what is not rightfully mine. Bylon would never engage in such conduct unless there was a Long Outyin nearby in desperate need of framing. As my sister said, you are indeed a principled disciple of the sect. The woman nodded slightly. Chapter 287, Timed Sect. So it is the Xianxia true monarch. I did not expect the Xianxia true monarch to mention me, Bylon said in surprise, realizing that her favor had been sufficiently cultivated. Xianxia nodded. My sister mentioned a fool of integrity who, when faced with danger, does not flee but instead stands in front of others to sacrifice himself. I wondered if there might be some trickery at play, so I came to take a look. There is no trickery. Bylon hastily waved her hands. The exploration of the secret realm was my initiative. When danger arose, it was only natural that I shield Ning Yin. How could I turn and flee? If you were a man, after this incident, both my sister and I would have considered betrothing Ning Yin to you. Alas. What a pity, the Xianxia true monarch sighed. By the way, what do you think of the Xianxia sect? She was well aware that in the cultivation world, it was quite common for a life-saving favor to lead to a bond of devotion. It serves both to repay kindness and to forge a powerful partner. In such a place as the cultivation world, those who proactively save others typically possess considerable strength. After all, those of lesser power would only be throwing themselves into death. Yet, did Xianxia's words imply she sought to recruit her? The Xianxia sect is excellent, from my perspective. It has the potential to rank among the top 5 sects of the Wuyan continent. Xianxia was taken aback and then burst into laughter, covering her mouth. You certainly dare to speak boldly. After all, the Hahuan sect only has 2 nascent soul cultivators. Now, the Xianxia sect's core strength could already rival that of the Hahuan sect. only lacking a sufficient number of golden core elders. If she were the Xianxia true monarch, she would descend the mountain the next day, utilizing her nascent soul prowess to forcefully recruit the 2 golden core cultivators from the Chung family, where Chung Tianfeng resides, as well as those from the Li family, where Li Qiaoer is, into the Xianxia sect. In that case, wouldn't the number of golden core cultivators in the Xianxia sect skyrocket by 3? However, such actions are somewhat improper. Yunxia slowly repressed her laughter, circling around Bailan, and then scoffed. It seems that little brat Ning Yen has revealed all the secrets of my Xianxia sect to you. In truth, the opposite was true. It was her who had divulged the secrets of the Xianxia sect to Ning Yen. What you say is quite true, but I assure you, I wouldn't disclose such matters to outsiders. Bailan suddenly spoke softly. Yunxiao raised an eyebrow. Although Ning Yen is quite talented and possesses good comprehension, she is too trusting of others in her dealings. Bailan's brow suddenly furrowed. Yunxiao frowned, sensing that someone might be attempting to encroach upon her territory. Do elaborate. During my previous travels with Ning Yen, I observed a rogue who appeared to be quite close to her, their gestures ambiguous. This should not be something an outsider like me should comment on, but that individual seemed to be a traitor from our sect. One who violated sect rules and murdered fellow disciples, Long Outyin. Yunxiao true monarch was enraged. A traitor who kills fellow disciples? How could Ning Yen associate with such a scoundrel? This is utterly disgraceful. I share your sentiments, yet I feared to hurt Ning Yan's feelings. Bearing the stigma of violating sect rules, I refrained from dealing a fatal blow to that person. Bailan sighed, her expression troubled. This matter has come to my attention. Should you encounter this so-called Outyin, simply eliminate him. I will personally explain the situation to Ning Yan. Yunxia true monarch declared, tossing her sleeve and speaking in anger. Yes. Bailan bowed. Yunxia slightly calmed her anger and then turned to Bailan. By the way, I heard that you have no master at the Qingyuan sect. What is the reason for that? Oh no. Could she be considering taking her as a disciple? Bailan pondered for a second before invoking her good master, Elder Chonglu, to take the blame. The person I wish to take as my master is Elder Chonglu from the iron refining peak within the sect. But as Elder Chonglu is nearing the end of his lifespan, he refuses to take on disciples, and thus has not accepted me. Upon hearing this, Bailan felt greatly moved, which was why she had yet to take a master, but she often visited iron refining peak to seek guidance from Elder Chonglu. Yunxia was momentarily taken aback. In the realm of cultivation, interests reign supreme. Low-level cultivators typically seek the protection of high-level masters, hoping to acquire advanced techniques and supernatural abilities to enhance their strength, thereby avoiding unnecessary detours and gaining invaluable experience in their practice. Over time, a bond of master and disciple may naturally develop. However, it is truly rare to encounter someone like the woman before her, who could be moved to such lengths merely by a sense of mentorship and a few kind words. Alas, alas, the true Lord Yunxia sighed softly. Originally, she merely wished to see if she could entice the leader of the 5 sects competition to join her own sect. After all, despite being a member of the Qingyuan sect, the individual rarely resided within its confines and had not taken the esteemed elder within the sect as a mentor. Perhaps her emotional ties to the sect were not profound. Yet, it now appeared that even with the promise of heavenly tier techniques and the allure of 2 Yuanying masters, the individual would not betray her sect. Watching the departing figure of true Lord Yunxia, Bailan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Interacting with a Yuanying cultivator felt akin to conversing with a human-shaped bomb, fraught with the fear that a single misstep might lead to an explosive reaction. Fortunately, true Lord Yunxia possessed a stable temperament, making their interactions relatively pressure-free. Reflecting on the words of true Lord Yunxia, it seemed she hinted at a desire to take on disciples. If Bailan were male, she might have intended to betroth Ning Yen to her. If she were female, she might have sought to recruit her into the Xianxia sect. Though Bailan held little interest in the Xianxia sect, no one could resist the allure of a library of tomes. Following the example of the Xiling true person, Bailan resolved to take on another temporary master, primarily to plunder the Xianxia sect's library. In an instant, the scene rewound to the beginning, swiftly replaying the earlier exchanges until they reached a crucial juncture. I have heard that you lack a mentor in the Qingyuan sect. What is the reason for this? Bailan sighed and shook her head. Though the Qingyuan sect is admirable, none of the elders have personalities that align with mine. Hence I have been unable to take on a master for quite some time. Oh, true Lord Yunxia's interest was piqued. What do you think of the Xianxia sect? Bailan lowered her head, a hint of a smile gracing her features. The esteemed elder of Xianxia possesses profound techniques, and I hold her in the highest regard. And what of me? The esteemed elder's techniques are profound, and I equally hold you in the highest regard. There was a mutual understanding and affection. In fact, the Qingyuan sect need not require Bailan to intervene, as true Lord Yunxia would personally negotiate on behalf of the sect. After a conversation imbued with mutual sentiments, Bailan became Ning Yan's junior sister. However, it was of no consequence. Everything was for the sake of the library. After hastily absorbing the sect rules and various precautions laid out by Yunxia, Bailan finally received her Xianxia sect disciple token. The moment her goal was achieved, she rushed into the Xianxia sect's library. She feared that if she delayed even a moment, the likes of Qinghe, Lingxiao, Chonglu, and Xiling would soon come looking for her. Chapter 288, Riding the Dragon. After saving her progress, Bailan and the system split their efforts, thoroughly reviewing the names of low-tier techniques on the first floor of the Xianxia sect's library. Such low-level techniques, like Fireball Technique, Binding Technique, and Healing Technique, could not only be found in the libraries of various sects but also on the shelves of the Wanbao building, at market stalls, and within the storage bags of cultivators. Thus, more than half of the Xianxia sect's earth and yellow-tier techniques overlapped with what Bailan had in her inventory. Only a scant few were unique low-tier supernatural abilities of the Xianxia sect, all of which Bailan diligently committed to memory. Bailan was devoted to acquiring various techniques, supernatural abilities, and secret arts in the realm of cultivation through her zero-cost purchasing strategy, anything obtainable with spirit stones. She would endeavor to learn and store in her mind for future reference. This was to amalgamate the strengths of various sects while avoiding their weaknesses, ultimately creating her own diverse techniques. Regrettably, the techniques she could acquire at no cost were strictly earth and yellow tier. The family secrets and unparalleled techniques were closely guarded by the major sects and families, forming the very foundation of their power, accessible only to elite disciples of the inner sect. Now that Bailan bore the title of an inner disciple of the Xianxia sect and a student of true Lord Yunxia, she merely had to lightly wave her inner disciple jade token to gain easy access to the library's second floor. However, the anticipated sight of towering bookshelves did not materialize. Instead, she found only a long table with a mere 10 jade slips atop it, all of which were earth-tier techniques. TSK. Observing these 10 earth-tier slips in contrast to the hundreds of earth-tier techniques at the Qingyuan sect, she suddenly felt the workload was not as daunting as she had initially perceived. The system circled the 10 jade slips before shrugging its metaphorical shoulders. After all, the two Yuanian cultivators of Xianxia sect had only emerged within the past year, while those of the other four sects had existed for centuries. It seemed that Xianxia sect aspired to ascend from a secondary sect to join the ranks of the 5 major sects. But Xianxia would need to exert more effort to achieve this goal. In hindsight, Bailan's plan to target the Jedon cultivators of the Li family might still be somewhat premature. Perhaps she could directly incorporate these two families into the Xianxia sect, thereby enriching the library with more superior techniques. Though it was unlikely true Lord Yunxia would pursue such a course of action, each person tending to their own doorstep, she was merely an inner disciple of the Xianxia sect, and it would be inappropriate for her to meddle in the sect's internal affairs. Shaking her head slightly, Bailan turned her attention back to the jade slips in her hand. The mainstream techniques of the Xianxia sect were a combination of the Qinglian True Formula and the Shuanghan technique. Among them, the Qinglian True Formula was a unique method created by true Lord Yunxia, a distinctive school of thought. Techniques created by the founding masters of a particular sect are certainly not ordinary. Otherwise, the Xianxia sect would not have endured to this day. When examined separately, these two techniques were merely of high quality within the earth tier. However, when used in conjunction, they could unleash power rivaling that of heavenly tier techniques. The Qinglian technique served as true Lord Yunxia's offensive means. When she had previously saved Ning Yan, she had manifested a single Qinglian to deflect Yunyang's attack, indicating that the Qinglian possessed a degree of defensive capability as well. This technique balanced offense and defense. Given time, once true Lord Yunxia perfected the Qinglian True Formula, it would undoubtedly become a heavenly tier technique on par with the Falling Sun's Absolute Flame technique. In contrast to the two original Yuanian powerhouses of the Xianxia sect, Ning Yan not only practiced the Qinglian True Formula and Shuanghan technique, but also primarily cultivated the Lan family secret technique, Frost Transformation. It could be said that her future achievements would likely not fall short of those of true Lord Yunxia. As Ning Yan's value increased, true Lord Yunxia would undoubtedly place greater importance on her, which might incite a murderous intent towards anyone attempting to lead her disciple astray. Although Bailan did not intend to cultivate the Qinglian True Formula, there was a supernatural ability within it, known as the Lotus Manipulation, which piqued her interest. After briefly studying the Qinglian True Formula, she fell into contemplation. The system pondered for a moment before its eyes brightened. Isn't that the move where true Lord Yunxia steps on the flowers to fly? Bailan nodded. This supernatural ability clearly drew inspiration from the Earth-tier wind manipulation technique, serving as a refined and optimized version that transformed spiritual energy into lotus petals. no longer necessitating the practitioner to possess wind-attributed spiritual roots. However, this came at the cost of reduced speed, and while the Qinglian itself possessed some defensive capabilities, it could be considered a flaw that did not overshadow its merits. Oh, the system nodded earnestly. Bailon sank into deeper thought, but the reduced speed might hinder my escape. Indeed, the system concurred. By the way, the opportunity and inheritance that Long Outyin received from the Qingyuan sect includes a secret technique called dragon transformation, which requires dragon blood for cultivation. Once mastered, it can even allow one to manifest a dragon with their own spiritual power for battle. Ah, yes. Bailon exclaimed, recalling that for this technique, Long Outyin had sacrificed 4 vials of dragon blood. The system continued to nod thoughtfully. Bailon suddenly clapped her hands and smiled. If we were to merge the dragon transformation technique with the lotus control technique, would it not allow us to ride the dragon? The system also brightened up. Wow, that was precisely my thought. The dragon transformation technique comprises 6 levels. The first level transforms into a python, the second into a flood dragon, the third into a horned dragon, the fourth into a curled dragon, and the fifth into a true dragon. However, it is not limited to using the python as a prototype for cultivation. One can also utilize the tortoise, fish, or horse, 3 creatures that hold the potential to evolve into dragons, as prototypes in the gradual transformation. Yet, the snake is simply more convenient. Once one masters the dragon transformation technique to the 6th level, one can conjure a true dragon's phantom. At that time, one would not only be able to traverse the heavens and the earth, commanding clouds and rain, but also shape and manipulate various forms, wielding control over the weather with countless transformations. Most importantly, the dragon's size would guarantee swiftness and movement. However, it remains uncertain how potent Long Outyin's dragon blood truly is, and to what level it can facilitate my cultivation. Although Long Outyin possesses the bloodline of a true dragon, he is still of the human race. The reason the dragon transformation technique remains unpracticed is precisely because the whereabouts of dragon blood are elusive, particularly with regard to the final level. Not only is it rare to obtain true dragon blood, but even those who have encountered it are exceedingly few. Suddenly, the system gasped in alarm. Oh no! If Long Outyin's blood can only support the host in cultivating the first level, then the host would be limited to riding snakes. Bailon shut her eyes. Her fantasies instantly shattered. Well, I can hardly be blamed for visiting the dragon maidens of Long Outyin's harem ahead of time. The system bowed its head, lighting a candle for Long Outyin. Half a day's time passed, during which Bailon diligently studied the jade slips on the wooden table from left to right. Just as she placed down the last earthly grade jade slip, intending to digest the knowledge she had just acquired, she heard a resonant voice echoing from outside. I am Zhang Lu, the true man of Qingyuan sect. May I inquire if your sect's leader is present, and if so, might they make an appearance for a discussion? The voice of Zhang Lu resonated from above. The matter of Qing Xian and Yun Xian breaking through to the nascent soul realm was known only to the inner disciples of Qing Xian sect and remained a closely guarded secret to the outside world. To the rest of the sect members, their highest cultivator was still regarded as a golden core practitioner. At this moment, seeing a visitor from Qingyuan sect, many lower-tier disciples of Qing Xian sect felt a tightening in their chests, raising their heads to gaze at the figure hovering above. Chapter 289. The Cheng family's demise? The lower-tier disciples were filled with trepidation, fearing that someone had inadvertently provoked enmity with the 5 great sects, thus bringing about a calamity of extermination upon themselves for no reason. Yun Xian, who had gone to clarify the situation, stood nearby, her expression as cold as water. She had never anticipated that upon hearing of this matter, the head of Qingyuan sect would not react with fury, but rather suspect that Qing Xian sect was a demonic sect that had ensnared Bailon. No one doubted that Bailon would betray her sect. Now, not only had a golden core cultivator, Zhang Lu, come personally to investigate, but he was also followed by a white-haired old man. Though they claimed to be here to pay their respects, their true intention was undoubtedly to discern the reality of Qing Xian sect. Bailon also did not expect that the visitor would be Zhang Lu. Could it be that her previous performance before a group of golden core practitioners had led them to believe she had a good relationship with Zhang Lu? This old man had certainly received information from her. He must have found Long Outyin in the Starfall Plains. Yet, under the halo of the Chosen One, Long Outyin ultimately managed to escape. After all, even the golden core assassins from the Tianji Pavilion had failed to kill him. And Zhang Lu was even less likely to succeed, especially since Long Outyin had fortuitously encountered the 5th Yin, and for reasons unknown, they had resolved their misunderstanding. The 5th Yin was aware that Zhang Lu and Ji Feng were jointly pursuing Long Outyin. Should he intervene to conceal the truth, he would naturally have the opportunity to assist Long Outyin in his escape. As a dignified golden core practitioner, Zhang Lu could not capture a mere qi refining stage insect, which naturally made him feel humiliated, and he was reluctant to seek Bailan for further inquiries about Long Outyan's whereabouts. Thus, Zhang Lu had been avoiding Bailan these days, fearful that if they met, she would question him about Long Outyan and ridicule him, causing him to lose face. Young master of the pavilion, I see you. Zhang Lu's eyes narrowed as he spotted Bailan hiding behind the entrance of the library. He immediately conveyed his thoughts in a furious tone. How could you do this? Qingyuan's sect has treated you well, and senior brother Lingxiao holds great expectations for you. Could this possibly be the intention of the pavilion master? Is she planning to strike against Qingxian's sect? Is that why she commanded you to infiltrate and gather intelligence? Zhang Lu considered another possibility and transmitted his thoughts again. Bailan's entire body trembled, instantly retracting her head that had been peeking outside to eavesdrop, when a chance to empty the library of Qingxian's sect presented itself. How could she possibly resist? Nonetheless, it was of no consequence. Before the awkward situation of Zhang Lu questioning her about her supposed betrayal of Qingyuan's sect could arise, Bailan swiftly loaded her safe. As long as she loaded it quickly, there would be no awkwardness. Time once again returned to the spiritual spring in the back mountains of Qingxian's sect, where Bailan rubbed her ears, still tingling from the resonant voice of Zhang Lu, and let out a slight sigh of relief. After sending off Xianxian once more, Bailan set up a small defensive formation, the turtle shell array. She first shed her outer robe and stepped into the spiritual spring, finding a stone platform to sit cross-legged upon, circulating her energy for a full cycle to calm her mind, and practiced for half an hour. As her mindset gradually settled, Bailan then retrieved the bottle of soul-nourishing pills that had been given to her by Xianxian, consuming all 5 pills to commence her healing process. The primary ingredients of the soul-nourishing pills were illusionary spirit grass and black celosia, both of which Bailan had acquired in abundance within the Ninein secret realm. Later, during her breakthrough using the stalactite, she had inadvertently expedited the maturation of several batches, resulting in an ample supply of soul-nourishing pills within her void stone, enough for her to consume as sustenance. Since her qi refining stage, Bailan had, like the specters within her void stone, consumed 1 soul-nourishing pill each month. Having now taken dozens, due to her long-term use of these pills, she had accumulated a considerable amount of pill toxicity. Yet, Bailan had deliberately refrained from refining it. This was because, within the opportunities of the Chosen One, there existed a secret technique that was formed using the power of pill toxicity, a peculiar poison that ordinary pills cannot resolve and conventional means cannot refine away. Although she had not yet obtained this secret technique, she could accumulate the pill toxicity in advance. However, she needed to control the quantity. The toxicity could not be too high, lest it result in her demise, nor could it be too low, as she would need it for future cultivation of the secret technique. Not only did she have pill toxicity, but pills also generally exhibit a tolerance, meaning the more one consumes, the lesser the effect. At this moment, after swallowing a bottle of 5 soul-nourishing pills and spending half a day refining them, Bailan noticed that her tolerance for the soul-nourishing pills seemed to peak in an instant. Yet, her spiritual consciousness, originally at the mid-foundation stage, had now reached the late foundation stage, while her wuxiang skill had effortlessly progressed to the 4th level during these 2 days of cultivation, condensing 4 layers of manifestations. Furthermore, due to the presence of the spiritual spring's water, rich in spiritual energy, Bailan's cultivation had inadvertently broken through a small boundary. Advancing to the 2nd layer of the foundation stage, having reaped significant benefits, the 3-day period had now elapsed. It was time to ascertain whether Cheng Tianfeng and Li Qiaoer had delivered that foundational pill, brimming with surprises, to Long Outyan for him to consume. While Li Qiaoer was difficult to gauge, Cheng Tianfeng, after returning home for a meal of stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, must surely be contemplating how to seek revenge on her at this very moment. Upon reaching the location where she had previously ensnared Cheng Tianfeng with a heart demon oath, Bailan did not see Cheng Tianfeng, but instead found a letter lying on the ground. My esteemed friend, I find myself in a state of profound embarrassment. I have indeed failed to slay Long Outyan within the span of 3 days as I had vowed under the influence of my inner demons. In accordance with the oath I took, I am prepared to offer the ancestral martial arts of the Cheng family, the Earth Origin Mountain Technique. You may meet me tomorrow at noon on Banyue Slope outside the city, where I shall personally present the technique to you. Does it not seem rather peculiar? Host, could it be that Cheng Tianfeng harbors intentions to eliminate you? The system, having perused the contents of the letter, furrowed its brow. Be confident, he indeed seeks my demise. Furthermore, the tone of this correspondence is clearly beyond the capabilities of someone like him, a spoiled scion who speaks with such arrogance. I suspect it is more likely the handiwork of an elder from the Cheng family. Their plan appears to be to first bestow the Cheng family's martial arts upon her. thereby lowering her defenses, and then ensnare her in a trap, ultimately silencing her to prevent the dissemination of their techniques. It is a strategy that serves a dual purpose. Alas, they have encountered Bylon. If only we could unleash the full power of the Fog Concealment Talisman to eradicate the Chung family, the system suggested. That talisman is not intended for such use. Bylon resolutely rejected the system as proposal. She is not a villain of great malevolence. Why would the system presume she wished to annihilate the Chung family? Moreover, the symbolic significance of that talisman far outweighs its practical application. Chapter 290, The Unorthodox Path. Bylon did not honor the appointed date mentioned in the letter to meet at Banyue Slope. Instead, she descended the mountain and sought out the Chung family's residence within the city. Accompanying her was Ning Yan, the most favored disciple of the Xianxia sect's leader. 3 days had passed, and Ning Yan's wounds had mostly healed. It was only then that Bylon found an excuse to take her out of the sect. Upon entering the city of Hongyan, Bylon finally divulged the true purpose of their outing to Ning Yan. Ning Yan had initially assumed Bylon wished to treat her to a leisurely stroll through the marketplace as a small reprieve following their recent crisis. However, she soon realized that Bylon intended to confront someone. It seemed that whatever this woman set out to accomplish was never simple. Just as Ning Yan contemplated retreating, Bylon firmly grasped her wrist. Stifled, she whispered, "Is it not too unorthodox to demand the ancestral martial arts of another family?" Bylon raised an eyebrow. "I am, in fact, assisting them. You must understand that Cheng Tianfeng has already sworn an oath influenced by his inner demons. If the Chung family refuses to hand over their ancestral techniques, he shall never transcend the foundation establishment stage in his lifetime." Though the reasoning appeared sound, Ning Yan had her suspicions regarding the circumstances under which Cheng Tianfeng had made his oath. However, given their respective standings, one is the righteous leader of the Qingyuan sect and the other as the senior disciple of Xianxia sect. Engaging in such actions could severely tarnish their reputations. Ning Yan hesitated to speak. As someone who had once been forced into the path of evil cultivation, she was now surprisingly concerned about her reputation. "In that case, let us assume different identities when we seek the techniques," Ning Yan suggested eagerly. "Indeed, we can disguise ourselves, thus preserving our identities and ensuring our safety." Bylon replied with a subtle smile, having never intended to involve Ning Yan in such deeds, as it would indeed jeopardize her standing with the revered Xianxia leader. After all, she had worked hard to earn Xianxia's favor. Quietly, Bylon led Ning Yan to a secluded corner outside the Chung family's wall, then raised her hand to form a soundproof barrier. In Ning Yan's puzzled gaze, Bylon produced 2 masks adorned with the tricolor violet insignia and 2 sets of black robes, handing one set to Ning Yan. Ning Yan gasped, "Wait. This is the emblem of the Tiangong Pavilion?" The unique tricolor violet pattern was known throughout the cultivation world. She had never anticipated that Bylon would associate herself with the assassins of the Tiangong Pavilion. The contradictory identities of a Tiangong assassin and a Qingyuan disciple coexisting in one person was astonishing. "I hereby swear an oath influenced by my inner demons. I shall not disclose the identity of the pavilion master, otherwise I will be deprived of the cultivation techniques," Bylon declared, pointing her spear at Ning Yan. Before Ning Yan could react, the tip of Bylon's soul-severing spear was pressed against her neck. Initially startled, Ning Yan soon realized that the spear bore no trace of spiritual energy. To a mortal, it would be a fatal weapon. To a cultivator, it posed no threat. Bylon seemed to be teasing her. After a prolonged silence, she gently nudged Bylon's spear away from her neck. "Given our relationship, how could I ever wish you harm?" Ning Yan shook her head in resignation and, under Bylon's watchful gaze, swore the oath influenced by her inner demons. Bylon smiled. "I trust that you shall serve as my personal attendant for half a day, supporting me as the pavilion master of the Tiangong Pavilion." Ning Yan remained silent. She believed Bylon could easily gain entry into the Tiangong Pavilion, yet claiming the title of pavilion master felt somewhat exaggerated. However, she had backing from a nascent soul powerhouse, so she merely fell silent for a moment. Facing off against a mere foundation establishment cultivator from the Chung family did not daunt her. Between tarnishing the reputation of the Xianxia sect's senior disciple and temporarily bowing to Bylon's will, she resolutely chose the latter. "Very well, I shall be your attendant." Ning Yan nodded, donning the mask and black robe before stepping behind Bylon. With the 2 artifacts that concealed their presence, Ning Yan had effectively obscured her features and form, rendering her unrecognizable. Bylon nodded slightly, and then called out to the side, "Elder of the Fodder Realm, step forth." The cloaked figure of the system emerged slowly, its tone ancient and weary, resembling that of an elder. "Pavilion master, what are your instructions?" The sight of this elder startled Ning Yan, who remained cautious, for she could not discern the cultivation level of the figure before her. Could it be yet another formidable foundation establishment master? He is one of my guards from the Tiangong Pavilion, Bailon clarified. The system tilted its head at a 45-degree angle, solemnly stating, I am the fodder realm, true monarch. Ning Yan's pupils contracted. A true monarch? Could it possibly be a formidable being of the nascent soul stage? The system stood still, hands clasped behind its back, remaining silent. With both a guard of unfathomable prowess and a gentle attendant at her side, Bailan's appearance was befitting of a pavilion master. While one true monarch had bestowed a title, the younger generation of other families typically had high-ranking cultivators for protection, or they had powerful talismans to safeguard themselves. Even the likes of Lan Ning, the demonic heir, had a foundation establishment elder accompanying her for protection. Yet Bailan had nothing except for the Zixiao True Fire. Now that she intended to utilize the identity of the Tiangong Pavilion, she would have to create her own grand entrance. With everything in place, Bailan extended her consciousness into the Chung family's courtyard, only to find that the anticipated array of defenses was conspicuously absent. Her consciousness passed effortlessly through the courtyard wall. You are well acquainted with Hanyan City. What is the situation with the Chung family that they lack even a defensive formation? Bailan turned in astonishment. She had initially planned to showcase her skills, deploying the full power talisman from Qinghe to dismantle the high-level defensive array outside the Chung family, thereby drawing out their foundation establishment cultivators, which would provide her with the necessary prestige of a pavilion master. Yet she had not anticipated that her consciousness would traverse the array without obstruction. Ning Yan smiled. The Chung family certainly possesses defensive formations. But unless there is an invasion from external enemies or a major incident involving demonic cultivators attacking the city, they do not activate this formation. After all, there exists a 6th-tier large-scale defensive array outside Hanyan City to ward off demonic incursions, which renders the internal array unnecessary to activate, unless one belongs to a wealthy and powerful faction like the Wanbao Tower. Second-tier families, such as the Chung and Li families, do not keep their defensive formations active at all times due to the significant expenditure of spirit stones. The 6th-tier formation requires hundreds of spirit stones daily to maintain its operation, and those of the 7th tier and above necessitate even more. After all, the spirit stones saved in a single day would suffice to support the cultivation of over 10 disciples in the Qi refining stage from various families. Unless, of course, like the 5 major sects, one establishes the formation atop a substantial spiritual vein, allowing it to operate freely without the need for spirit stones. After listening to Ning Yan's explanation, Bailan nodded in understanding. No wonder that third-rate forces in the cultivation realm are easily annihilated. There is a complete lack of defensive awareness against extermination. It is no surprise that the Chung family has attracted the ire of Long Ao Tian. Their door seems too easy to dismantle. Although the Chung family is weak, if one wishes to retreat unscathed after acquiring the techniques, one must strategize carefully. Before Ning Yan could finish her sentence, Bailan deftly formed a seal with one hand and leapt over the Chung family's courtyard wall. The cannon fodder, True Monarch, followed closely behind, gliding into the courtyard with an unusual flying posture. Chapter 291. Once again, the Heart Demon Oath is declared. Ning Yan was startled by their swift actions. After surveying the surroundings and confirming that no one was present, she too vaulted over the courtyard wall, suppressing her aura as she infiltrated the interior. At this moment, within the Chung family's main hall, a middle-aged woman in the foundation establishment stage was gripping Chung Tianfeng's ear, admonishing him repeatedly. You must not let this plan slip. If your father finds out, you'll be in for a severe beating. Bailan raised an eyebrow, realizing that Chung Tianfeng had only confided in his mother and had not informed the head of the Chung family. Just 3 days prior, the once arrogant young master of the Chung family now bore a back marred and bloodied. Bailan's gaze shifted to the middle-aged woman holding Chung Tianfeng's ear. She wielded a blood-red whip, indicating that the wounds on Chung Tianfeng's back were indeed her handiwork. How brutal, Bailan mused. Mother, you've already beaten me to a pulp. Chung Tianfeng trembled as he spoke. Still dare to retort. The woman's expression darkened with anger, and Chung Tianfeng immediately fell silent. Tomorrow, I will set out with the other 2 guest elders from our residence. When you see that person, do not speak unnecessarily. Just hand her the jade slip to lift your heart demon oath. The rest will be handled by me. The woman spoke in a low voice. Chung Tianfeng nodded repeatedly, then grasped his mother's hand. Mother, with my cultivation, I cannot discern her strength. She must also be a foundation establishment practitioner from the Xianxia sect. Can you guarantee success? If we cannot eliminate her, won't our ancestral techniques fall into jeopardy? The woman fell silent for a moment, growing increasingly furious, and lashed out with the whip, striking Chung Tianfeng's back again. Nonsense. In a battle of cultivators, the outcome is beyond my prediction. If it weren't for your foolish heart demon oath, we wouldn't be in this predicament today. Chung Tianfeng could only lower his head and chuckle awkwardly. Bailan chuckled softly, What you say is indeed true. In battles between cultivators, the outcome is unpredictable. I am not a warmonger, nor do I wish to clash with you. The sudden voice startled the woman, and she swung her whip. Who goes there? Mother, I recognize that voice. This is the scoundrel who deceived me and is swearing the heart demon oath, Cheng Tianfeng exclaimed, suddenly agitated upon recognizing Bai Lan's voice. The woman's expression turned icy. How audacious, to stealthily infiltrate my Cheng residence. I, from the Tiangong Pavilion, conduct my affairs with utmost discretion. If not, how could I know that you two were conspiring to eliminate me? Bai Lan replied, slowly revealing himself. As the woman prepared to strike with her whip, Bai Lan smiled and raised the talisman in his hand. Upon sensing the power contained within that talisman, the Foundation establishment woman stiffened, reluctantly retracting her whip, her hand trembling slightly. The aura of a nascent soul practitioner. Who are you from the Tiangong Pavilion to possess such a talisman? She exclaimed in shock. A talisman imbued with the essence of a nascent soul cultivator made the woman's identity clear. She was undoubtedly a direct disciple of some great nascent soul master or a younger member of a prominent family, someone the Cheng family could not afford to provoke. Though the woman in the black robe was merely at the initial stage of Foundation establishment, the other individual beside her exuded an unfathomable aura. Well beyond the Foundation establishment stage, the balance of power shifted instantly. The woman no longer spoke with an air of superiority and grew visibly tense. I have heard that the Cheng family possesses 2 core formation practitioners. My visit today is to request the Cheng family's techniques, as well as to discuss potential future collaborations with the 2 esteemed core formation elders. Collaboration? What could possibly be of mutual interest with the Tiangong Pavilion? Surely, it cannot be anything that leads to death, the woman thought, her heart tightening as she realized that this matter could not be concealed any longer and was beyond her capacity to resolve. Please follow me to the front hall. The family head and the grand elder will arrive shortly. The woman finally spoke after a moment of silence, bowing slightly. Very well, Bai Lan nodded. I advise against any underhanded actions. This talisman is an offensive talisman that can detonate in an instant. I certainly have the means to make my escape unscathed. As for you, he chuckled lightly, playing with the talisman that contained the full force of a nascent soul practitioner's strike, his tone languid. That talisman had the potential to obliterate the Cheng family, and now it rested in Bai Lan's grasp, causing Cheng Tianfeng and the woman to feel their hearts rise and fall with every motion of Bai Lan's hand, their unease palpable. As they were escorted safely to the front hall, the woman contemplated attempting to ambush Bai Lan or lead her into a trap to seize the talisman. However, all her efforts failed. Bai Lan anticipated her every action, always a step ahead, leisurely reminding her. Despite being merely at the 2nd level of Foundation establishment, Bai Lan's spiritual awareness rivaled that of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Was this the prowess of a high-ranking disciple? By the way, young Master Cheng, your mother has gone to fetch someone. You need not follow so closely. Why not stay behind and enjoy a cup of tea with me? Bai Lan said casually, turning his gaze towards Cheng Tianfeng, who had intended to stealthily follow the woman. During negotiations, hostages must not be allowed to leave. The woman's brow furrowed, clearly reluctant to leave her son in such a dangerous situation in the front hall. But the next moment, she noticed Bai Lan's expression turn cold as he raised the talisman once more. Fenger, stay here and accompany this friend for tea. The woman gritted her teeth and commanded. In the face of the threat to their lives, Bai Lan's every demand was met without question. Cheng Tianfeng's lips quivered as he supported himself on a chair and sat down opposite Bai Lan. What are you afraid of? You had the audacity to swear a heart demon oath and now wish to back out? The moment I obtain the techniques, you intend to eliminate me. If you could conceive such a scheme, you must have anticipated today's events. Cheng Tianfeng gritted his teeth and retorted, you deceived me. You should have sworn an oath as well. Is that the crux of the matter? You cannot possibly eliminate Long Ao Tian. My swearing an oath seems inconsequential. I underestimated you before. If you grant me 3 more days, I can surely eliminate Long Ao Tian. Cheng Tianfeng slammed the table in frustration. Then swear the heart demon oath that if you fail to eliminate Long Ao Tian within 3 days, you will transfer all the Cheng family's assets to me. Bai Lan stated calmly. Cheng Tianfeng fell silent, contemplating. Chapter 292. No need for gray old man to intervene. If you truly can eliminate Long Ao Tian, I will swear the heart demon oath and give you 100,000 spirit stones. Bai Lan continued, his tone unchanged. 100,000 spirit stones. Cheng Tianfeng leapt to his feet, his eyes gleaming with greed. Before he could finish his sentence, an echoing roar erupted from outside. Unfilial son. Silence at once. The head of the Cheng family stormed in, visibly furious. In Cheng Tianfeng's terrified gaze, the middle-aged man seized him by the collar and unceremoniously hurled him out of the hall. Is the century-old foundation of the Chung family something that a mere 100,000 spirit stones can buy off? The head of the Chung family pointed an accusatory finger at Chung Tianfeng, berating him before dramatically sweeping his sleeves and striding towards the elegant Bailan, who was seated in the hall. His anger somewhat subsided, but his sharp gaze still held a hint of scrutiny. It seemed this man was indeed the esteemed patriarch of the Chung family, a figure long revered. Bailan rose with a smile, performing a courteous bow while discreetly gripping a talisman, the threat implicit in her demeanor. The middle-aged man's expression turned icy, and he remained silent. But his spiritual pressure suddenly bore down with intensity. In an instant, he appeared before Bailan, attempting to seize the talisman from her grasp, one that posed a significant threat to the Chung residents, but he grasped at nothing but air. Patriarch Chung. Such an open act of snatching a junior's possessions is hardly befitting of a righteous cultivator, Bailan's voice chimed in with a playful tone. Having already mastered the art of elusive steps, she had dodged several meters away, summoning her jade scepter to shield herself while still firmly clutching the talisman. The patriarch's countenance darkened, realizing that after one failed attempt, he could not afford to make another. His inability to seize the talisman at the first opportunity indicated that Bailan was no ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. He had already lost the first round, and henceforth, she would surely remain vigilant. Should he dare to act recklessly again, provoking her, she might detonate the talisman without hesitation. Little did the patriarch know, Bailan's spiritual awareness was not merely at the second level of foundation establishment, but rather approaching the pinnacle of that realm. Even under the pressure of his nascent soul-level spiritual force, she moved with ease, as if she had cultivated a soul-based technique. Patriarch Chung. There have been nascent soul cultivators who attempted to suppress me with their spiritual pressure to seize my talisman. Can you guess what the outcome was? Bailan spoke with a teasing lilt. You have quite the audacity to act against the young master of our sect. The cannon fodder, true monarch, stepped forward with a cold voice. Bailan raised her hand with a smile, halting the system. Grey Elder, there is no need to intervene. Today, we have come uninvited, which is indeed a breach of etiquette, and the patriarch's displeasure is entirely understandable. Humph, consider this a warning. Should you dare disrespect the young master again, I shall take action. The system huffed in response before retreating. The figure of the gray-robed elder stood behind Bailan, arms crossed, resembling a guardian deity. The patriarch of the Chung family turned his gaze to the two figures behind Bailan. One of them, a cultivator in the Qi refinement stage, posed no threat. Yet the other gray-robed elder provoked a subconscious probing of his spiritual energy, and in an instant, his expression faltered. He could not discern the elder's cultivation level. With his nascent soul strength, not being able to detect the other's prowess meant this individual was either a formidable late-stage nascent soul cultivator or a mighty Yuaning master. Furthermore, if he were to act, the entire Red Goose City might be at risk. Should matters escalate to the need for violence, the talisman bestowed by the ancestor would suffice. Bailan cast a sidelong glance at the system, her tone light-hearted, which made the patriarch's heart race. Congealed yen, she said with a smile, covering her mouth with amusement. Producing a spirit fruit from who knows where and placing it in Bailan's mouth. The young master is truly benevolent. Do not cause trouble. I am attending to important matters. Bailan gently brushed away Congealed Yan's hand and turned her gaze back to the patriarch. Patriarch Chung. May we now sit down and have a proper discussion? Upon meeting Bailan's smiling eyes and seeing the talisman infused with the aura of a Yuaning cultivator in her hand, the patriarch's heart tightened once more. Aha! He forced a laugh. I was unaware of your esteemed identity, young friend. I did not expect the esteemed young master of the Tiangong Pavilion to visit. I sincerely apologize for my previous indiscretions. I hope the young master can forgive me. Not at all, not at all, Bailan replied with an amiable demeanor. Seemingly unperturbed by their earlier friction, after exchanging pleasantries, they settled into their seats, as if the earlier tension had never occurred. Bailan pointed towards Chung Tianfeng, who was peeking from behind a pillar to observe the situation inside. It was merely a small wager with your young master. Now that I have won, I have come personally to collect my stake. This matter has already been conveyed to me by your lady. The patriarch's expression stiffened. A voice from the system interjected, laced with a hint of menace. What is it? Judging by Patriarch Cheng's expression, could it be that you are unwilling? Bailan's tone was playful as she toyed with the talisman in her hand. Oh no, how could I be? A wager is a wager. If my son has erred, as his father, I must bear the consequences. The patriarch sighed heavily, casting a fierce glare at the outside Chung Tianfeng, and reluctantly raised his hand to present a jade slip to Bailan. This is our Chung family's ancestral technique, a top-grade earth-level skill, the true Yang technique. Bailan's eyes sparkled as she acquired the technique. After saving her progress, she swiftly departed the Chung residence with her companions. seeking a secluded spot to study the technique thoroughly before reverting to her previous location. This time, Bailan did not accept the jade slip, but stood up slowly under the patriarch's puzzled gaze. Indeed. I knew it. Bailan exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement as she looked at the patriarch. Young friend, what are you doing? The patriarch asked in alarm. May I inquire, esteemed elder? From where did the Chung family acquire this technique? Bailan's eager gaze was fixed on him. Her expression no longer resembled that of a bully demanding a technique, but rather someone seeking kinship. The patriarch, bewildered by her question, responded, this technique was obtained by our ancestor from a certain secret realm. A secret realm? So it comes from a secret realm. Bailan's expression fell slightly. Alas, I thought I had found something significant, but alas. The patriarch, having surrendered the technique under Bailan's threat, was already in despair, wishing merely to expedite the departure of this uninvited guest. To his surprise, Bailan dismissed the jade slip with disdain, not even glancing at it, instead muttering to herself upon hearing the name of the technique, which aroused his suspicion. You know this technique? The patriarch inquired, confusion evident in his voice. Bailan sighed and whispered, enunciating each word clearly as she recounted the contents of the true yang technique, verbatim. You? How do you know this? The patriarch stood abruptly. Bailan had not even touched the jade slip, yet she comprehended its contents. How could she know? This technique is part of our sect's lineage. Naturally, I am aware of it. The revelation that their century-old ancestral technique had suddenly become a technique of another sect struck the patriarch like a bolt from the blue. Bailan's expression turned complex as she regarded the patriarch. I once inadvertently witnessed members of the Chung family performing techniques and felt a sense of familiarity. I had thought I had encountered a long-lost branch of my sect, but it seems I was mistaken. After a whirlwind of thoughts, the patriarch was left curious and inquired further. Dismissing those around them, Bailan quietly chuckled, also waving off the system and congealed yin while still clutching the talisman. In contrast to Bailan, who remained cautious, the patriarch was now intrigued, paying little heed to her small gestures. He set up a soundproof barrier and then turned to Bailan with curiosity. What connection does the true yang technique have with the Tiangong Pavilion? The cultivators of the Tiangong Pavilion are known for their stealth and swiftness, though there are many fire spiritual root cultivators within the pavilion. They do not utilize techniques like this. Not from the Tiangong Pavilion. Bailan gently shook her head. Have you ever heard of the spirit-taming sect? The patriarch shook his head. Forgive my ignorance. I have indeed never heard of it. Haha. Bailan merely chuckled softly a couple of times, then waved the talisman in her hand. It is but human nature. My Yuling sect flourished for a mere few hundred years among the thousands, only to gradually decline and retreat into seclusion within the mountains. A glimmer of keen insight flashed in the eyes of the Chung family patriarch, for indeed, the individual before him was a direct disciple of a reclusive master. The sect's treasured technique, the falling sun absolute flame technique, was created by our founding ancestor, the fire spirit elder. The true yang art, on the other hand, was devised by the ancestor during his nascent soul stage and is a foundational earth tier technique, sharing numerous similarities with the falling sun absolute flame technique. All fire-related techniques possess interconnectedness, and by Lan's words, imbued with both truth and deception, had already ensnared the patriarch of the Chung family in contemplation. Our current sect's elder, devoted solely to the Tao, has wandered the world for years, while I, as the sect leader of Yuling, cannot bear to see our sect languish in obscurity. My heart yearns for the revival of our sect, which is why I became so agitated upon encountering someone practicing the true yang art. Upon hearing the mention of the elder, the Chung patriarch cautiously inquired, might I ask what cultivation level this elder of the Yuling sect currently possesses? With a smile, Bailan replied, she has already attained the God transformation stage. Although lacking an elder at the God transformation stage, we do possess a 9th-tier divine tortoise. While there may be some discrepancies in lineage, Bailan was not misleading him regarding her combat prowess. The God transformation stage? The patriarch of the Chung family exclaimed in shock, rising abruptly before slowly resuming his seat. Indeed, there exists a true God transformation powerhouse in this world. Though the Chung family appears to dominate the Hongyan city, they are pressured by the Xianxia sect above and the Li family below, constrained on all sides, rendering their situation precarious. Their younger generation has seen no single spiritual root members for decades, and the most gifted among them, Chung Tianfeng, is a frivolous scion known for courting trouble. The future appears bleak. He even wonders if, a century hence, there will be any golden core cultivators to shoulder the responsibilities of the Chung family. Now, there exists an opportunity to forge a connection with a sect that has a God transformation cultivator. Most importantly, the Yuling sect possesses a legacy of heavenly tier techniques. That is a treasure beyond compare. Forgive my intrusion today. I shall take this jade slip with me to dispel Chang Tianfeng's heart demon vow. I bid you farewell. Bai Lan stated, standing to leave. Wait, young friend, do not be in such a hurry to depart. The patriarch of the Chung family interjected, stepping forth with a tone that softened considerably. Upon further reflection, I may have misremembered. Oh, Bai Lan's eyes sparkled with renewed anticipation. In truth, after several centuries, I remain uncertain regarding the origins of the true Yang technique. Perhaps the Chung family indeed shares some connection with the Yuling sect? The patriarch tentatively suggested. Upon hearing this, Bai Lan's expression brightened momentarily before turning self-deprecating. Alas, the Chung family is grand and prosperous, while my Yuling sect has long since fallen into obscurity. I doubt the patriarch would wish to associate with such a long-dwindled sect. Though the Yuling sect has declined, they do possess a god transformation powerhouse. The patriarch of the Chung family waved his hands repeatedly. That is a grave misjudgment. If the Chung family truly once belonged to the Yuling sect, they should undoubtedly return to the mountain gates. How could they continue to languish in obscurity? Bai Lan let out a self-mocking smile. Yet I, as the sect leader of Yuling, currently possess but a meager cultivation at the second level of the foundation establishment stage. The sect has indeed fallen to such depths. Though the sect leader may only be a foundation establishment cultivator, they have a god transformation powerhouse. The patriarch of the Chung family remarked with unwavering determination. You are so young, yet have already achieved the second level of foundation establishment among the 5 great sects. It would be difficult to find a leader of such exceptional talent among the younger generation. I have never witnessed such genius in my lifetime. Bai Lan continued to shake her head. Yet my Yuling sect holds not a shred of fame. Even if I were to speak of it, none would be aware. And what of it? The patriarch countered. The Yuling sect possesses a god transformation powerhouse. The words spoken by this female cultivator are likely a test of our resolve to join the Yuling sect. However, having witnessed the inscrutable elder beside her and her effortless manipulation of talismans, these serve as proof of Bai Lan's identity. What does it matter if there is no fame? With a leader of such remarkable talent, the revival of the Yuling sect is only a matter of time. The patriarch even took it upon himself to reassure Bai Lan. Seeing this, Bai Lan hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. She gazed at the patriarch of the Chung family and earnestly asked one last time, Does it seem you genuinely wish to join my Yuling sect? Of course. The patriarch nodded affirmatively. Then, as the sect leader, I shall impart to you the heavenly tier technique, the falling sun absolute flame technique. However, prior to that, I require you to surrender a fragment of your divine soul to me. Bai Lan smiled lightly. As the situation grew serious, even the excited patriarch of the Chung family sensed something amiss. His expression softened, and his demeanor became more composed. Esteemed sect leader, the price for returning to the mountain gates seems rather steep, the patriarch of the Chung family remarked, shaking his head. After careful consideration, he ultimately declined Bai Lan's proposition. If I were to sign a divine soul contract with Bai Lan, a dignified golden core cultivator would be subservient to a foundation establishment cultivator? That is utterly unreasonable. While this foundation establishment cultivator before me possesses an extraordinary background, the god transformation cultivator of the Yuling sect is merely her word. Whether such a god transformation truly exists or is merely a figment of Bai Lan's imagination remains uncertain. I cannot trust this. Too steep? Bai Lan slowly rose to her feet, shaking her head. Very well, I had intended to share a medium spirit vein from our mountain gates with the Chung family. But it seems I have overestimated my worth. The patriarch of the Chung family brightened at this mention of a medium spirit vein. A medium spirit vein? That is a true treasure. Is such a thing to be given so freely? Can a fallen sect truly afford such an offering? As Bai Lan spoke, she waved her hand and 5 white jade vials materialized upon the wooden table. The patriarch of the Chung family looked up at Bai Lan in confusion, then reached for one of the vials, uncorking it to inhale its fragrant aroma, his eyes lighting up once more. The scent was rich, the color lustrous, and the spiritual energy potent. In that moment, the patriarch's eyes widened in astonishment. This is a foundation establishment pill, he exclaimed in shock. Had it been merely one foundation establishment pill, it would have sufficed, but this vial contained a total of 5. The sect leader before him had just presented a staggering 25 foundation establishment pills. What an extraordinary display of generosity. The recipes for foundation establishment pills are held by the 5 great sects and various factions, making them exceedingly rare in the cultivation world. Sect leader, how have you acquired such a bounty of foundation establishment pills? The patriarch of the Chung family was utterly astonished. Merely foundation establishment pills. My Yuling sect possesses the recipes, which is hardly remarkable, Bai Lan replied nonchalantly. Yet to the patriarch, her nonchalant demeanor radiated an air of boundless superiority. Bailan was acutely aware of how enticing the Foundation Establishment Pill would be to the head of the Cheng family. For it had been previously stated by Cheng Tianfeng that a single Foundation Establishment Pill was sufficient to secure his marriage to Li Qiao. This clearly demonstrated the immense value of the Foundation Establishment Pill for families of such stature as the Cheng and Li clans. Cheng family head, you must understand. My intention in seeking to forge a contract with you is genuine. I truly wish to regard the Cheng family as a trusted ally under my command. Should the Yuling sect flourish in the future, it is only natural that you would be among the first to benefit, Bailan declared. Only to shake her head in disappointment, sweeping her sleeve to collect the 5 vials of elixirs upon the table into her storage bag. However, if you are unwilling, then so be it. The Yuling sect is not lacking in resources, but rather in individuals who are loyal to the sect. Only then did the Cheng family head reluctantly divert his gaze from the 5 vials, his expression rife with indecision. Indeed, it was no exaggeration. Opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. Spiritual veins, formulations for Foundation Establishment Pills, celestial tier techniques, and the protection of formidable beings. Each of these resources is indispensable for the ascendance of a major force within the realm of cultivation. What stung the most was that the Cheng family possessed none of these for critical assets. Even more heart-wrenching was the fact that Bailan could provide all 4. These rare resources were firmly in the grasp of various sects and those ancient beings of the nascent soul stage. And only the most favored disciples of such venerable figures or the elite prodigies of major sects could attain celestial tier techniques. For the Cheng family to have this opportunity was already a rarity. He could scarcely fathom that with these 25 Foundation Establishment Pills, coupled with the sun-extinguishing absolute flame technique and a medium-grade spiritual vein, the Cheng family could develop into what stature in a century. Very well, I shall acquiesce. The Cheng family head finally gritted out. Yet Bailan shook her head, saying, it is not solely you. Does the Cheng family not also possess another golden core cultivator? The Cheng family head had only recently broken through to the golden core stage, whereas the Cheng family had long ago had another golden core cultivator. This information was thanks to Cheng Tianfeng's boastful words before Li Qiao. The Cheng family head's expression shifted through various hues before he sighed deeply, to speak frankly. The other golden core cultivator of the Cheng family is my mother. Though she has reached the golden core stage, her lifespan is nearly at its end, with less than a year remaining. That Cheng Tianfeng truly spoke beautifully before Li Qiao, claiming that the Cheng family now had 2 golden core cultivators while the Li family had but 1, warning her not to be ungrateful and to marry him quickly, lest the Cheng family trample over the Li family. In reality, however, the Cheng family's 2 golden core cultivators would be reduced to 1 within a year, and the surviving cultivator's cultivation level was merely at the initial stage of golden core, having just broken through less than a month ago. What level of cultivation does his mother currently possess? Mid-golden core, yet she has long been unable to break through her bottleneck. Bailan pondered for a moment before addressing the Cheng family head. If she were granted an additional 30 years of lifespan, she might have the potential to break through to the late golden core stage. Each advancement within the golden core stage could extend one's lifespan by approximately 200 years. 200 years could bring about numerous changes. If she were to encounter fortuitous circumstances, it would not be impossible for her to ascend to the nascent soul stage. Even if she did not reach the nascent soul stage, a late golden core cultivator could certainly generate ample wealth for the Cheng family over the course of 2 centuries. Extending lifespan pills? You possess such elixirs? The Cheng family head was taken aback once more. While Foundation Establishment pills were not exceedingly rare, lifespan extending pills were something he had only ever encountered in ancient texts. If a single lifespan extending pill could procure for the Yuling sect a late golden core cultivator, it would indeed be worthwhile. Bailan had no need for lifespan extending pills, thus her interest was limited. Now, after a thorough inventory of the spiritual herbs within the Void Stone, she identified the 2 primary ingredients required for concocting the lifespan extending pill, Tian Yuan fruit and Shuigu Yushan. The former she had unearthed from the 10,000 Great Mountains, while the latter had been obtained from the sect's treasury, with the Yushan being cultivated over time within the Void Stone by the spirit of the artifact. Although she had harvested only 1 thus far, it was sufficient to refine a batch of 5 lifespan extending pills. She had also cultivated a fair amount of the auxiliary herb, Long Kuei, within the Void Stone. Now, she merely lacked a few medicinal catalysts. Chapter 295, Joining the Xianxia sect. Bailan raised her hand, conjuring a pen with golden spiritual energy, and inscribed the names of the 5 spiritual herbs before turning to the Cheng family head. Prepare these 5 spiritual herbs according to the prescription, and also arrange for a pill refining chamber. You are a pill refiner? The Cheng family head's eyes gleamed with excitement. Bailan merely reiterated the initial premise. However, The condition for all of this is that both your mother and you must sign a soul contract with me and take a vow of loyalty, swearing never to betray the Yuling sect or myself. She could offer resources only on the condition of absolute loyalty from the other party. Human nature is unreliable, especially when faced with cultivators of superior strength. Only by firmly grasping the other party's weaknesses and ensuring she could eliminate them in an instant could she feel secure in revealing a portion of her secrets. The Chung family head met by Lan's resolute gaze, his emotions a tumult of complexity. This Yuling sect ought not to be named as such. Perhaps it should be called the soul-controlling sect. The young sect master before him held such significance to contracts and oaths, raising questions about how many betrayals she had endured to be this cautious. Ultimately, for the sake of familial interests, the Chung family head sacrificed a fragment of his own soul and forged a soul contract with Bailan. After receiving the fragment of the Chung family head's soul, Bailan wasted no time in handing over the 5 foundation establishment pills along with the first 3 tiers of the sun-extinguishing absolute flame technique, and then spoke with a smile. As for the Yuling sect, let us refrain from making any public declarations for the time being. Upon receiving the foundation establishment pills and the celestial tier technique, the Chung family head's previously somber demeanor brightened considerably. Rest assured, sect master, externally, we shall state that you are a newly appointed guest elder of the Chung family. The matters of the Yuling sect will be known only to the upper echelons of the Chung family. Bailan nodded slightly. Once the Yuling sect has developed, the Chung family will be among the elders, and I shall prioritize the allocation of resources to you. We shall henceforth rely on the sect master to elevate our standing. The Chung family head clasped his hands respectfully. As the Chung family head and Bailan stepped out of the hall, the onlookers from the Chung family were taken aback by the amiable exchange between the two, unable to comprehend the sudden shift. Just moments ago, they had been at odds, particularly the Chung family head, who had seemed ready to eliminate Bailan. Yet now, he treated her with the utmost reverence. From now on, Miss Bailan shall be the guest elder of our Chung residence, declared the Chung family head. The crowd fell silent. Rebellious son, do not delay in confessing your faults to Elder Bai. The Chung family head turned his gaze sharply to Chung Tianfeng. His expression suddenly cold. Elder Bai will be residing in the manor for a few days. Prepare a superior guest room for her, as well as an excellent pill-refining chamber. Then I shall obey your command, and I humbly request to stay at the Chung residence for a few days, Bailan said with a smile and a bow. You flatter me. The Chung residence is your home. The Chung family head waved his hand, leaving the onlookers even more bewildered. Wait, hold on. Chung Tianfeng's mother stepped forward. Her expression strange, her gaze darting between Bailan and the Chung family head, eyes sharp and tone peculiar. Old man, this girl is not your illegitimate child from outside. Is she? Why are you treating her with such courtesy? Explain yourself. The Chung family head shot her a glare and discreetly pressed his lips together, first apologizing to Bailan before hastily pulling the woman's sleeve to lead her into the inner chamber. My lady, allow me to explain. It is not as you think, the Chung family head attempted to clarify. The woman coldly interrupted. You are evading the issue. I can hear it. No, it is truly not as you imagine. In fact, then do you dare to take the vow of loyalty? Why not dare to send it? Yet, let us keep this matter between the two of us and discuss it privately. As they tugged and pulled their way into the inner chamber, Bailan watched them depart, her gaze shifting to the still-dazed Chung Tianfeng beside her. Chung Tianfeng had anticipated that his father would eliminate Bailan, but to his astonishment, she not only survived but ascended to the status of an elder within the Chung family. The way his father had addressed her so formally, could it be that this female cultivator was indeed a direct disciple of some formidable power, one who even his father dared not provoke? Come, I have a task for you, Bailan said, saving her progress before turning to Chung Tianfeng with a smile. Chung Tianfeng approached her, a hint of confusion evident on his face. Now, take a few subordinates and make a grand display. Personally deliver a letter of challenge to the Li family. Inform them that if Li Qiaoer truly intends to defy the marriage contract and be with Long Outyin, the Chung family will obliterate the Li family within 3 days. Chung Tianfeng trembled at her words. What do you intend to do? My parents have warned me not to stir up trouble during these days. No sooner had he spoken than the voice of the Chung family patriarch echoed from the hall. Do whatever Elder Bai instructs you. Follow her and learn well. Chung Tianfeng swallowed hard, sensing that it was Bailan's words that truly invited chaos. Quickly, remember to be arrogant in your demeanor. State that the Chung family has allied with a Yuanian cultivator from the Tianji Pavilion, and they should not be ungrateful. Oh, and if you encounter Long Outyin, just verbally insult him. Do not engage in physical confrontation, Bailan added. Why? Chung Tianfeng remained perplexed. Because you cannot defeat Long Outyin. Feeling insulted, Chung Tianfeng's anger flared. I can't defeat him. Nonsense. The last time I only brought along a mere chi refinement servant to face him, which is why I failed. This time, with Foundation Establishment cultivators by my side, I refuse to believe I cannot vanquish him. You ignoring my advice is of little consequence, but your father, I'm going. I shall go at once. Cheng Tianfeng interrupted, his fiery resolve reignited. I promise not to engage Long Outyin. With that, he hurried off, filled with determination. The pretense of flattening the Li family was merely a facade, intended to instill a sense of crisis within them, prompting thoughts of seeking a powerful ally. Presently, the Li family possessed only one Foundation Establishment cultivator, and after Cheng Tianfeng's threats, they would undoubtedly act swiftly. However, as Li Qiaoer was part of Long Outyin's harem, it was impossible for her to marry Cheng Tianfeng. Under familial pressure, she would likely choose to elope with Long Outyin instead. If Li Qiaoer disappeared, the Cheng family would have even greater justification to strike. At that point, should Bai Lan reappear as the savior, she would charge a modest fee and subsequently guide the Li family toward a clear path, such as joining the Xianxia sect. Chapter 296. Unparalleled intelligence. Something felt amiss. Back in his courtyard, Cheng Tianfeng murmured to himself. Although he resented being told to learn from Bai Lan, he complied. Reflecting on her recent actions, a thought struck him. Wait, could that woman be fond of Long Outyin? He suddenly slammed his palm onto the table, startling the two servants nearby. Young master, what do you mean? One servant asked, bewildered. Is an elder by sending you to the Li family to stir up trouble? Indeed, what does this have to do with that impoverished fellow Long Outyin? The other servant echoed, equally confused. Cheng Tianfeng, believing he had uncovered Bai Lan's weakness, smirked and mused. That woman wants me to trouble the Li family, clearly indicating her disapproval of Li Qiaoer marrying Long Outyin. She fears that Qiaoer might take her beloved. That's certainly plausible. The servants nodded in agreement. Cheng Tianfeng grinned with satisfaction and continued his analysis. Ultimately, she also prevented me from confronting Long Outyin, likely out of fear that I might injure him. Claiming I'm not his match. Just empty threats. Wait, young master, I recall you mentioned that woman gave you a Foundation Establishment pill laced with poison, intending for you to kill Long Outyin? One particularly attentive servant interjected. Cheng Tianfeng fell silent for a moment. Retrieving the so-called poisoned Foundation Establishment pill Bai Lan had given him and examining it closely. It was lustrous in color, potent in efficacy, and possessed a normal fragrance. A scan of his consciousness revealed no peculiarities. Suddenly, he slammed the table again. This woman deceived me. This is a genuine Foundation Establishment pill, and her intentions are clearly to aid Long Outyin. However, young master, if it is indeed a genuine Foundation Establishment pill, why wouldn't she simply give it to Long Outyin herself? Wouldn't that benefit her? The servant continued to question, perplexed. Cheng Tianfeng rolled his eyes and kicked at the servant. Why must you ask so many questions? The servant winced, holding his mouth shut. In any case, my intuition tells me that woman is certainly enamored with Long Outyin. The servants nodded vigorously. Truly, young master, you have exceptional insight. Perhaps it is indeed the case. That wretched woman has caused me so much distress. I cannot allow her to have her way. Cheng Tianfeng's expression hardened. You, go fetch some spirit stones and summon a few Foundation Establishment cultivators from the manor. Tonight, I shall ensure Long Outyin meets his end. But young master, the patriarch seems to hold Elder Bai in high regard. If you were to kill her beloved, wouldn't she be furious? One servant hesitated, considering the implications. After all, it was the patriarch who provided the spirit stones, not Cheng Tianfeng. And the patriarch's reputation had to be respected. A fireball spell will suffice. When that woman inquires about Long Outyin, I shall simply say it was the work of a passing demon cultivator. Is that not so? Cheng Tianfeng scoffed, exasperated by the servant's lack of foresight. Yes, young master is indeed exceptionally astute. The servant replied. I shall handle it at once. Once the servants had departed, Cheng Tianfeng contemplated the Foundation Establishment pill in his hand. After a moment of deep thought, he seemed to come to a resolute decision. He then retrieved another Foundation Establishment pill that the patriarch had prepared for him long ago. Long Outyin, I shall certainly kill you with my own hands. Cheng Tianfeng gritted his teeth, setting up both a gathering and defensive formation as he sat cross-legged. Consuming the two Foundation Establishment pills, he intended to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage. With one of the pills containing the special concoction Bai Lan had prepared for Long Outyin, Cheng Tianfeng was already at the peak of the chi refinement stage, and a breakthrough to Foundation Establishment was imminent. With his dual spirit roots, the likelihood of successfully breaking through with a single Foundation Establishment pill was high. But in pursuit of stability, the patriarch had advised him to wait a few months to acquire another Foundation Establishment pill from the auction house. With both pills in hand, Cheng Tianfeng was guaranteed a smooth transition into Foundation Establishment. The patriarch's efforts were indeed commendable, as he had devoted himself tirelessly to Cheng Tianfeng's advancement. Little did he know that his impetuous son had become consumed by thoughts of a man obsessed with trivial matters. Meanwhile, on the other side of Hongyan City, within the Li Manor, Cheng Tianfeng did not personally cause a ruckus. His singular focus was on breaking through to Foundation establishment to eliminate Long Outyin. However, even without his direct involvement, sending a few lowly subordinates to create disturbances had a monumental impact on the Li family. While the subordinates themselves posed little threat, the Cheng family now boasted 2 Foundation establishment cultivators and had seemingly secured the assistance of a Yuanian cultivator from the Tianji Pavilion, elevating their status to unprecedented heights. And for some unknown reason, that Cheng boy had fixated on their precious Xiaoer. However, Xiaoer is quite obstinate, and her thoughts regarding the head of the Li family, Long Outyin, only served to deepen her distress. Originally, a union between the 2 families was a matter of joy, yet the unexpected emergence of Long Outyin, who has ensnared Xiaoer, has led to a plethora of troubles. Master, I have discreetly captured a Qi refining period cultivator from the Cheng family's cleaning staff. After a series of threats and temptations, I have indeed gleaned a considerable amount of information. A foundation-building cultivator approached with quickened steps, bowing respectfully. The head of the Li family's eyes brightened, and he stepped forward. Speak. What is the current situation with the Cheng family? Today, 3 black-robed cultivators from the Cheng family arrived. Judging by the patterns on their masks, they are indeed members of the Tianji Pavilion. The leading cultivator possesses foundation-building cultivation, followed by a Qi refining cultivator, and there appears to be another individual who seems to be a bodyguard. It is said that even the head of the Cheng family could not ascertain that person's cultivation level. Not even a core formation cultivator can discern that person's cultivation. The head of the Li family turned pale. Could it be that they are indeed a nascent soul cultivator? A sudden silence fell over the room, and despair loomed. Moreover, I noticed that the head of the Cheng family engaged in a prolonged private discussion with the leading black-robed cultivator in the hall. Afterward, the head of the Cheng family completely changed his previously haughty demeanor, treating the leading cultivator with utmost respect, even referring to him as an elder of the Cheng residence. The report's messenger hesitated to continue, prompting the Li family head's ire. What else? Why are you silent? The messenger's expression grew troubled. I only managed to capture a few Qi refining cleaners, and this is all I could ascertain. For some reason, today, all the Cheng family's younger generation have locked themselves indoors, and even their usual defensive formations went up in an instant. Those within the Cheng family I could contact have all chosen to remain tight-lipped about the matter. Fool, can't even pry their mouths open with the flower spirit stone? The head of the Li family was filled with fury. I tried, but the flower spirit stone truly couldn't extract any information. The head of the Cheng family had those individuals swear a heart demon oath. Who would dare to leak secrets after that? The Li family head closed his eyes, feeling wearied. Their defenses are so strict. Could it be that they have indeed climbed the high branches of the Tianji Pavilion? After all, the Tianji Pavilion is renowned for its mystery. You go fetch Xiaoer. I have matters to discuss with her. The head of the Li family sighed deeply, finally making up his mind. Then, expel that person named Long Outyin from the Li family. Yes, Bai Lan paid little heed to Cheng Tianfeng's minor actions outside of the mission, as long as her plan could progress as she envisioned. Provided no significant mishaps occurred, she need not exert much effort. At present, she was researching the methods of concocting the longevity pill, though she instructed the head of the Cheng family to prepare an alchemy room for her. Once she entered the room, Bai Lan scarcely glanced at the ground fire or the alchemy furnace within. Instead, she established a restriction and then entered the void stone. The materials required for concocting the longevity pill were exceedingly rare. Even Bai Lan found that the materials she currently possessed were only sufficient to brew a single batch, which could yield at most 5 pills. The longevity pill is a 6th-tier elixir, and only core formation cultivators can concoct it. As a foundation-building cultivator, she faced considerable difficulties, and to produce 5 pills in one batch, she not only had to be prepared to readjust her approach numerous times, but also ensure ample spiritual energy around her to avoid exhausting her energy and causing the furnace to explode. Only by setting up a spirit-gathering array at the convergence of the 4 spiritual veins within the void stone could the spiritual energy be concentrated to the desired level, enabling Bai Lan to achieve her expectations. A mere foundation-building cultivator, and you are willing to waste Snowbone Jade Ginseng on elixir concoction. Truly a waste. Wan Yin, seeing Bai Lan preparing the alchemical materials, approached and couldn't help but speak with a tinge of bitterness. When Bai Lan departed from the remnants of the spirit-taming sect, she left Li Xuanxin behind, intending for the two of them to thoroughly explore the entire site of the spirit-taming sect and sketch a map for future relocation and reconstruction within the Void Stone. Thus, the only inhabitants of the Void Stone apart from the system and the artifact spirit, were herself and Luan Yin, who had reverted to the chi refining stage as a ghost cultivator. Observing the celestial materials within Bailan's space, Luan Yin was consumed with envy. He had never imagined he would covet the possessions of a foundation-building cultivator so greatly. Dozens of magical artifacts, heaps of celestial materials for spiritual veins, and the vast expanse of space before him. The Tianyuan fruit tree? Humph! Had I possessed this fruit in my prime, my cultivation would surely have ascended to new heights. Regrettably, the Tianyuan fruit was now akin to something that, even if consumed raw, would be no better than feeding it to pigs. Though, perhaps pigs might gain intelligence from it, while you… Well, haha? Bailan's tone was indifferent, yet her words struck deeply. Now, as a ghost, such celestial materials were utterly useless to him. The dark energy surrounding Luan Yin intensified. This must be why Bailan allowed him to roam freely within the void stone, even imposing labor upon him in the spiritual herb garden. Because aside from the soul-nourishing pill, which was strictly preserved by the system, everything else held no value for him. As a ghost, Luan Yin could only gaze longingly at the distant spiritual stone mountain, powerless to act. Ah, I nearly forgot, when I acquired this Tianyuan fruit tree back in the day. It took quite an effort. Bailan suddenly smiled, having seized too many opportunities. Only now that she held it in her hands could Bailan recall from whom she had snatched the Tianyuan fruit, which was from Luan Yin's beloved, Bai Ling. As if reminiscing, Bailan briefly recounted her past interactions with Bai Ling and Lan Ning to Luan Yin. Bai Ling was surrounded by many individuals of various backgrounds, demonic, righteous, ghost cultivators, beastkin, and even remnants of souls, countless in number. In terms of strength, Luan Yin could only rank within the top 10, and he couldn't even breach the top 3. Luan Yin trembled at the mention of those close to Bai Ling, and Bailan's final words struck deep into his heart. You are going too far. Luan Yin erupted in anger. I merely speak the truth. Why the rush? Bailan ignored Luan Yin's raucous protests and continued preparing the remaining required spiritual herbs. Should the furnace explode later, let us see if you can still wear that smile. Luan Yin gritted his teeth, venomously attempting to curse Bailan. Casting a glance at Luan Yin, Bailan lifted her chin. You, go to the distant spiritual vein valley and set up a spirit gathering array for me. Luan Yin instinctively wanted to refuse, but recalled his current identity, clenching his teeth in silence, and turned to arrange the array. Typically, spiritual fire could increase the chances of successful pill concoction. However, Bailan's Zixiao true fire was too domineering, capable of incinerating all under heaven in battle, exhibiting tremendous power. Yet, it was utterly incapable of alchemy. Should it burn for a mere incense stick's duration, her furnace would melt away. Conversely, the extremely cold ice flame possessed by Xianxiazi was milder and more suitable for pill concoction. Regrettably, the Nining secret realm opened only once a year, and since Bailan entered the realm of cultivation, it had opened twice. She had made it during the first opening, but during the second, she was participating in the Tianji Grand Competition in Kangwu Continent, narrowly missing the opportunity. The next opening would require her to wait another year, during which she must find a reason to lower her cultivation level and infiltrate the secret realm once more. She would devise a way to relocate Xianxiazi's building, soul, and fire entirely. Taking a deep breath, Bailan first tossed a portion of the soul-nourishing pills materials into the furnace. Under Luan Yin's curious gaze, she concocted a batch of soul-nourishing pills to get a feel for the process, then picked up the spiritual herbs needed for the longevity pill. Beside her, Luan Yin eyed the freshly concocted soul-nourishing pill with envy, yet he was even more curious about the true elixir Bailan intended to brew. Initially, the individual who held a certain disdain for Bailan, viewing her merely as a foundational ant, now recognized that the female cultivator before him was indeed proficient in alchemy, and at a commendable level. At this moment, Luan Yin had silently ceased his chatter, quietly observing Bailan's alchemical techniques. Bailan, of course, had no qualms about her diligent assistant acquiring an additional skill, as the ability to learn something independently would only serve to benefit her in the future. Casting a glance at Luan Yin, who was intently watching, Bailan recalled the formula for the longevity pill that lingered in her mind. In the realm of cultivation, the descriptions of spiritual herbs and alchemical recipes were often quantified in terms of specific weights and quantities, while the compatibility of the required spiritual herbs was essential. The challenge arose when two incompatible herbs had to be combined into a pill, testing the alchemist's skill. Chapter 297. The longevity pill is completed. The herbs required to concoct the longevity pill were indeed antagonistic, and one could only wonder if it was the mischievous nature of Xianxiazi that led him to create recipes of exceedingly high difficulty. Bailan had previously attempted to substitute several of the conflicting herbs, and after countless resets, she ultimately succeeded in producing the pill. Thus, She concluded that Xianxia was deliberately complicating matters. He relished the challenge of using incompatible herbs in his alchemy. Therefore, the recipes in the xianxiadanjing not only demanded a high degree of control over fire's spiritual energy from the alchemist, but also precise measurement of the herbs. The higher the grade of the pill, like the longevity pill, the more caution was required. A slight miscalculation could lead to catastrophic failure, and one careless mistake could result in an explosion of the furnace. Hence, after Bailan balanced the herbs for the first time, she meticulously recorded her measurements before commencing the alchemical process. As she manipulated the mundane flames, Bailan cast the ingredients into the alchemical furnace, forming hand seals with both hands, striving to maintain stability within the furnace and the potency of the herbs. An imbalance in heat or an inadvertent loss of potency could lead to a series of explosive mishaps, and after summarizing the reasons for her initial failure, she once again reset and practiced anew. After 73 resets, Bailan finally succeeded in refining a longevity pill, much to Luan Yin's astonishment. However, this was merely the beginning of her journey of refinement. After slightly adjusting her mood, Bailan examined the residual medicinal properties within the remnants at the bottom of the furnace, then reset once more to continue her practice. With the success of her first attempt, achieving perfection was merely a matter of time. She was determined to produce 5 longevity pills. After 452 resets, Bailan, utterly exhausted from the endeavor, directed her consciousness towards the tightly sealed alchemical furnace and finally beheld 5 splendid, round pills. Is this really done? Luan Yin, astonished, exclaimed, but wait, how come you didn't experience a single explosion? He was acutely aware that the odds of success were not aligned with such an outcome. While he lacked knowledge in alchemy, he understood this was abnormal, especially considering the perilous act of a foundational cultivator attempting to refine a 6th-grade pill. The explosion probability should have been around 90%. It was undoubtedly a waste of rare materials. How could she have succeeded on her first try? Bailan, weary, rubbed her temples and turned to Luan Yin with a smile. Let me quiz you. Snowbone jade ginseng, heavenly origin fruit, and nightshade. Can you guess which pill these herbs are meant for? Luan Yin paused momentarily, shaking his head as he replied, honestly, I am not versed in alchemy. It's for the longevity pill. Luan Yin's eyes brightened instantly. What? The formula for this pill still exists? I thought it was lost to time. Alas, it seemed that the longevity pill was ineffective for ghost cultivators. Upon hearing this, Bailan noticed Luan Yin's expression darken, his mood visibly deflating, which lifted her spirits considerably. With a smile, she lifted the lid of the alchemical furnace, revealing the 5 round pills slowly emitting a faint fragrance, perfectly shaped, and representing a remarkable elixir for those nearing the end of their lifespan. However, the light in Luan Yin's eyes dimmed considerably, and he felt a sharp pang in his heart at Bailan's cheerful demeanor. After collecting the pills into a vial and sealing it with spiritual energy, Bailan let out a long breath and turned to Luan Yin, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Why be so disheartened? You should know that now, as a ghost cultivator, your lifespan is nearing infinite. In fact, you ought to thank me, shouldn't you? Luan Yin, grinding his teeth in frustration, retorted, as a ghost cultivator, I can never again seize a body, nor can I reincarnate after death. The tribulations I faced during breakthroughs are double that of ordinary cultivators. Spiritual energy is useless to ghost cultivators. We must rely on killing and consuming souls to enhance our strength. You call that a blessing? Bailan shook her head in disappointment. Oh, Luan, the path has narrowed. Now that you have joined my ranks, you must not ponder matters with the mindset of a demonic cultivator. Otherwise, she paused ominously, I shall deny you any soul-nourishing pills and let you starve. The system, appearing from nowhere, chimed in vehemently, having found Luan Yin the most challenging spirit to manage, even more so than Gongsun Lian. If a ghost cultivator were confined without the means to cultivate their spirit or consume the souls of living beings, they would indeed perish. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Luan Yin closed his eyes and grudgingly acquiesced. Humph, then I shall be a righteous cultivator from now on. Killing righteous cultivators instead of demonic ones isn't out of the question. The main herbs required for the soul-nourishing pill were already planted in the herb garden, and with prolonged consumption, ghost cultivators could indeed enhance their cultivation. Additionally, hunting spiritual beasts and occasionally dealing with rogue cultivators engaged in murder and theft could also serve as a method for cultivation. Luan Yin suddenly felt a flicker of hope for the future. Yet, the Void Stone does not nurture idle spirits. North of Hongyan City lies a forest abundant with spiritual beasts. In the coming months, you will need to hunt those beasts according to the materials listed on this sheet. He, a dignified core formation cultivator. Alas, Luan Yin took a deep breath as he glanced at the list Bailan handed him, feeling compelled to nod in submission due to her overwhelming authority. System, you will accompany him, Balan instructed, glancing at the system beside her. The system understood her intent. Given that Luan Yin was a penniless ghost cultivator who had yet to master his abilities, venturing out to hunt spiritual beasts posed significant risks, especially if he encountered righteous cultivators. Sending the system along would ensure that, in case of an emergency, Balan could remotely reset, and the system could guide Luan Yin to evade encounters with higher-level righteous cultivators. Rest assured, host. I will keep a close watch on his beast-hunting endeavors. The system pointed at Luan Yin. Did you hear that? Work diligently. Luan Yin glared fiercely at the system floating nearby. Little creature, you better pray that you remain in that woman's good graces. Otherwise, humph. The system, unperturbed, chuckled. The probability of that happening is still higher than your chance of gaining your freedom. Humph. Luan Yin smirked slightly. Amidst the raucous banter among the spirits, Balan stepped out of the alchemical chamber, removing the barriers she had set, emerging into the outside world. Elder Bai, have the pills been successfully refined? The head of the Chung family awaited her outside the alchemical chamber, his expression lighting up upon her emergence. Balan nodded slightly. I have not failed in my duty. With that, her gaze gradually shifted to the female cultivator of core formation standing behind the head of the Chung family. Chapter 298. Yet, she possesses the longevity pill. The female cultivator had not consumed any beauty-enhancing pills and was already gray-haired, burdened by the weight of her lifespan. However, due to her core formation cultivation, her face bore no wrinkles. From a distance, she appeared somewhat youthful despite her aged appearance. Big eyes, is this the person you mentioned? The young master of the Tianji Pavilion, the current leader of the Yuling sect? The core formation female cultivator still harbored doubts about Bailan's identity. Her tone tinged with subtle skepticism. The head of the Chung family cleared his throat, looking towards Bailan and nodding. Indeed, master, this is my mother. The cultivator Lu Li. Bailan clasped her hands in greeting, Senior Lu. Lu Li chuckled softly. Young friend, you are quite the schemer, with merely your own words. You have deceived a core formation cultivator. Bailan raised an eyebrow, discreetly gripping a talisman of a full-force strike from the nascent soul stage in her hand. What do you mean by that, Senior Lu? The Fallen Sun Absolute Flame technique shares little in common with my family's ancestral True Yang technique. They are merely both fire-based methods, and there exists only a vague connection between them. Lu Li replied with a smile, You may be naive, but I am not so foolish. The head of the Chung family awkwardly touched his nose, at a loss for words. With the talisman in her possession, Bailan was unperturbed. She simply smiled and nodded. Indeed, the head of the Chung family is a sincere person who treats others kindly. It is not unexpected that he failed to discern the underlying intricacies at this moment. The head of the Chung family asked, So, young friend, with a heavenly grade technique and 25 foundation establishment pills offered, what exactly do you intend to gain from my Chung family? Lu Li merely inquired, though she was reluctant. It was too late. The head of the Chung family had already surrendered a thread of his soul, leaving her with no opportunity to intervene. At this point, Lu Li felt powerless to reverse the situation. She merely wished to understand Bailan's true intentions, fearing that she might lead the Chung family to ruin. Bailan remained silent, instead producing a medicinal vial with a smile, offering it to the female cultivator before her. Before we negotiate, I wish to add another bargaining chip, a 6th-tier longevity pill. Once you consume it, senior, it will extend your lifespan by 30 years. Lu Li's expression shifted, a flicker of eagerness flashing in her eyes, her breath quickening. She had suspected Bailan had concocted a longevity pill, but she hadn't anticipated such a generous offer. Before revealing my intentions, I must share some troubling news with both of you, Bailan said, gesturing toward the distant Xianxia Valley. Lu Li furrowed her brow in confusion. Xianxia sect? What do you mean? Prior to arriving in Hongyan City, I was aware that 3 major forces existed here, the Chung family, the Li family, and the Xianxia sect, with the latter being the strongest. The Xianxia sect boasts not only Xianxia and Yunxia, but also 2 elders at the core formation stage. Lu Li nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth of her words. Not long ago, the leader of the Xianxia sect, the true person Xianxia, and the true person Yunxia had attained the opportunity to advance to the nascent soul stage within a secret realm, both breaking through to that level, granting the Xianxia sect 2 formidable nascent soul cultivators. Both Lu Li and Chung Dian were momentarily stunned. 1 nascent soul cultivator would be sufficient to crush both the Chung and Li families. Now, with 2? How had they remained oblivious to this news? And how did Bailan know? Recently, the Hahuan sect had defected from the righteous path, leaving the 5 major sects of the cultivation world reduced to 4. I wonder, do you think the Xianxia sect harbors intentions to replace the Hahuan sect? Lu Li fell into deep thought. How could they not? Were she to break through to the nascent soul stage, she too would strive to elevate the Chung families standing among the 4 great families. However, With two at the core formation stage within their sect, the Xianxia sect had established itself as a local tyrant. Yet, once two nascent soul cultivators emerged from within, the Xianxia sect would possess the strength of two dragons, with limitless potential, naturally unwilling to remain a mere second-rate sect. Senior, consider this. If the Xianxia sect harbors ambitions to ascend among the 5 major sects, how could they possibly overlook the ready resources presented by the two families in Hanyan City? In that case, how would the Cheng family position itself? Bai Lan's words trailed off, observing Lu Li's changing expression, and chose to speak no further. Whether the Xianxia sect entertained such thoughts, Bai Lan was uncertain. However, she herself had already set her plans into motion. Youth, even if the Xianxia sect harbors intentions to devour the Cheng family, it appears your Yuling sect is moving even more swiftly, Lu Li remarked with a hint of melancholy in her tone. Her lifespan was nearing its end. She had been secluded, oblivious to the world outside, solely focused on seeking an opportunity to break through to the late core formation stage and extend her life. Yet, she had not anticipated that during her seclusion, her beloved son would sell both her and the Cheng family out. The bargaining chips I offered. Even the current 4 major sects might not guarantee your safety, Bai Lan stated, weighing the vial in her hand. Lu Li's eyes glimmered with interest. After years of cultivation, reaching the core formation stage, only to find her lifespan dwindling without achieving the nascent soul stage. Who wouldn't wish to live? The longevity pill was a rare treasure. And 25 foundation establishment pills was a staggering offer. Not to mention, she had also promised a medium-grade spiritual vein for the Cheng family's cultivators to practice with. However, joining a sect meant enjoying resources, but also accepting corresponding risks. If the sect had deadly foes, they would be compelled to act. The young female cultivator before her had reached the foundation establishment stage at such a young age, employing peculiar methods and taking unconventional paths, which could easily attract enmity. Lu Li sensed that if they joined the Yuling sect, their lives would not be as tranquil as they were now. This young female cultivator might have provoked some formidable force, leading her to seek growth in order to ensure her own survival. Yet, regardless, she possessed the longevity pill. Without it, she would surely perish in 3 months. Now, Bai Lan could grant her 30 more years, so what was the loss in exchanging her soul? A thread of soul for 30 years of life. What a worthy trade. I can agree. But I require the sect leader to vow to ensure the Cheng family is preserved should the Yuling sect face a calamity of extermination, safeguarding a flicker of hope from being extinguished. Lu Li sighed softly, ultimately sacrificing her principles for the longevity pill. Speak on. Should the Yuling sect encounter annihilation in the future, I hope the sect leader will remember to preserve a remnant for the Cheng family, preventing them from being entirely obliterated. Lu Li had already considered the worst possible outcome. Hiss. Bai Lan fell into an unusual silence. Why did Lu Li contemplate the possibility of extermination right at the point of joining the Yuling sect? Did she appear to be an unreliable sect leader? Although her original intention in establishing the Yuling sect was indeed to provoke others, eventually employing the excuse of extermination to summon a certain elder to intervene. If the forces she had painstakingly gathered were genuinely annihilated, it would be a tremendous loss. Therefore, while the Cheng families joining the Yuling sect posed a risk, they certainly would not be destroyed. Rest assured, at least during my lifetime, the Cheng family shall not face extermination, Bai Lan assured. Clasping her hands and making a solemn vow, Lu Li finally nodded in acceptance. The only one who could bring about the Cheng family's demise was none other than Long Outyin. Lu Li inquired, who is Long Outyin? Chapter 299, The Indelible Nightmare. Ancestor. Head. A man named Long Outyin has come to the door, requesting an audience with the head. As soon as Lu Li's words fell, a servant approached quickly from a distance, respectfully addressing the two. Bai Lan raised an eyebrow and smiled. If he is as proud as his name suggests, let us invite him in. I am curious to see what tricks he intends to play. Lu Li nodded slightly. Let us proceed as Elder Bai suggests. The servant glanced at Bai Lan, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes before he bowed and retreated. This man is my arch-nemesis. He carries a fragment of a demon cultivator's soul from the transformation stage, the very soul responsible for the annihilation of the Yuling sect a millennium ago. Transformation stage? Lu Li and Cheng Dian exchanged glances. Ever since they encountered Bai Lan, the elusive nascent soul and transformation stage cultivators seemed to be appearing with greater frequency. Having obtained the longevity pill, Lu Li was eager to return and refine it to extend her life, showing no interest in the likes of Outyin's domineering presence. 30 years would be ample time for her to strive for a breakthrough to the late core formation stage. Once she succeeded, she could enjoy another century of freedom. Thus, the matter of Long Outyin naturally fell to the head of the Cheng family, Cheng Dian. At this moment, Long Outyin remained unaware that the Cheng residence had already become Bai Lan's domain. He approached the head with an air of arrogance, hands clasped behind his back. "Are you Long Outyin?" The head of the Chung family inquired with a calm demeanor. Long Outyin nodded slightly and addressed the matter directly. "Xiao is my woman. No one is permitted to lay their hands on her." The Chung family head chuckled. The marriage contract between the Li family and my Chung family was established 3 years ago, symbolized by a foundation establishment pill. I, Long Outyin, shall return that very foundation establishment pill to you on Xiao's behalf. Henceforth, do not entangle her any further. Upon finishing his words, Long Outyin raised his hand, enveloping a foundation establishment pill with his spiritual energy, presenting it before the head of the Chung family. Bailan, who concealed her presence behind the screen, recognized the familiar medicinal power within the pill and could not help but place a hand to her forehead. This was the enhanced foundation establishment pill she had given to Li Xiao, and now it was being returned. Refuse him. Bailan transmitted to the head of the Chung family. Such a rare pill could only be borne by Long Outyin, the destined child. It would be unwise to let it fall into the hands of others. Having witnessed 25 foundation establishment pills, the Chung family head had grown desensitized to the term. Under ordinary circumstances, even if he did not agree, he would have accepted the pill without hesitation. However, upon hearing Bailan's words, the Chung family head turned to Long Outyin, shaking his head with a smile. What my son wishes to do cannot be thwarted by a mere foundation establishment pill. You may take this back. After joining the Spirit Master sect, the Chung family's cultivators had an abundance of foundation establishment pills. Long Outyin's expression grew cold as he spoke deliberately. If the foundation establishment pill is out of the question, then what of the recipe for it? The Chung family head raised an eyebrow, his demeanor remaining unperturbed. A mere recipe for a foundation establishment pill? The sect master possesses that as well. He took a sip of tea, his expression unchanged. Seeing that the Chung family head remained unmoved, Long Outyin's brows knitted together, his patience beginning to wane. He had anticipated that upon hearing the phrase foundation establishment pill recipe, the Chung family head would surely display a change in countenance, standing astonished, with his heart racing. Yet now, he seemed unfazed. Had the recipe failed to impress him? No, he must be adept at concealing his emotions. Release Li Xiao, and I can become the alchemist for the Chung family, crafting foundation establishment pills for you, Long Outyin asserted, raising his chin slightly. The Chung family head appeared intrigued, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Long Outyin. Oh, and what is your success rate? 70%, Long Outyin confidently declared. The materials required for pill refinement must be provided by the Chung family. Additionally, the Chung family must compensate me with spirit stones monthly. Akin to the treatment given to an elder, the status of an alchemist is esteemed. Had Long Outyin appeared before the Chung family head with the foundation establishment pill recipe and his identity as an alchemist prior to Bailan's involvement, he might have been treated as an honored guest. The Chung family head might have even coerced his son to abandon any intentions towards Li Xiao for the sake of family benefit. However, at present, the Chung family head chuckled, shaking his head. A mere foundation establishment pill? My Chung family lacks for nothing in that regard. Long Outyin's expression shifted. He had come to the Chung residence alone precisely because the head of the Li family intended to separate him from Xiao. In a fit of anger, he had boasted that he could persuade the Chung family to cease their pressuring marriage arrangements, even positioning himself as an honored guest. Now, having offered such generous terms as the foundation establishment pill recipe, the Chung family head remained impervious. Why does the Chung family lack foundation establishment pills? Are they not a third-rate family? Long Outyin pondered in confusion. Someone, throw this babbling scoundrel out. The Chung family head commanded, waving his hand. Send someone to the Li family to deliver a message. If we do not receive a response in 2 days, my Chung family will come to press for marriage. Wait. Long Outyin interjected. In addition to the foundation establishment pill, I also possess the recipe for the Gathering Pinnacle pill. The Gathering Pinnacle pill is one of the essential elixirs for core formation cultivators breaking through to the nascent soul stage. This time, the Chung family head was finally taken aback, while Bailan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Save the game. Bailan pushed aside the screen before striding towards Long Outyin. Good lad. I knew you must have acquired many valuable items during your travels. Now, hand over the Gathering Pinnacle pill recipe. Long Outyin stiffened as if struck by lightning. Why are you here? Bailan was like an inescapable nightmare, always appearing where he began to shine, only to press him down once more, deeper and deeper. Will you hand it over? Or shall I search your soul? Bailan's gaze was piercing. You. Long Outyin trembled, not from fear, but from fury. He had never intended to expose this recipe. It was his trump card. A pivotal elixir for cultivators seeking to break through to the nascent soul stage. If word got out, it would surely send shockwaves through the cultivation world, even attracting the covetous eyes of the 5 great sections. Yet, he could not bear the thought of being forcibly thrown out of the Chung residence. nor could he face the disappointment in Xiao's eyes. Thus, he gritted his teeth and revealed that trump card. Little did he expect that this woman, Bailan, would show up in Hongyan City. Regret flooded him. He instinctively glanced at the Chung family head, only to find the latter averting his gaze. A complex expression on his face. They were in cahoots? When had the Chung family head formed a connection with Bailan? Had everything he said just now fallen on Bailan's ears? Long Outyin shut his eyes. Fine, I shall give it to you. Chapter 300, The Self-Aware Long Outyin. Long Outyin gritted his teeth, ripping off the storage bag from his waist and casting it to the ground. He then shed his robes, removed his protective armor, and even took off his windwalker shoes. He stood barefoot in his undergarments, trembling as he pointed at Bailan. Everything is in the storage bag. I give you all. Are you satisfied now? Long Outyin shouted in frustration. Bailan's expression remained unchanged. I never said I wanted your storage bag. Long Outyin, for once, exhibited rare self-awareness. But Bailan had little interest in his storage bag, having raided it a month prior. It was likely devoid of anything valuable. Isn't that what you always aim for? Long Outyin felt a sharp pain in his back every time he saw Bailan. Bailan remained silent, probing into Long Outyin's storage bag with her consciousness. Indeed, it was nearly empty, containing only a few spirit tools, several thousand spirit stones, and a handful of ancient jade slips. Among the jade slips, she found the recipe for the Gathering Pinnacle pill and examined it closely. Throughout her long journey of alchemical study, Bailan had repeatedly reverted to seek out xianxiazi, discussing pill crafting under various pretenses. She had gained considerable knowledge along the way. Although the Gathering Pinnacle pill recipe was absent from xianxiazi's collection, he was a genius in the field of alchemy. Before breaking through to the nascent soul stage with the Gathering Pinnacle pill, he had invested effort in researching the spiritual herbs within it, hypothesizing several ingredients. The herbs he speculated matched those in this recipe closely. It seemed the Gathering Pinnacle pill recipe was indeed authentic, and there were no signs of tampering within the jade slip. In such a short time, Long Outyin could not have altered it under her watchful eye. If there were any discrepancies, the truth would be revealed once it was refined. Save the game. Time rewound to the moment Long Outyin disclosed the Gathering Pinnacle pill recipe. Bailan did not appear before him this time, but transmitted her voice calmly to the astonished Chung family head. The Gathering Pinnacle pill recipe is also in the Spirit Master sect. Proceed to throw him out. The Chung family head was taken aback further. The Foundation Establishment pill? The Spirit Master sect possesses that too. The Gathering Pinnacle pill? The Spirit Master sect has that as well. How can the Spirit Master sect have everything? He slightly calmed his emotions, and the head of the Chung family nodded to the servant beside him. Proceed, unleash the chaos. The servant was bewildered, but as a trusted aide of the family head, he could not defy his orders. I possess the formula for the Gathering Pinnacle pill. With this formula, the Chung family is destined to produce a nascent soul cultivator. The prospects are limitless. Becoming one of the 4 great families is merely a matter of time. Are you truly willing to forsake such a promising future for Li Qiao? Long Outyin spoke in disbelief. The head of the Chung family smiled slightly. To unleash chaos is the best future for my Chung family. Long Outyin gritted his teeth, realizing that the situation was beyond redemption. He glanced around, used his spiritual power to push away the surrounding servants, straightened his clothes, and then turned to the head of the Chung family. You will regret this day, he said. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. In 30 years, the Chung family will no longer be the Chung family you can provoke. Bailan continued to send messages. The head of the Chung family fell silent for a moment, but complied. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. In 30 years, the Chung family will no longer be the Chung family you can provoke. Long Outyin's eyelids twitched, his mouth opened, and then closed again. With a silent flick of his sleeve, he hastily departed from the Chung family. Bailan had no intention of exposing herself to Long Outyin at this moment. She had other plans and could not allow him to see her. Long Outyin was like a mouse, and she was the cat that instilled fear in him. When a mouse sees a cat, it runs. If Long Outyin were not present, after provoking Xianxiaaudiobooks, who would take the blame for her? Once Long Outyin had left, the head of the Chung family stood up and walked behind the screen, eagerly inquiring, Sect leader, do you truly possess the formula for the Gathering Pinnacle pill? Yes. Just moments ago, Bailan responded. Indeed, if you can cultivate to the peak of the Foundation Establishment stage, the sect will not be stingy with elixirs. As long as you remain wholeheartedly loyal to the sect, elixirs, techniques, and cultivation resources will be yours. The head of the Chung family's eyes gleamed with excitement. Nodding repeatedly, the Chung family shall undoubtedly obey the orders of the sect leader. Suddenly, a horrifying scream erupted from an unknown courtyard within the Chung residence. Both the head of the Chung family and Bailan were startled, exchanging puzzled glances before they flew towards the source of the commotion. The sound came from Chung Tianfeng's residence, and when they arrived, Cheng Tianfeng stumbled out of the training room. He was engulfed in demonic energy. His lips purple and the corners of his eyes darkened. Though he had reached the foundation establishment stage, his aura was exceedingly unstable, resembling someone who had nearly succumbed to demonic madness but had not completely fallen into it. Bailan's expression grew complicated. No, this state, this aura, feels eerily familiar. Fenger, what happened to you? The head of the Cheng family stepped forward, grasping Cheng Tianfeng's wrist to assess his condition. Father, I succeeded in establishing my foundation. Cheng Tianfeng's voice trembled as he desperately clutched the head of the Cheng family's hand, hoping that his father could save him. Father, you must save me. He realized something was amiss halfway through his foundation establishment. The foundation establishment pill he had consumed contained an exceptionally dense aura of ominous energy. Yet he had already ingested 2 pills. Under the violent surge of spiritual power, had he not gone with the flow, he would have suffered a fatal rupture of his meridians. Thus, the ominous energy continued to roam within him. Ultimately, he had succeeded in establishing his foundation. But it seemed as though he had formed a demonic foundation. Unfilial son, what have you consumed? The head of the Cheng family spoke coldly. Cheng Tianfeng slowly turned his gaze towards Bailan. He thought Bailan was in love with Long Outyin, only to realize that this woman had prepared such a thing for him. Had he known this beforehand, he had ingested the poison pill intended for Long Outyin. And that foundation establishment pill contained the ominous energy of a nascent soul demon cultivator, which would not only greatly diminish his chances of success, but would also bind him with the ominous energy, preventing him from cultivating normally for a long time. After Bailan spoke, she circled Cheng Tianfeng, her consciousness sweeping over him. Besides the foundation establishment pill I provided you, you must have consumed another one to successfully establish your foundation, am I correct? Cheng Tianfeng grimaced and nodded. I told you it was a poison pill. Yet you still consumed it. Are you not in love with Long Outyin, sacrificing yourself to shield him from disaster? Chapter 301, The 10,000 Poisons Sect. Cheng Tianfeng's expression darkened. In love with Long Outyin? I would rather die. This was a treatment that Long Outyin should have enjoyed. Now it had been taken from him. Pack your things. Tomorrow we shall venture into the demonic path. Bailan waved her hand dismissively. I fear there is no hope left. Before Cheng Tianfeng could speak, Cheng Dian grew anxious. Sect leader, is there truly no way to save him? Bailan pointed to her head. Anyone who pours rat poison into their own mouth clearly has a problem up here. Though I possess some medical knowledge, I am not adept at treating mental issues. Cheng Dian was momentarily speechless. Firstly, his combat ability was too weak to enter the Tianji Pavilion, failing to even pass through the gates of the Tianji Grand Competition. Secondly, his mind was also in question, rendering him utterly incapable of entering the Demon Palace, destined to be cannon fodder. Bailan's analysis was astute, leaving Cheng Dian at a loss for words. How can you say such things about me? Cheng Tianfeng glared, feeling indignant. After all, he was the most gifted among the younger generation of the Cheng family. How could he be reduced to worthlessness in Bailan's words? Cheng Dian ignored Cheng Tianfeng, continuing to plead with Bailan. Sect leader, you are immensely powerful, with many connections. Could you not think of a way to provide my son with a way out? The once vibrant Cheng Dian suddenly appeared haggard, his voice weakened. To Cheng Tianfeng, his father, who was the head of the Cheng family, had always been a figure of authority, omnipotent. When had he ever begged someone so lowly? Father, why are you begging her? What can she do? Before Cheng Tianfeng could finish his sentence, he cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground. Cheng Dian kicked his knee, forcing him to kneel. Father, you. As Cheng Tianfeng was about to speak, he was kicked in the back by Cheng Dian, causing him to bow deeply before Bailan. Cheng Dian turned his gaze to Bailan, only to see her shaking her head with a sigh. That pill was originally prepared for Long Outyin. I left no room for retreat during its refinement. Not only does it contain ominous energy, but it is also laced with various poisons. Instantly, Cheng Tianfeng raised his head, his voice choking. Now I have not only established a demonic foundation, but my spiritual power is also severely obstructed. My meridians are tainted with unknown toxins. Every time I attempt to circulate my energy, pain courses through my entire body. At this point, Bailan remarked, from now on, you shall cultivate in the demonic path. However, given your current condition, the demonic techniques I have may not suit you well. Bailan frowned, feeling that the slight joy she had was even less than when receiving the Yin Mountain. Cheng Dian was startled. Sect leader, do you still have demonic techniques? Is the Yuling sect a righteous sect? But the sun extinguishing flame technique is a righteous method, right? No, he almost forgot. The sect leader's other identity is the vice master of the Tianji Pavilion, which is an organization that encompasses both righteous and demonic paths. Bailan closed her eyes, searching through the list of demonic opportunities for the destined one. After a while, she found a place called the 10,000 Poisons Sect. a demonic cultivation force located to the west of Wuyun continent, in the Daqing Mountains. It was a large gang comparable in size to the Qingyuan sect, with 3 nascent soul stage grand cultivators as ancestors, including one in the later stage of nascent soul. The disciples of the 10,000 Poison sect made a living through poison crafting and were renowned for their witchcraft, possessing formidable strength and an ability to kill invisibly, which made the righteous cultivators in the Daqing Mountains wary of them. Within the ranks of the 10,000 Poison sect, there exists a beleaguered elder, a man possessing a visage as sharp as a blade, exuding an icy aura. He is prone to uttering monosyllabic words, such as hum, roll, and aha, and has maintained an untainted existence, untouched by the affections of women for countless years. His identity as a disciple of the sect's founder, coupled with an instantaneous infatuation with Bai Ling, adds layers to his character. Years ago, while exploring a secret realm, he found himself ensnared for centuries and calculating the time. He has now been trapped for over 50 years. It was only after Bai Ling ascended to the core formation stage a century later that she managed to rescue him, leading to an inevitable affection towards her. With his striking looks, power, and potential, he embodies all the qualities of a prince in distress awaiting salvation. Now, relinquish a fragment of your soul, Bai Lan commands, her eyes fixed on Cheng Tianfeng. Cheng Tianfeng, wide-eyed, protests, a fragment of my soul? Is this something to be given so casually? If I surrender it, how can my father rescue you? The head of the Cheng family speaks coldly, exerting rare pressure on Cheng Tianfeng. Trembling, Cheng Tianfeng promptly falls silent and obediently surrenders a fragment of his soul. I shall provide you with a path forward. Bai Lan continues, should you locate that individual, your future will undoubtedly be bright. However, if you perish along the way, such is your fate. With that, she hands Cheng Tianfeng a map. Chapter 302, The Tribulations of the Li Family. Cheng Tianfeng gazes at the map, his eyes widening at the marked location, exclaiming, why is it so far? To the west of Wuyun continent lies a place known as the Great Qing Mountain. The designated point on the map is a secret realm within, left behind by an esteemed ancestor of the spirit-taming sect. Bai Lan begins her elaborate deception, and Cheng Tianfeng listens intently. Days prior, a disciple from the spirit-taming sect, who ventured into the secret realm for training, informed me that a certain elder from the 10,000 Poison sect, named Lung Qinghan, has been imprisoned there for decades. He is a disciple of the sect's founder, a practitioner at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, wielding formidable poison techniques of heavenly rank. Bai Lan weaves her tale with utmost seriousness, then turns to Cheng Tianfeng. Venture into that secret realm and rescue this individual. In gratitude for your assistance, he will undoubtedly take you as his disciple and impart the techniques of the 10,000 Poison sect. Once you cultivate a poisonous physique, you shall be saved. Bai Lan's words leave Cheng Tianfeng in a state of confusion, yet he comprehends the gravity of the situation. Bai Lan is essentially procuring him a master of the demonic path at the nascent soul level. Although he may be from the demonic side, he is still a nascent soul practitioner. Thank you, sect leader, for your guidance. Bai Lan shakes her head, observing the dazed Cheng Tianfeng. The journey ahead is fraught with peril. This is fortuitous, as such dangers will serve to sharpen his intellect. With her hands full, she cannot immediately journey to the 10,000 Poison sect by sending Cheng Tianfeng, a rival of Long Outyin, to seek Bai Ling's favor. She ensures that his toxic physique finds a place within the sect. If Cheng Tianfeng can enter under Lung Qinghan's tutelage, she can leverage his status as an inner disciple to gain entry into the 10,000 Poison sect herself. Let us set a modest goal, empty the sect's library. Indeed, the sect leader's words resonate profoundly. It is high time for Feng to undergo further training. Cheng Tianfeng agrees, nodding earnestly, filled with admiration. Listening to the sect leader's insights, he realizes that she is intimately familiar with the secret realm, yet she refrains from simply handing the opportunity directly to him. Instead, she tests him, compelling him to endure hardships in pursuit of fortune, ensuring that a powerful nascent soul practitioner owes him a debt of gratitude. Such an opportunity is coveted, even by him. After this experience, he will no longer be as naive and ignorant as he is now. He will undoubtedly grow significantly. Ultimately, he has been overly indulged over the years, leading him to make grave mistakes repeatedly. Perhaps it is time to entrust this rebellious child to the sect leader for guidance. No wonder the sect leader, despite her youth, has risen to such heights. Her meticulous planning and foresight are truly admirable. By the way, tomorrow, you and Elder Liu are to bring individuals to the Li family to exert pressure, feigning intentions to flatten them. Merely displaying some imposing presence and making threatening proclamations will suffice. I shall handle the aftermath. Cheng Tianfeng, somewhat anxious, inquires, does the sect leader intend to bring the Li family under our banner? One elder from the Cheng family suffices. Adding the Li family would surely diminish their importance in your eyes. I have no interest in the Li family. However, should Xianxia sect absorb them, the Cheng family will dominate Hongyan City, and you shall naturally become a local overlord. Do you not wish to occupy the position of city lord? Bailan gazes at Cheng Tianfeng, who nods eagerly. Of course. But what of the two nascent soul practitioners from Xianxia sect? I have some connections with the true monarch of Xianxia. This matter shall be resolved by me. For the Cheng family, she secures dominance over Hongyan City. For the Li family, Bailan is their savior. For Xianxia sect, Bailan is a benefactor expanding their influence. Bailan takes from all sides. But only the world where Long Outyin is wounded is realized. Meanwhile, the ousted Long Outyin finds himself, in a moment of desperation, meeting with Li Qiaoer. At this very moment, Li Qiaoer has just received an ultimatum from her family regarding an impending marriage. Brother Outyin. Li Qiaoer weeps, her eyes brimming with tears. Brother Outyin, you're back. Have you become a valued guest of the Cheng family, fulfilling the agreement with my mother? Long Outyin's expression darkens momentarily as he shakes his head. Li Qiaoer feels a chill in her heart. Brother Outyin. Qiaoer, come with me. Long Outyin grips Li Qiaoer's hand tightly, with tears in her eyes. She ultimately nods. All right, I will go with you. Let us escape this place and soar high. No, Qiaoer. First, let us stay at the Wanbao Tower for a brief respite. Before departing from Hongyan City, I have one last matter to attend to. A flicker of hatred flashes in Long Outyin's eyes as he effortlessly dispels the prohibitions on the door and leads Qiaoer away from the Li residence. Upon hearing of Li Qiaoer's disappearance, the head of the Li family becomes increasingly frantic. Although she cannot fathom why the Cheng family insists on marrying Qiaoer, she knows that if Li Qiaoer goes missing, the Cheng family will indeed retaliate against the Li family. In this critical moment, she dares not delay and rapidly dispatches numerous personnel to search for Li Qiaoer's whereabouts. Soon, the fourth day after the challenge letter is issued arrives. Yet Li Qiaoer remains missing. As Cheng Dian and Elder Lu bring elite cultivators from the Cheng family to pressure the Li family, Bailan also embarks on her plan. Yin, do you know the purpose of my actions these past few days? Bailan finds Ning Yin, who is meditating in a guest room, and greets her with a smile. Ning Yin, entirely unaware of Bailan's recent endeavors, only knows that after conversing with the head of the Cheng family for half a day, she swiftly transforms into a guest elder of the Cheng family. Naturally, she is treated as an esteemed guest and has been recuperating in the residence for 3 days. Previously, I promised you that the Xianxia sect would not remain a second-rate sect forever. Now is the time for me to fulfill that promise. Ning Yin, puzzled, inquires. But the Xianxia sect, as you mentioned, has already acquired 2 nascent soul practitioners, far exceeding my expectations. Given time, the achievements of the Xianxia sect will be boundless. No, this is still far from enough. I desire the Xianxia sect to become one of the 5 great sects, and you, Yin, shall ascend to greatness under the title of the chief disciple of true monarch Xianxia. Ning Yin is left astounded by Bailan's declaration. Through cunning stratagems, I have forged a temporary alliance with the Cheng family, compelling them to feign pressure on the Li family. This maneuver allows the two of us to negotiate with the Li family seamlessly, persuading them to submit to the Xianxia sect. At that juncture, the patriarch of the Li family, intent on preserving his lineage, will undoubtedly acquiesce to the formidable support of the Xianxia sect, which stands as a bulwark against the Cheng family. Ning Yin gasped in astonishment. You wish to incorporate the Li family into the Xianxia sect? She was unaware of the means by which Bailan had persuaded the head of the Cheng family, but it was evident she had paid a significant price. But why do this? You are clearly a disciple of the Qingyuan sect, with no ties to the Xianxia sect. Noticing Bailan's silence, Ning Yin furrowed her brow. You cannot have made such sacrifices for the Xianxia sect without expecting something in return. Please, reveal your true intentions to me. Do you truly wish to repay me? Ning Yin nodded without hesitation. To be candid, I do require your assistance in orchestrating a ruse before the esteemed Xianxiajuan. With that, Bailan disclosed her elaborate scheme of framing Long Outyin to Ning Yin in detail. Ning Yin was taken aback. Who is Long Outyin that you would go to such lengths? Moreover, I doubt my master has ever laid eyes upon him. If Xianxiajuan were to meet Long Outyin, it could very well lead to an infatuation, granting Long Outyin an influential ally in the form of a Yuanying stage practitioner. Bailan shook her head. Let us not dwell on that matter. Simply follow my instructions and perform as I have suggested before Xianxiajuan. Very well. I shall heed your counsel. After a moment's hesitation, Ning Yin acquiesced. With Bailan's assistance thus far, she naturally would not decline this minor request. Above all, remember during this time, you are a woman who adores Long Outyin to the point of willing to act as his furnace, ready to live and die for him. Ning Yan's expression grew intricate, and she hesitantly spoke. If I were to utter such words before my master, I fear she would strike him down without hesitation. Regardless, you must remember, while I am impersonating Long Outyin, should Qingxia Jinjuan seek to slay me, you must position yourself before me as a shield. Once the real Long Outyin appears, your role will conclude. Ning Yin inhaled deeply and nodded. I shall do my utmost. After handing Ning Yin the lines prepared by the system, Bailan patted her shoulder and then made her way toward the Li family. Chapter 303, the performance begins. The two of them arrived at the Li family with formidable intensity. What could be their intent? Were they truly prepared to sever ties with the Li family? The patriarch of the Li family bore a grave expression, holding a jade flute aloft. Behind her, the protective formation of the Li family stood ready, filled with elite foundation-building disciples poised for action. Alas, in the face of a nascent soul battle, these foundation-building disciples were little more than cannon fodder. Should the patriarch of the Li family perish, the remaining foundation-building disciples would surely meet their end at the hands of nascent soul cultivators. Sisterly, it is not that I, Cheng Dian, lack loyalty, but when this betrothal was established, both our families consented. Yet now, Chi'er would rather follow a penniless youth than marry Feng. What reason could there be? Is this not a slap in the face to our Cheng family? Cheng Dian sighed melodramatically. Lu Li scoffed. Fenger is utterly smitten with Chi'er. Upon learning of her elopement with Long Outyin, he was so enraged that he faltered in his cultivation, succumbing to demonic deviation. He left the Cheng residence alone yesterday and has since vanished. Cheng Dian cast a sidelong glance at his mother. Cheng Tianfeng had indeed departed the Cheng residence the previous day, setting forth toward the Wanda sect. Lu Li was undoubtedly aware of this. Yet, observing his mother's furious demeanor, it seemed she had concluded that Cheng Tianfeng's descent into madness was a consequence of his unrequited love for Li Chi'er. Though morally questionable, this rationale held a certain plausibility. Cheng Dian fell silent for a moment, his expression turning to one of anger as he faced the patriarch of the Li family. Tianfeng has gone mad over Li Chi'er and now lies missing. If I do not exact vengeance, I, Cheng Dian, am unworthy to be a father. What did you say? Cheng Tianfeng has gone mad. When did this happen? Why was I not informed? The patriarch of the Li family felt a jolt in her heart. Could it be true that he had succumbed to madness due to Li Chi'er? Would we deceive you? Lu Li interjected. The only way forward is for Li Chi'er to marry him, dispelling the torment in his heart, thus restoring him to the righteous path. Cheng Dian nodded vigorously. Indeed. Hand over Li Chi'er, or we shall not hesitate to act. Chi'er left with that scoundrel Long Outyin yesterday and has yet to return. The patriarch of the Li family frowned. Nonsense. Merely excuses. Cheng Dian glared. Lu Li sneered. It seems negotiations have failed. Let us take action. As she spoke, Lu Li's sword trembled in her hand, unleashing a fiery sword chi that surged toward the patriarch of the Li family. The patriarch's eyes widened, and she swiftly soared into the air, narrowly evading the lethal strike. However, in that fleeting moment of vulnerability, Cheng Dian seized the opportunity, hurling 3 fifth-tier talismans toward her. The talismans detonated in midair, leaving the patriarch of the Li family reeling from the joint assault of the mother-son duo. In desperation, she conjured a green shield to fend off the talisman's onslaught, only to be caught off guard by Lu Li, who had positioned herself behind, striking her with a fiery sword. Under the relentless assault from the two nascent soul cultivators, the patriarch of the Li family could only adopt a defensive stance, lacking any opportunity to counterattack, thus finding herself at a distinct disadvantage from the outset. The coordination between Lu Li and Cheng Dian was remarkably seamless, one feigning an attack while the other launched a sneak assault. Particularly, Lu Li, having gained an additional 30 years of lifespan, fought with renewed vigor, her audacious style instilling trepidation in the patriarch of the Li family. The ferocity of their assault was akin to a tiger unleashed, as though they genuinely sought to annihilate the Li family, rendering the patriarch increasingly distressed. She was on the brink of collapse. Esteemed seniors, perhaps we could cease hostilities for a moment and allow me to speak. A woman clad in black robes suddenly soared through the air on her sword, calling out from a distance. Initially dismissive, the patriarch of the Li family sensed that the voice belonged to someone of mere foundation-building rank. Could the words of a foundation-building cultivator hold any weight? Yet, to her astonishment, the Cheng mother and son did indeed cease their assault at the mere utterance of the female cultivator. As the two adversaries halted, the patriarch of the Li family breathed a sigh of relief and instinctively turned her gaze toward the woman on the flying sword. The mask obscuring her face bore irises, suggesting she was a member of the Tiangong Pavilion. Elder Bai, while you are a guest elder of the Cheng family, this matter does not concern you, Cheng Dian frowned, regarding Bailan as she began her act. Bailan smiled warmly, clasping her hands. Patriarch Cheng, might I request a favor? Allow me a few moments to converse with the patriarch of the Li family. Cheng Dian and Lu Li exchanged glances, nodding as though deliberating. yet fully aware that they could take their leave for the day. Naturally, I shall grant Elder by this privilege, Luli remarked, sheathing her sword. Chung Dian also nodded slightly, retracting his flying dagger. Today, I will grant Elder by this favor, affording you an incense stick's worth of time. After that, regardless of your reasoning, we shall immediately raise the Li residence. Bailon bowed graciously. Thank you. The patriarch of the Li family was taken aback, casting a glance at Bailon. Who was this woman to wield such influence? Chapter 304, Master. I shall marry no one but Long Outyin in this lifetime. Bailon spoke with a smile. Patriarch of the Li family, please proceed. After a moment of silence, the patriarch of the Li family landed and erected a soundproof barrier. Then inquired, who exactly are you? Why do you assist my Li family? Who I am is of little significance. What truly matters is that I possess a strategy to safeguard the lives of the entire Li family and deter the Chung family from launching further attacks against them. The head of the Li family's expression shifted as uncontainable joy surged within him. Is it truly so? Indeed. What is it that you desire? Or perhaps, what do you wish to obtain from the Li family? The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is not an organization known for its benevolence. The head of the Li family was momentarily elated, but soon regained his composure. Could an assassin organization truly engage in virtuous deeds? There must be a hidden agenda. Bailon first saved the record in place, and then spoke slowly. I seek the ancestral techniques of the Li family. As expected, the head of the Li family fell silent for a moment. The techniques are the foundation of the Li family's existence. To casually pass them on to outsiders, I am quite well acquainted with the head of the Chung family. Should he acquire the Li family's techniques, I would merely need to offer some minor benefits to obtain them from him as well. The head of the Li family may weigh the importance of this matter for himself, Bailon said with a smile. The head of the Li family closed his eyes, feeling a weight settle upon him, as the Chung mother and son remained watchful from afar. Very well, at this critical juncture for the survival of the family, I can only acquiesce to Bailon's demands to preserve the Li family. Ultimately, the head of the Li family retrieved a jade slip from his storage pouch and handed it to Bailon. After receiving the jade slip, Bailon initially offered a prepared excuse to appease those present before seeking a secluded spot to meticulously study its contents for half a day. The Li family's ancestral technique, known as the life-nurturing technique, clearly emphasized healing capabilities compared to the earth-rank wood-based technique, the 10,000 trees formula, in Bailon's possession. Upon reaching the third level of this technique, it astonishingly enables the regeneration of severed limbs. While there are many secret arts in the cultivation world that allow for the regrowth of limbs, the life-nurturing technique is distinct in that it records a method to forge a new arm from the natural treasures of the wood element, endowing it with a special wood-based divine power that significantly enhances the practitioner's combat strength. There are indeed ruthless cultivators in the realm who, in pursuit of this extraordinary wood-based divine power, would go so far as to sever their own arm to cultivate this secret art. This technique holds the potential of a celestial rank technique. If the ability to refine limbs from wood-based divine power is slightly improved and combined with the corpse refining techniques of the corpse refining sect, it may even yield humanoid puppets, far more pristine than the blood-soaked corpse puppets of that sect. All her diligent research would not be in vain. After acquiring the Li family's ancestral technique, Bailon promptly returned to the previous moment. However, when the head of the Li family inquired what she truly desired, Bailon altered her conditions. I merely require the head of the Li family to swear an oath of Heart's Demon to unconditionally assist me 3 times in the future. The head of the Li family paused in silence. For a cultivator, life is of paramount importance. To assist her unconditionally 3 times. If Bailon encounters a nascent soul elder who demands she serve as a human shield, would she comply? Rest assured, esteemed head of the Li family, my request shall not endanger your life, Bailon added, sensing the head's hesitation. The head of the Li family then relaxed slightly and nodded. If my young friend can indeed preserve the Li family, I shall certainly agree to this condition. Excellent. It is settled. Bailon smiled faintly, and then proceeded to recount the general circumstances surrounding the Xianxia sect and her plans, ultimately presenting the Xianxia sect's token. The head of the Li family was utterly astonished by the events of the day. The 2 true immortals of the Xianxia sect, Xianxiadrama and xianxiadrama, have broken through to the nascent soul stage? When did this occur? Why was she unaware? If the head of the Li family is willing, the Li family shall henceforth belong to the Xianxia sect, protected by the 2 nascent soul true immortals. The Chung family is hardly a cause for concern. Clutching the token in his hand, the head of the Li family finally nodded. Ah, my young friend speaks truly. Given the circumstances, we have no choice but to proceed in this manner. Moreover, with 2 nascent soul cultivators now in the Xianxia sect, the future prospects are limitless. The Li family's joining now is akin to seeking shelter beneath a grand tree, providing ample shade. When the head of the Li family, holding the Xianxia sect token, reapproached Cheng Dian and Lu Li, he witnessed their exaggerated expressions of shock. "You have actually joined the Xianxia sect," Lu Li exclaimed, astonished. Cheng Dian, with a look of regret, sighed. "Very well. The Xianxia sect now boasts 2 nascent soul cultivators. Today, we shall let you go." Upon seeing the Xianxia sect token, the Cheng family members exchanged some harsh words before turning to leave. Although the head of the Li family felt the progress was somewhat swift, he was largely relieved. It seemed the Cheng family was already aware of the circumstances within the Xianxia sect. Otherwise, they would not have been so reasonable. "Bai Xiaoyu, I owe you a great debt today. Without you, the Li family would have faced annihilation." The head of the Li family said with a smile as he looked at Bai Lan. Bai Lan shook her head. "I am merely kind-hearted, unwilling to witness a scene of rivers running red with blood. The head of the Li family may temporarily reassure the Li clan, and tomorrow morning, come with me to the Xianxia sect to meet with Xianxia Zhenjuan. What say you?" Naturally, I shall comply with your wishes, my young friend." The head of the Li family nodded with a smile. At that moment, the city of Hongyan was peaceful and harmonious, with everyone attaining what they desired. Long Outyin had taken Li Qiaoer into the Wanbao Tower to hide. The one concealing Long Outyin's whereabouts was none other than the chief auctioneer, the enchanting red-clad beauty, Honggu, who had previously appeared in the Wanbao Tower of Tsangyuan City. "Outyin, the Li family is sending people throughout the city to hunt you down. What on earth happened?" Honggu asked, her brow furrowed. Long Outyin closed his eyes. "This matter is complex, Sister Hong. I can agree to your previous request and temporarily stay in the Wanbao Tower as an alchemist." Honggu's eyes brightened. "You've agreed?" Long Outyin nodded slightly. He now needed spirit stones and, more importantly, connections. The Wanbao Tower was an excellent choice. "The Cheng family looked down upon me today. One day, I shall make them pay the price." Long Outyin spoke with a solemn tone. "My life is my own, not dictated by heaven. Even if the heavens send that woman to torment me, I shall rise to the challenge." Honggu was aware of the Cheng family's expulsion of Long Outyin, and she understood his desire to use the Wanbao Tower to exact revenge on them. But what did that woman signify? A flicker of surprise crossed Honggu's eyes as she gently inquired, "Outyin, who is that person?" "She is Bai Lan, a disciple of the Qingyuan sect." Long Outyin gritted his teeth. Honggu's brow knitted. "Is she not the one who claimed victory in the previous competition among the 5 sects?" "Indeed, it is she." Honggu covered her mouth with a smile, shaking her head. "Even if she is a prodigy, she is merely a foundational disciple. Is she truly worth your ire?" "She is different. She is strong. But one day, I will tread her beneath my feet." Long Outyin took a deep breath. "I believe in you, Outyin." Honggu gently nodded. Long Outyin grasped Honggu's hand, and their eyes met for a fleeting moment, a wave of romantic tension blossoming between them. Meanwhile, within the Xianxia sect in Xingxiao Valley, chaos reigned as Ning Yin clung to Xianxia Zhenjuan's leg, holding a portrait of Long Outyin and crying out, "Master, Yinner shall marry no one but brother Outyin. I am his in life and his ghost in death." Tears streamed down Ning Yin's cheeks as she wailed, her expression despondent and wild. Xianxia Zhenjuan looked on in astonishment. "Yinner, what has happened to you?" "Master, please let me go. Even if brother Outyin is merely in the qi refining stage, with not a single spirit stone to his name and surrounded by so many sisters, I still love him. Even if he is a demonic cultivator, Yinner still loves him." Ning Yin continued to cry out. Beside them, the Lord of Cloudy Dawn wore a grave expression, blocking the incensed Lord of Azure Dawn, and spoke in a deep voice. "Yinner appears to be in an unusual state. Could it be that she has fallen victim to some malevolent sorcery or seductive arts?" The Lord of Azure Dawn, observing Ning Yan's condition, took a moment to collect herself before nodding. A flicker of azure light flashed in her eyes as she extended her consciousness to scan Ning Yan. After a pause, the Lord of Azure Dawn furrowed her brow and shook her head. The Lord of Cloudy Dawn was taken aback. "You found nothing? That cannot be." The Lord of Azure Dawn bent down, lifting the inconsolable Ning Yan, who was clinging to her leg and weeping bitterly. She fixed her gaze upon Ning Yan's eyes and spoke solemnly. "Ning Yan, what has happened to you? Where have you been these past days? Tell your master everything in detail." "Master, please allow me to descend the mountain. I no longer wish to cultivate the Azure Lotus True technique. Brother Ao Tian has provided me with a technique called the Golden Cauldron Spirit Gathering Art, which I want to practice to assist him." Ning Yin replied with determination, her sobs growing more heart-wrenching. Upon hearing the name of the technique, the Lord of Azure Dawn's hand trembled, her voice laced with profound anger. "The Golden Cauldron Spirit Gathering Art? Do you even comprehend what that technique entails?" "I certainly understand. But Brother Ao Tian." Ning Yan's words were abruptly silenced as the Lord of Azure Dawn raised her hand to seal her mouth. "Be quiet. Let your master have a moment of peace." The The Lord of Azure Dawn pressed her fingers to her forehead, feeling her mind buzzing. Since reaching the Yuanying realm, her mental state had stabilized considerably, and it had been years since she had felt such an urgent desire to eliminate a mere Qi refinement junior. What was amiss today, causing her to feel so unsettled? The Lord of Cloudy Dawn stepped forward and patted the shoulder of the Lord of Azure Dawn. Sister, Ningyan is not that kind of person. She was kidnapped by malevolent cultivators in her youth, and after narrowly escaping, she developed a deep hatred for those who treat humans as mere vessels for cultivation. How could she possibly wish to practice a vessel technique? There must be something amiss. I am well aware that Ningyan is not that kind of person, the Lord of Azure Dawn sighed softly. I only regret that despite my advancement to the Yuanying realm, I cannot discern what poison has afflicted her. Long Ao Tian, this wretched scoundrel, is truly detestable. Rest assured, sister, I shall dispatch someone to investigate this individual. If we find him, I will slay him with a single stroke. The Lord of Cloudy Dawn, equally enraged, turned and transformed into a streak of azure light, vanishing from the great hall. Ningyan blinked, feeling moved, and her performance grew even more fervent. Master, do not worry. Regardless of the malevolent sorcery you have fallen prey to, I will heal you. The Lord of Azure Dawn turned, helplessly patting Ningyan's shoulder, and released the seal on her mouth. Ningyan spoke earnestly. Master, I will only marry brother Ao Tian in this lifetime. The Lord of Azure Dawn inhaled deeply, feeling a mix of anger and helplessness, fearing that Ningyan might take drastic measures in private. If she were to abandon her cultivation to pursue that golden cauldron spirit gathering art, it would truly spell trouble. The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, so the Lord of Azure Dawn raised her hand to impose a restriction within Ningyan's body. I have temporarily sealed your meridians and dantian with my spiritual power. For the next few days, you shall be unable to cultivate or commit the foolish act of abandoning your cultivation. Once this matter is resolved, I will lift the restriction. Ningyan felt a surge of emotion, her nose tingling and her eyes reddening. She blinked and choked out. Master, please do not take action against brother Ao Tian. If anything were to happen to him, I would not wish to live anymore. Sob sob. The Lord of Azure Dawn smiled slightly, ruffling Ningyan's hair. Foolish child. With your Qi refinement stage cultivation, you cannot even self-destruct before a Yuanying cultivator. Do not worry, you will not perish. Ningyan was overcome with emotion. Sob sob. I want to see brother Ao Tian. The next day, when Bailan accompanied the head of the Li family to meet the Lord of Azure Dawn, they learned that the sect leader had issued a heavenly level hunt order, targeting Long Ao Tian. Friend Bai, you may not know this, but after Sister Ningyan returned yesterday, she fell under the influence of that scoundrel's poison, her mind clouded and incoherent. She rambled nonsensically before her master and is still in her cave, reflecting on her actions, lamented a disciple of the Azure Dawn sect. The head of the Li family, who had been following Bailan, suddenly changed expression upon hearing this. Wait, could it be that my daughter Xiao also fell victim to that Long Ao Tian's poison, which has caused her to behave so strangely? Bailan nodded in agreement. In the next instant, a woman clad in azure appeared before the two, revealing the Lord of Azure Dawn. The head of the Li family was momentarily startled, but soon realized he could not discern the depth of her cultivation. Indeed, as Friend Bai mentioned, both Azure Dawn and Cloudy Dawn have evidently broken through to the Yuanying stage. The Lord of Azure Dawn fixed her gaze upon the head of the Li family and spoke in a grave tone. What did you say? Besides Ningyan, are there others who have fallen victim to that scoundrel's poison? The head of the Li family nodded repeatedly. My daughter Xiao has been enchanted since encountering Long Ao Tian. Initially, there were no symptoms, but in recent days, she has been acting as if bewitched, insisting she will marry no one but him. Ningyan is the same, clamoring that she will marry no one but Long Ao Tian. It is indeed malefic sorcery. The Lord of Azure Dawn narrowed her eyes, a surge of murderous intent rising within her. How detestable. Had I known, I should have slain him on sight the moment we met. The two discussed the symptoms of Ningyan and Li Xiao, attributing them to Long Ao Tian's beguiling sorcery for quite some time. Eventually, the head of the Li family recalled the purpose of their visit. May I inquire what brings you here, head of the Li family? The Lord of Azure Dawn asked. Puzzled, Bailan, sensing they had shifted away from discussing Long Ao Tian, quietly interjected. Senior, the matter is as follows. Bailan then succinctly recounted the elaborate scheme she had devised to bring a family into the Azure Dawn sect. The Lord of Azure Dawn regarded Bailan with an astonished expression. Is it truly so? For Ningyan to have a friend like this, not only to shield her from harm, but also to strategize on her behalf, is indeed rare. The Azure Dawn sect aspires to vie for a position among the 5 sects, and is in need of core formation cultivators. I did not expect her to be willing to lend her support. Is she doing all this for Ningyan, or is there another motive? The Lord of Azure Dawn pondered, then nodded slightly. If Bailan's intentions were not overly ambitious, she would not mind acquiescing to her requests. After all, such a talented and promising junior could very well become a yuanying powerhouse in a century, and even if she were to cultivate to the transformation stage and ascend, it was a distinct possibility. Forming an alliance with her would not be without its merits for the Azure Dawn sect, especially as it could also foster goodwill with the Qingyuan sect. I am merely the facilitator in this matter. The rest is between the Azure Dawn sect and the Li family. I do not wish to interfere too much. Since Ning Yin is in trouble, I would like to visit her, Bailan expressed, her concern evident. Very well, go ahead. Ning Yin faces this hardship, and your guidance by her side may be of great help, the Lord of Azure Dawn replied with a smile. Bailan bowed and took her leave, feeling a sense of relief. Ning Yin's performance was commendable, successfully deceiving the Lord of Azure Dawn. Guided by a disciple of the Azure Dawn sect to Ning Yan's cave, Bailan stepped inside to find her clutching a portrait of Long Ao Tian while gnawing on a spirit fruit. Bailan, you finally arrived. After witnessing Master S' furious demeanor yesterday, I nearly thought she would strike me. Ning Yin exclaimed upon spotting Bailan, discarding the spirit fruit and rising to her feet. Glancing around before speaking in a hushed tone, what brings you here? Bailan cleared her throat and patted Ning Yin's shoulder. Do not worry, once this matter succeeds, your master will not hold it against you. She will only wish to personally slay Long Ao Tian to avenge her grievances. What about master? What is she doing now? Ning Yin, feeling anxious about the possibility of their scheme being discovered by the Lord of Azure Dawn, asked. She is currently meeting with the head of the Li family. If all goes as planned, the Azure Dawn sect will soon have another core formation cultivator. Ning Yin nodded slightly. As long as master is not present, that is for the best. Time is of the essence. We must proceed with our next plan. The two exchanged a glance and proceeded towards the back mountain of the Xianxia sect. Along the way, Bailan first concealed her form with the spirit concealment robe and consumed a disguise pill, transforming her appearance into that of Long Ao Yin, while simultaneously suppressing her cultivation to the peak of the Qi refinement stage. Bailan and Ning Yin boldly strode to the spiritual spring at the back mountain, where they retrieved the Millennium Crystal Stone from the spring's depths and stored it in their spatial pouch. Following this, Ning Yin led Long Ao Yin to the sect's medicinal herb garden, instructing him to prepare 10 sets of the spiritual herbs listed on the paper and to do so swiftly. After speaking, Ning Yin handed over her command token. The disciple guarding the herb garden was a young man at the foundation establishment stage, appearing rather honest and simple-minded. However, he hesitated, saying, "But the spiritual herbs requested by senior sister are all high tier. They cannot be prepared in such a short time. Moreover, the person beside senior sister seems to be the one on the sect's wanted list." The disciple's gaze towards Long Ao Yin bore a hint of animosity. Senior sister, do not be deceived by this person. He clearly has ulterior motives. Humph, noisy, Bailan replied, tilting her head arrogantly to the sky. You. The disciple, infuriated, was about to summon his spiritual weapon when Ning Yin intervened. With a raised brow, she shielded Bailan behind her, asking, "Do you recognize this command token?" Upon seeing the token in Ning Yan's hand, the disciple's expression turned serious. That is a token bestowed by the sect leader. Please wait, senior sister. I will fetch the herbs immediately. Humph, at least you are perceptive, Bailan remarked with an air of pride. Heh, your joy will be short-lived. The disciple gritted his teeth and sneered. Though he agreed to fetch the herbs, he made his way toward the sect's main hall after Bailan and Ning Yin left, intending to report the situation. The two were seen by several passing disciples of the Xianxia sect, particularly as Bailan, adorned with Long Ao Yin's visage, walked side by side with Ning Yin, drawing significant attention. Many disciples stealthily followed, waiting for the moment when Ning Yin parted ways with Long Ao Yin, ready to strike and claim the reward. By the time Xianxia Zhenjuan was informed by the disciples within the sect that Long Ao Yin was currently in Xianxia Valley, he had already absconded with the Millennium Crystal Stone from the back mountain spring and made off with numerous spiritual herbs from the herb garden. Why did you not stop him? Xianxia Zhenjuan roared in anger. The disciple timidly replied, Senior sister Ning Yin was blocking him, and she displayed the command token you bestowed. Anyone within the sect who approached would be met with her talisman. We did not dare to intervene. Xianxia Zhenjuan ceased further inquiries, throwing her sleeves aside as she soared out of the sect's great hall. With the restrictions she had previously placed on Ning Yin, she quickly pinpointed Ning Yin's current location. Brother Ao Yin, with these spiritual herbs, you will surely succeed in refining the foundation establishment pill and break through your cultivation. Ning Yin cooed, embracing Bailan. Bailan smiled indulgently and playfully tapped Ning Yan's nose. Yinner, thanks to you, since that old hag Xianxia refuses to let you go, I will take you away. From this day forth, we shall soar together. Far away, Xianxiaaudiobooks had already heard the sweet nothings exchanged between the two, and fury surged within her. Yenner, step aside. Today, I shall slay this man. Ning Yan's heart tightened, and she immediately positioned herself in front of Bailan. Arms outstretched, Master, you cannot harm Brother Outyin. Yet, Bailan had already pushed Ning Yan away before Xianxiaaudiobooks' aura drew near and fled. Employing the Xianxia sect's techniques to soar away on the Lotus of Ascension. You dare to pass on the Xianxia true art to him? Xianxiaaudiobooks' anger flared upon recognizing the technique Bailan utilized. This man, upon sensing the aura of a nascent soul cultivator, fled without regard for your safety. Such a heartless and cold-blooded individual is far inferior to Bai Xiaoyu. Yenner, do not remain so deluded. Ning Yan's eyes twitched, nearly unable to maintain her facade. The heartless and cold-blooded person was Bailan, yet the one who risked her life to protect was also Bailan. Fortunately, Xianxiaaudiobooks was not inclined to argue further with Ning Yan. During her scolding, Long Outyin had already vanished in the direction of Hanyan City, leaving her to merely huff in annoyance before pursuing once more. Brother Outyin, this is Shuer. I heard from the attendant of the Wanbao building that you appeared in Hanyan City, so I traveled 1,000 miles to see you one last time. I will only wait for you outside the city for the duration of an incense stick. After that, I shall leave, never to see you again in this lifetime. Bailan had already expended a significant amount of spirit stones to teleport herself several miles away, and along the way, she produced the communication talisman she had deceitfully obtained from Shuer, mimicking Long Outyin's voice. Shuer was a rather gullible girl, when Bailan, donning her own face, claimed she had exchanged communication talismans. Shuer believed her without a shred of doubt, treating the talisman Bailan provided as if it were truly Long Outyin's. Bailan, hidden within the void stone, could still occasionally hear Shuer tenderly expressing her affection for her brother Outyin, unaware of how the black market elder had responded to her words. Her impersonation of Long Outyin's identity had yet to be revealed before Shuer. When Bailan sought to reclaim the old communication talisman, Shuer readily agreed without a second thought. This tactic of deceiving others with communication talismans had only been employed on Yunyang and Qingxian. The former still lived, while the latter had perished. Naturally, Long Outyin had never encountered such a ruse and grew anxious upon receiving the sound of Shuer's voice from the talisman. Shuer, how could you be in Hanyan City? Wait for me. I will head to the city outskirts right now. Hearing the voice from the other end of the talisman, Bailan smiled faintly, glancing back at the approaching Xianxiaaudiobooks before slipping into the void stone. Chapter 307. The Beauty Who Suddenly Wants to Kill Him. Xianxiaaudiobooks had pursued Long Outyin for the duration of an incense stick and was on the verge of catching up to the swiftly fleeing figure when suddenly, the person ahead vanished once more. A mere small teleportation array, capable of transporting only a distance of about 1,000 meters. Let me see how many spirit stones you can squander to sustain this. Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression turned cold as she gestured with one hand, sensing the spiritual energy mark she had placed on Bailan. Bailan possessed a small teleportation array, and Xianxiaaudiobooks had witnessed many instances of individuals disappearing in an instant, only to reappear 1,000 meters away. However, the speed of a nascent soul cultivator was incredibly swift, and even with Bailan holding a teleportation array and abundant spirit stones, she would eventually be caught by Xianxiaaudiobooks after half an incense stick's time. The chasm between cultivators of different realms could not be bridged by spirit stones or clever tricks. To avoid being struck down by Qingxia's palm, Bailan refrained from using the teleportation array this time, and instead returned directly to the void stone. The spirit artifact was startled by Bailan's sudden appearance, floating over slowly to scrutinize her before speaking softly. Master, I presume you are currently being pursued. How do you know? I observe your rapid breathing, unstable spiritual energy, and a look of imminent peril upon you. Bailan shook her head. A cultivator's life without being chased is an imperfect one. I truly fear that one day you will play yourself to death. The spirit artifact flickered and ceased to heed Bailan. Life is fleeting. One must seize joy while they can, or perhaps continue constructing a house. Learn from the mindset of the cannon fodder, true monarch. See. He never worries that I might fall halfway. Bailan closed her eyes, holding a spirit stone in each hand, beginning to replenish her spiritual energy. All right. Why does the cannon fodder, true monarch, never concern himself with your well-being? The spirit artifact mused, puzzled. How curious. Aren't you both on the same boat? As the fated child of destiny, I invariably emerge unscathed from crises, and when faced with life-threatening peril, formidable allies always come forth to assist me. Even in my attempts to flee, I find myself fortuitously tumbling into realms of hidden opportunities. Yet, I distinctly recall that your tribulation during the foundation building stage rivaled that of a core formation practitioner. If one is indeed favored by the heavens, why then must the heavenly tribulation strike you with such ferocity? This must surely be a trial bestowed upon me by the celestial order. If it is indeed a trial, then why do you evade its blows, retreating into the void stone? The artifact spirit, bewildered, could not comprehend this. Villainess' demeanor in the face of the heavenly tribulation seemed to reflect an understanding that she was unlikely to endure it, prompting her swift escape. Your words are somewhat convoluted. Perceiving the perilous gaze from Villain, the artifact spirit deftly shifted the topic. Ahem. Earlier you mentioned your desire to rebuild the Spirit Tamer sect within a month, yet the materials required are overwhelmingly vast, even if restoration occurs atop the ruins. As you have stated, the dilapidated structures and caves necessitate considerable effort for reconstruction. Currently, Wan Yin is merely a ghost cultivator in the Qi refinement stage, capable of controlling at most 2 puppets of the same stage, rendering her efforts limited. How many individuals do you require? At least 100. The system indicated with a gesture. Villain nodded slightly. No rush, I shall devise a plan. The esteemed Xianxia true monarch has marked her with a soul imprint. Although soul severing can eliminate such marks, it requires a significant expenditure of effort. For safety's sake, it is prudent to refrain from emerging from the void stone for the time being and await the unfolding of events. She is keen to observe how long Yin will extricate himself from the pursuit of the nascent soul practitioners. Meanwhile, outside the void stone, the Xianxia true monarch concentrated on sensing the soul imprint she had placed on Yin, her expression darkening with each passing moment. She could no longer detect the direction of the soul imprint. Yin is indeed no ordinary evil cultivator. First, there were the arcane arts that even nascent soul practitioners could not penetrate, followed by the minor teleportation array, and now, this capability to sever the soul imprints of nascent soul practitioners. Could it be that his soul is extraordinary? Is he perhaps a vessel for an ancient nascent soul entity? The Xianxia true monarch furrowed her brows, contemplating for a while, then set her course directly towards the distant Hanyan city. If she were to adopt Yin's perspective, she would realize that with merely a minor teleportation array, evading the pursuit of a nascent soul practitioner was impossible within a mere incense stick's time. Capture would be inevitable. Thus, the only means of escape would be to enter Hanyan city and utilize the large teleportation array within to evade her pursuers. Once he leaves Hanyan city, it would be akin to a fish returning to the sea, making his trail exceedingly difficult for the nascent soul practitioners to trace. With this thought in mind, the Xianxia true monarch's expression hardened, and she soared towards Hanyan city. Shui, where are you? Yin murmured her name. Clutching a communication talisman, scanning the surroundings, yet finding no trace of Shui. Just as the Xianxia true monarch pursued him to Hanyan city, she fortuitously encountered Yin, who had ventured outside the city to meet Shui. Yin donned a mask that concealed his aura from detection, preventing recognition by the Li family cultivators. However, to the Xianxia true monarch, his intentions were unmistakable. For at that moment, outside Hanyan city, Yin was the sole figure wearing a mask that could obstruct soul sensing. With a cold smile, the Xianxia true monarch instantly appeared before the scanning Yin. Yin regarded the figure before him with caution, only to be momentarily captivated by the woman's beauty, prompting him to inquire, "Who are you?" The Xianxia true monarch, her expression impassive, raised her hand to remove Yin's mask. Upon recognizing the familiar visage beneath, her demeanor turned icy. "It is indeed you, Yin." In the next instant, Yin felt a palm strike down upon his crown, as the enchanting woman aimed to obliterate him on the spot. The oppressive aura of a nascent soul practitioner bore down upon him, rendering him immobile. Yin could not fathom why this enchanting figure suddenly regarded him with such coldness. His expression shifted to one of alarm as he sought to summon his master for assistance. Chapter 308. Yin, terrifying indeed. Yet, regrettably, his master remained in a deep slumber, and Yin was left isolated and defenseless. "Speak. What sort of dark arts have you employed to ensnare Yin so thoroughly? What is the method to break this curse?" The Xianxia true monarch demanded coldly. She feared that a bond akin to a soul contract existed between the two. To rashly slay Yin might provoke unforeseen calamities for Yin, hence her pressing inquiry. The scene was hauntingly familiar to Yin, evoking the image of Bailan in his mind once more. It was she who had intervened previously, causing Fifth Yin to inexplicably harbor a grudge against him and act with lethal intent. There were also the inexplicable accusations from Shui regarding his betrayal, not to mention the Lu sisters, who had severed ties with him due to an unforeseen calamity. The grievances with the esteemed Qing Xian and the intermittent encounters with the alchemical assassins of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion during his flight. All of this bore the unmistakable hallmark of a certain individual. Only she, and she alone, could harbor such animosity towards him. Long Outyin gritted his teeth, resolute in his determination. Once he escaped this predicament, he would assuredly enact a revenge that would leave Bai Lan regretting her actions. Driven to his knees by the oppressive force of the nascent soul, he trembled uncontrollably. Feeling a constriction in his chest with no outlet for his frustration, he was compelled to lower his head and utter, "Senior, you must be mistaken. I do not know anyone by the name of Yen. How dare you feign ignorance before me?" The Xianxia true monarch's expression darkened, and the pressure intensified. The weakened Long Outyin, despite having practiced body refinement techniques, could not withstand the relentless onslaught of her soul pressure. He coughed up blood, succumbing to unconsciousness once more. His meridians shattered from the repeated assaults, leaving him clinging to the last vestiges of life. Furious, the Xianxia true monarch raised her hand to probe his soul. But a voice suddenly echoed from afar. "Fellow Taoist, why must you harm a pill refiner of the Wanbao Tower?" An elder of the nascent soul stage emerged slowly from within Hanyan City, his voice resonating with authority, clearly another formidable nascent soul practitioner. Behind him trailed the anxious Honggu. The Xianxia true monarch furrowed her brow. "He is associated with Wanbao Tower? This individual is the Dao companion of a younger member of my clan. If you wish to strike, please state your reasons. Should this matter truly be his fault, I shall permit your judgment without interference. However, if you are taking advantage of your strength," the elder cast a sidelong glance at Honggu, his voice trailing off. Tears welled in Honggu's eyes, her attention wholly captivated by Long Outyin. Were it not for the Xianxia true monarch's presence, she would have rushed to feed him a healing pill. The Xianxia true monarch, upon hearing this, waved her sleeve and spoke solemnly. "This individual is an evil cultivator, practicing unnamed seductive arts, and has poisoned my direct disciple, Yen, leading her astray and causing her to neglect her cultivation, even attempting to forfeit her own powers." "Oh." The elder's brow furrowed as he regarded the nearly lifeless Long Outyin, falling silent for a moment. His meridians were shattered. Even if he were to survive, he would likely be rendered a waste. Despite his potential, the severity of his injuries and the sinister methods employed by this evil cultivator made the elder hesitant to intervene. "Grandfather," Honggu, anxious, whispered, "in this lifetime, I shall marry no one but Long Outyin. If he perishes, my heart shall waver, and I may never hope to advance to the core formation stage." "You." The elder glared at Honggu, his beard nearly askew with indignation. The Xianxia true monarch, witnessing this scene, felt an even greater sense of alarm. The familiar words, the familiar expressions, the familiar tactics. Could it be that this young woman too had fallen victim to Long Outyin's sinister arts? Long Outyin, indeed terrifying. How could so many beautiful women be enamored by him? The esteemed Xianxia glanced back to the moment she first laid eyes on Long Outyin. She felt an unusual emotion upon seeing his face. However, that fleeting sentiment was swiftly overshadowed by the simmering anger within her. He deceived her disciple, stole her spiritual crystal, and pilfered the techniques of her sect. Each of these transgressions alone warranted 1,000 cuts. Logically, she should not harbor any compassion for this individual. The more she contemplated this, the more alarmed she became. If it were not for her status as a nascent soul cultivator with a certain degree of resistance, might she too be seduced by this male vixen? In the distance, the elderly man, ensnared and without options, sighed and shook his head in resignation. He then retrieved a spiritual fruit from his storage bag and presented it to Xianxia. This fruit, known as the pure essence fruit, is a rare treasure of heaven and earth, capable of counteracting any poison, even the most elusive and lethal heart-devouring insects. Initially intending to caution the beautiful woman across from him, who seemed to be afflicted by some poison, Xianxia suddenly fell silent, swallowing her words. This fruit was a 7th-tier spiritual fruit, bearing fruit only once every 500 years, making it exceedingly rare. However, this fruit merely calmed the mind and dispelled toxins. It did not enhance cultivation. Perhaps this was why the elderly man was willing to offer it to save a life. Such a precious item. Even a nascent soul cultivator would likely possess but a single one. Should she speak up? The old man might retract the pure essence fruit to cure his granddaughter's poison. What would become of her dear Yen then? The priority was to save Yen first. Other matters could be addressed later. After weighing her options, Xianxia refrained from further comments. Accepting the spiritual fruit with a solemn expression, she then spoke with gravity. "If Yen is unharmed, we shall consider this matter resolved. Should she fail to recover, I shall personally demand an explanation." Upon finishing her words, Xianxia cast a glance at the nearly lifeless Long Outyin, whose meridians lay shattered on the ground. Her pretense of letting matters rest was a ruse. She had already resolved to eliminate him afterward. Although her soul-searching technique had not been fully unleashed, her consciousness momentarily infiltrated Long Outyin's sea of consciousness. In that fleeting moment, She glimpsed a remnant soul of a transformation stage expert lying dormant within him. No wonder. No wonder this lad was shrouded in so many mysteries. It turned out he had a powerful figure guiding him from behind. He must not be allowed to grow. Having displayed her intent to kill today, Long Outyin would surely harbor resentment upon awakening. Keeping him alive would only invite disaster. With a deep gaze at Long Outyin, Xianxia turned and departed. Grandfather, brother Outyin. Honggu rushed forward to cradle Long Outyin, her voice trembling with concern. The elder stroked his beard, letting out a sigh. Let us take him back first. 3 days later, Bailan emerged from the Void Stone and sought a tavern in Hongyan City. She summoned a waiter and inquired about the recent significant events in the city. As expected, she learned of the confrontation between two nascent soul cultivators 3 days prior, during which the Wanbao Tower rescued a bloodied young man named Long Outyin, who subsequently became the son-in-law of the chief auctioneer of Wanbao Tower. Indeed, at the moment when the life of the destined child was threatened, no matter how perilous the circumstances, the protagonist would find a glimmer of hope. However, it was her original intent to ensure Long Outyin lost the support of two nascent soul sisters. Now that her goal was accomplished, she decided to pay him a visit before leaving Hongyan City. With this thought, Bailan smiled as she placed 2 spiritual stones on the table and made her way toward the Wanbao Tower. Chapter 309. Do you have any business? Li Xuanxian had once served as a guest elder at Wanbao Tower, but after her demise, her soul did not entirely dissipate. It transformed into a ghostly cultivator. Hence her soul lamp remained lit within the tower. The token of her status as an elder still held its value. Please inform them. I am a junior of Chongqing Daoist, and this is the token she left behind, Bailan said, handing the jade token identifying Li Xuanxian to the Qi refinement stage attendant. She had only mentioned that she was on a mission assigned by Wanbao Tower. But months had passed without her return, which was quite suspicious. Bailan's expression was anxious, and her speech rapid, resembling a worried descendant concerned for an elder's safety. After completing the task assigned by Wanbao Tower, Li Xuanxian had accompanied her to the depths of Qianlong Abyss to participate in the Celestial Mechanism Grand Competition, and thereafter, she had vanished without a trace. As a junior of Li Xuanxian's family, it was entirely reasonable for Bailan to seek clarification on the situation and collect the salary that had gone unclaimed for months. The attendant scanned the jade token with his consciousness before respectfully accepting it, saying, Please, senior, step inside and rest for a moment. I shall report to the elder. Bailan nodded and entered, finding a place to sit quietly. After considerable effort to resolve the 2 future nascent soul romantic entanglements of Long Outyin, she had not anticipated that he had become entangled with yet another granddaughter of a nascent soul powerhouse from Wanbao Tower. In that case, it would be unwise to take harsh measures against him within the tower. She could only take a step back, employing verbal threats to compel him to surrender his storage bag. This lad possessed too many incriminating secrets. Even the mere mention of one would suffice to persuade him to willingly part with his belongings. You are a junior of Xuanxian? A perplexed voice came from behind Bailan. She turned slightly, bowing in response. Xuanxian? Such familiarity. Was this person an acquaintance of hers? Bailan pondered, maintaining an unruffled demeanor. Indeed, she is my aunt. How come I have never heard her mention you? The elder furrowed his brow, his gaze lingering on Bailan's face. It was a visage distinctly different from Li Xuanxian's, devoid of any resemblance, not at all akin to kin. Cultivators seldom divulged family matters to outsiders. Her aunt had always been solitary, so it was quite normal for the elder not to recognize the younger generation. The elder's suspicion deepened as he stroked his beard and then released his pressure. Bailan had initially assumed her opponent to be a core formation cultivator and was prepared to manipulate the situation. However, she was taken aback when the moment the pressure was unleashed, a familiar nascent soul cultivator's aura bore down upon her, causing her to shudder. The pressure of high-tier cultivators often served multiple purposes. Firstly, it showcased the identity of a high-tier cultivator, colloquially known as posturing. Secondly, it could effortlessly crush cultivators below the foundation establishment stage with a mere thought, quicker than swatting a mosquito, without the need for physical effort. Just a slight mental gesture could result in bloodshed, a tactic favored by malevolent cultivators. Thirdly, to lower-tier cultivators. The pressure from high-tier cultivators was akin to mortals standing before deities. Not everyone possessed the courage to lie under the overwhelming force. Those who could remain steady in the face of a nascent soul's pressure were truly valiant, should they utter a falsehood. The weight of that pressure would reveal their deceit without fail. Thus, upon sensing the elder's nascent soul pressure, Bailan swiftly assessed her situation. Plans had shifted. Retreat was the best course of action. The last time she had faced such a high-tier powerhouse was during her conversation with the Fox King in the Fully Valley. Yet then, she had fabricated a false identity and held substantial intelligence about the Fox clan, knowing the Fox King would not strike until her identity was verified. which had given her the confidence to converse under the pressure of an 8th-tier beast. However, the infant soul before her was a complete stranger, exhibiting a temper reminiscent of a demonic cultivator, unleashing pressure upon their first encounter. If she were to misstep with even a single word, the other party could easily extinguish her life with but a thought, leaving her to perish in the realm of cultivation. Taking a deep breath, time rewound to the moment before she entered the Wanbao Tower, whereby Lan retrieved a communication talisman to reach out to Li Xianxian, who was far away at the Yuling sect ruins. Friend, do you happen to know any acquaintances at the Wanbao Tower? After a brief moment, the talisman glowed, and Li Xianxian's voice resonated. Have you perhaps encountered Qianjizi? Lan nodded. It appears he has a significant relationship with you. There was a prolonged silence on the other end before Li Xianxian spoke slowly. Previously, when I was besieged by the 3 core formation cultivators you orchestrated, I was not only desperate, but also harbored the intention to shed my original corporeal form. I had been implanted with a goo worm by Qianjizi, which compelled me to join the Wanbao Tower as a guest elder, but in truth, I was serving him. Lan fell silent for a moment. What a tragic fate for Li Xianxian. She had assumed that during her time as a human cultivator, she must have experienced moments of freedom. Yet it turned out she had been trapped in a cage all along. Haha, the heart-eating goo, a creature of notorious repute in the cultivation world. How could a rogue cultivator like me obtain it? Naturally, it was given by Qianjizi, Li Xianxian said with a self-deprecating smile. Ah, so he is a benefactor after all. Were it not for Qianjizi, Lan would not have acquired this renowned creature of the cultivation realm. He intended for me to infiltrate the heavenly mechanism pavilion and steal the information he required, Li Xianxian continued, with a scoff. In reality, I have been using the heart-eating goo he provided to cultivate an underground network, constantly searching for the whereabouts of the gathering apex pill. Only by breaking through to the nascent soul stage can I hope to suppress the heart-eating goo and free myself from his shackles. Now, she had indeed escaped Qianjizi's coercion. Yet she found herself bound by Lan. Xianxian, rest assured, the formula for the gathering apex pill that you have long coveted is now in my possession. Lan said with heartfelt emotion, offering comfort. Haha, where were you earlier? Li Xianxian could barely muster a smile. As a ghost cultivator, what use would the gathering apex pill be to her? Would she consume it like candy? However, Lan's inquiry today was likely aimed at gathering information regarding Qianjizi. Before Lan could pose another question, Li Xianxian spoke first. Qianjizi possesses no particular weaknesses, but he is exceedingly protective of his younger generation. His only bloodline has long perished, leaving him with only a granddaughter named Hongru, who, though lacking in talent, is greatly cherished by him. He has personally taught her for many years, and after her foundation establishment, she has been working as a steward within the Wanbao Tower. Hongru. Could this be the true name of Honggu? Yes, based on my understanding of Xianxian, you must have secretly sent people to capture Hongru, intending to use her, the granddaughter whom Qianjizi values most, to threaten him, but you failed. What a pity. Li Xianxian took a deep breath. Do you have any other matters to discuss? Has anyone recently visited the Yuling sect's secret realm? As you suspected, after that old devil Yunyang paid a visit, he naturally learned of the secret realm in the Yianwind Gorge. He has since dispatched numerous disciples from the Hahuan sect to explore the realm, hoping to find opportunities here. Lan smiled slightly, indeed. Thankfully, you left behind the prohibition tokens of the Yuling sect's secret realm before you departed. In recent days, I have repaired many of the formations here and have gathered quite a number of storage bags from the Foundation establishment demon cultivators of the Hahuan sect, yielding a bountiful harvest. Excellent job, Li Xianxian exclaimed. This time, the Foundation establishment cultivators of the Hahuan sect have suffered heavy casualties, and the core formation cultivators have scoured the entire secret realm without discovering any opportunities, prompting them to retreat. After a moment's thought, Li Xianxian added, 15. Unwilling to act against her former sect members, has remained in the library, perusing the ancient texts left by the Yuling sect. Oh, let her do as she wishes. If Huan Shuzi leads the Qingyuan sect to defect to the demonic path, she will find herself at odds with Ling Shaojinren and Nan Xianji. She too may wish to retreat into the library to cultivate in seclusion. Li Xianxian was silent for a long time before speaking. You are quite lenient with her. I am equally lenient with Xianxian. Once the matter with Long Yanran is resolved, how about granting you half a year of respite? Humph, it's a deal. Li Xianxian quickly severed the communication talisman. By cutting it off swiftly, the other party had no chance to retract their words. Lan smiled as she stowed away the talisman, gazing up at the distant Wanbao Tower plaque. Clearing her throat, she stepped inside once more. This time, before Qianjizi's arrival. Lan took the initiative to step forward, feigning surprise, and bowed. I did not expect Elder Qianjizi to personally visit a junior like me. It is truly an honor. Qianjizi paused, a smile gracing his features. Do you recognize this old man? My aunt often spoke highly of you. Thus, I naturally recognize you. Haha. I have known Xianxian for several decades. How come I have never heard her mention that she has such a niece? Qianjizi's gaze swept over Bailan's face. His suspicion unabated. My aunt once said that having her serve you was sufficient. She did not wish for me to be dragged into the mire, Bailan said. Switching to a whisper, Qianjizi's smile faded slightly, and he replied coldly, she is quite candid with you, sharing such secret matters. Now that my aunt's whereabouts are unknown, even if I harbor fear in my heart, I must boldly seek your assistance, Elder, to inquire about her fate, Bailan said, cupping her hands. Qianjizi stroked his beard, shaking his head. Her soul lamp has not extinguished. She is naturally still alive. I have employed secret methods to seek her whereabouts, but have been unable to ascertain her direction. Since Li Xianxian had been trapped in the Void Stone in another world, it would be a miracle for Qianjizi to locate her. However, now that Li Xianxian was indeed within the cultivation world, if Qianjizi were to employ his secret arts to follow the soul lamp's guidance to find her, he might just succeed. Yet, this kind of secret technique likely required a hefty price, and Qianjizi must have attempted it many times before, failing each time, which is why he would not easily expend effort again. Bailan lowered her head, her eyes reddening as she choked out, Aunt, where are you? Very well. I share a deep bond with Xianxian, and now that her whereabouts are unknown, since you are her niece, you may stay at the Wanbao Tower for the time being. Bailan's eyes lit up. Thank you, Elder. Seeing that you are so young, yet have attained foundation establishment. Should you hope to break through to core formation in the future, you may consider visiting the Wanbao Tower as a guest elder. I shall also provide you with protection, Qianjizi said with a jovial demeanor. The offer of protection was but a facade. His true intention was likely to feed her the heart-eating goo. After all, in the eyes of a nascent soul cultivator, core formation cultivators were akin to ants, and those below core formation were even lesser ants. However, if he sought a puppet, larger ants would undoubtedly be more useful. Bailan maintained her composure, a grateful smile gracing her lips. Thank you, Elder. I shall remember this. Once the nascent soul elder had spoken, Bailan not only inherited Li Xianxian's unclaimed salary from before her demise, but also enjoyed treatment within the Wanbao Tower comparable to that of a guest elder. She saved her progress on the spot and casually summoned a steward from the Wanbao Tower, smiling as she handed over a mid-grade spirit stone. Young friend, I have heard that the partner of the chief auctioneer is currently within the Wanbao Tower. The chi refining steward was startled by the mid-grade spirit stone, joyfully accepting it and immediately opening up the conversation. Elder, you jest, they are not quite partners yet. What you may not know is that our steward Hong, in truth, is the granddaughter of the nascent soul elder Qianjizi. Hongru. Bailan nodded. Oh, and what of Long Outyin? The steward scoffed. He has already suffered severe injuries to his meridians, reduced to a cripple. Even if he can be cured in the future, it will be difficult for him to advance to core formation. Such a destined failure. Hong's steward may play with him, but how could she truly consider him as a partner? Classic, simply timeless. Wherever Long Outyin goes, he is invariably subjected to humiliation. What are you all discussing? A woman's voice, laced with ire, emanated from behind the two. Bailan turned around, and, upon catching sight of the stunning woman clad in red, instantly recognized her identity. Hong Ru, a member of Long Outyin's harem. Whenever Long Outyin faces disgrace, irrespective of his presence, his influential and beautiful concubines rise to his defense, vehemently denouncing those who dare to cast stones at him. Go to the steward's hall, collect this month's spirit stones, and then vacate the Wanbao Tower. Hongru coldly instructed the attendant. The attendant, unfazed, had just received a medium-grade spirit stone, sufficient to cover months of salary. In the next moment, Bailan accessed the records. After merely inquiring about Long Outyin's residence, she followed the direction indicated by the attendant. After scanning the area with her spiritual sense, she pinpointed Long Outyin's chamber and knocked on the door. Open up, we are searching for an assassin in Wanbao Tower. Inside, Long Outyin, nursing his injuries, frowned upon hearing the voice and opened the door. The impatient Long Outyin was met with Bailan's smiling visage. You. Long Outyin stammered, what brings you to Wanbao Tower? The safety of Hongyan City was compromised, and Wanbao Tower was no longer secure. His immediate thought was to leave at once. No, that was not entirely true. He also had Hong Ru, who was backed by a formidable nascent soul expert. Just as Long Outyin bolstered his confidence, Bailan chirped, Young Long, you wouldn't want Hong Ru to discover the multitude of captivating companions you've had, would you? Although the halo of a fated individual might compel these female cultivators to share a husband, and the aura of a fated woman might lead male cultivators to share their affections. Such scenarios typically unfold only in the finale when the fated one is at the zenith of power. Presently, Long Outyin was still quite apprehensive about displeasing Hong Ru and losing her affection. Chapter 311. The The worm in the storage bag. The Gather Peak pill recipe in your storage bag is quite a treasure. I wonder, if I were to divulge the contents of your storage bag to Senior Qianji, how would he respond? Bai Lan's gaze shifted to Long Outyan's storage bag as she spoke telepathically with a grin. Long Outyan's expression shifted. You? How do you know what's in my storage bag? Is she a worm within my storage bag? How could she possibly know its contents? More crucially, they were in Wanbao Tower, where Qianji was currently present. If he were to whimsically come and eavesdrop on their conversation, Bai Lan would be unconcerned. But his secrets would be laid bare. Whether to spend over 1 million spirit stones to acquire the Gather Peak pill recipe from you, a mere Qi refinement junior, or to kill and seize it, it's needless for me to say which is easier. Long Outyan, filled with anxiety, could only glare at Bai Lan, transmitting. Even if Qianji remains unaware, you will still seize that recipe from me, won't you? If that is the case, I might as well offer it willingly. I only ask that Senior Qianji eliminates you, this calamity, and I seek nothing else. Oh, then I can only inform Senior Qianji that within your sea of consciousness resides the remnant soul of a transformation stage expert, still in slumber. I trust he possesses the means to extract that fragment of spirit from your sea of consciousness for his own use, Bai Lan replied with a smile. What do you say? The transformation stage elder was Long Outyan's sole trump card at present, albeit still on cooldown. Long Outyan's teeth clenched audibly. His blood-red gaze fixed on Bai Lan. Why do you wish to harm me? At least when we were both mortals, we had an engagement. Though we are not husband and wife, surely you jest? Are you joking? Even as a mere mortal, you sought to annihilate my family. Bai Lan frowned, interrupting Long Outyan, and extended her hand. You know my purpose well. 3, 2. Long Outyan inhaled deeply, and before the countdown concluded, he yanked off the storage bag from his waist and tossed it to Bai Lan. One day, you shall regret this. Just as Bai Lan anticipated. With Hong Ru as a powerful and lovely backing, Long Outyan's storage bag had become replenished to heal Long Outyan's injured meridians. Hong Ru had clandestinely provided him with numerous beneficial herbs and treasures, significantly increasing his spirit stones to her benefit. Yet, the ease with which Long Outyan relinquished his storage bag gave Bai Lan the impression that she had not yet fully plundered it. Scanning Long Outyan thoroughly with her spiritual sense, she confirmed there were no other storage bags in his possession. Casually tossing the storage bag into the void stone, Bai Lan circled around Long Outyan, her brows slowly knitting together. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Having been robbed by her numerous times, Long Outyan should have learned his lesson. From a different perspective, it would be safer to seek a hidden cave than to carry all one's possessions at all times. For Long Outyan, the likelihood of a cave being discovered was significantly lower than encountering Bai Lan, the plundering maniac. This lad certainly had a cave hidden outside. Casting a glance at Long Outyan, who was seething with rage yet too terrified to speak, Bai Lan saved her progress on the spot and turned to leave. Based on her understanding of the fate of the fated one, Long Outyan's cave would most likely be located atop a spirit vein. Currently, there were 5 known unclaimed spirit veins on Wuyan continent, 2 of which were medium-sized and 3 small. She promptly sent a sound transmission talisman to Gongsun Lian, Wan Yin, and the 5th Yin, relaying the locations of the 3 small spirit veins and instructing them to investigate. If Long Outyan had a cave, Bai Lan would rejoice. If not, she could personally explore the remaining 2 medium-sized spirit veins, ensuring she would undoubtedly find Long Outyan's hidden abode. These spirit veins were scattered across Wuyan continent, and if they were to serve as the foundation for the spirit manipulation sect, clustering them together would yield better results. Conveniently, she could relocate them all into the Void Stone, establishing the spirit manipulation sect within it. When the sect needed to manifest in the realm of cultivation, it could appear instantaneously. Conversely, when the sect was unoccupied, it could rest undisturbed within the Void Stone. After all, she could control the positioning of entry into the Void Stone, and at that time, she merely needed to devise a formation to block divine sense probing around it, temporarily convincing them that this was a mobile cave realm. This would not only prevent sudden extermination of her sect, but also ensure that everything within the Void Stone remained under her control, devoid of unforeseen changes. Furthermore, the absence of heavenly tribulation within the Void Stone meant that once cultivators reached a sufficient level, they could directly break through without the risk of death. After all, within the Void Stone, she was the embodiment of the heavenly path. Bai Lan swiftly received replies from the 3 sound transmission talismans she sent. Luan Yin and the 5th Yin succinctly confirmed with a yes, while Gongsun Lian bombarded her with a flurry of messages upon receiving Bai Lan's transmission. This witch from the Demon Palace can't stay here for another moment. Is he Gue truly a nascent soul old demon? Is he genuinely a late-stage nascent soul cultivator? Really? He must have been bewitched by Bai Ling, utterly foolish. Bai Lan, reclining leisurely on her flying sword and ambling towards Xianxia sect. Listened to Gongsun Lian's complaints and merely smiled faintly, entirely unperturbed by the situation. As a favored disciple of the esteemed Xianxia and Yunxia true monarchs, it was only fitting for me to pay my respects to these two elders before my departure. Chapter 312. A pillow for the spirit-taming sect amidst a drowsy atmosphere. A conflict erupted between a Golden Core elder and Bai Ling, leading to the ruthless assault by Higuei, who indiscriminately inflicted severe injuries upon her. Severing her arm for the sake of a mere Bai Ling, an insignificant mortal, was he not out of his mind? Gongsun Lian was profoundly shocked by this turn of events. Please elaborate on the situation, Bai Lan requested, slowly rising. Bai Ling insisted on exploring a hidden realm without the company of the old devil Higuei, who then sent a Golden Core cultivator to accompany her, deliberately selecting a female cultivator while avoiding male ones. However, this Golden Core female cultivator seemed to harbor long-standing grievances against Bai Ling, neglecting her entirely and uttering numerous unkind remarks, which inevitably led to Bai Ling filing a complaint upon her return. Bai Lan chuckled softly, noting that Higuei's actions had indeed won Bai Ling's favor, but had simultaneously alienated a significant portion of the demonic sect's cultivators. Particularly, those of the demonic path placed great emphasis on their own interests. Their loyalty to the demonic palace was already tenuous, and Higuei's behavior had further eroded that loyalty. Nonetheless, given Higuei's formidable cultivation in the late nascent soul stage, even if discontent brewed among the Golden Core cultivators, none would dare voice their grievances openly. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Lan inquired, "What is the name of that Golden Core elder?" "I believe she is known as the real person Hongxiao," came the response. So she belongs to the notorious demonic harem of Long Outyin. Do you have any confidence in turning her allegiance? Gongsun Lian paused for a moment before shaking her head. It is difficult to say. The demonic palace is vast and powerful, with a god transformation ancestor at the helm and numerous nascent soul cultivators below. Even if Hongxiao harbors dissatisfaction, persuading her to switch sides would be quite a challenge. No matter, Bai Lan replied. Merely inform her that if she is willing to abandon the darkness for the light and join our spirit-taming sect, our god transformation ancestor will not only bestow upon her a technique that will restore her severed arm, but will also grant her a gathering pinnacle pill upon reaching the late Golden Core stage. What? A technique for restoring a severed arm? And a gathering pinnacle pill? Gongsun Lian exclaimed in astonishment, her resolve firming. I want one too. Although Bai Lan was uncertain what purpose the gathering pinnacle pill would serve for a ghost cultivator like Gongsun Lian, she was adept at weaving enticing promises. Bai Lan smiled gently. Lianer, as my trusted aide, you shall not be deprived of what others possess. Gongsun Lian chuckled softly at this, her tone turning tender. I never expected that merely a few months had passed, and my master has achieved so much. Even acquiring the gathering pinnacle pill that the old fox Xianxiaaudiobooks failed to obtain. Truly commendable. You need only convey to Hongxiao that the old devil Yunyang is infatuated with Bai Ling, as is Higuei. She has already lost her standing in the demonic palace. And if she does not extricate herself in time, she will surely fall victim to Bai Ling's whispers, leading to her demise. Delaying would be a path to ruin. Bai Lan stated solemnly. Understood, understood. You, a righteous cultivator, are surprisingly adept at such matters, Gongsun Lian remarked with a tone of admiration. I shall now impart the first 3 layers of the breath of life technique to you. Once cultivated to the 3rd layer, it will enable the rebirth of a severed limb and grant a powerful wood-based divine ability. Listen closely. Gongsun Lian's spirit lifted as she quickly retrieved a blank jade slip, commencing to inscribe the technique as dictated by Bai Lan. After a brief period, she acquired the first 3 layers of the technique, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Fascinating. Such an intricate technique. If I were a human cultivator, it would not be out of the question to sever an arm to practice this secret art. Bai Lan facepalmed, knowing full well that someone as ruthless as Gongsun Lian would rather harm herself than forego the pursuit of power. Regrettably, you are currently a ghost cultivator. This technique is beyond your grasp. My master truly lacks romantic sensibilities, she retorted. Yet, if this technique were combined with the corpse refining methods of the corpse refining sect, perhaps it would allow the creation of puppets capable of regrowing severed limbs, enhancing combat prowess when manipulated by ghost cultivators. Bai Lan added thoughtfully. Gongsun Lian's previously despondent demeanor brightened at this prospect. I retract my earlier statement. My master is indeed omnipotent. I am in awe. With that, Gongsun Lian cheerfully severed the communication talisman, stood up, lifted the soundproof barrier before her, and made her way toward the cave abode of real person Hongxiao. Meanwhile, within the cave of real person Hongxiao, Danju, once a disciple of the Hehuan sect, looked at the pale-faced Hongxiao seated on the meditation cushion, tears streaming down her face. Master, How could the Grand Elder be so unreasonable, injuring you so severely over a mere Bai Ling? Real person Hong Xiao took a deep breath. I did not anticipate that He Gui would truly resort to violence against me for Bai Ling's sake. Not only did he attack, but he also severed my arm. All because she spoke ill of Bai Ling. Should this news spread, she would become the laughingstock of the cultivation world. My efforts to safely escort Bai Ling out of that hidden realm were already a display of great compassion. Trembling with anger, yet feeling powerless, real person Hong Xiao lamented the situation. The assailant was a formidable nascent soul cultivator. That strike had merely cost her an arm, and she was expected to be grateful. Master, Bai Ling is but a mortal, emboldened solely by her connection to the old devil He Gui. I shall take vengeance for you, Dan Zhu declared passionately. Hearing this, Hong Xiao almost laughed. You wish to kill Bai Ling? Dan Zhu nodded resolutely. Keeping her alive is a disaster. Huh. He Gui has long since placed numerous restrictions on Bai Ling. His soul imprint is marked on her back. Not only would you fail to kill her, but He Gui would sense your approach within 100 meters. If it were not for this, I would have acted first, Hong Xiao replied. Dan Zhu, deflated, fell silent. At this juncture, there was nothing to be done. Real person Hong Xiao sighed softly. She had once believed that demonic cultivators were unbound and could act freely after embracing the demonic path, but it was a grave misconception. It was always those with greater cultivation above them who acted at will, while the weak remained at the mercy of the strong. For demonic cultivators, even a bad mood could serve as justification for murder. Master, why not seek the assistance of old ancestor Yunyang? We are all disciples of the Hehuan sect. The ancestor would not turn a blind eye. Dan Zhu urged eagerly. Real person Hong Xiao closed her eyes and shook her head. You do not understand. Old ancestor Yunyang is, in fact, as infatuated with Bai Ling as He Gui. Dan Zhu looked perplexed. What is wrong with old ancestor Yunyang? It is nothing, Hong Xiao replied, gazing at her still immature disciple, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over her. The future of the demonic palace appeared bleak. Master, what shall we do about your arm? Dan Zhu inquired, glancing at Hong Xiao's empty sleeve, unsure of how to proceed. It is of no concern. I am, after all, a golden core cultivator. I will venture out tomorrow to hone my skills and seek treasures that can restore my severed limb. You need not worry. But master, you are still gravely injured. Having lost an arm, it is too dangerous to venture out. Dan Zhu frowned, expressing her disapproval. Just then, a voice echoed from outside the cave. I am Bai Lian, a steward of the demonic palace. I have come to discuss a matter of great importance. Hong Xiao's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure evident. Upon hearing the name Bai Lian, Dan Zhu's expression soured instantly, infused with a hint of spiritual energy as she retorted angrily. Bai Lian? Aren't you the Foundation establishment steward beside old ancestor He Gui? What brings you here? Are you here to add insult to injury? Gongsun Lian chuckled lightly. Not at all. I happen to possess a technique that can restore severed limbs. I witnessed the unjust severing of your arm in the Grand Hall, and, unable to voice my anger, I have come to offer this technique. Real person Hong Xiao's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened wide. Dan Zhu, invite her in. Chapter 313. The Foremost Power of the Demon Path. Upon hearing the name of Bai Lian, Dan Zhu initially felt a surge of anger. However, upon learning that Bai Lian possessed a technique capable of regrowing severed limbs, her fury dissipated entirely. She stepped forward and performed a spell to unlock the prohibitions surrounding the cave dwelling. Gongsun Lian observed as a narrow opening in the array's barrier gradually revealed itself. A faint smile gracing her lips as she entered with measured steps. Bai Lian, you are a confidant of the esteemed ghost, and should act according to the wishes of our ancestor. Yet, now that the ancestor is displeased with me, you come to my aid. Does this not contradict our ancestor's intentions? Do you wish to betray our ancestor? The real person in red silk spoke coolly. Gongsun Lian chuckled softly, shaking her head in resignation. Senior Hong Xiao, why not venture a bolder guess? What does it matter if I were to betray the ancestor? Perhaps my master's true intention is to replace the demon palace as the foremost power of the demon path. Real person Hong Xiao's expression shifted abruptly, astonishment etching her features. She had assumed Bai Lian's desires were trivial, only to discover that she was indeed inciting rebellion. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Hong Xiao's voice deepened. Are you aware that the esteemed Qi Yu of the Demon Palace has but a short time left to live? Gongsun Lian replied with a light laugh. I have been tasked by my master to infiltrate the Demon Palace, and I have learned that Qi Yu's lifespan is no more than a decade. As he nears his end, he will surely disregard all else in a bid to ascend. Hong Xiao scrutinized Gongsun Lian for a prolonged moment. Is this information truly accessible to a mere Foundation establishment steward? After a lengthy silence, Hong Xiao remained unmoved. What if Qi Yu successfully ascends? Even with complete preparation, the tribulation of ascension is fraught with peril. Should my master intervene, the difficulty would be compounded immensely. Hongxiao rose, her gaze sharp. Your master? My master is the head of the spirit-taming sect. Hongxiao's brow furrowed deeper. What obscure sect is this? I have never heard of it. Oh. It is entirely understandable that you have not, for the spirit-taming sect resides within a hidden realm, perpetually shunning the world. After all, even formidable beings in the god transformation stage wish to remain concealed. It is exceedingly difficult for even nascent soul cultivators to uncover any trace. Little did Hongxiao know. It was her first encounter with such a sect. Her expression grew complex. However, establishing a sect within a concealed cave is indeed a feat only achievable by those in the god transformation stage. The sect leader has promised that should Senior Hongxiao join the spirit-taming sect, she would not only impart the technique for regrowing severed limbs, but would also bestow upon her a gathering pinnacle pill once she reaches the consummate stage of the core formation. The gathering pinnacle pill? Hongxiao was taken aback by such a grand offer, yet recognized that the more extravagant the promise, the more challenging it would be to fulfill. And it could very well be a mere illusion. She believed only two parts of Bai Lian's claims. Setting aside the rarity of the gathering pinnacle pill, which even many nascent soul elders lack, the existence of ethereal god transformation practitioners is difficult to believe without first-hand experience. Gongsun Lian, growing weary of sweet talk yielding no fruit, clicked her tongue in a mocking tone. The most crucial point is that Senior Hongxiao has offended Bai Ling. Who is she? The beloved of the esteemed ghost, the cherished of the elder Yunyang. Should she take it upon herself to whisper in the ear of her beloved, your life? Oh my. Gongsun Lian feigned a deep sigh of sympathy. It might be difficult to ensure your safety. Real person Hongxiao's complexion paled, her ire rising, and her thoughts became a whirlwind. The scene of her severed limb would haunt her eternally. Here she was, a dignified core formation cultivator, forced to publicly apologize to a mere mortal. No sane individual would believe that a mortal could influence the thoughts of a nascent soul cultivator. Those are nascent soul cultivators, figures of ancestral stature in any force. With a millennium of cultivation, their mere gestures can shake mountains and seas, existing as deities in the eyes of mortals. Each one is a cunning fox. And barring extraordinary opportunities such as ascension, it is nearly impossible to sway a nascent soul cultivator's resolve. Hongxiao had once thought so, but she was mistaken. The ghost would repeatedly compromise his principles for Bai Ling, even seizing his own son's wife, subsequently ordering Lan Ning into seclusion. The mortal tribulation had indeed been traversed by Bai. Hongxiao dares to believe that when the forces of righteousness and evil clash in the future, the two deranged nascent souls, the ghost and Yunyang, would commit astonishing acts for Bai Ling's sake. As her anger simmered, she thought bitterly that were it not for her inadequate strength, she would wish to send both the ghost and Yunyang, along with Bai Ling, on their way. Gongsun Lian chuckled lightly and stepped forward to take Danju's hand, gently patting it. Setting aside all else, the hidden realm where the spirit-taming sect resides is extraordinarily secure. If you retreat there for 100 or 80 years, no one will find you. Danju shivered at this gesture, quickly retreating behind real person Hongxiao, clutching herself tightly. Gongsun Lian had personally experienced the security of the hidden realm within Bai Lan. As a ghost cultivator, she had brazenly escaped from the Cliff of Reflection and resided within the Qingyuan sect for over half a month without being detected by the nascent soul elder, not even raising a hint of suspicion at the protective array. While life within the Void Stone may be dull, its safety was beyond reproach. There is no rush. You may take a few days to ponder this, real person, Gongsun Lian concluded, placing a jade slip containing the first layer of the breathing technique upon the stone table before her. Consider this first layer of the technique as a token of apology for today's intrusion, as the third layer of the breathing technique is required to regrow a limb. Her offering of only the first layer was clearly a bait. After speaking, Gongsun Lian leaned closer to examine Danju, and under her wary gaze, pressed a vial of pills into her palm. You are indeed a striking beauty. Accept this as a token of our meeting. Danju touched her face, utterly bewildered. The two watched Gongsun Lian float away, their hearts in a tumultuous state. Chapter 314, Fleeing for Life. Real person Hongxiao first perused the first layer of the breathing technique. The more she learned about it, the less loyalty she felt towards the demon palace. The technique Gongsun Lian provided was indeed genuine. Not only could it regrow a limb, but it would also grant that arm a wood-based divine ability. If she could truly cultivate this technique, the severed limb would no longer be a weakness in battle, but rather a trump card. Meanwhile, upon opening the vial handed to her by Gongsun Lian, Danju's expression froze. Inside was a revitalizing pill. Master, is this truly the sort of thing a mere foundation establishment steward of the demon palace could possess? Danju closed the vial, her expression filled with doubt. Real person Hongxiao set down the technique she had been studying and shook her head. The individual behind her is certainly not simple. Master, do you truly wish to join this so-called spirit-taming sect? Danju glanced down at the revitalizing pill in her hand and murmured, upon reflection, if the spirit-taming sect did not have those two nascent soul elders madly in love with Bai Ling, I feel, well, in any case, Danju will heed Master's wishes. Hongxiao closed her eyes momentarily. There is no rush, the world is vast, and we can go wherever we please. Joining the spirit-taming sect is not a necessity. Danju chuckled. It seems Master is contemplating leaving the Demon Palace. Naturally, in the Demon Palace, those who align with Bai Ling thrive, while those who oppose her meet their demise. The likes of the ghost, who cannot discern right from wrong, and the irrational elder Yunyang, leave only a path of death for those who remain. Just as Gongsun Lian departed, she turned to seek out Bai Ling, who was lost in thought in the back garden of the Demon Palace. The words Bai Lan had her convey to Hongxiao might have served to intimidate her. But she was different. She could transform those words into reality. Gongsun Lian meticulously organized her thoughts and prepared her words before striding forward, bowing respectfully, and, under Bai Ling's puzzled gaze, speaking in a hushed tone, Miss Bai, the Red Silk Master has sent word through her subordinates, stating that Gongsun Lian appeared quite troubled midway through her remarks. Bai Ling furrowed her brows. What did she say? She claimed that one day, she would personally slay you. This little wretch. If it weren't for you, her circumstances would not be so dire. She also mentioned that you are merely a harbinger of disaster. Gongsun Lian spoke softly, then reassured Bai Ling with several comforting words. There is no need for you to worry, Miss Bai. With the ancestor present, she would not dare to harm you. Bai Ling suddenly rose, a cold sweat breaking out on her back. She actually wishes to kill me? I never anticipated that he would be so ruthless towards her. I merely wished to prevent her from looking down on me. She has incessantly called me a worthless servant, yet I am not. They forced my hand. Gongsun Lian sighed lightly, patting Bai Ling's shoulder, speaking gently. Do not blame yourself, Miss Bai. You are in no wrong. The fault lies solely with them, who bully the weak. I have been by your side every day, and I know well what kind of person you are. Bai Ling's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she grasped Gongsun Lian's hand. Lian, thank you. You are my only true friend in the Demon Palace. Since Gongsun Lian discerned the terrifying depths of Bai Ling's character, she adjusted her strategy, gradually coming to understand Bai Lan. If one cannot defeat them, one must join them. Gongsun Lian chuckled softly, returning Bai Ling's grip. I feel an instant kinship with you, Miss Bai, and with our surnames being the same. It seems we are indeed fated to meet. I am more than willing to assist you. I had thought all practitioners of the demonic path were malevolent. Yet I did not expect there to be good souls like you and him among them. Bai Ling smiled, though her expression turned somewhat melancholic. Gongsun Lian stifled a laugh, recognizing that Bai Ling was lost in thought about someone. Another good person who left a profound impression on Bai Ling from the demonic path must be her esteemed colleague. What is on your mind, Miss Bai? Gongsun Lian inquired playfully. Bai Ling shook her head repeatedly. Nothing. I am not thinking of anything. Ever since her former brothers and close ones were captured and humiliated before her by Higuei, Bai Ling refrained from mentioning her past relationships in his presence. She had previously lamented that Xiao Tian had not left her a communication talisman, but now it seemed to have been a blessing in disguise. Thankfully, Brother Qiu did not leave his talisman with me. Otherwise, Higuei would have certainly deceived him into coming here. Miss Bai, you cannot continue like this. An open attack is easily evaded, but a hidden strike is much harder to defend against. To prevent that red silk from taking action in the shadows, why not take the initiative first? Gongsun Lian suggested cautiously. Bai Ling took a deep breath, nodding resolutely. You are right. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Since she wishes to kill me, she must pay the price. Gongsun Lian chuckled, nodding in agreement. Yet, I am but a mere mortal. What can I do? The ancestor favors you so greatly. How could he not assist you? If all else fails, you might also seek out Ancestor Yunyang. Gongsun Lian fervently offered her advice. However, Bai Ling remained hesitant. The attendants who have served the ancestor for decades mentioned they had never seen him smile so tenderly at anyone. A venerable nascent soul ancestor would deign to cook for you, even daring to venture into perilous lands in search of a means for rebirth for your sake. Gongsun Lian coaxed. Bai Ling lowered her head, biting her lip in silence. Perhaps Miss Bai does not know, but we attendants have all observed that the ancestor truly cares for you, cherishes you, and loves you. Gongsun Lian noticed a slight softening in Bai Ling's expression and continued with a smile. Whatever request you make, the ancestor will surely grant it. Bai Ling was momentarily taken aback, a complex expression flashing in her eyes before she shook her head. No, I do not wish to seek him out. I loathe him. He took a ning from my side and robbed me of my right to see my master. Does Linger truly dislike this seat so much? Higuei's voice suddenly rang out from behind the two. Bai Ling's complexion paled, and she bowed her head in silence. Gongsun Lian's eyes sparkled with mischief as she performed a bow, exchanging glances with several attendants nearby, all of whom quietly withdrew. The next day, the impetuous Red Silk personally knocked on Gongsun Lian's door. I have agreed to your request. Now at once, take me to meet the head of the Spirit Master sect. Red Silk's face was ashen, and behind her trailed Dan Zhu and several disciples of her own. Gongsun Lian was taken aback and rose. Why is the master in such a hurry? I have just received word that Bai Ling said something to Higuei yesterday, and that old wretch has indeed promised to kill me on her behalf. How infuriating, truly infuriating. Red Silk gritted her teeth. The ancestor intends to kill her. How could a mere core formation cultivator survive? I never anticipated that Higuei would attach such importance to Bai Ling that he would seek to eliminate a core formation elder for her sake. Gongsun Lian was astounded. How could this be? Good heavens. Quick. If those two finish their tumultuous encounter, we will be caught in the crossfire. Red Silk was now extremely anxious. Gongsun Lian nodded repeatedly. Coincidentally, the sect master is currently within the Inwind Gorge. Master, please follow me. With the sect master present, you will certainly be kept safe. Gongsun Lian had anticipated this day. She had accepted a task from the Demon Palace to gather spiritual herbs, perfectly coinciding with the outing scheduled for today. All she needed to do was lead Red Silk before Bailan, and that woman would surely have a way to bring her under her wing. The group hurriedly made their way towards the Inwind Gorge. Meanwhile, within the secret realm of the Inwind Gorge, Bailan was collaborating with Li Xuanxian and Di Wuyin, utilizing the mountain suppression flag to transport the remains of the Spirit Master sect into the Void Stone. Chapter 315. Red Silk has escaped. The Spirit Master sect ruins appeared desolate, yet the true treasures were hidden within the Grand Hall by the Old Turtle. Although the Spirit Master sect had been annihilated, the library remained intact. Within the sect were countless techniques, spells, medicinal recipes, and formations, all of which had been lost for a millennium since the sect's demise. Thus, the overlap between these techniques and what Bailan had learned was minimal. The compatibility of low-tier methods with Bailan's knowledge was merely 5%. Directly delegating the task of transporting the mountain gate to Li Xuanxian and Di Wuyin, Bailan immersed herself in the library. She began the process of archiving and studying techniques, akin to a repetitive ritual. In the day-to-day study of these methods, for Li Xuanxian and Di Wuyin, it was as if Bailan had only spent a single day in the library. Yet for Bailan, it felt as though several years had passed in the blink of an eye. Cultivators in seclusion must cast aside all worldly distractions and cannot interrupt or force themselves out prematurely. Under such conditions, a practitioner can swiftly achieve a state of unity with the heavens and earth, making the study of techniques exponentially more effective. Thus, from the moment she entered the library's archive, she entered a state of seclusion. After countless repetitions of archiving within the library, her physical form remained unchanged. Yet her spirit felt weary. However, as her cultivation advanced, her spirit grew increasingly resilient, even after tens of thousands of repetitions in place. Her mindset remained as tranquil as an ancient well. The good news is that there are 3 volumes of heavenly tier techniques within the Spirit Master sect's library: the Sunfall Absolute Flame Technique, the 9-turn Wandering Spear Technique, and the Broad I'm Marvelous Method Heart Sutra. The bad news is that she had already acquired 2 of them. The Sunfall Absolute Flame Technique and the 9-turn Wandering Spear Technique were transmitted to her by the Old Turtle and her temporary master, the esteemed Xiling. The remaining Jade Slip contained a volume of heavenly tier secret arts, the Broad I'm Marvelous Method Heart Sutra, but it was merely a fragment. This Heart Sutra was rooted in Buddhist and Taoist practices. Only those with formidable consciousness could cultivate this technique. Although Bailan possessed only the first layer, even the first layer of the Broad I'm Marvelous Method Heart Sutra endowed her with 2 abilities: to intimidate malevolent beings and to see through illusions. Bailan had long cherished the practice of applying the Wuxiang technique to her eyes, causing her gaze to emanate a brilliant golden light. With a sweeping glance, she could vanquish a multitude of malevolent spirits, leaving those who practiced dark arts momentarily blinded. The Guangmu Miao Fa Heart Sutra had, to a certain extent, enhanced this remarkable ability. As a fleeting thought crossed Bailan's mind, she paused, saving her progress in place, and then soared out of the Grand Hall. She seized Li Xuanxian, who was manipulating the mountain suppression flag nearby, and handed her a disguise pill. Xuanxian, Bailan began, I recalled our first encounter in my dream. You transformed into an elderly figure. If possible, could you do so once more for my viewing? Li Xuanxian, busy with her tasks, glanced at the pill in Bailan's hand and replied languidly, You truly are something. With a resigned shake of her head, Li Xuanxian accepted the disguise pill and swallowed it, transforming into the visage of a shrewd, old man. Bailan nodded slightly and closed her eyes. When she reopened them, a crimson glow flickered within. Under the influence of the Guangmu Miao Fa Heart Sutra, Li Xuanxian, having consumed the disguise pill and assumed the appearance of an elder, inadvertently shed her disguise before Bailan, revealing her true form. Moreover, Bailan could discern a faint aura of dark energy emanating from her. Could this be the malevolent energy that clings to cultivators, or perhaps the karmic impurities spoken of by the Buddhist practitioners? Indeed. Bailan's expression brightened with a knowing smile as she nodded in approval. Then, she cast her gaze downward, observing the dense black cloud of malevolent energy that enveloped her, nearly overwhelming her entirely. As a foundational cultivator, the malevolent energy surrounding her surpassed that of many who had achieved the core formation stage. Surely, this was the work of the heavenly Tao. After a brief moment of silence, Bailan withdrew her divine powers and reverted to her previous state. In the realm of cultivation, who among them was untainted by blood? Yet, she pondered the utility of this malevolent energy. Surely, the thunder tribulation would not strike based on its density alone. All done, Li Xuanxian proclaimed. Having gathered everything from the ruins of the Spirit Master sect into the Void Stone, she exhaled deeply as she approached Bailan, saying, "Look, it's all clean. Just as you said, not a single blade of grass remains." Well done, Bailan acknowledged with a slight nod, surveying the now desolate secret realm, devoid of any remnants of life. Countless individuals had ventured into this secret realm for trials over the centuries, and many had succeeded in overcoming the 3 trials prior to the Grand Hall, including the esteemed Xianxiadrama. Yet, she had only acquired a volume of celestial-level spear techniques from the Spirit Master sect's library, missing out on the sect's true inheritance, because she was not the destined daughter. Old Turtle had not emerged from his seclusion at any other time, but fortuitously chose to do so when Bai Ling stumbled into this secret realm. Fortunately, she was well prepared and did not miss this opportunity. Meanwhile, within the Demon Palace, Higuei was entangled in affectionate exchanges with Bai Ling Linger. "I have splendid news for you." Bai Ling, her eyes reddened, looked up at Higuei. "Your esteemed master, the foremost swordsman of the Qingyuan sect in the core formation stage, Xianxiadrama, has perished at the hands of the demonic cultivators." Higuei's gaze remained fixed on Bai Ling, searching for any flicker of emotion on her face. As expected, Bai Ling's expression shifted to one of disbelief upon hearing this news, her head shaking repeatedly. "No, it's impossible. You're lying to me." "When have I ever lied to you?" Higuei scoffed coldly. "A mere core formation cultivator is no more than an ant. Claiming to be the foremost swordsman of the core formation stage, it's nothing but a farce." Bai Ling's complexion turned ashen, her mind buzzing as a trickle of blood escaped her lips, tears streaming down like pearls. "No, Master. Master is so powerful. Master has the protection of our ancestors. How could he fall? No, I want to believe it." Bai Ling murmured, her clarity slipping away. Seeing her in such distress, Higuei's demeanor shifted momentarily, a flicker of concern flashing in his eyes as he reached out to support Bai Ling, only to be forcefully pushed away. "I don't want to see you again. Leave, leave." Bai Ling cried out in anguish, her resolve unwavering. Higuei's gaze hardened, and just as he prepared to seize Bai Ling's wrist, a commanding voice from outside the hall interrupted his intentions. "Elder, Xianxiadrama has escaped the Demon Palace and is now missing." The news was delivered by a foundational elder named Bai Lian, who had discovered this information while on an expedition. She had been unable to keep up with Xianxiao and, forced into a corner, reported the matter through sound transmission. Chapter 316. Is Suiyin injured? Xianxiao has left? Her intelligence is indeed sharp. Yet she remains oblivious to who the traitor within the inner palace is. Higuei fumed, sweeping his sleeve as he transformed into a wisp of black smoke. Swiftly departing the Demon Palace, Bai Ling stood frozen, watching Higuei's retreating figure, her mind filled with images of Xianxiadrama, her heart aching with each pulse. For reasons unknown, deep within Bai Ling's subconscious, she believed that Xianxiadrama could not die. Yet now meanwhile, a group escaping the inner sanctum of the Demon Palace, including Xianxiao and her companions, raced toward the direction of the Inwind Gorge. "Bai Lian, what means does the master of the Spirit Master sect possess to ensure our safety?" That Higuei is a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, the foremost under the Demon Dao's Scarlet Moon ancestor. Xianxiao questioned, seeking reassurance. Bai Lian nodded repeatedly. "Do not worry. The sect master has inherited the true teachings of our ancestors. While he may not match Higuei in combat prowess, he can still protect a few of us." Only then did Xianxiao nod slightly, though her heart was a tumultuous storm. In this dire moment, remaining within the Demon Palace was a certain death, yet escaping also seemed a perilous path. Confronting a nascent soul cultivator would likely lead to her demise at Higuei's hands. It was better to take a gamble and place her hopes on the sect master. In her mind, an image of a steady, resourceful nascent soul sect master began to take root. However, as Bai Lian led her to the Wind Gorge, and they fought against monsters and beasts along the way. When they finally stood before the so-called sect master, Hongxiao witnessed Bai Lian step forward first, bowing respectfully to the foundational female cultivator before joyfully exclaiming, "Master." Hongxiao felt her world beginning to crumble. "Bai Lian, the master of the spirit master sect you speak of, is this person?" she stammered, pointing at Bai Lian. Rarely did she tremble, except when faced with the specter of death. Bai Lian offered a slight smile. "Indeed. You." Hongxiao inhaled deeply, closing her eyes, and then self-deprecatingly smiled. "A lifetime of wisdom leads to a moment of folly. In such a critical moment, I foolishly sought out a desperate remedy, believing your empty words." The disparity between a foundational cultivator and a nascent soul was akin to an ant shaking a great tree. The outcome was already determined. Her fate was sealed. "Hongxiao, I warned you earlier, the demon palace is no place for one to linger," Bai Lian sighed, shaking her head. Bai Lian had once leveraged the full force of Wang Suzi's nascent soul strike to save Zhenren He Gu from the Golden Chi sect. Among the 3 core formation cultivators sent by the demon Dao to hunt He Gu was Hongxiao. Knowing she was part of the dragon Ao Tian's harem, Bai Lian had even attempted to enlighten her, though her words fell on deaf ears. Realizing her imminent demise, Hongxiao's expression gradually calmed. Ignoring Bai Lian, she turned to her side, addressing Dan Zhu and the other Qi refinement disciples. "You all should leave. He Gue believes Bai Ling's slander and intends to kill me. If you escape now, there may still be a glimmer of hope. He does not know you are my disciples." Tears flooded Dan Zhu's eyes. "Master, I won't leave." Apart from Dan Zhu, several disciples in the Qi refining stage hesitated for a moment. 2 of them turned to flee, while the remaining 2 chose to stay behind. Resigning themselves to their fate, Bai Lian fell silent for a brief instant, completely disregarding them, as she held contempt for Foundation establishment cultivators. The Red Silk true person doubted her ability to preserve her own life, and had already succumbed to a mindset of awaiting death. Bai Lian remained wordless. And with a mere flash, she led Li Xuanxian, Gongsun Lian, and the 5th Yin, along with the 2 ghosts, into the Void Stone. In an instant, the figures across from them vanished entirely, startling the Red Silk true person. "Red Silk true person, relinquish a fragment of your divine consciousness and join my spirit manipulation sect, and I shall ensure your survival from the grasp of the He Ghost. Otherwise, you shall have to fend for yourself," echoed Bai Lian's voice in the air. The Red Silk true person extended her divine consciousness, searching frantically, yet she could find no trace of the others. Wait. A flicker of insight flashed in her mind. Recalling Gongsun Lian's earlier words about the spirit manipulation sect's leader possessing a personal secret realm, a work of a god transformation cultivator. Could it be that this female cultivator possessed a personal secret realm? If that were true, perhaps survival from the He Ghost was not impossible. However, surrendering a fragment of her own soul caused her thoughts to spiral into chaos. Before she could come to a definitive decision, Bai Lian's voice reached her once more. "The He Ghost approaches swiftly. You are free to choose your fate, for the spirit manipulation sect operates on democratic principles. Yet, how unfortunate it is that a dignified core formation cultivator would perish here due to a mere mortal. Were I in your position, I would surely be reluctant to embrace death so soon. Alas, if you perish, your direct disciple, Dan Zhu, shall follow you into oblivion. What a pity it would be for such exceptional talent to meet its end here." The Red Silk true person gritted her teeth and summoned a fragment of her divine soul, replying solemnly, "I agree." Whether she extended her neck for the blade or withdrew it, both paths led to death. If given a choice in the manner of her demise, she would prefer to die at Bai Lian's hands rather than fall victim to the caprices of the He Ghost. Bai Lian extended her divine consciousness from within the Void Stone, collecting that fragment of divine soul, her expression brightening with a smile. Emerging from the Void Stone, Bai Lian smiled slightly and raised her hand, conjuring a sphere of purple cloud true fire, accompanied by several wind-calling talismans, hurling them in all directions. Instantly, the heavens and earth were tinged with a shade of purple. The crackling purple cloud true fire spread, leaving behind evidence of the possible presence of the Xianyun true monarch. In the astonished gaze of the Red Silk true person, Bai Lian lifted her hand, drawing everyone into the Void Stone. Their auras dissipated completely from the realm, leaving no trace behind. Simultaneously, the Red Silk true person, now within the Void Stone, opened her eyes and was taken aback. Indeed, it was a personal secret realm. A paradise teeming with rich spiritual veins and heaps of spirit stones, filled with countless treasures of heaven and earth, all meticulously arranged, with various peculiar creatures emerging in abundance. The only oddity was a distant cluster of buildings floating in the sky, divided into sections, which seemed out of place in this orderly paradise. Observing the neatly segmented patches of earth above, adorned with bamboo houses, majestic halls, pavilions, and even dilapidated spirit fields, it appeared as if someone had just moved in. Chaotic and in disarray. Meanwhile, outside the void stone, the he-ghost, having followed closely behind, surveyed the surroundings, and was met with a sea of purple flames. The familiar spiritual fire before him startled the he-ghost momentarily. It was indeed the purple cloud true fire. Had Xianxian been here? Instantly, the he-ghost heightened his vigilance, his anger dissipating somewhat. After carefully sensing the aura surrounding the spiritual fire, a glint of light flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly laughed. Keek keek. Why is this spiritual fire so weak? It does not resemble the work of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, but rather that of a mere foundation establishment novice. Could it be that the woman Xianxian has been injured? What an excellent opportunity this is. Chapter 317. Diligent cultivation. The he-ghost cackled 3 times. Instead of recuperating properly in your Heaven-S Secrets Pavilion, you dare come to snatch my people away? Since you initiated this, do not blame me for being impolite. Upon saying this, the he-ghost squinted his eyes, his divine consciousness sweeping across 1,000 meters to locate the 2 fleeing disciples of the chi refining stage, and then he sneered. No matter what, he had allowed the red silk to escape from his grasp. He had promised Linger to eliminate red silk to ease her mind. Failing to do so naturally displeased him, and seeing the 2 fleeing ants only added to his ire. He raised his hand, conjuring 2 masses of black mist, summoning several 6th-tier ghosts, which swiftly surrounded and devoured the 2 chi refining disciples. The he-ghost grinned wickedly, summoning several transmission talismans from his storage pouch, issuing commands to search for the whereabouts of the Xianxian true monarch before transforming into a cloud of black smoke and vanishing from the scene. Inside the void stone, the red silk true person felt her heart race as she sensed the soul lamps of the 2 chi refining disciples in her storage pouch extinguish. Her expression turned tense. The he-ghost is here. Bailan nodded slightly, remaining seated with her eyes closed, her demeanor calm. Let us not discuss whether the he-ghost could possibly discover an inconspicuous stone devoid of spiritual energy beneath the overwhelming sea of purple cloud true fire. Even if he did find the void stone, he could not instantaneously eliminate her hiding within. As long as the he-ghost was unable to strike her down in an instant, he posed no threat to Bailan. She merely needed to maintain her composure within the void stone and avoid recklessness. Indeed, several hours later, the he-ghost returned to the area, his expression doubtful as he surveyed his surroundings, meticulously scanning with his divine consciousness. After finding nothing, he snorted coldly and vanished once more. Bailan was acutely aware that this cunning old fox, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, was not easily deceived. Thus, she not only refrained from exiting the void stone, but also kept her divine consciousness safely tucked away within. Should she reveal any hint of her presence, she would be crushed by his divine awareness. This time, having entered the void stone, Bailan had no intention of emerging for the foreseeable future. No matter how many times the he-ghost returned in search of her, he would find no trace. Having ventured outside for an extended period, nourished by a steady flow of resources, even with her 5 spiritual roots, she quickly reached a bottleneck at the second layer of the foundation establishment stage. Bailan planned to remain in seclusion within the void stone for several months, diligently cultivating to break through her current level, while also thoroughly studying the recent techniques and divine abilities she had acquired. Suddenly, the system's voice resonated in Bailan's mind. Host. As expected, I, along with xianxiaaudiobooks, have discovered a cave dwelling at the small spiritual vein you mentioned. It is highly likely to belong to Long Outyin. The system's tone was jubilant. Far away, the system and Xianxiaaudiobooks, following Bailan's directions, found the small spiritual vein and indeed uncovered a cave dwelling hidden by Long Outyin. Bailan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wonderful. Quickly break the formation. I wish to see what treasures that rascal has stashed away. Received. The system acknowledged the command. Opening its eyes and gesturing towards xianxiaaudiobooks, go and break the formation. The master wishes to see what good things are inside. Xianxiaaudiobooks felt a surge of black mist around him, shooting a glance at the system. Little thing, it's easy for you to say that. Do you think breaking formations is so simple? Had it not been for the system's ability to predict crises, Xianxiaaudiobooks would not have spoken so politely. After spending several months with the system, Xianxiaaudiobooks had come to realize that Bailan's intention in sending such a fortunate spirit to accompany him was not merely for surveillance, but for another purpose entirely. With this cannon fodder true monarch by his side, as long as he adhered strictly to her directives, he had never encountered danger. Rather, fortuitous encounters seemed to arise continuously. Were it not for the simplicity of the other party's childlike mind, Xianxiaaudiobooks would have suspected him to be a reclusive powerhouse with nascent soul-level consciousness. Upon hearing Wang Yin's words, the system cleared its throat, raised an eyebrow, and shrugged. Is that so? Bailan, during her chi refining stage, shattered such a third-tier formation with but a single strike, albeit after reading the archives hundreds of times. Wang Yin snorted coldly. When I was still a core formation expert, this trifling third-tier array could be broken with a mere palm strike. However, to dismantle this formation now, I must wait for half a month. Wang Yin's tone gradually weakened. The system stroked its chin and smiled, waving a hand dismissively. No need for concern. As a former core formation expert, you may take your time to break the array, and I shall keep watch for you. This array is a third-tier formation, and the one who set it up is either a foundation establishment or a fully realized chi refining cultivator. If the owner of the cave notices the array being tampered with and returns, Wang Yin furrowed his brows, shaking his head disapprovingly. His current cultivation was merely at the chi refining stage, and all his possessions had been confiscated by Bailan. Were it not for being dispatched to collect materials from demon beasts, that woman wouldn't even have given him these few spirit artifacts. The expendable true monarch was utterly powerless, and when he hunted demon beasts, he always stayed 10 meters away to observe. In short, the team's strength was insufficient, and Wang Yin wished to retreat. The system, however, pondered for a moment, and then, amidst Wang Yin's puzzled gaze, transformed into the likeness of Bailan, grinning mischievously. Transmutation technique. Wang Yin exclaimed in shock. He did not expect such a seemingly powerless little being to possess such a miraculous skill. The system stood with its hands clasped behind its back, slightly raising its chin. Do not panic. If Long Outyin sees her face, he will flee faster than a rat. You can rest assured to dismantle the array. Long Outyin. Wang Yin still harbored doubts, but nodded nonetheless. The soul was in their hands. He had no choice but to comply. At least the intelligence provided by the expendable true monarch had not been wrong thus far. Within the void stone, Bailan, having concluded her communication with the system, finally opened her eyes and turned her gaze towards the complexly expressioned Hong Xiao Jinren beside her. Hong Xiao Jinren, it is an honor to meet you. Hong Xiao Jinren's heart skipped a beat. Given the circumstances, she could no longer maintain the air of a core formation cultivator, so she silently nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 318, Great Undertakings. Speaking of which, Sister Yin is also considered your junior sister, isn't she? By some twist of fate, you two can be fellow disciples again. What a joyous occasion. Bailan's gaze turned to the corner where Fifth Yin was hiding, speaking with a cheerful smile. Fifth Yin gritted her teeth and turned around, casting a complex look at Hong Xiao Jinren. After a long pause, she finally managed to utter, Elder Hong Xiao, long time no see. Ina, you. How did you end up here? Hong Xiao Jinren inquired through voice transmission. Fifth Yin fell silent for a moment before responding through voice transmission. It was forced upon me. Although Bailan's methods may not be entirely righteous, she is actually a good person. You need not worry. At least here, you will not be in danger. Hong Xiao Jinren choked on her words. A good person? Would a good person force you to surrender a fragment of your soul? Would a good person threaten you when your life hangs by a thread? Was Fifth Yin perhaps bewitched? By the way, do you know what the tradition of the Yuling sect is? Bailan, having overlooked the silent exchange between the two, allowed them ample time to converse before speaking softly. Hong Xiao Jinren, having narrowly escaped with her life, felt considerably more relaxed. Yet, recalling that Bailan was currently limited to the foundation establishment stage, her expression grew somewhat unnatural. Upon hearing the question, she silently shook her head. The Yuling sect has no other rules, only two restrictions. Bailan raised her hand, signaling with 2 fingers. First, upon entering the sect, one must surrender a fragment of their soul. Having said this, Bailan's gaze shifted to the group of disciples behind Hong Xiao Jinren. Second, Long Outyin and Bai Ling are my sworn enemies, as well as the Yuling sect's foes. Practitioners of the Yuling sect must engage in a life-and-death struggle with these two. Failure to comply. Bailan's words trailed off as she spread her palm, playfully pinching a fragment of Hong Xiao Jinren's soul. Hong Xiao Jinren's heart tightened. Gong's son Lian nodded in agreement. Indeed, indeed. The Yuling sect has no other rules because the master is the rule. Hong Xiao Jinren took a deep breath, slightly nodding as she spoke gravely. I do not know Long Outyin, but Bai Ling is also my sworn enemy. Were it not for Bai Ling, she, a dignified core formation cultivator, would not have fled in such a disgraceful manner. If one day, the 2 old ghosts, He Gui and Yun Yang, fall, I will be the first to eliminate Bai Ling. Thus, please swear the heart demon oath, henceforth engaging in a life-and-death struggle with these two. You shall then be considered disciples of the Yuling sect's He Huan Peak, and you may assume the role of Peak Master. In the future, the resources within the Yuling sect will also include your share. Peak Master of He Huan Peak? Well, that is a position of some authority. Hong Xiao Jinren, uncertain in her heart, nodded and established the heart demon oath. The emotions within the void stone were mixed. It seemed they had all once sworn this familiar heart demon oath. Therefore, as the peak master of Hehuan Peak of the Yuling sect, the responsibility to rebuild the Yuling sect falls squarely upon you. Bailon concluded, pointing to the numerous chunks of earth floating in the sky. Hong Xiaozhenren, puzzled, asked, rebuild the Yuling sect? Indeed. Look, the floating chunks of earth are the remnants of the Yuling sect's ancestral grounds. We have ample materials to reconstruct the sect. Now that you have all entered, we also have enough manpower. The weapon spirit floated over, eyeing the suddenly increased number of people with excitement. What excellent laborers we have, especially the leading woman in red. Her cultivation is at the core formation stage. 1 can equal 100. Hong Xiaozhenren's stiff gaze turned towards Gong's son Lian. By Lian, did you not say that the Yuling sect is a reclusive sect, established for many years? Gong's son Lian blinked and covered her mouth with a smile. Ah, how forgetful of me. The true master understands. Ghost cultivators occasionally spout nonsense. The inheritance of the Yuling sect seems to have been obtained by my master only recently. You. Hong Xiaozhenren's eyes widened, her voice trembling. Then, are the legendary gifts of a core formation stage ancestor, such as a gathering peak pill, also false? Gong's son Lian glanced at Bailon. A core formation stage cultivator? That title may not be entirely accurate, but our Yuling sect indeed has a 9th-tier divine beast, the Xuanwu, serving as a guest elder, who has journeyed far. The gathering peak pill is not a mere fabrication, as long as you can cultivate to the pinnacle of the core formation stage. The sect will grant you the pill. Bailon nodded. A 9th-tier beast serving as a guest elder? Is this a configuration befitting a righteous sect? If a beast is not bound by a contract, how would it willingly associate with cultivators, let alone serve as a guest elder? But a 9th-tier beast, especially a divine beast like the Xuanwu, if it comes to comparing combat power, it would likely surpass ordinary core formation cultivators. Hong Xiaozhenren's emotions fluctuated wildly, leaving her somewhat dazed. The weapon spirit, eager to commence the great undertaking of rebuilding the Yuling sect, noticed the barrage of questions from the other party and grew impatient. Floating before Hong Xiaozhenren, it sparkled in her weary gaze. If you have any questions, ask this spirit quickly. Hong Xiaozhenren remained silent. Ghosts and souls, what in the world is this place? No questions? Well, look at those several hundred blocks of earth on the left. They appear to be remnants of a structure once known as Xinghe Peak from the Spirit Tamer sect. Let us begin from the left and proceed to the right, establishing a solid foundation as depicted in the blueprints. The contemplative Hong Xiaozhenren departed with the spirit tool. The protagonist, Sun Lian, blinked and pointed at herself. What about me? Bailon turned her head. What do you want? Whenever Gong's son Lian spoke to her in such a tone, it inevitably indicated a request. Hong Xiao, who had just joined, was already the peak master. What about me? Over these years, I have followed you through life and death, and the opportunities one have sought have largely been surrendered to you. Bailon looked surprised. Aren't you from the demonic path? As a steward of the demon palace, I thought your ambitions lay with the entire demon palace and its forces. After all, the Spirit Tamer sect does not practice demonic arts. Your entry would be futile. Gong's son Lian stepped back. Oh, so you intend to disregard everything and leave me to fend for myself in the demon palace? Bailon's expression grew serious. Not at all. It is precisely because I value you that I entrusted you with the critical task of infiltrating the demon palace. I would not assign this mission to Qiu Tian or Luan Yin, but to you, for your potential is the highest. Is that so? Gong's son Lian leaned in and extended her hand. Bailon glanced at the palm presented before her, contemplated for a moment, and placed a map into Gong's son Lian's hand. What is this? Gong's son Lian asked, astonished. A marked location of a mid-grade spirit vein situated in the heart of the demonic realm. I cannot retrieve it personally, so I entrust it to you. Gong's son Lian's eyes brightened, her tone softening. A mid-grade spirit vein? The location indicated on this map is indeed outside the influence of the demon palace. Although high-level beasts roam the area year-round, it is worth the risk to venture there. I retract my earlier words. The master indeed harbors thoughts of me. Fear not. I am most knowledgeable about the matters of the demonic path. No one is better suited than I to accomplish the task of infiltrating the demon palace. Chapter 319. The Domain of the Hehuan Sect. Good, Lianer. Bailon patted Gong's son Lian's shoulder. You truly deserve to be one of my most capable subordinates. Gong's son Lian smiled. Since the master holds me in such high regard, I too have some intelligence to report. I assumed you had already informed me of all the intelligence you possessed, Bailon remarked softly. Gong's son Lian, while appearing to address her as master with complete submission, was, in fact, the most calculating among them. Regarding matters Bailon inquired about, she would speak freely due to her soul being bound. Yet she would not volunteer information on matters Bailon did not ask about. Gong's son Lian spoke gently. If all goes as expected, The Hahuan sect will relocate in 3 months. The old demon Yunyang and 2 Yuanian cultivators from the demonic path returned to the Hahuan sect a month ago to exploit the underground spirit vein within. Consequently, there are currently 3 Yuanian cultivators stationed at the Hahuan sect. It is no wonder that the other 4 sects have refrained from taking action against the Hahuan sect. It turns out they are guarded by 3 formidable Yuanian cultivators. Such a formidable presence raises the question, does the Hahuan sect harbor some hidden opportunity? Bai Lan's expression flickered. She had already anticipated that the Hahuan sect would not leave the spirit vein behind before their departure, and thus had made preparations. It was even possible that the Hahuan sect cultivators would destroy the mountain gate after exhausting the spirit vein, leaving nothing of value behind. Oh, I thought that Yunyang would remain in the demon palace daily. After all, his beloved Linger is right under his nose. How could he bear to leave? Bai Lan chuckled. Gong Sun Lian clicked her tongue in confusion. It is indeed strange. Why are the 2 Yuanian old monsters so interested in that Bai Ling? Yunyang seems to have deep feelings for Bai Ling as well. He witnesses her daily intimate interactions with Higui, causing him to feel both anger and frustration, leading him to divert his attention to the matters of the Hahuan sect. After all, Higui is a late-stage Yuanian cultivator, while Yunyang is only in the early stage. The disparity in cultivation levels is too great. Higui can leverage his strength to dominate and take Bai Ling from Lan Ning, but Yunyang cannot. He is outmatched and can only endure, playing the role of the gentle, affectionate second lead. Bai Lan's presence disrupted the emotional dynamics between Yunyang and Bai Ling. In the original narrative, Yunyang would have transformed into an ordinary foundation-building youth named Aiyang, training alongside Bai Ling in the vast mountains. A certain hidden elder of the sect would have emerged to save a lowly chi-refining disciple, and through small gestures, such as Bai Ling offering him her charred meat, he would develop peculiar emotions towards her. In Yunyang's heart, Bai Ling was unique. She was kind-hearted, and although her strength was modest, her character was resilient. In short, he had fallen in love. The lofty Yunyang would always step in when Bai Ling was pursued by demonic beasts, only to claim he was merely passing by, followed by sharp-tongued remarks to belittle Bai Ling's abilities before vanishing. It seemed he would turn away, yet he continued to follow her in secret, entangling their fates for half a year, their bond deepening. However, now, their time together had barely exceeded a month, and Bai Ling had fallen into the demonic path. Consequently, Bai Ling placed greater weight on Xiao Tian, especially with Higui obstructing their relationship. Yunyang loved Bai Ling but could not attain her, rendering him incapable of being sharp-tongued any longer. Has the news of Hongxiao's defection from the demonic path and her being pursued by Higui spread widely? Bai Lan suddenly inquired. Poor Xianxiaodinren, who had followed Yunyang in abandoning the righteous path, found herself unable to remain in the demonic realm even before solidifying her position, thus offending both the righteous and demonic sides. Gong Sun Lian scoffed. After all, a murderous intent sparked by a beauty's single word is hardly dignified. Currently, only Higui's trusted subordinates are aware of this matter. Bai Lan, however, shook her head. Demonic cultivators have always acted on impulse rather than reason. If they kill, and what does it matter if it spreads? The crux of the issue is that Higui failed to achieve his goal, not even laying a finger on Hongxiao. A dignified late-stage Yuanian cultivator unable to kill a mere mid-stage Jedon ant would surely bring disgrace upon himself if this were to leak. Thus, Higui would likely suppress this matter for the time being and devote all his efforts to pursuing Hongxiao. It is highly plausible that the old demon Yunyang remains unaware of Hongxiao's defection from the demonic path. Bai Lan's gaze gradually shifted to the mid-air Xianxiaodinren, who was currently engaged in construction, as a plan took shape in her mind. If Hongxiao were to approach Yunyang in her capacity as an elder of the Hahuan sect and willingly take on the task of finalizing the sect's relocation, Yunyang would naturally have no objections, especially once the Yuanian old demons had transported most of the supplies away. She could then seamlessly collaborate with Hongxiao to gather the remaining territory of the Hahuan sect into the Void Stone. By then, perhaps she could even bring back a protective array for the sect. Observing Bai Lan's intentions, Gong Sun Lian chuckled. I had already guessed you coveted that territory. It seems you wish for Hongxiao to handle this matter. That is feasible, though somewhat wasteful of Hongxiao. Once the news of Hongxiao's defection from the demonic path is exposed, she would be swiftly crushed by Yunyang. No worries. I have my plans. Bai Lan waved her hand dismissively. Let us test the waters. It is not a waste of Hongxiao. The two conversed without concealing their words from Hongxiao, who was busy with construction in midair. She turned her head, frowning. So, when can I leave here? Being away from the demon palace for too long raises suspicions. My application for an external training period is only for half a year. Gong Sun Lian glanced at Bai Lan. You may go out and see if Higui is around, Bai Lan replied, preparing to raise her hand to send Gong Sun Lian out. However, Gong Sun Lien was startled, instantly retreating several meters away, exclaiming, "If you wish to go, you go? Should I truly encounter the specter, would I not be utterly shattered?" Chapter 320, Riding the Jiao. Due to the presence of a core formation cultivator within the Void Stone, Bailan, with the assistance of Hong Xiao, refined her remaining ancient stalactites into spiritual liquid to aid her cultivation. Previously, during her qi refining stage, in an attempt to ascend 2 levels, she had recklessly consumed a small piece of stalactite, nearly resulting in her meridians bursting from the surging spiritual energy. Subsequently, she not only advanced 2 levels, but also facilitated the maturation of the spiritual fields within the Void Stone due to the influx of surrounding spiritual energy. Now, having reached the foundation establishment stage, her physical body, meridians, and bones had considerably strengthened due to her body refinement techniques. The stalactites had been refined by the core formation cultivator, purging their impurities and transforming the violent spiritual energy into a more temperate form. Thus, Bailan resolved to consume a drop daily, refining 1 drop at a time, to observe the effects. Seated beneath the sapling of the ancient Qingqing tree, Bailan inhaled deeply and saved her progress. As she ingested a drop, the spiritual liquid immediately transformed into threads of spiritual energy coursing through her meridians. Akin to rivers converging into the ocean, with all energy converging in her dantian. Suddenly, the concentrated spiritual energy coalesced within her dantian, effortlessly shattering the barrier of her foundation establishment 3rd layer. Having lingered at this stage for quite some time, the breakthrough felt almost natural, devoid of any pressure. After carefully sensing the situation within her dantian, Bailan opened her eyes again, her gaze shifting towards the jade vial containing the spiritual liquid. After a moment of contemplation, she ingested 3 more drops. This action startled Hong Xiao, who was quietly observing from a distance. For a foundation establishment cultivator, consuming a single drop of such a precious ancient stalactite was already a formidable challenge. To ingest 3 at once, was she not out of her mind? Was she truly unscathed? Hong Xiao glanced at the instrument spirit, who was engrossed in sketching, and spoke with a tremor in her voice. The instrument spirit looked up in confusion, casting a glance at Bailan in the distance. The surge of spiritual energy enveloping her, her chaotic aura, at such intensity and with such a low cultivation level. Any ordinary individual would have long since ruptured their meridians. "Oh, it's fine. She does this often and has never encountered any mishap." The instrument spirit was already accustomed to this. Those rare materials unsuitable for alchemy were typically consumed raw, and this time, she had even refined the stalactite into spiritual liquid before consumption, which was indeed a rarity. Hong Xiao's rigid gaze returned to Bailan. Was this truly how ordinary cultivators practiced? If the foundation establishment stage was so tumultuous, what would it be like upon reaching core formation? As the 3 drops of spiritual liquid transformed into torrents of energy within her meridians, an explosive sensation coursed through Bailan, causing her entire being to tremble. As if the very foundation of her cultivation was vibrating, a small vortex of spiritual energy began to coalesce around her. This sensation was exhilarating. It was precisely the precarious feeling of her meridians on the brink of bursting that made cultivation enticing. A true cultivator must often present themselves with challenges to gradually expand their once narrow meridians. For a full 2 days, Bailan remained in a meditative state, refining the spiritual liquid within her body. Meanwhile, Hong Xiao, busy in the skies above, couldn't help but glance back occasionally at Bailan, who was seated in the center of the spiritual vein, eyes closed in meditation, fearing that she might explode at any moment. Once Bailan had refined all the spiritual liquid within her, and her aura calmed once more, she opened her eyes again and consumed 3 more drops. This time, Hong Xiao was unsettled. Why had she not broken through after consuming 3 drops? "Those are ancient-grade materials," she exclaimed, pointing at Bailan, whose spiritual energy surged furiously once more. The instrument spirit sighed. She has 5 spiritual roots. It's quite normal for her to have such a high demand for spiritual energy. This has been her method of cultivation for many years. There's nothing to be alarmed about. 5 spiritual roots. She is a 5-root cultivator? Hong Xiao stood up abruptly. The instrument spirit was startled by Hong Xiao's reaction. "What's wrong? You, a core formation cultivator, should be more composed. I have seen more than you and am more adept at handling matters. I have practiced for over a century and have never encountered a 5-root cultivator who could reach the foundation establishment stage. Such talent. To achieve what she has today, it's truly unfathomable. One can only imagine what her cultivation would be like if she were a single-root genius," Hong Xiao murmured. Bailan, diligently refining her spiritual liquid, overheard Hong Xiao's lamentation and felt a sense of indignation. Why is there always discrimination against 5-root cultivators in the cultivation world? Enraged, she gritted her teeth, But with the chaos of energy still raging within her, she could only continue her efforts to refine the spiritual liquid. From Hong Xiao's earlier remarks, it seemed she believed that for an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator, 3 drops of spiritual liquid could facilitate a breakthrough from the 3rd layer to the 4th. Yet for Bailan, a 5-root cultivator with an insatiable appetite for energy, she would require double or even triple the amount to surpass a minor boundary. Thus, Bailan continued the cycle of consuming and refining the spiritual liquid, occasionally taking a day to relax or practice newly acquired techniques. She immersed herself in cultivation for 2 months. The blood of the dragon Ao Tian indeed proved somewhat effective, and Bailan had never been so enamored with the true dragon bloodline. While the process of cultivating the dragon transformation technique was slower than described in the Jade Slip, she had nonetheless managed to manifest a serpent. Raising her hand to form a seal, she summoned the blood of Ao Tian. Upon completing the incantation, a resonant cry echoed through the air, not the dragoness roar she had envisioned, but rather a series of hissing sounds, accompanied by the emergence of a colossal serpent, flicking its tongue. This was the 1st layer of the dragon transformation technique, the transformation into a python. Dragons command the clouds and rain, swallowing mist and exhaling fog, while serpents merely flick their toxic tongues and lash with their tails or constrict with their bodies, abilities akin to the beastly combat skills of the cultivation world. After several days of research, Bailan combined the dragon transformation technique with the Xianxia sect's lotus riding technique, iterating through her notes numerous times, ultimately crafting a new technique, the serpent riding technique. After practical testing, she found that her speed had indeed improved significantly. The speed of the serpent riding technique rivaled that of an early core formation cultivator's escape light. Bailan rode the python, soaring around the 4 spiritual veins within the void stone, recording her speed data in the Jade Slip before feeling satisfied. From her research, she concluded that the speed of the serpent riding technique surpassed that of the lotus riding technique, which in turn was faster than sword flight, and finally, the misty steps. Gazing at the massive creature she had conjured, Bailan felt a twinge of disappointment. She found the notion of riding a serpent lacking in grandeur. Yet she accepted it with grace. It was not until a month later that several strands of spiritual energy within her coalesced once more in her dantian, forming a vortex of energy and breaking through her bottleneck. Bailan's previous 3rd layer foundation establishment barrier had now ascended to the 4th layer, marking her progress into the mid-foundation establishment stage. Upon suddenly opening her eyes, Bailan, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction, raised her hand to form a seal, conjuring a colossal creature that spiraled around her. The giant python was merely an illusion formed from gathered spiritual energy, devoid of consciousness, summoned at her whim. Previously, when she attempted to cultivate the dragon transformation technique, she could only manifest the 1st layer of the python, leading her to suspect the purity of her dragon bloodline. Believing she would have to settle for serpent riding, little did she know that it was merely a limitation of her cultivation level. Upon breaking through to the mid-foundation establishment stage, she sensed subtle changes in the python she had manifested. The giant python writhed, letting out a mournful cry as silken patterns began to emerge on its body, scales gradually forming around its neck, and spikes sprouting from its tail. Thus, the transformation from python to jiao had commenced. Chapter 321, Self-Created Techniques. The jiao lacks the majestic horns of a dragon, yet, in comparison to the slick forehead and bare tail of the python, it indeed appears far more graceful. Its pronounced brow ridges and spiked head, along with the layer of lustrous scales on its neck and a pair of sharp foreclaws, render it distinctly extraordinary. Could this be a jiao? The real person in red silk, upon closer inspection, spoke with a hint of astonishment. Bailan turned to glance at the astonished red silk real person, pausing for a moment. Ever since she had been lured into the void stone by her, the only amusement the red silk real person found, aside from establishing the spirit master sect with the spirit of the artifact, was observing her cultivate, occasionally stealing glances, her consciousness casually sweeping over, as if she had no other matters to attend to. Do these core formation cultivators not need to practice? First the python, and now the jiao. Could your next miraculous transformation be into a dragon? The red silk real person circled around the jiao before exclaiming in surprise. Just a few days prior, she had witnessed Bailan standing upon a swimming snake, which, despite its mere foundation establishment level, moved with a speed that could rival her own. Yet, in less than 5 days, Bailan's conjured snake had transformed into a jiao. Could this be attributed to an increase in her cultivation? But then, considering Bailan's unique cultivation methods, the red silk real person thought this might not be so extraordinary. The ability to manifest beast forms through spiritual power must be at least an earth-level divine ability. And evolving from a snake into a jiao suggests your miraculous powers have indeed advanced a notch. The red silk real person gazed at Bailan, firing off 3 questions in quick succession. Bailan nodded. You are correct. It is indeed an earth-level divine ability. But there is a stringent requirement for cultivating this ability. It must be supplemented with dragon blood. The purer the bloodline, the swifter the cultivation. Oh. The red silk real person refrained from further inquiries. Such a precious substance as dragon blood, akin to heavenly materials and earthly treasures, Bailan likely possessed very little herself. So there was no point in pondering it further. However, this transformation art need not strictly culminate in a dragon. From my perspective, transforming into a kuan, a pong, or even a horse could equally be feasible. Bailan patted the shoulder of the red silk real person. Wait a few days. Let me conduct some research to see if I can derive other beast transformation methods from the dragon transformation art to share with you. The red silk real person fell silent. As the unusual sights she encountered within the void stone grew more numerous, her mindset became increasingly tranquil, and she was no longer surprised by such notions of creating derivative techniques. With an extraordinary talent and a soul stronger than other cultivators of the same tier, casually altering self-created techniques was indicative of a great power reincarnated. Once she considered Bailan's primordial infant elder having seized a new life, everything began to make sense. She no longer found herself astonished by Bailan's every action, for in the eyes of the red silk real person, she had already come to regard Bailan as a primordial infant mighty one reborn. Here are the first 3 levels of the breathing technique. You may take them for cultivation. Having lost an arm, it is indeed quite inconvenient to carry out tasks. Bailan then handed a jade slip to the red silk real person. The latter's eyes brightened as she accepted the jade slip, respectfully saying, Thank you, sect master. This made Bailan immediately discern the red silk real person's thoughts. But she had grown accustomed to such assumptions regarding the disciples of divine transformation period experts or the reincarnation of primordial infant cultivators. She paid no mind to the sudden shift in the red silk real person's attitude and continued. According to reliable information, the Hahuan sect will soon relocate. Yun Yang and Higuei are at odds. It is likely that Yun Yang, the old ghost, is still unaware of your defection from the demonic path. So, the red silk real person nodded slightly. I am willing to take the risk of approaching Yun Yang. However, I have but one request beforehand. I hope the sect master will grant it. Bailan raised an eyebrow. Speak. Should I inadvertently fall? I ask that the sect master personally take Danju as a disciple and ensure her safety. The red silk real person spoke solemnly. A foundation establishment cultivator taking another foundation establishment cultivator as a disciple? Bailan chuckled and shook her head. The situation has not yet deteriorated to the point of needing to provide for those left behind. Fear not, while I am here. You shall not perish. The red silk real person looked up in surprise. Such resolute words. Capable of safeguarding her from the hands of a primordial infant early-stage cultivator. Was this truly a means possessed only by a reincarnated great power? Subsequently, Bailan first saved a record in place, and then, under the astonished gaze of the red silk real person, raised her hand to send her out of the void stone. The red silk real person was caught off guard, unable to even express her panic or refusal. As Bailan transported her outside the void stone, Bailan closed her eyes for a moment, sensing the connection between her and the red silk real person's souls had not severed. The latter had not been obliterated, nor had she sustained any injuries. Extending her consciousness beyond the void stone, she found herself enveloped in darkness and silence. Bailan spread her awareness and glanced around. Indeed, Higuei was no longer nearby, and only the red silk real person stood outside, visibly relieved, yet somewhat resentful. Bailan recognized that the red silk real person had begun to develop fondness for her. Hence the record, returning to 3 minutes prior. This time Bailan smiled as she patted the red silk real person's shoulder and spoke cheerfully. I shall go take a look myself. Months have passed, and Higuei should have departed by now. The red silk real person quickly intervened. You want to go see for yourself? If Higuei has not left, would that not place you in danger? No matter. I still possess the means of self-preservation. If you encounter Higuei, that would be true peril, as the sect master. I must lead you all in times of danger. A flash of astonishment crossed the red silk real person's eyes. Such noble intentions from the sect master. After Bailan confirmed that there was no danger outside, the group gradually exited the void stone. Sun Xian, go to the Long family and find Long Yinran. Quickly bring her under our wing. The spirit master sect is in dire need of disciples, and this matter I entrust to you. Should we find ourselves short-handed, send word to me, and I will dispatch the Luan Yin sect to assist you. With that, Bailan handed a storage pouch to Li Sun Xian, which contained numerous soul-nourishing pills and spirit stones, as well as various medicinal items required by Qi refining period disciples. Li Sun Xian nodded slightly, accepting the storage pouch from Bailan and dissipating into a plume of black smoke. vanishing from sight. According to Bai Lan's prior promise, after completing this task, she could at least rest for half a year. Watching Li Sun Xian's departing figure, Bai Lan then turned her gaze to the 5th Yin. Chapter 322. Sister Yin. I am Bai Lan. Sister Yin, take this token and my handwritten letter to Kangwu continent. Present this token in Tiandu city to the young master of the Lan family. Lan Jinyu. Upon reading my letter, she will prepare a steward's position for you. Bai Lan spoke with a smile. The 5th Yin looked momentarily taken aback. Slowly lifting her head. You are willing to let me go? Ah, how strange a statement that is. The tone of this remark suggests that she is akin to a lovesick male character in the court of Bai Ling, possessing peculiar inclinations. Alas, Bai Lan's gaze flickered, and she sighed softly, transmitting her voice. You possess extraordinary talent and are likely to achieve the infant stage. How could I bear to keep you by my side forever? The 5th Yin fell into silence. I know you do not wish to see me every day, so go ahead. Once you reach Kangwu continent, you will be free. Bai Lan spoke with a smile. The 5th Yin found herself somewhat at a loss, awkwardly smiling. It's not as if I would refuse to see you altogether. Oh, does that imply Sister Yin would be willing to be with me day and night, for all eternity? Before Bai Lan could finish her excited proclamation, the 5th Yin swiftly seized the token and letter she had offered, summoning her flying sword to retreat several meters away, then exclaimed loudly, how could that be? I will leave right now, right now. Becoming a steward of the Lan family and serving them equates to assisting you. It appeared to be granting her freedom and providing an escape route, but in reality, it was merely changing the 5th Yin's job position. After a year of training with the Lan family, she would likely be able to enter the Tiangue Pavilion as Bai Lan's confidant the following year. Watching the 5th Yin depart with a smile, Bai Lan then turned her attention to Gongsun Lian. There is no need for the master to instruct. Liana knows what to do. Gongsun Lian floated over gracefully, a smile gracing her lips as she adjusted Bai Lan's collar. With a wistful tone, she remarked, alas. With my departure, the atmosphere around the master has grown rather desolate. That loquacious talisman, which can also float, is rather tiresome and will surely fail to care for you adequately. It pains me to think of my master's heart. Bai Lan, her expression impassive, gazed at Gongsun Lian and replied, I have not given you your storage pouch. The spirit vein map was provided to you 3 months ago. Gongsun Lian slowly withdrew her smile, taking 2 steps back in silence. Oh, then take care, master. I shall take my leave. With her thoughts lingering on the medium-grade spirit vein, she wasted no further time, turning into a wisp of black smoke and vanishing from sight. After all, if she were to fully acquire that spirit vein, within 3 years, she could cultivate a faction of her own. Should all these individuals infiltrate the Demon Palace, it would undoubtedly become a formidable force in the future. Having arranged everything, Bai Lan exchanged a glance with the red silk-clad Jinren Hongxiao, and together they set forth in the direction of the Hahuan sect. Meanwhile, 5th Yin, clutching Bai Lan's token and handwritten letter, wrestled internally for quite some time. If she were to leave and venture to a place Bai Lan had never been, concealing her identity, she might gain her freedom. Yet, a fragment of her soul remained in Bai Lan's possession. Even if she departed, her life was still in the other's hands, leaving her vulnerable to being killed at any moment. Although 5th Yin speculated that Bai Lan would not resort to such measures, her soul was bound, and defiance would only lead to her demise. She had no agency in this matter. After much contemplation, 5th Yin ultimately decided to heed Bai Lan's words and planned to go to Kangwu continent to investigate the situation with the Lan family. It was not until she had left the demonic realm on her sword and half an hour had passed that she vaguely heard a familiar voice calling, Sister Yin. It's me, Bai Lan. The call came unexpectedly from behind her, and 5th Yin turned slowly, her expression one of confusion. Didn't you instruct me to go to Kangwu continent? Why have you followed me? Have you perhaps had a change of heart? Her tone reflected her bewilderment. They had not been apart for even an hour, and any matters could have been conveyed through sound transmission. Moreover, Bai Lan's current cultivation level seemed to be merely at the early stage of foundation establishment, while she had already broken through to the mid-stage within the Void Stone. Bai Lan, returning with a glint in her eye, stepped forward with a smile. Indeed, I have regretted my decision. I wish to accompany you to Kangwu continent. 5th Yin's eyes narrowed with increasing wariness, yet she nodded in acquiescence. Very well. Do you still recall the purpose of our journey to Kangwu continent? Bai Lan inquired, walking alongside 5th Yin with a smile. A flicker of realization crossed 5th Yin's face as she suddenly nodded with a grin. You instructed me to kill Long Outyin. Bai Lan halted momentarily, her fists clenching tightly as a flash of murderous intent crossed her eyes. Gritting her teeth, she nodded. Yes, yes. It was I who sent you to kill Long Outyin. But before we proceed, I must ask you, do you harbor any feelings for Long Outyin at all? If 5th Yin had previously been uncertain about the identity of the person before her, She now felt nearly certain that this individual was not Bailan, but rather Long Outyin himself. Bailan had once mimicked Long Outyin's expressions and tone, and having heard it so often, Fifth Yin was far too familiar with this mannerism. Why are you silent? Do you still love him? Long Outyin, wearing Bailan's face, fixed his gaze intently on Fifth Yin. His expression seemed cruel, yet there lay an undercurrent of expectation. Fifth Yin blinked, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and she nodded. I love him, of course I love him. However, I have already signed a soul contract with you, and have been coerced into swearing an oath of enmity against him. Given the circumstances, what more do you want from me? A flicker of amusement crossed Long Outyin's eyes. Humph, I knew it. You still hold Long Outyin in your heart. Indeed, it was difficult to forget. Fifth Yin could never erase the image of the injured Long Outyin entangled with the princess of the Fox clan within the formation she had set. Outyin is nothing like you. Even when pushed to this extent, I will never forget him, Fifth Yin retorted coldly. Long Outyin softened momentarily, but then snorted in response. Remember this, a fragment of your soul is now in my possession. I command you not to leave my side, and to remain with me every single day. Understood? Fifth Yin replied, stifling her tears as she turned her head, her mind racing with calculations. One harbored ulterior motives, while the other was filled with emotions. As they journeyed towards Kangwu continent, during their travels, Fifth Yin seized an opportunity when Long Outyin was absent to send a sound transmission to Bailan. Bailan, Long Outyin has taken on your appearance and has approached me, commanding my obedience. He seems intent on accompanying me to Kangwu continent. As Fifth Yin's voice echoed in her ears, Bailan fell silent for a moment, nearly bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Truly amusing. He has disguised himself as me. Bailan felt no anger. Instead, she found it humorous. On the other end of the sound transmission, Fifth Yin was momentarily speechless at the series of laughs. What should we do next? Bailan smiled and replied. Use the allure of a beautiful woman to draw out his true form, then lead him to Tiandu City. After that, others will assist you. Is it really that simple? Fifth Yin asked, perplexed. We won't need to do anything else. Given the deep animosity between Bailan and Long Outyin, her method of operation would not allow such an easy escape for him. Something felt amiss, far too amiss. If you still love your Outyin, now is the time to grow closer to him, for this is one of your few remaining opportunities, Bailan teased, her tone laced with mockery. Are you not afraid that I will fall in love with him again? Fifth Yin ventured cautiously. You have already sworn an oath of enmity against Long Outyin for this lifetime. Should you return to his side, you will find it impossible to break through to the core formation stage. Surely, Sister Yin can discern the gravity of this matter. And for one who cannot even reach the core formation stage, they would be relegated to dining alongside Schwerer on my list of adversaries, posing no threat to me whatsoever. To Fifth Yin, the prospect of being with Long Outyin paled in comparison to her yearning for the Tao. If she wished to escape the shackles of her inner demons and seek the path of enlightenment, her first course of action would be to distance herself from Long Outyin. This was also the reason Bailan compelled each destined child in her harem to swear an oath of enmity. Even if someone were to waver and break their promise to Long Outyin, returning to him would still incur consequences. Being with Long Outyin would mean not only facing the punishment of heavenly tribulations, but also being restricted by the heavenly Tao, leading to the emergence of inner demons, thereby forever hindering their cultivation. Red silk-clad Jinren Hongxiao, accompanying Bailan, listened to this exchange, her expression growing increasingly complex. What manner of person is Long Outyin? And what is his cultivation level, that even someone like you must be so wary of him? Bailan's methods were well known to her. If she was this cautious of him, what kind of being could he possibly be? This individual possesses a mysterious charm that ensnares every beautiful woman who draws near him, like someone such as yourself, into a love that is impossible to escape. Moreover, he is accompanied by the remnant soul of a nascent soul cultivator for protection, making him my arch-nemesis. In just a few sentences, she plunged Hongxiao into deep contemplation. She loves Long Outyin? Nonsense. How could a distinguished core formation cultivator suddenly fall for a stranger? At that moment, a sudden knock at the door interrupted, causing Fifth Yin, eavesdropping on the sound transmission, to freeze momentarily. Quickly regaining her composure, she severed the sound transmission and activated the soundproofing barrier surrounding her. Then opened the door with a carefully arranged expression. Sister Yin, what are you doing? Why have you set up a soundproof barrier around you? What secrets do you possess that I cannot see or hear? Long Outyin's expression was one of a wry smile, his gaze surveying the surroundings of Fifth Yin's room. Fifth Yin looked at the proud and haughty face of Bailan, took a deep breath, and then, under Long Outyin's probing gaze, choked out, Bailan, just kill me. Kill me. Long Outyin's pupils constricted, bewildered by Fifth Yin's sudden outburst. I have come to a realization. I will never join you in harming my brother Outyin. nor will I ever thrust a dagger into the heart of the one I love. If it comes to that, I might as well die right now. Fifth Yin stepped forward and grasped Long Out Yin's collar, shouting, "A fragment of my soul is in your hands. Now, kill me." Long Out Yin's heart trembled. "Sister Yin, you kill me?" Fifth Yin's expression was one of fury, yet her heart was already calculating. It was quite simple to compel Long Out Yin to reveal his true self. He did not possess even a fragment of her soul. With her fervent declarations, Long Out Yin was left with two options. Either he could not kill Fifth Yin due to the absence of a soul contract, thus exposing his identity, or he could be moved by her words, prompting him to reveal his true form willingly. Clearly, Long Out Yin ultimately chose the more dignified path. "Sister Yin, I have deceived you all along." Long Out Yin sighed softly, lifted his hand to dispel his disguise, and spoke solemnly, "It is I, Long Out Yin." Fifth Yin appeared startled, stepping back a few paces, incredulously exclaiming, "Brother Out Yin? No, it must be a lie. Bailon, your petty tricks may have deceived me once, but not a second time. I will not fall for it again. Sister Yin, it truly is me. Bailon has impersonated me on numerous occasions for nefarious deeds, even deceiving you. I remember every single instance clearly. From now on, I will take on her guise to repay the suffering she has inflicted upon me." Long Out Yin declared with a dark expression. "No, I refuse to believe it. Bailon excels in using disguising potions to alter her appearance, while Brother Out Yin has always relied on illusion techniques." Fifth Yin replied solemnly. "Unless." Long Out Yin stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Sister Yin, please close your eyes." Fifth Yin eyed Long Out Yin suspiciously before slowly complying, yet she had already summoned a thread of spiritual power within her, ready to retaliate at any moment. "This is the illusion technique I employ. My master once told me that this art has long been lost in the realm of cultivation. He forbade me from passing it on to outsiders. Thus this secret technique has remained concealed in my mind. The illusion technique may prove my identity." Along with Long Out Yin's voice, a series of intricate characters flooded into her consciousness. Fifth Yin's expression flickered. She could not tell if she had acted too convincingly or if he was simply confident in his disguise. To prove his identity, Long Out Yin had genuinely transmitted the illusion technique into her mind. "Brother Out Yin, it really is you." After acquiring the illusion technique, Fifth Yin rushed forward to embrace him. Overwhelmed with joy and tears, Long Out Yin reciprocated her embrace, feeling an immense sense of relief wash over him. He had initially thought that Fifth Yin, swayed by that woman Bailon, no longer loved him, yet he was astonished that Sister Yin was truly willing to die for him. Had it not been for this, Long Out Yin had planned to use Bailan's face to force Fifth Yin into perilous actions, inciting discord between them. Fortunately, they held each other tightly for a long time, exchanging heartfelt confessions and cursing Bailon. Meanwhile, far away at a small spiritual vein, Long Out Yin's cave was still being diligently breached by Luan Yin. Once a formidable cultivator in the Golden Core stage, did you not claim you could breach the array in just half a month? It has been months already. If this continues, when shall we ever find Bailon to settle accounts? The system, clutching a tender sprout, lay atop a large stone, watching the busy Luan Yin in the distance, shaking its head in dismay. Hearing the system's voice, Luan Yin spoke coldly, "Enough. I have already informed you that Long Out Yin possesses more than one array disc. He has layered 3 arrays around his cave, much like that cunning woman Bailon. If this were in the past, I would have smashed through such foundational level formations with a single punch. But now, due to my diminished strength, not only would that punch fail to break the array, but I would also risk injury from the backlash." Reluctantly, Luan Yin continued to methodically dismantle the arrays layer by layer. Months passed with various tactics employed, leading to a significant increase in his understanding of array techniques, which had previously been a foreign concept to him. Yes, it is all Long Out Yin's fault. Can you not reflect on whether you have been diligent in breaching the array? The system sat up, sighing deeply. If this continues, Bailon will seize control of the Hahuan sect's territory, and you will not even be able to breach an array. Luan Yin gritted his teeth. He was trying. Meanwhile, a certain red-clad cannon fodder true monarch, who was clearly hiding his prowess, merely offered sarcastic remarks without lending a hand. "Wait, did you just say Bailon intends to seize the Hahuan sect's territory?" Luan Yin suddenly grasped the key phrase, questioning in confusion. The system replied with a counter-question. "By the way, what is your status within the corpse refining sect?" What do you mean by that?" "I am a dignified Golden Core cultivator, second only to the nascent soul elder in this second-rate demonic sect of the corpse refining sect. In a few years, the position of sect master will also belong to me." Luan Yin snorted coldly. "Oh," the system nodded in understanding, suddenly brightening as if it had found its purpose, bombarding Luan Yin with a series of inquiries. "What is the current realm of the nascent soul cultivator in the corpse refining sect? How does it compare to the strength of the old ghost Yin Yang?" How many Golden Core Elders are there in the sect? How many Elite Foundation Establishment disciples and Chi Refining disciples are there in the outer sect? Are there many corpses and puppets in the sect? And how many can disciples of each cultivation level control? Additionally, what are the sect's alliances with other demonic forces, the internal power dynamics, the sect's location? And what is the structure of the protective array? Tell me everything, quickly. Listening to this rapid-fire barrage of questions, Luan Yin felt utterly exhausted. Halting his array dismantling. What are you planning? Why ask so much? You are no longer a cultivator of the corpse refining sect. Surely you are not still thinking of breaching the sect? As the system spoke, it produced a soul-nourishing pill from seemingly nowhere. Tossing it to Luan Yin, a dead friend is better than a living one. Luan Yin's eyes lit up as he caught the soul-nourishing pill, instantly casting aside all thoughts of his former sect's safety and answering the system's questions in detail. From the strength of the top cultivators in the sect to the number of corpses and puppets, even the locations of the sect's library and main hall. He relayed every detail thoroughly enough for the system to create a complete map of the corpse refining sect. Behind him, the sound of rapid tapping reached his ears. Luan Yin squinted to see the red-clad, true monarch, serious in expression, deftly controlling something with both hands. That woman is interested in the corpse refining sect? Luan Yin was perplexed, but he understood that such detailed inquiries likely pointed toward a plan for extermination. The system shook its head. No? She might be interested in the sect's library and spiritual veins. Bailan harbors no enmity towards the corpse refining sect, and it is highly likely that he will not confront them for the time being. However, Xiao Tian, under Bailan's command, bears a deep-seated grudge against the sect. Should this intelligence be meticulously compiled and presented to him, it would not only assist Xiao Tian in dismantling the corpse refining sect, but also solidify his allegiance to Bailan, prompting him to willingly conclude his holiday and immerse himself in his duties. Luan Yin truly embodies the cold-hearted persona of the Bailing harem. He possesses no affection for his own sect, and for merely a handful of soul-nourishing pills, he divulged the entirety of the corpse refining sect's secrets without reservation. After a moment, the system surveyed the stack of printed documents in its possession, nodding in satisfaction. Based on this true lord's understanding of that boy, receiving such a gift would undoubtedly move him. Yet Luan Yin scoffed. Even if our corpse refining sect is not at its peak, we still have a nascent soul expert overseeing us. Our ancestor shares a deep bond with the Demon Palace. Even if you uncover the secrets of the corpse refining sect, you will never shake its foundation. Do not harbor such dreams. The system fell momentarily silent. What do you mean by that? Which side are you on? The soul-nourishing pills for this month are gone. Luan Yin's heart tightened. Humph. Simultaneously, after revealing his identity to Di Wuyin, Long Ao Tian unusually refrained from spending time with her. At this moment, he was far more anxious about Di Wuyin's stance. Her strength was commendable, and if she were willing to flee with him. Sister Yin, I wish to leave Wuyin continent, to completely depart from here and journey to a place devoid of Bailan. Will you accompany me? Long Ao Tian spoke solemnly. Di Wuyin smiled gently. Very well. I will accompany you. But you mentioned that a fragment of your soul is in her possession? That woman is ruthless. Once she discovers you are near me, she will surely kill you. Long Ao Tian suddenly frowned. No, Ao Tian. Di Wuyin slightly leaned forward, placing a finger on his lips, and whispered, as long as I can be with you, I am willing to endure whatever fate awaits me, even if it means being crushed to oblivion by that woman in the next moment. I refuse to return to her side. Sister Yin, Long Ao Tian felt immensely moved, nearly embracing Di Wuyin for a passionate kiss, ready to share their truths and reminisce about the past. No, Ao Tian, we must not delay. Bailan is cunning and full of tricks. It is wiser for us to set off now. The sooner we leave this place, the sooner you can escape your suffering. Di Wuyin urgently interrupted, as Long Ao Tian's gaze turned predatory. Long Ao Tian chuckled. No, Sister Yin. Before we leave Wuyin continent, I wish to return to my concealed cave dwelling. It holds many spirit plants I have cultivated, along with a small spiritual vein. A cave dwelling containing a small spiritual vein? Wait. Di Wuyin's expression suddenly froze. She vaguely recalled Bailan mentioning that particular cave had likely been claimed by her people. That small spiritual vein had even been earmarked by a certain artifact spirit for inclusion in the reconstruction of the spirit-taming sect. If memory serves, Bailan intended to relocate that small spiritual vein into the Void Stone, placing it atop the newly established spirit-taming sect. Casting a glance at Long Ao Tian, who was brimming with hope and preparing to flee, Di Wuyin hesitated for a long while, ultimately choosing not to voice her concerns. All right, I will accompany you, she said with a gentle smile. Long Ao Tian embraced Di Wuyin tightly, feeling a wave of relief. Sister Yin, I am grateful that you have not changed. Chapter 324. The safest place is 1,000 meters away. Di Wuyin smiled as she gently ruffled Long Ao Tian's hair. Let us hurry. If we delay, unexpected events may arise. That woman, Bailon, knows you too well. I fear that if we wait a few more days, she will discover your cave dwelling. Long Ao Tian grinned confidently. Sister Yin, rest assured. The cave I found is situated in a desolate area, a wasteland for miles around, quite close to a human settlement. Ordinary cultivators would never stumble upon it. Di Wuyin's eyes twitched, but Bailon is no ordinary cultivator. She not only discovered it, but likely already arrived first. She seriously suspected that Bailon had placed some tracking enchantment upon Long Ao Tian. Otherwise, how could she possibly know about a cave in such an empty and desolate region? Let us hope that is not the case. Di Wuyin sighed softly and nodded. At that very moment, outside Long Ao Tian's cave, the sound of the barrier shattering echoed, and the third layer of defensive formations fell apart. Wang Yin's voice, tinged with surprise, rang out as he excitedly shouted to the system behind him. The formation has been breached. The system, roused from its dormant state, blinked awake. I know. Why shout so loudly? It took you 3 months to break through a trifling third-tier formation. If this gets out, Bailon will surely be amused. Wang Yin took a deep breath, and the flicker of joy he had felt was extinguished by the system's words. Truly, Long Ao Tian is remarkable. This cave is filled with treasures. The system, trailing behind Wang Yin, marveled at the spiritual fields, springs, and materials within the cave. Wang Yin raised an eyebrow. From what I observe, this cave's layout is merely that of a qi refining cultivator. Is Long Ao Tian truly that formidable? The system's eyes twinkled mischievously. Did you not know? Bai Ling and Long Ao Tian are childhood sweethearts. Wang Yin paused mid-step. The two had been childhood friends. Hailing from the same southern kingdom, one the daughter of a minister, the other the son of a military family. Truly a match made in heaven. Wang Yin narrowed his eyes. Linger loves him? The system chuckled. Indeed. After entering the world of cultivation, they both became disciples of the Qing Yuan sect. Bai Ling's master, the esteemed Qing Xian, shares a deep bond with Long Ao Tian's teacher, the venerable Chong Lo. Just imagine. A senior brother and a junior sister, a match of talent and beauty, both possessing singular spiritual roots, a dragon and a phoenix. Falling in love is only natural, is it not? A dragon? A phoenix? Wang Yin snorted coldly and suddenly retrieved 3 third-tier formation plates he had just acquired after breaching the array, burying himself in study. What are you doing? The system asked, puzzled. Wang Yin smirked. Long Ao Tian has left a restriction here. Once the cave's formation is broken, he will immediately sense the anomaly and return swiftly. Rather than wait, it would be wise to prepare. With my former strength as a core formation cultivator, I might just be able to keep Long Ao Tian here. You intend to kill Long Ao Tian? The system's eyelids twitched suddenly. He had dared to provoke the Child of Destiny while under Bailan's protection because he was confident of his safety. However, following Wang Yin into a confrontation with the Child of Destiny, as long as I can transform into Bailan's likeness, I can force Long Ao Tian to retreat. The system gulped nervously. Long Ao Tian may not be frightening, but the rules of heaven are. Did you not say he is Linger's childhood sweetheart? How convenient. I shall eliminate the very childhood sweetheart. The malice in Wang Yin's eyes remained undiminished. Even though he had been coerced into swearing a heart demon's oath, vowing never to be with Bai Ling in this lifetime, it did not preclude him from eliminating his rival. Bai Ling may not belong to him, but she shall not belong to anyone else either. For Wang Yin, a cold-hearted demon lord with a destiny intertwined with the daughter of heaven, he would annihilate all who covet her, provided his strength sufficed. The system observed Wang Yin, who had suddenly entered a state of readiness and fervor, and fell silent for a moment, not intervening, merely nodding. In the face of Wang Yin's inquisitive gaze, he vanished from sight in an instant. Do as you wish. I shall watch from a distance. The system's voice echoed further away. There are 3 layers of defensive formations here. You may safely remain. Long Ao Tian cannot breach this formation in a short time. It is quite secure. Wang Yin fell silent for a moment, furrowing his brow as he spoke. In an instant, he suddenly lost track of the location of the cannon fodder, true monarch. Such a remarkable ability to conceal one's presence hinted at a spiritual awareness comparable to that of a nascent soul practitioner. Could it be that he was indeed a true monarch? Yet, this was of little consequence. As the system's voice echoed further away, Wang Yin needed only a moment's reflection to deduce that the cannon fodder, true monarch had fled, and at an astonishing speed. You cannot comprehend. When you engage in a battle of wits with Long Ao Yin, the safest distance is assuredly a kilometer away. The system's voice gradually faded from Wang Yin's ears. A surge of dark energy enveloped Wang Yin for a fleeting moment. Ah, little one, how can you lack such trust in me? That mere Long Outyin is not but a desiccated corpse in a grave. What is there to fear? The system, however, remained silent. It first activated its stealth mode to conceal its form, then informed Bailon to save a secure checkpoint. Finally, it produced a telescope from an unknown source. Soaring to a distant hillside a kilometer away, seeking a safe vantage point to meticulously observe the unfolding battle. Upon receiving the system's message, Bailon paused momentarily, saved her progress, and then gently patted the shoulder of the red silk practitioner. Go, worry not, for I shall be here. The red silk practitioner nodded slightly, inhaled deeply, and transformed into a streak of light, darting swiftly towards the He Huan sect. Nearby, Danju, in a fit of anxiety, was about to follow, but was seized by Bailon by the collar. After a few futile attempts to escape her grip, he begrudgingly settled back down. Bailon casually retrieved a jade slip and began to read, muttering, "Why the urgency? Trust in the red silk practitioner's strength and await her news." Danju's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he nodded in acquiescence. Chapter 325, Joining the Spirit Tamer Sect. When moments arise that necessitate the frequent reloading of progress for allies, Bailon does not squander time. Instead, she chooses to remain in a secure location, delving into the study of techniques and supernatural powers. Her prior promise to the red silk practitioner to research beast taming was not mere rhetoric. If the dragon transformation technique could transform one into a dragon, could it not also metamorphose into a phoenix? Moreover, her storage bag contained several large vials of true divine beast phoenix blood, far purer than the indirect lineage of Long Outyin's true dragon blood. Seeing Bailon engrossed in her studies, Danju felt a pang of frustration and sat beside the ever-glowing soul lamp of the red silk practitioner, wiping away his tears. Suddenly, the communication talisman in Bailon's hand flickered, emitting the slightly panicked voice of the red silk practitioner. "This is bad, sect leader. That woman, Bailon, is actually within the He Huan sect, right beside Yin Yang." Bailon's expression froze. What is the situation? Has He Gui become this inept? Unable to keep even Bailon under control? From afar, she could see that Bailon was currently lying behind the bed curtains of the old demon Yin Yang. It seemed she did not recognize me. "The old demon Yin Yang has arrived, sect leader." Danju, hearing the voice, rushed over with the soul lamp in hand. His expression tense. "This is it. This time it's truly over. Master is in grave danger from that wicked woman Bailon." "Not quite, rest assured. I shall rescue her before Yin Yang makes his move." Bailon glanced at the soul lamp in Danju's hand and sighed softly. It was a pity that the territory she had her eyes on was now compromised. The voice of the red silk practitioner within the talisman faded completely, yet the soul lamp remained lit. After a few moments, the communication talisman relayed the voice of the red silk practitioner once more, this time with a sigh of relief. "All is well. That person is merely a stand-in found by the old demon Yin Yang, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Bailon. Upon closer inspection, she possesses a cultivation of the 8th level of Qi refinement, clearly not an ordinary person. It truly frightened me. A dignified nascent soul practitioner. Unable to seize Bailon from He Gui due to insufficient strength, resorting to finding a lookalike to warm his bed? Although the behavior was absurd, Bailon felt a sense of relief. It was fortunate that the meat had not flown away. Now, we can proceed as planned. I have already taken on the task of escorting the last batch of supplies as you suggested. Now, we merely await those few nascent soul old-timers to leave before we act." The red silk practitioner concluded, severing the communication talisman. "You all, and the rest of you. There is no need to rush the supplies onto the flying ship. Let us depart only after the 3 nascent soul ancestors of the demon palace have left." The red silk practitioner raised her hand, halting a group of lower-ranking disciples transporting supplies in the distance. One disciple, hearing the order, hesitantly spoke, "But elder, didn't the higher-ups command us to evacuate at once? Delays could lead to unforeseen changes. This is the order of the ancestors. Do you dare to refute it?" The red silk practitioner replied coolly. The disciple dared not. The disciple's expression faltered, and he ceased to question the red silk practitioner's authority. "Go and account for the remaining resources within the sect, and compile a list for me." "Yes." The red silk practitioner surveyed the remaining disciples of the He Huan sect, calmly retrieving a 5th-tier spirit gathering array from her storage bag, casually setting it up around them, and then addressing the lower-ranking disciples. "The wait may be long. You, who are the future backbone of our sect, must diligently cultivate. You may temporarily enter the spirit gathering array to practice for a while." "A 5th-tier spirit gathering array? Thank you, elder. We shall heed your guidance." The group of lower-ranking disciples, whose cultivation levels barely reached the foundation establishment stage, were naturally elated to see a 5th-tier spirit gathering array that could accelerate their training. "There is no need for thanks. Focus on your cultivation. After all, she harbored no benevolent intentions." The red silk practitioner smiled faintly, her fingers deftly manipulating two array prohibitions. Her gaze slowly shifting toward the distant main hall of the Xihuan sect, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Several hours later, as the three nascent soul practitioners and a multitude of core formation disciples of the Xihuan sect dispersed with large quantities of supplies, Bailan first stealthily informed Qing He, the sect leader, of the evacuation routes for the supplies, earning a valuable contribution point for the intelligence gained. Then, she boldly made her way toward the Xihuan sect, accompanied by Dan Zhu and the others, with the red silk practitioner orchestrating events from the shadows. Bailan even managed to pass through the protective grand array set up outside the Xihuan sect, entering the inner sanctum directly. What greeted her eyes was an expanse of emptiness. The Xihuan sect was deserted, and numerous explosive talismans were affixed to the surrounding structures. Clearly preparations made by the sect's practitioners before their departure, awaiting the last batch to leave before detonating the talismans and obliterating the buildings. Who are you? A Xihuan sect practitioner, startled by the sudden appearance of Bailan and her entourage, drew forth their spirit artifact. Such audacity. This is the territory of the Xihuan sect. Before the disciple could finish speaking, the fifth-tier spirit gathering array immediately illuminated 6 beams of light, a green barrier rising to ensnare all the lower-ranking disciples within. The red silk practitioner had deployed a 5th-tier spirit gathering array, which also served as a large-scale confinement array. To the core formation practitioners, these lower-ranking disciples posed no threat. A single strike from the red silk practitioner could dispatch them all. However, should a conflict ensue, if even 2 individuals like Bailan, who possessed unique supernatural abilities and extraordinary evasion speed, were to join the fray, it would be inevitable that some would escape capture. It was akin to a floor teeming with cockroaches and small spiders scuttling about. Even if a human's strength vastly surpassed that of the cockroaches, a single stomp could crush many, yet a moment's inattention might allow a few to slip through the cracks. And it was precisely these few that could precipitate catastrophic consequences in the future, leaking information to the outside world. Rather than allowing this, it was far more prudent to confine these individuals within a cage from the outset, facilitating their eventual handling. As the lower-ranking disciples found themselves bewildered, the red silk practitioner smiled lightly. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, she stepped forward a couple of paces and bowed to Bailan. Sect leader, here is the inventory list of the Xihuan sect's remaining supplies. Please take a look. Bailan received it with a smile, her gaze sweeping over the array. Observing the Xihuan sect disciples bound within. Red silk practitioner, you have betrayed the sect? What was purported to be a spirit gathering array was nothing more than an illusion. From the very beginning, you had no intention of retreating as promised. What tenderness, what amiability, what care for disciples. Such an elder who would establish a spirit gathering array for the cultivation of low-ranked disciples simply does not exist. It is all a facade, a mere fabrication. It is over. Trapped within this 5th-grade confinement array, there is now no opportunity for escape. Some disciples have already resigned themselves to lying flat on the ground, abandoning their struggle. Who is that woman? With cultivation merely at the foundation establishment stage, why does the esteemed red silk master treat her with such deference? Some disciples began to survey their surroundings, seeking a glimmer of hope. Could she be from one of the 4 great sects? The low-ranked disciples trapped within the array began to clamor. The fate of these individuals, whether life or death, rests in the hands of the free sect's leader. The red silk master appeared indifferent, yet her words were laced with covert scrutiny of Bailan's expression. She wished to discern whether Bailan leaned more towards the righteous path or the demonic. As the leader of the Xihuan Peak, the fate of these misguided disciples lies within your judgment, but do not forget the entry regulations of our spirit-controlling sect. Having spoken, Bailan chuckled as she patted the red silk master's shoulder, then retrieved the mountain-suppressing flag from the void stone, preparing to act. The red silk master gazed after Bailan's departing figure, momentarily speechless, then turned her attention to the low-ranked disciples within the confinement array. Speaking solemnly, those who wish to live, surrender a fragment of your soul and join the spirit-controlling sect. Those who remain obstinate, I shall personally send you on your way. Chapter 326. The Attack. Elder, you have disciples of the Xihuan sect tremblingly speaking out. Red Silk Master, why have you betrayed the Xihuan sect, betrayed Ancestor Yunyang? How could you? The Red Silk Master chuckled lightly. Do not presume that I am unaware. Those who remain within the Xihuan sect today, following Yunyang into the demonic path, are primarily those who prioritize personal gain. You are not the type of righteous cultivators who would fight to the death for the sect. Most low-ranked disciples discreetly averted their gazes. Yunyang promised that as long as you are willing to follow him into the demonic path, you will receive corresponding benefits. Similarly, I also promise you that by joining the spirit-controlling sect, you will be rewarded. May I inquire, Master, what benefits are we speaking of? Spirit stones, techniques, or divine abilities? If there are benefits, we might consider it. However, we have never heard of the spirit-controlling sect before, not even in other continents. It cannot merely be a third-rate sect, can it? The benefit is that you can earn back your life. The Red Silk Master smiled slightly. Among those standing here today, those who join the spirit-controlling sect will live. Those who do not will surely die. The crowd of disciples gradually fell silent. Bailon alone conducted a thorough inspection of the Hehuan sect. At this moment, within the Hehuan sect, the spirit herb garden was devoid of life. Not a single jade slip remained in the library, and the underground spirit veins had been largely excavated, resulting in a significant loss of spiritual energy. Yet even so, this place remained imbued with spiritual essence. The remnants of the spirit vein could rival that of a small spirit vein. The construction materials used in the Hehuan sect were extraordinary. Most were renowned low-ranked spirit woods and spirit ores, not particularly rare, but abundant in quantity. If Bailon were to purchase these materials to rebuild a sect, she would need to expend no less than 100,000 spirit stones. Most importantly, she had acquired 2 7th-grade protective grand formations. The 8 Gates Heavenly Net Formation, a 7th-grade defensive array, serves both the illusionary and enemy-confining purposes, capable of concealing the sect's location to a degree that even the consciousness of early-stage nascent soul cultivators would struggle to detect. The Wind and Fire Demon Subduing Formation, a 7th-grade killing array, crafted from 49 pieces of Millennium Fire Copper and 8 pieces of 10,000-year Wind Spiritual Wood, consumes tens of thousands of spirit stones upon activation. These 2 array discs are formidable enough to confront early-stage nascent soul cultivators. The former requires fewer spirit stones. If it is set upon a spirit vein, it can operate autonomously, making it an excellent defensive formation. The latter is a killing array, and activating it once incurs a significant cost. Theoretically, using the former to confine enemies and the latter to exterminate them could effectively slay nascent soul cultivators. However, in the realm of cultivation, mere theory is insufficient. Combat is ever-changing, and those who have reached the nascent soul stage often possess hidden cards. Whether or not one can slay a nascent soul cultivator remains uncertain. After 10 uses, those 50 to 60,000 spirit stones could vanish in an instant. Ordinary cultivators must exercise caution, as they risk total loss unless they can reset. Just as Bailon commenced the rapid relocation of the mountain gate, with the mountain suppressing flag, several poisoned flying daggers suddenly shot forth from a concealed position, aimed directly at Bailon's vital points. The daggers moved with astonishing speed, even as Bailon sensed the anomaly and swiftly dodged. One of the daggers struck her shoulder. The dagger pierced flesh, and the toxin swiftly spread through her bloodstream, reaching her meridians. Bailon's expression hardened as she summoned the Jade Rui to shield herself, removing the bloody dagger from her left shoulder with one hand. It turned out to be a magical artifact, smeared with poison that merely impeded the flow of spiritual energy. Its toxicity was rather weak, not even as potent as her own concoctions. However, the power contained within the dagger was comparable to that of a core formation cultivator, and her shoulder continued to throb with pain. Bailon paid little heed to the wound. After all, she would eventually reset, so for now, she extended her consciousness to survey her surroundings. She needed to ascertain the identity of her assailant and their location. Her consciousness was stronger than that of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Anyone who could conceal their presence from her must at least be at the core formation stage. As the wide-angle marvelous technique activated, a crimson glow flickered in Bailon's eyes. She surveyed her surroundings, and upon focusing, she faintly discerned the blurred silhouette of a woman in purple atop a distant peak. The woman seemed taken aback that Bailon had spotted her. Her expression shifted to one of surprise, followed by a light chuckle. "Oh, your consciousness is surprisingly comparable to that of a perfected Foundation establishment cultivator. This secret technique of yours is quite intriguing." The woman's voice carried an echoing resonance. Although she was a core formation cultivator, she was only in the early stage. "Young one, should you willingly present the secret technique you employ, I would not mind sparing your life and taking you as my furnace." A woman in purple, fanning herself, gradually revealed herself, her gaze toward Bailon laced with mockery, more akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Bailon replied slowly, "Very well. I can agree to your terms, but only if you surrender a fragment of your soul." A flicker of murderous intent flashed in the woman's eyes, followed by a cold snort. "Who is the person backing you, and what benefits have you promised that could entice that fool Red Silk to betray Ancestor Yunyang?" Bailon's expression shifted, seemingly filled with indignation and fear. She trembled as she spoke. "Ah, I underestimated Ancestor Yunyang. Yet, as a dignified nascent soul cultivator, upon discovering a traitor like Red Silk, he ought to strike her down immediately. Why has he allowed this to persist? Or does he seek to lure out the one behind it? The purple-clad woman, seeing Bai Lan so flustered, could not help but smirk. It is precisely because the ancestor trusted Red Silk too much that he has been completely deceived by that woman. However, it matters not. I will clear the path for the ancestor and deal with you and that traitor Red Silk. Oh, if Yunyang is not here, then it is of no concern. Bai Lan's expression relaxed slightly. As long as there was no nascent soul present, she felt at ease. Indeed, if Yunyang were truly here, he would have already emerged to crush them. Observing the current situation, it was highly likely that other core formation cultivators within the Hehuan sect had noticed Red Silk's unusual behavior and intended to act first, capturing Red Silk and presenting her before Yunyang to earn some merit. After all, in the Hehuan sect, rather than executing the traitor Red Silk outright, they had more advantageous methods of punishment for cultivation, such as capturing Red Silk alive. Chapter 327, The Might of the Brick. Is it only you who has come to kill us? The Red Silk Master is a mid-stage core formation cultivator, yet your cultivation is merely at the early stage. Bai Lan furrowed her brows and continued to probe. A cultivator at the early stage of the Golden Core realm has come to eliminate her, a mere foundation establishment practitioner. It is certain that at least one mid-stage Golden Core practitioner from the demonic path would accompany the Red Silk true person. Therefore, she faces at least two adversaries, both of whom possess strength not inferior to the Golden Core stage. The purple-clad woman's expression darkened, whether from impatience or a sensitive spot being prodded. She spoke coldly, with death looming. You still have so many questions. Do not think you can stall for time. My patience is limited. In the next moment, the purple-clad woman vanished and reappeared behind Bai Lan. In the blink of an eye, Bai Lan accessed the archives. Time reverted to a moment before, when she had just entered the Hehuan sect. Bai Lan maintained a faint smile as she approached the Red Silk true person, discreetly transmitting her voice. Hong Xiao, your efficiency is lacking. I observe there are at least two Golden Core practitioners still lurking within the Hehuan sect. The expression of the Red Silk true person shifted, and she too transmitted. Is that so? Do you recognize a purple-clad early Golden Core practitioner adept with flying daggers? Taking a deep breath, the Red Silk true person nodded slightly. That individual is my senior sister, Hong Ru, accompanied by her partner, Master Kuei-ching. Hong Ru has always been at odds with me and is known for causing me trouble. While Kuei-ching is a late-stage Golden Core practitioner and a disciple of a fallen nascent soul elder, he has inherited the entirety of the nascent soul's teachings. His strength cannot be underestimated. A Golden Core practitioner who has inherited the full legacy of a nascent soul cultivator is likely to possess a talisman capable of a full-force strike from a nascent soul practitioner within his storage bag. It seems like a lucrative target. If he possesses such a talisman, it would be worthwhile to use her lethal techniques against him. Employing the full-force strike talisman of the misty, hidden true monarch from her own storage bag to eliminate him would not be a loss. If not, he would not warrant the use of her lethal techniques, and she would have to flee. In that case, she could simply access the archives again, disguising herself as Long Outyin from the outset, acquire the two 7th-tier protective formations, and then flee on her lotus, rendering this venture a mere loss. Leave Hong Ru to me. After a stick of incense, I will set up two 7th-tier formations in the southwest. You just need to lure Kuei-ching into the formations. Bai Lan commanded after a moment of contemplation. The Red Silk true person was taken aback. Sect Master, you intend to face Hong Ru alone? She is a Golden Core practitioner. Should we not send Danju to assist you? Having the ability to rescue someone from a higher-tier practitioner does not equate to the capability to slay them. There's no need. Danju should prioritize her own safety. I merely hope that the contents of these two individual storage bags justify my expenditure of tens of thousands of spirit stones to activate a 7th-tier killing formation. Bai Lan chuckled ominously, her feet firmly on the azure dragon as she sped southwest. The Red Silk true person watched Bai Lan's graceful figure depart, her heart racing. While she was concerned for Bai Lan's safety, Bai Lan was instead preoccupied with whether the opponent's storage bags were sufficiently filled. Truly, the sect master was remarkable. Hong Ru, being a Golden Core practitioner, posed a significant challenge for her to eliminate with her mere foundation establishment prowess. The opponent had a health bar of 100,000, while Bai Lan's full-force strike could only deal 1,000 damage. However, it mattered little. She still possessed the full-force strike talismans of both Qing, He and Ling Xiao, the former comparable to a mid-stage Golden Core practitioner's full-force strike, and the latter to a late-stage. Coupled with the last remaining Thunderfire Pearl in her possession, with a few hundred attempts at accessing the archives to discern her opponent's cards, it was not impossible to crush her with these trump cards. After all, Hong Ru was not Xian, nor was she a member of Long Outyin's harem. Devoid of the luck of a fated child, she was merely an ordinary early-stage Golden Core practitioner. Unbeknownst to her, as she rode the dragon to Hong Ru's hiding place, Bailan feigned ignorance and circled the area before raising her hand to set down a mountain suppression flag. At first, Hong Ru had been sneering, dismissing the insignificance of the minor artifact, but in the next instant, the mountain beneath her feet suddenly vanished. A peak had seemingly disappeared into thin air. Just as Hong Ru stood in stunned confusion, the Thunderfire Pearl, imbued with the power of an early Golden Core practitioner strike, was unleashed, exploding at her location. The crackling sound of thunder and fire erupted, smoke dissipating, yet Hong Ru remained unscathed, effortlessly blocking the attack with a single hand. Well, quite impressive. A mere Foundation establishment girl, and you have already discovered my presence here. Hong Ru was incensed. A dignified Golden Core practitioner had been successfully ambushed by a mere Foundation establishment cultivator, and the murderous intent within her surged. Bailan, however, stroked her chin, shaking her head as she accessed the archives once more, just as Hong Ru charged at her in a rage. The Thunderfire Pearl, containing the power of an early Golden Core strike, had failed to breach her defenses, but that was fine. The next time, she could use 2 full-force strike talismans from Golden Core practitioners to envelop the Thunderfire Pearl for an onslaught. If that did not suffice, she had also acquired numerous 5th and 6th tier talismans from the storage bags of Li Xuanxian and other Golden Core practitioners. With each archive access, she could add a talisman to her arsenal, strength in numbers, and with enough talismans, she was confident that she could obliterate an early-stage Golden Core practitioner. Bailan repeatedly accessed the archives, seizing upon the fleeting vulnerability that Hong Ru displayed when the mountain beneath her vanished, launching repeated attacks against her. Meanwhile, in the distance, the Red Silk True Person indeed faced an ambush from another individual. However, forewarned by Bailan, she was prepared, maintaining her composure and summoning a magical artifact to fend off the sudden assault of the poisonous bees, sneering, "Kuei-ching, it's indeed you. Ha ha ha, Hongxiao. The ancestor has treated you well, yet you dare to brazenly betray him. You have quite the audacity." A voice that bore a hint of androgyny echoed as a man in green gradually revealed himself, smiling as he spoke. "When my wife informed me of my junior sister's treachery against the sect, I could hardly believe it. Yet here you are, committing such an act of rebellion." The man's cultivation was evidently at the late stage of the Golden Core. "You truly are a loyal dog by Hong Ru's side. Wherever she points, you strike. The two of you are fervently busy for the Hahuan sect, unaware that the old ancestor doesn't truly care about the sect's foundation. Otherwise, a dignified nascent soul practitioner would not fail to recognize a traitor like me lurking within the Hahuan sect," the Red Silk True Person retorted coldly. Kuei-ching's brow furrowed slightly. "The ancestor has his own plans." "Indeed, the ancestor has his own plans. But I suspect his only thoughts are on how to rescue Bai Ling from the clutches of the old devil Higuei. A nascent soul powerhouse has no fear. In the future, he can whisk away his beloved and soar to new heights, easily establishing himself elsewhere as the ancestor. But what of you Golden Core practitioners of the Hahuan sect, remaining in the demonic path? Are you not at risk of being devoured alive by the old devil Higuei?" the Red Silk True Person remarked, continuing to buy time. The infatuation of the ancestor with Bai Ling was known only to the ordinary disciples. The Golden Core elders were well aware. After all, they had arranged for the dozens of substitutes resembling Bai Ling. The ancestor's obsession with Bai Ling was appalling. As Kuei-ching contemplated this, his expression turned cold. "You dare to speak such words when death is imminent? Save your breath for when you stand before the ancestor. Look at you, you're getting anxious." The Red Silk True Person chuckled lightly. Chapter 328, The Fall of Hong Ru. Kuei-ching's eyes flashed with anger. "You think to provoke me to buy time? Ha ha, Hongxiao. I know your abilities all too well. Now that you are injured, dealing with you would be effortless. Were it not for my wife insisting on capturing you for a reward, you would already be turned to ashes." The Red Silk True Person took a deep breath. At this point, she could only trust the sect master. While she could not defeat him, she was somewhat confident in stalling Kuei-ching for a stick of incense duration. Despite the turmoil in her heart, the Red Silk True Person maintained an outward facade of calm. "You think you can capture me with just that? Huh." Kuei-ching raised his hand, summoning a talisman of a foot in length, which instantaneously emitted several beams of golden light, hurtling toward the real person Hongxiao with overwhelming force. "Humph. Kuei-ching, I am fully aware of my inferiority. However, today, I shall resort to self-detonation, even if it means taking you down with me." The real person Hongxiao, upon witnessing the lethal move from her opponent, let out a cold laugh. Suddenly, her entire being surged with spiritual energy, and with a thunderous shout, she startled Kuei-ching, who was opposite her. Despite his overwhelming superiority over Hongxiao, no amount of strength could withstand the explosion of a core formation cultivator at close range. The shockwave from such an explosion could reduce several nearby peaks to ashes, he would be gravely injured, if not killed. Whether Hong Xiao was feigning or genuinely intending to self-destruct, Kuei-Ching could not afford to take that risk. Thus, upon seeing her surge in power and utter the word self-detonation, he swiftly employed a secret technique to flee several thousand meters away. After a brief moment, Kuei-Ching stabilized his form and focused his gaze into the distance. Finding not a single trace of movement, the real person Hong Xiao had long since vanished, transforming into a streak of azure light as she fled without a backward glance. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Kuei-Ching's eyes as he pursued her once more. Observing the two core formation cultivators chasing each other, the lower-tier disciples of the Hahuan sect, trapped within the fifth-tier formation, could not help but sigh. What was this situation? Were we disciples of the Hahuan sect or the Yuling sect? Elder Kuei-Ching was already at the late stage of core formation, not to mention he had the assistance of Elder Hongru at the early stage, making their odds much better. Could the lone Elder Hong Xiao truly prevail? Let's wait and see. If the Hahuan sect wins, we are disciples of the Hahuan sect. If the Yuling sect triumphs, we become disciples of the Yuling sect. Upon hearing this, the lower-tier disciples nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "What a profound observation!" With their limited strength, they could only watch from the sidelines during this grand battle of core formation cultivators, unable to take any action. Although joining the Yuling sect required the sacrifice of a fragment of one's soul, the likelihood of their victory was nearly non-existent, almost zero. From the very beginning, Hong Xiao had taken the lead in distance, seizing the initiative, and now she merely needed to fly with reckless abandon, effortlessly dragging it out for a stick of incense duration. Occasionally, she could even place a couple of talismans along her path, ready to detonate at the moment Kuei-Ching caught up. Hong Xiao's behavior of circling around the Hahuan sect was clearly an attempt to buy time, and Kuei-Ching recognized this. Although he had never heard of the Yuling sect, he dared not oppose this suddenly emerging force. What if there were a nascent soul cultivator hidden among them? He feared a formidable power lurking in the shadows. Thus, as he pursued with all his might, he quietly sent a message to Yunyang. In the realm of cultivation, it was a classic scenario where the small sought the aid of the large. However, this formula did not always hold true. The most critical factor was whether the elder in need of assistance was reliable. Unfortunately, the sense of security that the venerable Yunyang had was entirely bestowed upon Bailing. At this very moment, back within the demon palace, Lord Yunyang was locked in a tearful embrace with Bailing. "Ayang, take me away. I truly do not wish to remain in this dreadful place any longer." Bailing sobbed uncontrollably in Yunyang's arms. His eyes were filled with concern as he asked, "Ling, has the Hegui been bullying you?" Although the Hegui had not mistreated Bailing, merely being in his presence was somewhat exhausting. "I do not wish to discuss this, Ayang. You promised me that after I saved your life, I could make a request. I wish to fulfill that request now. I want to leave the demon palace." Lord Yunyang gently stroked Bailing's head, saying, "Silly girl, our bond is too deep for mere transactions. You can always make requests of me." Bailing nodded through her tears. Suddenly, a communication talisman in Yunyang's storage bag flickered, causing him to furrow his brow. However, at that moment, he had no time to ponder other matters. His sole focus was to take Bailing away from the demon palace. "Rest assured, I will take you away." Meanwhile, Kuei-Ching, diligently clearing the Hahuan sect's ruins, felt a sudden unease when no response came from the message he sent to his elder. In the next instant, the soul lamp belonging to his partner, the real person Hongru, in his storage bag flickered ominously and extinguished. Hongru has fallen. Kuei-Ching's heart sank further. Wife! Wife! Kuei-Ching exploded in fury. Hongru had volunteered to deal with the solitary foundation establishment ant in the distance, which he had dismissed, thinking he could handle Hong Xiao before she returned. And then they would rejoice together. Little did he expect. In the distance, having just dispatched the real person Hongru, Bailan emerged from the void stone, wiping the sweat from her brow as she gazed at the mountains that had been reduced to rubble. Killing a core formation cultivator is truly no easy feat. After reloading several hundred times and nearly exhausting all her powerful strike talismans and dozens of fifth-tier talismans, she had finally sent Hongru on her way. Yet now was not the time for counting spoils. A significant threat still loomed. Bailan summoned the Azure Flood Dragon and, racing forward, conveyed to Hong Xiao, "I have dealt with my end. Now we merely need to lure Kuei-Ching into the formation, and together we shall swiftly end him here. The death of a core formation cultivator will undoubtedly shake the Hahuan sect, and we must leave before their reinforcements arrive." "You killed Hongru." Hong Xiao's expression shifted in astonishment. A fleeting look of horror crossed her face as she observed Kuei-Ching, now in a furious rage, seemingly utilizing some special secret technique. His hair and beard turning a vivid crimson in an instant. Chapter 329, True and False Talismans. Sect Leader. It appears that Kuei-Ching has employed some technique to enhance his cultivation. His realm has instantly escalated from the late stage of core formation to the great perfection of core formation. This is exceedingly strange, Hongxiao communicated solemnly. For Bylon, who was preparing to unleash a full power strike talisman from a nascent soul cultivator. It mattered little whether her opponent was at the early stage of core formation or the great perfection. What she cared about was the value of his storage bag. If it was worth it, she could unleash her killing move. If not, this insignificant foundation establishment ant would have to flee. Bylon slightly nodded. Fear not. Against the might of a nascent soul cultivator, as long as I do not exhaust my strength, his death is assured. Below the nascent soul, all were but ants. Bylon had once felt the power of the talisman from Wang Suzi, and killing a core formation cultivator felt as effortless as chopping vegetables. What is the greatest fear when unleashing a killing move? It is not the fear of failing to kill the opponent. Rather, it is the dread of having one's full-powered strike perfectly evaded. If the killing move fails to slay the opponent, it is merely a testament to one's inadequacy. One must accept the loss. However, if the killing move is wasted, that is what truly infuriates. Upon hearing Bylon, Hongxiao felt a chill run down her spine. She evidently had experienced similar situations before, her tone growing anxious. But Kuei-Ching likely has his own trump cards. If he truly can evade a nascent soul cultivator strike, that is of no concern. Should he withstand one strike, he cannot withstand two. Hongxiao felt a sense of relief. Although the sect leader was lacking in cultivation, his sense of security was stronger than her previous elder, Yunyang. Was it merely an illusion? Enraged, Kuei-Ching noticed that Hongxiao had ceased her circling and was instead fleeing towards the outskirts of the Hahuan sect, prompting a cold sneer from him. Humph. Do you wish to escape? You killed my wife. Today, I shall ensure your bodies are shattered into pieces. Kuei-Ching shouted, closing the distance between them in an instant. He summoned a blood-red spiritual orb with one hand, unleashing a barrage of crimson fireballs that raced after the real person Hongxiao. The real person Hongxiao, unable to evade in time, was struck by a fireball and couldn't help but exclaim in fury, "Your wife is not the one I killed. Her death is inextricably linked to all of you. You and that fledgling in the foundation establishment stage must perish." As Kuei-Ching spoke, the fire in his eyes remained unquenched. With a single hand forming a seal, the fire orb in his grasp began to whirl rapidly, the surrounding spiritual energy surging as if gathering strength. Hongxiao's eyelids twitched. Without a moment's hesitation, she seized the opportunity of Kuei-Ching's momentary build-up and turned to flee. Although her form was unsteady and her expression chaotic, appearing as though she was fleeing in panic, she was actually leading Kuei-Ching towards the southwest. Kuei-Ching let out a sinister chuckle, believing she was simply afraid, and continued to pursue her with all his might. Just as Kuei-Ching was closing in on the real person Hongxiao, he suddenly noticed her halting ahead. A smile graced her lips, and an ominous premonition surged within Kuei-Ching. In the next instant, 8 pillars of light shot up into the sky, and 8 transparent barriers instantly ensnared Kuei-Ching, rendering him immobile. Trapped in a formation, wasn't this the grand array of the Hahuan sect? It dawned on Kuei-Ching, who was now trapped within the formation, and his anger intensified as he roared, "Hongxiao, you traitor!" Seeing Kuei-Ching ensnared, Hongxiao disregarded his curses and gradually breathed a sigh of relief. Truly worthy of being the sect master. From the shadows, Bylon stepped forth, riding on a green dragon, and raised her hand to form a seal, causing wisps of smoke to suddenly emerge within the 8 gates heavenly net formation, which already possessed an illusory effect. Though it appeared to be merely a fog spell, the true essence lay not in the mist, but in the poisonous powder concealed within. A mere insect in the foundation establishment stage, did she truly think that a mere Xian-grade illusion would deceive a core formation cultivator? In a fit of rage, Kuei-Ching remained unaffected by the illusion mist. The composure of a core formation cultivator is indeed commendable. It seems my illusion mist has no effect on you. Bylon smiled slightly. I presume that after being subjected to the condensation powder, the toxic efficacy pill powder, and the toxic crow liquid mixed with the illusory fog, you can still remain calm. Kuei-Ching's expression changed as he began to sense something amiss about the aura of the surrounding illusion mist. Having been overly confident that a mere foundation establishment cultivator's minor illusion would have no effect on him, he had disregarded this insignificant ant and was focused solely on breaking the formation. Little did he realize that this tiny ant was laced with poison. His face turned ashen as he swallowed a clarity pill, finding it utterly ineffective. In his desperation, he had to divert some of his spiritual energy to suppress the poison within. Breaking a 7th-tier formation was already a daunting task for a core formation cultivator, and now he had to split his energy to counteract the toxin, making him increasingly flustered within the web of the 8 gates heavenly net. Master, merely being trapped in the formation likely won't kill Kuei-Ching. Hongxiao, while raising her hand to cast seals, occasionally launched a few magical spheres towards Kuei-Ching, increasing his difficulty in breaking the formation. Bailan chuckled, producing a long-prepared talisman from her storage bag and waving it in her hand. No need to rush. Isn't this your trump card? As Kuei-Ching struggled within the formation, his attention was suddenly drawn to the talisman in Bailan's hand, and his expression shifted to one of shock. The aura of a nascent soul cultivator. Indeed, good eyesight. As a reward, this talisman shall be yours, Bailan declared, and in the astonished gaze of Kuei-Ching, she hurled the talisman directly at him. At the moment the talisman was thrown, Bailan grasped Hongxiao's hand, and the two vanished into the void stone together. Kuei-Ching, witnessing the sudden disappearance of the two, was struck with alarm. That talisman contained the essence of a nascent soul cultivator. Facing the power of a nascent soul cultivator, his core formation level was utterly insufficient. Wouldn't he be reduced to ashes with that attack? In a split second, he gritted his teeth and ignited 100 years of his lifespan, summoning a blood bead to counter the damage from the talisman. The blood bead erupted with waves of light, not only shielding Kuei-Ching within, but also exuding a terrifying power that affected the surrounding 8 gates heavenly net formation, dimming 2 of the 8 pillars under the encroachment of the blood energy. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated clash between the talisman and the blood bead did not occur. Instead, the blood bead erupted in place, leaving Bailan's talisman undisturbed. Kuei-Ching was momentarily taken aback and extended his divine sense to scan the situation, only to find his face turning pale. It was merely a 5th-tier talisman, far from the one infused with the aura of a nascent soul cultivator. He had been deceived by this insignificant Foundation establishment junior. Peeking out from the void stone to observe the battle, Bailan raised an eyebrow and smiled. She had anticipated that Kuei-Ching, a core formation cultivator with connections, would possess hidden trump cards. Had she thrown that talisman from the start, it would undoubtedly have been thwarted by that peculiar blood bead in his possession. Ah, Senior Kuei-Ching, using such formidable powers to counter my trivial 5th-tier talisman? Is that not akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Bailan's cheerful voice echoed from a distance. Chapter 330. On the same journey. The two who had previously vanished reappeared at the location from which they had disappeared. Bailan had only lost a 5th-tier talisman, while Kuei-Ching had resorted to secret arts, sacrificing a century of his lifespan. The price he paid was merely to block a 5th-tier talisman's assault. Ah, insects, rodents, I will kill you. Kuei-Ching, consumed by rage, howled at the heavens at a 45-degree angle. His century of lifespan. If he had used that century to stave off a lethal blow, it would have been worthwhile. Yet, it had been squandered without blocking anything, leaving his adversary's trump cards still intact. Bailan not only suffered no loss, but had also anticipated that Kuei-Ching might employ a devastating attack. Hence, she had already taken refuge within the void stone at the very moment she threw the talisman. The real person Hongxiao looked at Bailan with a complex expression. Thankfully, she and Bailan were on the same side. Otherwise, Hongxiao could hardly fathom what methods this young leader of the righteous sect would employ against them, the demonic cultivators. Once the conflict between the righteous and demonic paths erupted, what if she were to face Bailan? Hongxiao's heart swelled with joy, while Kuei-Ching's heart had turned as cold as ice. Having been deceived time and again, he was gradually coming to understand why the real person Hongru had perished at the hands of this Foundation establishment female cultivator before him. With a cold snort, Kuei-Ching retrieved several blood-red pills from his storage bag and tossed them into his mouth, his expression becoming one of impending rage. His demeanor darkened, and he slowly uttered a few words. Prepare to die, insect. With that, his spiritual energy surged explosively, and his previously indistinguishable features began to take on a bestial, ape-like appearance as his body rapidly expanded, transforming into a grotesque figure that was neither human nor ghost. The 8 gates heavenly net formation had suffered damage from the earlier blood bead, but Bailan remained unperturbed. Just as Kuei-Ching was about to charge, she raised her hand to activate another killing formation buried beneath the 8 gates heavenly net, the wind and fire subduing demons formation. Bailan and Hongxiao stood precisely at the formation's eye, and with a wave of her hand, she unleashed a storage bag, causing countless spirit stones to flow into the formation's core. Kuei-Ching's expression shifted as he sensed the 7th-tier killing formation activating. The surrounding environment warped, and fire and wind erupted, manifesting countless blades of wind and fireballs that wreaked havoc. The wind and fire subduing demons formation? Another grand array of the Hahuan sect. Hongxiao, you traitor. Blood poured from Kuei-Ching's mouth as he roared in fury. Senior Kuei-Ching, you've uttered that line countless times today, rather than repeating it as death approaches. Shouldn't you consider your late partner, Hongru? The real person Hongxiao chuckled lightly, shaking her head as she spoke. What do you think? Fueled by rage, Kuei-Ching unleashed a torrent of vile words, attempting to assail Hongxiao with verbal attacks to break her resolve. Bailan gazed upon the grand formation before her. A subtle nod of approval gracing her features as a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in her eyes. The protective array of the Hahuan sect, though it demanded a staggering 50,000 spiritual stones to activate, possessed formidable power. Just look at Kuei-Qing. A once proud and arrogant cultivator at the late stage of the core formation realm, now his Taoist robe marred and tattered. Youngster, since you wield a lethal strike, why not unleash it and send me on my way? This killing formation belongs to the Hahuan sect. In the span of a single incense stick, I can shatter it. Kuei-Qing's cold gaze fixed upon Bailan. If I truly break free from this array, ending your life would merely be a thought away. Why the haste? I take great delight in witnessing my enemies struggle in their final moments. The more enraged, desperate, and tormented they become, the more my spirit rejoices. Heh. Bailan, however, let out a sinister chuckle, shaking the shallow red storage pouch in her hand. Hong Xiao nodded in agreement. Heh, just you wait. A flash of bloodlust ignited in Kuei-Qing's eyes, his gaze fixated on the crimson storage pouch. Although Bailan wished for a swift resolution, she was acutely aware that Kuei-Qing likely possessed a trump card for survival. His crimson hair and eyes suggested the utilization of some extraordinary secret technique. It was well known in the cultivation world that such sudden enhancements in power often came at the cost of one's lifespan. At present, Kuei-Qing was undoubtedly in a state of peak performance, bolstered by various buffs. For safety's sake, it would be prudent to wear him down until he was left with but a breath of life, utilizing her talisman only after all his enhancements had dissipated, lest he had further hidden reserves. Indeed, as Bailan refrained from using the talisman for an extended period, Kuei-Qing's impatience grew palpable. With a furious roar, he attempted to violently breach the array, yet the toxins gradually spreading within him impeded his spiritual energy, rendering it sluggish. Bailan, with her keen eyes, discerned the black lines spreading across Kuei-Qing's body like a spider's web, and could not help but smile. The combination of poison, formation, and talismans was certainly not a peculiar tactic one would expect from an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator. The communication talisman sent to Yunyang received no response, and Kuei-Qing, gritting his teeth, directed a glare at Bailan. Who exactly are you? Why have I never heard your name in the Wuyan continent? Knowing I would not divulge that information, what purpose does your inquiry serve? I have no interest in fabricating a name to deceive a dying man, Bailan replied indifferently. Unless you relinquish a fragment of your divine consciousness to serve under me, you may yet have a glimmer of hope. Real person Hong Xiao fell silent for a moment. Having only recently met Bailan, she seemed to have already grasped her preferences, such as an affinity for collecting souls. You must be dreaming. The death of my wife will not go unavenged. I, Kuei-Qing, vow not to live as a man if I do not repay this grudge. I shall never survive under the hand of my wife's murderer. The fury in Kuei-Qing's eyes remained undiminished. Not everyone would be willing to surrender a fragment of their divine consciousness for a chance at survival, and it was evident that Kuei-Qing was such a person. Oh, such a love-stricken fool. I have little patience for such displays. Had I known, I would have sent both you and your wife on your way together. Bailan sighed softly. Very well, with both of you departing one after the other, it can be considered a reunion. Hong Xiao turned to Bailan. Why do you look at me thus? Were it not for you, would I have added these two burdens to my record of killings today? Bailan met Hong Xiao's complex gaze. As their eyes locked, Hong Xiao nodded slightly. Rest assured, I shall act with greater caution in the future. Meanwhile, Kuei-Qing, struggling within the formation, witnessed the two conversing as if he were invisible, further inflaming his anger. If I perish, the ancestor of Yunyang will not let you escape. You shall be pursued by the forces of the demonic path to the ends of the earth. Kuei-Qing gritted his teeth, delivering his ominous threat. Hong Xiao smiled slightly. Do you wonder why I chose to defect from the demonic path? Had I not offended the old devil Higuei, would I have risked my life to leave the demon palace? Having incurred the wrath of Higuei, what was a mere yin-yang to them?